Super Devouring System Chapter 175 to Chapter 257. The number of recognized quotas is related to the dynasty's ranking. If you lose the second round, then 20 people will enter the Hell Manor. If you win, then 10 people will enter the best heavenly abode, Moen replied. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. However, only 10 people could enter the heavenly abode. This condition was a little too harsh. There were at least 2,000 people in the 4 big dynasties. Even if the Great Tang dynasty got second place, they would only have 20 quotas. Also, Zhao Pan and Xianxia were only at the beginning stage of the true energy realm. There were many people stronger than them. However, just then, Moen suddenly said, "If you choose to give up on the second round of the dynasty battle, then I can send the 2 of you directly to the Profound Department Manor." Really? Hearing this, Zhao Pan and Xianxia's eyes lit up. That's right. Moen nodded and said, "However, with your qualifications, it will be a little difficult for you to enter the Profound Department Manor. Also, after you enter, you will feel a huge pressure. If you do not meet the requirements, then you will be demoted to the Yellow Department Manor. If you do not meet the requirements, you will be expelled from the Lingxiao Manor." Being expelled from the sect was not uncommon, so Zhao Pan was not surprised. "I am willing to give up and enter the Profound Department Manor," Zhao Pan said hurriedly. "Me too." "All right." Moen nodded again. "Yi Xian, your ability is not bad. I will leave a spot for you, as long as you can survive." Actually, Zhao Pan and Xianxia would at most enter the Yellow Department Manor. However, Moen thought highly of Yi Xian, so he gave him special treatment. "Thank you, Lord Envoy," Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. However, he felt that with his ability, he definitely had the ability to get a quota. After all, he was someone who could even send Tang Tian flying. The other protectors were also asking questions. Soon, they left with their men. After the first round of the dynasty battle, there was a 3-day break. After 3 days, the second round of the dynasty battle would begin. The winner would fight the winner, and the loser would fight the loser. This would determine the final order. Yi Xian chose to continue, so Moen brought him to another place to stay. As for Zhao Pan and Xianxia, they were directly sent to the Profound Department Manor. Fatty Bro has finally entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he was the only one participating in the second dynasty battle, he felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't have to worry about Zhao Pan and the other 2 anymore. After entering the Soaring Sky Mansion, if one did not meet the requirements, there was a risk of being expelled. However, Fatty Bro entered the Profound Department. If he did not meet the requirements, he would first be demoted to the Yellow Department. After entering the Yellow Department, if he did not meet the requirements of the Yellow Department, he would be expelled from the sect. As long as Zhao Pan didn't leave the Soaring Heaven Mansion, the Profound Sun Empire would be protected. Not many people would dare to make a move against the Profound Sun Empire. 3 days later, the second battle between the dynasties would begin. He wondered which dynasty his opponent would be. The Great Tang Dynasty, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Song Dynasty, and the Great Yan Dynasty. The Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Zhou Dynasty were similar in strength, while the Great Song Dynasty and the Great Yan Dynasty were the strongest. To be precise, the Great Song Dynasty was slightly stronger. Simply put, the Great Tang Dynasty's next opponent would be either the Great Song or the Great Yan. This was a little troublesome, because these 2 dynasties both had super geniuses in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. Yi Xian was also relatively calm. After all, he could enter the Hell Department at the very least, which was already considered not bad. Right now, he was in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the true profundity realm. Although he was just a little bit away, it was not something that could be improved by selling a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, he did not have the materials to forge a medium-grade spiritual weapon. However, he did have a medium-grade spiritual level martial art that was not bought from the Devouring system. It was the Buddha's hand that he got from Lin Zhirong. However, the second battle between the dynasties would be in 3 days. In such a short time, others would not be able to learn it. My head hurts. How can I level up? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he could not think of any solution. It seemed that he could only level up in the second battle between the dynasties. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside his courtyard. This person did not knock on the door and just walked in directly. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's expression froze. This was because this person was the great Tang dynasty's crown prince, Tang Tian. "Your Highness, what's the matter?" Yi Xian did not get up. He just sat there and asked. Tang Tian snorted coldly in his heart. He walked in front of Yi Xian and cupped his fists. "I have offended you that day. Please forgive me. It's fine. Although I have an identity token, your Highness has never seen me before. It's normal that you don't recognize me," Yi Xian said casually. "Alright, I'm here today for other matters. I'll get straight to the point," Tang Tian said. Tang Tian said, "This time, for my great Tang dynasty to be able to win, you also contributed a lot. However, in the next battle, we will be facing an opponent stronger than the great Zhou dynasty. Although I don't know who it is, the Song dynasty and the Yan dynasty both have people in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. I can't beat them alone. I need your help. I'm also from the great Tang dynasty." "Your Highness, you don't have to worry," Yi Xian said. "That's not what I mean. I'm saying that I want you to listen to my orders," Tang Tian said hurriedly. "Orders?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Orders meant that he would be Tang Tian's underling. He would do whatever Tang Tian wanted him to do. What kind of joke was this? "No." Yi Xian refused immediately. "I can give you a reward that will definitely satisfy you," Tang Tian added. Hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated. However, he thought about what if Tang Tian wanted him to attract the opponent's genius in the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. Wouldn't that be asking him to die? "No, I have my own thoughts. I will act on my own." Yi Xian still refused. Hearing this, Tang Tian immediately raged. "Are you ignoring my identity, or are you doubting my ability?" Before he came, he had done his homework and knew that Yi Xian came from a low-level empire. For someone from a low-level empire to be able to talk to him like this, it was already good enough. How dare he reject him? He really didn't know what was good for him. Yi Xian didn't buy it. He snorted. "So what if you're the crown prince of a dynasty? I'm in the Soaring Heaven mansion now. There's no identity here, only power." Before he fought with Tang Tian, Yi Xian was still worried. However, after seeing Tang Tian's power, his confidence increased. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. What a big tone. "Don't forget your identity. Your empire, I can send people to destroy it in minutes." Seeing that the temptation was not working, Tang Tai began to threaten. Yi Xian's face darkened. He said softly, "Your Highness, are you trying to push me to an opponent?" When he said this, Tang Tian's body trembled. End of chapter. It was obvious that Yi Xian was not someone who would cower before the strong. If he really switched sides, then the great Tang dynasty would have no chance of winning. He immediately regretted it and said coldly, "Alright, then I will take a step back. You will assist me, but do not act on your own. If necessary, listen to my orders." Yi Xian also sneered. It seemed that Tang Tian was also afraid that he would turn to his opponent's side. This was for the best, he could negotiate the conditions. "Crown Prince, what benefits do I get from assisting you?" Yi Xian suddenly smiled. 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian replied without thinking. Hearing this price, Yi Xian laughed out loud. "Crown Prince, are you joking with me? You want to hire me with just 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones?" 100 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade crystal stones. It was about the same price as a small team of 20 people previously. Without waiting for Tang Tian to speak, Yi Xian said again, 2,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones, or else there is no negotiation. Tang Tian immediately said unhappily, "Such big words, aren't you afraid of dying?" "Humph, I did not argue with you when you sneaked an attack on me previously. Furthermore, I have already reached the bottleneck. Who knows, I might be able to break through to the true profound realm on the day of the assessment. When that time comes, I will be on the same level as you." Yi Xian smiled. Tang Tian was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He definitely had many good things in his universe ring. He did not believe that Tang Tian could not take out 200,000 low-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian felt it for a moment and felt the true essence that Yi Xian was intentionally emitting. As expected, the strength was already on the verge of breaking through. However, 2,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones was not a small amount. It was equivalent to 200,000 low-grade crystal stones, which could buy a high-grade spirit weapon. 1,000 pieces of middle-grade crystal stones. Tang Tian started to bargain. Unexpectedly, after Yi Xian heard the price, he turned and left, preparing to rest in his room. All right, 2,000. Tang Tian gritted his teeth and agreed. He had also experienced Yi Xian's strength. Although it was not on par with him, if he had Yi Xian's help, he would have the ability to face that middle-stage true profound realm expert. Even if you don't have enough crystals, you can use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yi Xian smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Tang Tian suppressed his anger and started to pour out the items from the Qianquan ring. Furthermore, the prices of some of the items, grid was very unstable. He had taken out quite a few things. Yi Xian put everything away and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. Please return." After he finished speaking, he went straight into the house. After sensing that Tang Tian had left, he immediately swallowed more than half of the things he had obtained, leaving behind some for future use. Ding, the host has broken through to the true profound realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's true essence was completely converted into Xianxia. This was the benefit of the devouring system. When an ordinary person broke through, they would need to spend some time to convert their true essence. However, he did it all in an instant. Finally, I'm at the true profound realm. Yi Xian grinned and tried again. As expected, he was still unable to fuse with the high-grade blood meridians. Forget it, 45 million devouring points. Let me see if there are any new good things. Yi Xian immersed himself in the devouring system. Every time he broke through, new things would appear. It could be martial arts, weapons, treasures, or blood meridians. It had to be mentioned that there was a limit to the number of blood meridians. This limit would increase as the realm increased. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have exchanged for all the middle-grade blood meridians and not carefully selected them to fuse with. 3 days passed in a flash. When the 3rd day arrived, Yi Xian was already waiting at the designated place. Soon, the soaring sky rocks appeared again. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the place they went to this time was not the valley from 3 days ago, but another one. Could it be that the rules for the second battle of the dynasties are different? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Tang Tian, who was nearby, was the same. The soaring sky rocks placed the 200 people at the bottom of a cliff. Then, the elder of the soaring sky mansion said loudly, "This is the territory of the second battle of the dynasties. Your opponent has been decided. It is the Great Song dynasty. As for the rules, it is very simple. Kill. As long as less than 50 people from the Great Zhou dynasty die, you win. Similarly, if less than 50 people from the 200 of you die, you lose. Moreover, there is no time limit for this battle." When those words were spoken, the 200+ people present were all shocked. Less than 50 people, no time limit? However, I will give you a chance here. Now, you can choose to withdraw. Those who withdraw can enter the yellow residence. Yang Tai added. The Great Tang dynasty had already won one battle. If they lost this battle, then 20 people would enter the yellow residence. However, only 50 out of 200 people could survive. This was too cruel. Furthermore, their opponent was the Great Song dynasty. The Great Song dynasty was much stronger than the Great Tang dynasty. Immediately, there were people who chose to withdraw, and there were quite a few of them. Damn it! Tang Tian cursed in the crowd. The battle had not even started, but the Great Tang dynasty had already lost half of their people. People walked out one after another. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Almost 100 people had left, which meant that there were only 100 people left. This isn't a good sign. Yi Xian felt extremely helpless in his heart. However, he also understood these people. After all, these people were not suicide squads. There was no need for them to risk their lives. It was already good enough that they could enter the yellow residence. Tang Tian's expression had already sunk to the bottom. He had spent a lot of money to get Yixian to help him. Who knew that the rules would be changed? Wasn't this a huge loss? Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? If not, let's begin. Yang Tai looked around again, then let the soaring cloud rock fly up. The second battle between the dynasties had begun. After the elders and protectors left, the crowd was silent for a moment. Your Highness, what should we do now? Someone asked. Tang Tian walked out and thought for a moment. He said, we have 100 people who have left. The Great Song dynasty should have more as well. Therefore, we are not considered to be weak. However, the Great Song dynasty's strength is extraordinary. If we go head-to-head, our Great Tang dynasty will definitely lose. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out from the side. Your Highness, I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? Everyone turned around and saw that the person who walked out was none other than Yixian from a low-ranked empire. End of chapter. This brat was actually not killed by Lin Jiro? Those who had seen Yixian thought so. Alright, tell me. Tang Tian nodded slightly. He could not think of a good plan at the moment. Yixian directly walked to the edge of the cliff and punched out, creating a huge hole in the cliff. My plan is very simple. We will dig a hole and let everyone in. Only those who are at the peak of true energy boundary and above will go out to kill. Yixian explained. What kind of plan is this? Everyone rolled their eyes at him. You call this a plan? If this cave is found, won't we all die in there? Yes, Great Song Dynasty's adjudicator Song can probably take care of us by himself. It's too dangerous. No way. Immediately, someone objected. It won't be so easy to be found. Look at this. Yixian said as he pulled out his hand. Immediately after, the hole he created disappeared miraculously. What? Everyone was shocked. Illusion array? Tang Tian immediately reacted, and exclaimed. Yixian smiled, that's right, it's an illusion array. As you can see, as long as we set up an illusion array at the entrance of the cave, as long as no one touches the cliff, we will not be discovered. Even if we are discovered, as long as they are not experts, we will be besieged by hundreds of people. This method is feasible. Tang Tian agreed. This array is not bad. Even I can't see through it. Furthermore, we are at the bottom of the cliff. Normal people will not stay here. As long as we don't make any noise, no one will discover us. Alright, I agree. Immediately, someone agreed. The speed at which they changed their attitude made Yixian speechless. Immediately, they began to dig the cave. Furthermore, they were more than 10 meters above the ground. Not only that, they also dug out a few backup caves. They even opened up a path of retreat for themselves. Even if someone discovered them, they could retreat from the back. After spending 2 hours, 6 more caves appeared on the cliff. These people all had universe rings, so they put away all the stones they had dug, leaving nothing behind. Following that, Yixian set up the Xinglu in each of the 6 caves, refracting the stone walls from elsewhere. After the dynasty war, the Great Tang dynasty only had 4 peak true energy boundary experts left. This included Tang Tian's 2 bodyguards. Including Tang Tian and Yixian, there were only 6 people. After settling the others, the 6 of them left. There was no time limit for the Second Dynasty War, so they could take their time. The 6 of them moved cautiously through the forest. This time, the Great Song dynasty had 2 outstanding geniuses. One was called Adjudicator Song, and the other was called Song Sui Jing. Adjudicator Song was the crown prince of the Great Song dynasty, while Song Sui Jing was the princess. This pair of siblings had extremely high aptitudes. The 17-year-old Song Sui Jing was at the true profound realm like Tang Tian, while Adjudicator Song, who was a year older than Song Sui Jing, was already at the middle stage of the true profound realm. Tang Tian estimated that if the 6 of them met Adjudicator Song and Song Sui Jing at the same time, they would have to turn tail and run. Thus, they could only pray that they did not meet the two at the same time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. They walked for more than 2 hours. Although this valley was much smaller than the previous one, it was not easy to meet people. At this time, there is a group of about 30 people ahead. Xian suddenly stopped. Observe first, don't make a move. Tang Tian commanded. Although Xian's eyesight was amazing, he relied on the blood meridians of the supersonic bat to sense. These 30 people were about 400 meters away from him. They were lying in ambush here, waiting for the other party to pass by. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, the 6 of them held their breaths, waiting for Tang Tian's command. Don't make a move first. Wait for them to pass by and see if there are still people following them. Tang Tian said softly. Xian nodded slightly. It had to be said that Tang Tian had some brains. Although these 30 people were scattered, they were orderly and were extremely careful, trying not to make any sound. If not for Xian's supersonic positioning, it would have been difficult to discover them. No one is following us. Xian reminded. Good, let's do it. Tang Tian bellowed, and his entire person rushed out like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, Xian's group of 5. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, also rushed out. 2 True Darkness Realm martial artists and 4 Peak True Energy Realm martial artists. This combination could definitely kill all 30 people in 5 seconds. Swish 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 swish. Their footsteps were also discovered by the group of people in front. Enemies! Someone shouted loudly. However, before the voice could be heard, Tang Tian and Xian had already killed their way into the group. One-word spirit light slash. Buddha's hand. Ever since Xian's true energy was converted into profound qi, his attack power had greatly increased. As long as the opponent was not of the true darkness realm, they would instantly fall. The 2 of them instantly disrupted the opponent's formation, and only then did the 4 Peak True Energy Realm martial artists join in the battle. In a short 5 seconds, this group of 30 people was completely annihilated. Keep all the corpses in the universe ring. After confirming that no one had escaped, Tang Tian said. Hearing this, Xian finally realized how stupid he had been previously. Although the devouring system could not devour human corpses or keep them in the devouring space, the universe ring could. The sad thing was that when he killed Lin Jirong, Xian did not know about it, and only now did he understand. At that moment, he took off the universe rings of these people and kept their corpses in the universe ring, so that the corpses would not be discovered by others. From the beginning until now, it had only been 10 seconds. Killing 30 people in 10 seconds, if they could do it a few more times, it would be awesome. Before they set off, they had already discussed that the universe ring would belong to whoever killed them, so there was no need to worry about the distribution of the rings. Alright, let's continue forward. Tang Tian looked around and said. Previously, he felt a little heartache, but now it seemed that Xian was definitely worth the price. Not only did Xian know how to set up formations, but he also gave him advice and could detect enemies from hundreds of meters away. Sometimes, a person could really decide the outcome of a battle. At that moment, Tang Tian felt that he could see the dawn of victory. They continued forward for a while, then hid again because Xian had discovered another group. No one is following us. Xian reminded. Do it. End of chapter. Only 6 hours after the Second War, the Great Song Dynasty had already lost hundreds of people to Xian's team. If the Great Song Dynasty had 300 people, they would only have 200 now. If this happened a few more times, the Great Tang Dynasty would be able to win easily. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. In a certain part of the forest, Tang Tian's team of 6 was hiding in the bushes. Xian, can you discover the enemy at night? Tang Tian asked softly. After the sky darkened, there were many sounds of insects in the forest. Tang Tian guessed that Xian relied on his ears to determine if there were enemies nearby. However, he guessed wrong. Xian did not rely on his ears. Yes. Xian nodded. That's good. If there are no accidents, we should be able to end this battle within 3 days. Tang Tian said satisfactorily. However, at this time, There are people coming. About 10 of them. Yi Xian suddenly said softly. Be alert and act according to the plan. Half a minute later, 10 figures entered Yi Xian's sight. Although it was night, the shadow leopard blood provided him with night vision, so he could see clearly. It's not adjudicator song. No one followed us. Yi Xian said softly. Tang Tian had shown him the portrait of adjudicator song before, so he could recognize him. It seemed that this small team was finished. Kill. Under Tang Tian's order, the 6 of them quickly rushed out and killed the 10 people. Yi Xian killed 3, Tang Tian also killed 3, and the remaining 4 were divided. Your Highness, we have been in for so long. Do you want to take a look? A great Tang dynasty guard asked. Alright, let's go back and take a look. Tang Tian nodded. In just half a day, they had killed more than 100 people from the Great Song dynasty. However, they could not rush for instant benefits. If their base was discovered, it would be troublesome. However, just as they were about to return, Yi Xian's feet paused again. More people are coming. Yi Xian frowned. How much? Just 1. When they heard this answer, Tang Tian and the others were stunned. Alone? Could it be adjudicator song? Your Highness, it might be adjudicator song. Let's leave quickly. The guard said timidly. Hold on. Tang Tian interrupted, with the 6 of us working together, even if adjudicator song comes, we can still fight. Moreover, we are in the dark while he is in the light. If we succeed in our sneak attack and kill adjudicator song, then we will have one half of this war. Adjudicator Song was the strongest person in the Great Song dynasty. He could sweep through all 4 camps. As long as he died, the Great Song dynasty would lose an arm. At that time, the 6 of them would no longer need to be so cautious and move together. They could split into 3 groups. At that moment, they quickly hid themselves. Fortunately, it was only a 10-man team, so the 6 of them easily dealt with them without causing too much of a commotion. The person that Yi Xian had sensed was walking towards them. His footsteps were very slow, as if he was walking slowly. However, when he was only 100 meters away from Yi Xian. Eh? The person suddenly stopped and took 2 steps back. Then, he turned around and ran. We've been discovered. He's running away. Yi Xian shouted when the person retreated. It's Song Sui Jing. Chase and capture her. Tang Tian shouted. It turned out that the person that entered Yi Xian's range was not adjudicator Song, but his sister, Song Sui Jing, who was at the initial stage of the true profound realm. When Yi Xian and the other 4 heard Tang Tian's words, they instantly understood. With their strength, capturing Song Sui Jing should not be a big problem. As long as they succeeded, they could threaten adjudicator Song. However, Song Sui Jing was still the princess of the Great Song dynasty. Her status was not inferior to Tang Tian's. How could she not have a method to protect her life? Such a fast speed. It must be a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He could feel that Song Sui Jing was already 300 meters away from him. If it took another 1 or 2 seconds, she would have escaped from his range. Song Sui Jing was the key to victory. At that moment, Yi Xian took out his star-chasing bow. Piercing arrow. Although he could not catch up, the speed of the arrows was faster than him. He could disrupt Song Sui Jing's escape route and allow Tang Tian, who also had a high-grade spirit-level martial art, to catch up. A series of spirit power arrows pierced through the thin tree trunk and shot in front of the princess, causing her a lot of trouble. Good job. Tang Tian praised loudly and followed Song Sui Jing closely. Song Kai Jing was harassed by Yi Xian's bow and arrows, so his speed decreased by a lot. Very quickly, Tang Tian closed the distance between them. At the same time, she also recognized Tang Tian. Tang Tian, it's you? A clear voice sounded. Song Sui Jing, you can't escape. Just surrender. Tang Tian shouted. Don't even think about it. If you have the guts, follow me. My brother will definitely kill you. Song Sui Jing said angrily. She was not stupid. She knew that Tang Tian wanted to capture her to threaten Judge Song. With your tricks, you can't fool me. Tang Tian did not care. He thought that Judge Song and Song Suijing must have acted separately. Humph, then you can follow me. Song Suijing's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. But then, she also realized the danger. In order to avoid Yi Xian's arrows, she wasted a lot of time. As a result, Tang Tian was getting closer and closer to her. That guy who shot arrows, this lady will remember you. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Song Suijing was very angry. She immediately gathered the profound qi in her body to her throat and shouted. The whole forest reverberated with her voice. Not good. Tang Tian's face changed. Even if Song Xian was not nearby just now, after hearing Song Suijing's cry for help, he would definitely rush over. He had to end this quickly, just at this time. Xiao. A ray of cold light flashed past and brushed past Song Suijing's calf, causing her to lose her balance. Good chance. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. He took the chance to close the distance. The arrow just now was accidentally shot by Yi Xian, but it only brushed past Song Suijing's skin. However, this allowed Tang Tian to catch up to Song Suijing. Song Suijing, surrender. Tang Tian walked out from the shadows and looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. Song Suijing snorted, don't even think of threatening my brother. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Then don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. Tang Tian did not say anything else. He raised his sword and rushed over. Song Suijing also knew that she could not escape. She could only passively accept the challenge. The two great martial artists of the true profound realm started an intense battle. End of chapter. Although Tang Tian was older than Song Suijing, the latter's strength was not to be underestimated. The two of them fought for 3 rounds, but no one had the upper hand. However, Tang Tian's goal was to delay Song Suijing. Yi Xian, come and help. Tang Tian shouted. This level of battle was not something that the 4-peak true energy boundary people could interfere in. The only one who could help him was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian rushed over with all his might. He kept his star-chasing bow and joined in the battle. You're the one shooting arrows. I'll kill you first. When Song Suijing saw Yi Xian holding the star-chasing bow, she was enraged and stabbed her sword towards Yi Xian. In the 4 great empires, there were spies from other empires. Tang Tian knew the strength of Song Suijing and Song Suijing. Similarly, Song Suijing also knew that Tang Tian was the only true profound realm martial artist in the great Tang dynasty. Hence, she did not put Yi Xian in her eyes. But in the next moment, she knew she was wrong. In the dark night, Yi Xian suddenly hid in the shadows and dodged Song Suijing's sword. Then, he slapped Song Suijing's lower abdomen and sent her flying. Although Yi Xian had not seen Song Suijing before, he should go all out against the enemy in the battlefield. However, he still held back a lot. Otherwise, Song Suijing's body would have been pierced by him. Good. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He rushed forward and was ready to kidnap Song Suijing. But at this moment, there was a series of hurried footsteps that entered everyone's ears. So fast. Tang Tian was shocked. Then, he reacted. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a 2-meter-tall figure jumped out from the side. This person held a large axe and chopped towards Tang Tian's head. Sila. Tang Tian was not to be trifled with. He dodged the fatal blow, but he did not dodge in time. His shoulders were chopped off. Adjudicator Song? Tang Tian was shocked. This time, he did not dare to delay. He quickly turned around and left. Your Highness. The 2 guards who had just arrived cried out in alarm and immediately launched an attack on the 2-meter-tall shadow. Die. A loud voice rang out, followed by a flash of white light. The heads of the 2 guards were thrown into the air. Insta-kill. This scene happened so fast that even Yi Xian didn't notice when Judge Song appeared. However, when he saw that Tang Tian's arm was chopped off and he almost died, he immediately had the intention to retreat and turned around to leave. Sister, are you okay? This 2-meter-tall figure was the crown prince of the great Song dynasty, Sijue Song. When he heard Song Suijing's cry for help, he immediately rushed over. Song Suijing shook her head and crawled up from the ground. She then looked in the direction Yixian left and said, "Brother, you go and kill that Tang Tian. I will chase after that bastard." "No, I will go with you," Song Suijue said worriedly. "Brother, Tang Tian is the key. If we kill him, the victory of this dynasty war will belong to us," Song Suijing said solemnly. "No, you are injured. You follow me. I will go and catch that brat." Song Suijue did not care so much. Although the heavenly abode was very tempting, his sister's life was more important. At this moment, he brought Song Suijing and chased after Yixian. Song Suijing had no choice but to follow. However, after chasing for a while, they suddenly realized that Yixian's footsteps had disappeared. It seemed that he had hidden himself. "You bastard who shot arrows, come out!" Song Suijing shouted angrily. As the princess of the Great Song dynasty, she had never been injured by anyone since young. However, Yixian had hit her. Moreover, coupled with Yixian's actions just now, she wished she could peel off Yixian's skin right now. At this moment, Yixian was hiding in the shadows. Using the blood meridians of the shadow leopard, he hid very well. Most people would not be able to find him. He also did not expect that Song Suijue would appear at such a crucial moment and cut off one of Tang Tian's shoulders. This almost scared him to death. Tang Tian had lost an arm, so this battle was even more impossible. Even if Tang Tian was in his peak condition, it would still be impossible. Therefore, the only way was to escape. What a tragedy. This Song Suijing hates me. She did not chase after Tang Tian, who only had a little bit of blood left. She actually chased after me. Yixian laughed bitterly in his heart. However, he had to escape from this pair of siblings first. "Bastard who shot arrows, I know you are here. Hurry and come out, or else." Song Suijing's voice fell into Yixian's ears. At this moment, Yixian also had a bad premonition. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Yixian turned his head and saw a big tree exploding into two and falling down. It was even burning. "Damn, there's still a bomb?" Yixian was shocked. In the next moment, he saw 10 round things flying in all directions. "Not good, retreat." Yixian hurriedly turned and left. If this place was burned, then he would be exposed. "I found you and you still want to leave?" Song Suijing immediately rushed over. Song Suijing, who was secretly looking for Yixian, also discovered Yixian and immediately ran towards him. Although he was big in size, when it came to running, no one in these few dynasties could compare to him. Even Yan dynasty's Yan Wenlong, who was also in the middle stage of the true profound realm, could not compare. However, Yixian ran a few steps and quickly disappeared into the shadows. "My speed is too slow compared to Song Suijing's. I can't escape. Looks like this is the only way," Yixian thought in his heart. His hands quickly formed a seal and then rushed out. Song Suijing, who had just lost sight of Yixian, instantly caught him and rushed over without thinking. However, when she was only 10 meters away from Yixian, a layer of thick white fog suddenly rose up and covered Yixian. "Spiritual array? Don't even think about running." Song Suijing naively thought that Yixian wanted to leave. She directly slashed forward a few times and then stepped into the white fog. "Sister, don't go in." Song Suijing was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, Yixian had already made his move before he shouted. 7 days death pill, swallow it for me." Yixian suddenly rushed out and slapped Song Suijing's chest. Then, he took the opportunity to throw a pill into Song Suijing's throat. At the same time, he poured profound qi into her body to help her refine it. Song Suijing did not expect that Yixian would actually be here to ambush her. She also realized that the pill she had swallowed was poison. When she reacted, the pill had already been swallowed. Pa! A strong palm tightly locked Song Suijing's neck, firmly restraining her. Yixian successfully subdued Song Suijing. End of chapter. Sister. Adjudicator Song arrived late. When he arrived, he saw that Song Suijing had already been grabbed by Yixian by the neck. As long as Yixian moved his hand, Song Suijing would die. Both parties stood there quietly for 2 seconds. Adjudicator Song took the initiative to speak, "Let go of my sister, and I will let you go." This scene was something that Xian had seen many times on television. He was not that stupid. "Just now, I gave your sister a poison pill. Within 7 days, if there is no antidote, the skin all over her body will fester, and then abscesses will grow. Finally, her meridians will rupture and she will die." Xian did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. However, the symptoms were fake. After 7 days, she would just die suddenly. It was not that troublesome. After hearing this, Song Suijing's body trembled. She said fiercely, "You despicable and shameless person," but before she could finish, Xian interrupted her, "Shut up. I am only stopping you from escaping. Tang Tian has already lost an arm. Instead of chasing after him, you chased after me. You bitch, you are not any better. Bitch, you dare to scold me?" Song Suijing was aghast. "Don't talk about scolding you. I can even kill you." Xian snorted. "You bastard, I will definitely kill you." Song Suijing was already flustered and exasperated. However, she was being held down by Xian. If she made any move, Xian would break her neck in an instant. Adjudicator Song was also regretting. If he had known earlier, he would have directly pulled his sister to chase after Tang Tian. If that was the case, how would it end up like this? "Brother, what do you want?" Adjudicator Song asked. "Don't try to curry favor with me. We are enemies. I don't want anything. I just want you to accompany me until the end of the examination." Xian said bluntly. "No, brother, don't worry about me. Kill this bastard." Before Song Kaijing could even open his mouth, Song Suijing had already spoken. However, before she could finish speaking, Xian pinched her hand, causing her to be unable to speak. "I'm talking to your brother. Shut up, kid. If you talk again, I'll strangle you to death. Anyway, I'm just someone from a low-level empire. It's worth it to die with the princess of the great Song dynasty." Xian looked like he was going to fight to the death. "Don't." Judge Song hastily stopped him. "What are you doing?" "What?" Xian narrowed his eyes. "Woo-woo." Song Suijing wanted to speak, but Xian choked her, so she could only whimper. Judge Song looked at his sister and nodded, "Okay, I will wait here for the assessment to end. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't worry, I don't want to kill her. If she dies, your great Song dynasty will definitely take revenge. I can't bear it. As long as the assessment is over, I will give you the antidote. But before that, she can only stay with me." Xian said. Indeed, he didn't dare to kill Song Suijing. However, the antidote was real. He spent 1 million Devour points to buy it. Moreover, it was a poison that targeted true Profound Realm experts. "Okay." Adjudicator Song nodded, "If you keep your promise, then I, Adjudicator Song, will consider you a friend." Xian didn't speak. He immediately sensed the surroundings and found a cave. At this time, the fire had already spread. They couldn't stay here until the end of the assessment. Therefore, Xian directly brought Song Suijing to the cave. Adjudicator Song followed closely. He was afraid that Xian would make a move on Song Suijing. Soon, Xian found the cave and directly brought Song Suijing inside. At the same time, he took off Song Suijing's interspatial ring to prevent her from detoxifying the poison. "Adjudicator Song, this cave has no exit. You will guard outside the cave," Xian said. He took out a pill from the Devour space and forced it into Song Suijing's mouth. "What are you doing? What pill is that?" Adjudicator Song hurriedly asked at the entrance of the cave. "You already ate the poison. Are you afraid of eating something else?" "This is a dispersing chi pill to prevent a sneak attack," Xian said. He domineeringly grabbed Song Suijing and entered the cave. "Brother, don't worry about me. Kill this bastard," Song Suijing's voice echoed in the cave. Adjudicator Song, who was outside, gritted his teeth and sat at the entrance of the cave. The plan of kidnapping Song Suijing and blackmailing Adjudicator Song was a success. Although one of Tang Tian's arms was chopped off, he still had one hand, and could completely lead the battle. Yi Xian could be considered to be worthy of the 2,000 mid-grade crystals. After bringing Song Suijing into the dark cave, Yi Xian used sound waves to investigate the cave. The cave was not big and there were no forks in the road. Yi Xian came to the end of the cave and released Song Suijing. At this time, the dispersing qi pill in Song Suijing's body had already taken effect. Her profound qi had already dissipated and could not be gathered again. She was no longer a threat. "You bastard, you only know how to kidnap girls." Song Suijing angrily shouted. "If you were on the battlefield, would the enemy be merciful because you are a girl?" Yi Xian retorted and continued, "Be quiet, don't play any tricks. When this is over, I will let you go. If you have the ability, then kill me." Song Suijing continued to angrily shout. "You are not afraid of death?" Yi Xian slightly raised his head. At this time, he carefully looked at Song Suijing and found that this princess of the great Song dynasty was not bad-looking. Delicate little face, white skin, towering chest, slender and long legs. If an ordinary person was here, they would not be able to resist. Yi Xian remembered that when he was in a hurry, he seemed to have patted Song Suijing's chest. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a great loss. Everyone will die. What is there to be afraid of? Song Suijing quibbled. Is that so? But when I grabbed you just now, you seemed to be trembling. You are not honest with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Song Suijing was speechless. Unfortunately, she did not have any qi in her body now, and even her weapon was taken away by Yi Xian. Naturally, she was not a match for Yi Xian. Be quiet. I am taking money from others. I have already used you to blackmail Judge Song. But if you are not obedient, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xian fiercely glared and then took out Song Suijing's interspatial ring. You want the crystal? I will give it to you. Let me go. Song Suijing's eyes lit up. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. He shook the interspatial ring in his hand and said with a smile, Your interspatial ring is in my hands. Even if it is your brother's, I can get it. Where did you get the crystal? Song Suijing suddenly remembered that there were not many things in her interspatial ring. She did not take any of the spoils from the last battle and gave them to others generously. End of chapter. Following that, Yi Xian started to rummage through the cabinets, pouring out the items from Song Suijing one by one. In just a short while, he had rolled his eyes more than 10 times. What kind of crap was in this universe ring? Hey, you bastard, forget about taking my things, why are you throwing my things around? Song Suijing said angrily. At this time, the cave was already filled with a large pile of girls' clothes. There was a large pile of outer clothing, and there were also many undergarments that had Song Suijing's body scent. Yi Xian could not bear to look at it. Yi Xian was convinced. He rummaged through the universe ring and absorbed everything that he could, but it was only a small amount. He could not even compare to a small team of 20 people. Was Song Suijing really the princess of the great Song dynasty? Could it be that everything is with her brother? Yi Xian thought in astonishment. But the harvest was not bad. At this time, he was holding Song Suijing's high-grade spirit treasure sword, Autumn Water Sword. But this sword was smaller than a normal sword by a size, so it was obviously for a girl. He kept the Autumn Water Sword in the swallowing space, then asked in astonishment, Why are you so poor? You're not a fake princess, right? What fake? We are here to participate in the Soaring Firmament Mansion's examination. We just need to bring some healing medicine, why do we need so many things? Song Suijing retorted. We? Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. That meant Adjudicator Song was the same, was this still the crown prince? Was this still a dynasty's crown prince and princess? Tang Tian could easily take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals, but they did not have anything. This Song Suijing is also a true profound realm martial artist. She is one of the strongest in this dynasty, so she did not need to give her things to Adjudicator Song. Seems like what she said was true. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he obtained a middle-grade spirit weapon, which was not bad. Hey, bastard, let me go. After I enter the soaring sky mansion, I'll find someone to give you crystal stones. How many do you need? 100,000 or 200,000? Song Suijing directly offered a price. How much do you think the heavenly abode is worth? Yi Xian suddenly asked. This question stumped Song Suijing. With Yi Xian keeping the two siblings in check, it was still not certain who would emerge victorious in this war. If he won, he would enter the abode of heaven. If he lost, he would enter the abode of hell. With your aptitude, entering the heavenly abode will quickly eliminate you. Come, why don't you choose the manner of hell? As long as you let me go, I'll give you 500,000 low-grade crystals, Song Suijing said again. Eliminated? Yi Xian chuckled and said, I remember that you were 17 years old when you reached the early stage of the true profound realm. I'm also at the early stage of the true profound realm, but I'm 1 year younger than you. It seems that you're not that great of a princess of the great song. What? You're younger than me? Song Suijing was shocked. When she looked at Yi Xian's body and face, she thought he was older than Judge Song. But, she couldn't be blamed for this, because Yi Xian had fused with the 100 Beasts bloodline and reached the mid-stage. That was why he looked much more mature. Besides, he was only 16 years old physically, but his mental age was much older than the others. If I'm going to be eliminated, you and your brother will be the same after entering the heavenly abode. Yi Xian coldly harumphed. Who told you that? My brother is already at the peak of the true profound realm, and he can enter the heavenly abode. He only participated in the test to help me. As long as he enters the heavenly abode, he will be able to receive special training and break through to the divine core realm. Song Suijing corrected. Peak of the true profound realm? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought Judge Song was only at the mid-stage true profound realm, but she was already at the peak of the true profound realm. It looked like Tang Tian's information was too outdated. At the same time, he was covered in cold sweat. If he were to fight Judge Song alone, he would probably be instantly killed. It's just the peak of the true profound realm, just give me half a year and I'll be able to break through, it's nothing. Yi Xian said stubbornly. But, what he said was the truth. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in no time. You're from a low-rank empire, it's not easy for you to break through to the true profound realm. Just let me go, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Song Suijing continued. Let bygones be bygones? Including when I touched your breasts just now. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. You bastard, how dare you ruin my chastity? You're courting death. Song Suijing immediately remembered what had happened. She clenched her little fist and threw herself at Yi Xian. But, she didn't have any Xian energy left, so she was easily caught by Yi Xian and pushed back into the cave. What happened? Outside the cave, Judge Song heard the commotion and hastily asked. Nothing, your sister tried to kill me. Yi Xian replied. Brother, I'm fine. Song Suijing replied. But, after saying that, she glared at Yi Xian fiercely and threatened, if you tell anyone about this, you'll definitely die a horrible death. TSK, bitch, go away, don't bother me. Yi Xian said impatiently, then he closed his eyes and started resting. Song Suijing saw that there was no way to turn this situation around, so she had no choice but to put away the storage ring and her clothes. At the same time, she glared at Yi Xian as if she wanted to eat him, then she walked to the end of the cave. Although Yi Xian had his eyes closed, Song Suijing's actions couldn't escape his senses. Running away was impossible. After a while, Song Suijing quietly walked in front of Yi Xian. But before Yi Xian could open his eyes, she blushed and whispered, Bastard, I want to go to the bathroom, go to the corner. Yi Xian didn't open his eyes and lightly replied. You, Song Suijing wanted to hack Yi Xian to death. Women are all the same, I can have as many as I want. I don't need to look at you. Yi Xian added. Song Suijing almost went berserk when he heard this. You're comparing me to other women? Song Suijing resisted the anger in her heart and asked. Isn't it just one chest and one ass? Don't tell me that the Song dynasty's princess has an extra chest? Yi Xian retorted. You scoundrel, I didn't ask you to let me go. Will it kill you to go out once? Song Suijing angrily shouted. No, go to the corner. Otherwise, you can pee in your pants. Xian said and didn't pay her any more attention. It was just a toilet, any place would be fine. Why did she have to go to the forest? Wasn't she afraid of poisonous snakes? Song Suijing gritted her teeth and fiercely glared at Xian for a while. Then, she slowly walked to the corner. She hesitated for a while. The cave was very dark. She could barely see Xian's figure. She guessed that Xian was the same. She glanced at Xian again and gritted her teeth. Then, she walked to the corner and quietly unfastened her belt and squatted down. While she was relieving herself, Song Suijing stared at Xian, afraid that he would suddenly stand up. Splash, the sound of flowing water entered Xian's ears. Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He originally thought that Song Suijing was just pretending to be relieving herself and wanted to play a trick on him. He did not expect that she really needed to pee. Although the cave was very dark, he had the blood of the shadow leopard in his body, so he had night vision. When he opened his eyes, a white butt came into view. Countless alpacas were galloping in his heart. If you really need to pee, you should have told me. Am I that unreasonable? Xian thought to himself. Although this was what he said in his heart, his eyes were honest as he stared without blinking. He wasn't peeking, he was looking openly. Moreover, Song Suijing did not know that he was looking openly. This feeling was indescribably satisfying. When he saw that Song Suijing was almost done, Xian suddenly coughed, reminding himself not to be seduced by her beauty. However, this cough almost scared Song Suijing to death. Her whole body trembled violently. She did not even bother to wipe herself off. She quickly pulled up her pants and stood up. You bastard, are you peeking? Song Suijing asked suspiciously. I just heard the sound of water. It's so dark. Can you see if my eyes are open or closed? Xian retorted. Song Suijing snorted softly. She ignored Xian and walked to another corner to lie down. In her heart, she thought that Xian was not that bad. He did not take the opportunity to mess around. Time passed bit by bit. Xian was still sitting there with his eyes closed. He was still checking the things in the devouring system. Song Suijing, on the other hand, fell asleep for some reason. However, in the middle of the night, Xian suddenly heard a strange sound. Xian opened his eyes and found Song Suijing lying in the corner. However, her body was trembling slightly. Her hands were still clutching her lower abdomen. Her beautiful brows were furrowed, as if she was enduring the pain. At this time, Xian remembered that he had just hit her twice. Although the second slap was not heavy, the first slap was not merciful. Furthermore, Song Suijing did not have any Xianqi in her body. She could not suppress her illness at all. Xian quietly stood up and walked over. He gently placed his hand on Song Suijing's lower abdomen. A gentle Xianqi flowed from his palm and entered Song Suijing's body. It began to relieve her pain. The unconscious Song Suijing opened his eyes abruptly. When he saw the black figure in front of him, he immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. But before she could make a sound, Xian covered her mouth. Don't shout. Eat this pill and you will feel better. Xian exchanged an expensive healing pill from the devouring system. He directly stuffed it into Song Suijing's mouth and used his Xianqi to help her refine it. When the pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current. Song Suijing's pain was also reduced by more than half because of this. Then, Xian returned to his original position. Song Suijing originally thought that Xian would kill her and then escape. She did not expect that he would treat her injuries. What kind of pill is this? It's so magical. I don't think I have seen it before in the Great Song Dynasty. Song Suijing thought in her heart. Xian sat with his eyes closed for the entire night. The next morning, Adjudicator Song, who was outside the cave, shouted loudly to confirm Song Suijing's safety. Song Suijing had already woken up. After a night of recovery, her injuries were completely healed. Brother, I'm fine. Song Suijing replied and then walked in front of Xian. Only now did she see Xian's resolute face. Thank you for the pill. Song Suijing said. Yi Xian closed his eyes and said, if you die, I will also be hacked to death by your brother. But then, he felt a headache. Song Suijing began to tempt him again. He endured Song Suijing's temptation and thought, I wonder what's going on outside. Although Tang Tian is missing an arm, with Adjudicator Song and Song Suijing here, there is no one outside who can pose a threat to him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Yi Xian kidnapped Song Suijing. In these 3 days, Adjudicator Song was very obedient, but Song Suijing gave Yi Xian a headache. The price Song Suijing proposed was as high as 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones, which should be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, Yi Xian resisted the temptation. However, on the 3rd day, when the sky brightened, an old voice resounded in the sky. The battle between the dynasties is over. No one is allowed to attack again. Violators will be disqualified. After hearing this voice, Yi Xian also felt a sense of relief. He heaved a sigh of relief. The assessment was finally over. Humph, hand over the antidote. Song Suijing heard the voice and walked over with an unhappy face. It seemed that she was destined to enter the heavenly abode. However, she guessed that the soaring firmament mansion would make an exception to accept Adjudicator Song into the heavenly abode, so she wasn't worried. Yi Xian also got up from the ground and exchanged for 2 antidotes. The poison in the Devour system had a set of antidotes, but the price was not cheap. The 7 days death pill and chi scattering pill, plus the 2 antidotes, Yi Xian spent a total of 10 million Devour points, which was extremely expensive. However, only 10 million points to enter the heavenly abode was already very good. After all, he could resist the temptation of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Take it. Yi Xian casually threw the antidote to Song Suijing. Song Suijing took a look at the antidote and said in shock, the 7 days death pill is real? Nonsense, do you think I'm bluffing you? If you don't believe me, you can wait a few more days and see if there will be pus and ulcers. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but the shocking effect was fake. You vicious bastard, you actually poisoned me? Song Suijing angrily shouted. She thought that Yi Xian's first poison was fake because she didn't feel anything after eating it. Yi Xian really relied on the second chi scattering pill. She didn't expect that the poison was real. Naive girl. Yi Xian casually said and walked out, just in time to bump into Adjudicator Song. Without waiting for Adjudicator Song to speak, Yi Xian said, the poison in your sister's body has been detoxified. Hearing this, Adjudicator Song directly said, good, brother, you are indeed a man of your words. I, Adjudicator Song, will consider you a friend. Although Yi Xian felt guilty for using Song Suijing to threaten him, but they were enemies before, and he couldn't be merciful to an enemy. Furthermore, he had accepted Tang Tian's crystal stones, so he had to do this. Yi Xian nodded slightly and directly walked to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, a soaring firmament rock slowly descended from the sky. When it landed, Adjudicator Song also coincidentally walked out. After seeing the soaring firmament mansion's elder on the soaring firmament rock, Adjudicator Song respectfully cupped his fists and said, Grandfather. End of chapter. This name frightened Yi Xian. Grandfather, this elder of the soaring sky mansion was actually the retired emperor of the great Song dynasty. You're interesting, you dare to kidnap my granddaughter. Song Qing glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, please forgive me, senior. As an elder of the soaring sky mansion, this old man must be fair and just. However, if anything happens to Suijing, even if you enter the heavenly abode, this old man will definitely think of ways to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake. Song Qing turned to Judge Song and said, Judge, I'm very disappointed in you. I know I was wrong. Judge Song cupped his fist and said. This battle between the dynasties was supposed to crush the great Tang dynasty. However, the great Song dynasty lost because of him. You must remember this lesson. Fortunately, that Tang Tian is a useless person. Even if you were restrained, he wouldn't be able to do much and still lost. Song Qing said slowly. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the other 2 were shocked. How did the great Tang dynasty lose? F***ck, what the hell is going on? Could it be that someone discovered our nest? Yi Xian was extremely astonished. Then, the elder continued, Brat, I heard that the illusion array was set up by you and the effect was not bad. It's a pity that someone was discovered when he went out for a breather and exposed those caves before he died. Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. Those caves were big enough for more than 100 people to move around, but there were still people who went out for a breather. Most importantly, after he was discovered, he actually revealed everything to the others. Even if they died, they couldn't let others live. Their moral integrity was broken. This wasn't important. What was important was that he had rejected the temptation of the song Sui Jing. If he knew that he would lose, he would have played the song Sui Jing. At least he could get 10,000 middle-grade crystals and break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. Sigh. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. This was fate. When the old man saw Yi Xian's expression, he said, Kid, I think highly of you. It's a pity that you belong to the great Tang dynasty and lost. Otherwise, I would definitely leave a spot for you. Although Yi Xian was Cai Juesong's enemy, that was in the past. Now that the War of the Dynasties was over, this was already in the past. Furthermore, nothing had happened to Song Sui Jing, so he would not pursue this matter. Grandpa, what are you saying? This bastard almost poisoned me to death. Song Sui Jing said in dissatisfaction. I'm just stating facts. I haven't said anything about you. You fell into the enemy's trap so easily. The old man looked at Song Sui Jing and said. When Song Sui Jing heard this, she did not say anything. This matter was really because of her. Fortunately, the great Song dynasty still won. Otherwise, she would die of guilt. Alright, come on up. Song Qing said. Yi Xian and the other two jumped onto the soaring sky rock one after another. Then, the soaring sky rock took more than 2 hours to arrive at the entrance of the valley. At this moment, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. Yi Xian roughly estimated that there were not many people left in the great Song dynasty. There were only about 100 people left. As for the great Tang dynasty, there were only about 40 people left. It was also because of this that the assessment ended. The soaring sky rock slowly descended. Yi Xian and the other two jumped onto the ground and instantly became the focus of attention. Tang Tian, who had lost an arm, immediately revealed a fierce expression when he saw Cai Juesong. When Mo Wen saw that Yi Xian was still alive, he also heaved a sigh of relief. When Yang Tai saw Song Qing, he also said loudly, Alright, the second round has ended. The winner is the Great Song Dynasty. The Great Song Dynasty has won 2 rounds in a row. 10 people will enter the Heavenly Abode. The remaining people will be divided into the Profound Abode and Yellow Abode. The Great Tang Dynasty won first and then lost. 20 people will enter the Underworld Abode. The remaining people will also enter the Yellow Abode. Next, it was the Guardians' turn to report the people they thought highly of. Mo Wen also reported Yi Xian's name. On the Great Song Dynasty's side, other than Cai Juesong and Song Sui Jing, there were 5 people at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. The remaining 3 people were naturally at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. As for the Great Tang Dynasty, other than Tang Tian and Yi Xian, there were only 2 warriors at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. As for the rest, they were at the intermediate stage of the true energy realm. However, at this moment, Song Sui Jing suddenly said to Song Qing, Grandfather, I am not going to the Heavenly Abode. I want to go to the Underworld Abode. What? Song Qing said in shock, You have already won. What are you going to the Underworld Abode for? Little sister. What's wrong with you? Cai Juesong was also puzzled. He could have entered the Heavenly Abode directly. He participated in the assessment so that Song Sui Jing could enter the Heavenly Abode with him. But now, Song Sui Jing actually took the initiative to go to the Underworld Abode. Grandfather, the pressure in the Heavenly Abode is too great. Inside, there are all at the pinnacle of the true profound realm. Brother is already at the pinnacle of the true profound realm, so he can keep up. But I am only at the early stage of the true profound realm. I am afraid that I will be swept out very quickly. So, I think it is better to go to the Underworld Abode. Song Sui Jing explained. What nonsense. How many people dream of entering the heavenly abode, but you want to withdraw? You are simply looking down on the authority of the soaring heaven mansion. Xianxia said in anger. Grandfather, you just said that I am seriously lacking in experience. Since that is the case, then I will give up on the soaring heaven mansion and travel outside, Song Suijing began to threaten. Xianxia was so infuriated that he could not say a single word. Little sister, are you serious? Saijua Song suddenly thought of something and asked. And, if I don't go to the underworld abode, I will not enter the soaring heaven mansion. Song Suijing said solemnly. Good. Saijua Song nodded his head, then he turned around and said, Grandfather, let her go then. In fact, Xianxia knew how great the pressure in the heavenly abode was. In recent years, no new disciples had joined the heavenly abode of the soaring heaven mansion. Those who stayed there were all senior disciples, and almost all of them were at the peak of the true profound realm. Almost all of them were in secluded cultivation in their residences, desperately trying to break through to the divine core realm. If Song Suijing entered the heavenly abode, she wouldn't be able to stay for long. It wasn't because she would be eliminated, it was because there was no one to talk to her. But, the underworld abode was different. There were many more disciples in the underworld abode, and they could exchange pointers and go out to train. The atmosphere was much better than the heavenly abode. Xianxia thought for a moment, then he nodded his head and said, All right, but after you enter the underworld abode, you can't relax, do you understand? Thank you, grandfather. Song Suijing hurriedly nodded her head. He was the chief examiner of the Great Song dynasty, and he had the authority to decide who would enter the heavenly abode. All he needed to do was to inform Yang Tai. After getting the approval, Saijua Song looked at Song Suijing helplessly. Of course, he could guess what Song Suijing was thinking. He whispered, Little sister, after you enter the underworld abode, don't cause any trouble. End of chapter. Got it. Song Suijing nodded obediently. Alright, then I'll go inform Brother Yi. Song Saijua said as he ran towards the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. Brother, don't. Before Song Suijing could react, Song Saijua had already arrived. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was talking to Mo Wen, looked at Song Saijua who suddenly ran in front of him and asked in surprise, What's the matter? There was only him and Mo Wen here, so Song Saijua must have come to find him. Brother Yi, although my Great Tang Dynasty won, my sister has chosen to enter the abode of hell. I hope Brother Yi can take care of her. Song Saijua said. Yi Xian heard this and said in shock, What? Not going to the heavenly abode? Yes, she has no confidence in herself, so she chose the abode of hell. I hope you can forgive her for offending you before. Song Saijua nodded. Why not go to the heavenly abode, but come to the abode of hell? Is there a need to do this to seek revenge? Yi Xian said subconsciously. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran from not far away. You're right, I'm here to seek revenge. Wash your neck and wait for your death. The person who came was Song Suijing, and her voice was not soft, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. No one present did not recognize the great Song princess, so they immediately guessed what Yi Xian had done to make Song Suijing so angry. Brother Yi, she's used to being unruly. Please don't take it to heart. Song Saijua hurriedly said. Yi Xian was also helpless and said, Revenge is revenge, why come out of the heavenly abode? Do you know how many people want to enter the heavenly abode? Why do you care? I can go wherever I want. Are you afraid? Song Suijing lightly snorted. Just kidding. Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Although Song Suijing had a top-grade spiritual level martial art, after entering the Lingxiao mansion, he could also learn it. At that time, he would definitely be able to oppress Song Suijing. Brother Yi, then I'll leave my little sister in your care. Judge Song said in a low voice. After hearing this, Song Suijing immediately complained, Brother, are you treating me like a pet? What do you mean by take care of me? Little sister, we are all fellow disciples. Don't go overboard. Judge Song didn't pay attention to him. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. F***ck, why are you running? I haven't even agreed yet. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This pair of siblings was really weird. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was going to have a tough time in the coming days. Song Suijing bore a grudge against him and would definitely find trouble with him. Furthermore, there was another problem, and that was Tang Tian. Tang Tian had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song, leaving him with only his right hand, yet Adjudicator Song was calling him a brother. He glanced over, and as expected, Tang Tian was already looking at him with a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Adjudicator Song probably didn't do it on purpose. What a tragedy. Yi Xian bitterly said in his heart. He only wanted to level up and didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, he was now a person with status, and that was a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If Tang Tian wanted to deal with him, he would have to weigh his own weight. You bastard, be careful in the future. Who knows when I will stab you with my sword? Song Suijing whispered to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her. Although Adjudicator Song asked him to take care of Song Suijing, he didn't agree. Moreover, Song Suijing was such a big person, how could she run away? After that, the elders of Soaring Heaven Mansion carried the 21 people and flew to Hell Mansion on a Soaring Heaven rock. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Qing, also left with the other 9 people. As for the remaining people, they either went to Profound Mansion or Yellow Mansion. Originally, there were more than 2,000 people from the 4 dynasties and several hundred empires, but now, less than 100 of them were still alive. After flying for half a day, the Soaring Heaven Rock finally arrived at an area with buildings. Hell Mansion. Our Soaring Heaven Mansion has 4 manors, each with 4 branches. The Hell Mansion is second only to the Heavenly Mansion, and the natural yuan energy here is abundant. Over the years, many divine core disciples have appeared here, and some of them have even made a name for themselves in the central province. Once you enter, you have to work hard and cultivate, don't tarnish the Soaring Heaven Mansion's reputation. On the Soaring Heaven Rock, Yang Tai said to the 21 men behind him. Understood. The group of men nodded their heads solemnly. Their tensed faces were no longer tense. From today onwards, they were disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. The yuan qi of heaven and earth is so abundant. This is at least 10 times more abundant than the place where I used to live. Cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating for 10 years. Haha, the vital essence in my body is already restless. I estimate that I will be able to break through within a month. There is a high-ranked empire that has designs on my country, but now, he definitely won't dare to do so. Some of them were discussing in low voices. Soon, the Soaring Heaven Rock landed on the ground. Alright, I still have things to do. Mo Wen explained the rules of the Hell Mansion to them, and also assigned them a place to stay. After Yang Tai instructed them, he immediately left. Yes, Elder. Mo Wen nodded his head respectfully, then said, I hope you will remember what I am going to say next. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. He paused for a moment, then continued, although you have all passed the assessment, you are still not considered disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be precise, you are only considered probationary disciples. After hearing this, someone immediately asked, why are we only considered probationary disciples? Mo Wen explained, you are all probationary disciples for now. If you want to stay in Soaring Heaven Mansion for a long time, you will have to become official disciples. It is not difficult to become an official disciple, as long as you fulfill one condition. Soaring Heaven Mansion has heaven, earth, dark, and yellow manors. These 4 manors each have a list. My Hell Mansion has the earth list, and there are a total of 300 names on it. And what you need to do is to defeat a senior on the earth list within a year. As long as you defeat one person, you can replace his position and become an official disciple. If you do not fulfill this condition within a year, you will be sent to the Profound Department Mansion. Similarly, if you do not reach the goal in the Profound Department Mansion, you will be demoted to the Yellow Department Mansion. If you do not reach the goal, you will be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He said it very clearly, and the 21 people present understood. Simply put, you have 3 years. As long as you can squeeze into a list, you can become an official disciple. Mo Wen paused for a moment, then continued, however, if you want to become an official disciple in the first year, it is still quite difficult for most of you. I can tell you in advance that even if you are at the bottom of the earth list, you are still stronger than Tang Tian, so you have to work hard. End of chapter. Once this was said, the 20 people present were all shocked. Even the one at the bottom was stronger than Tang Tian. Now, Yi Xian finally felt the pressure. With his current ability, it was still a question whether he could defeat Tang Tian. In other words, he was not confident that he could make it into the Earth list. If even the Earth list was so stressful, what would the heavenly abode be like? No wonder this girl came to the underworld abode. She didn't have the confidence to make it into the Earth list within a year. However, if that's the case, then what's the point of her participating in the assessment? Her qualifications are definitely enough to enter the profound department abode directly. Yi Xian also thought to himself that this was completely unnecessary. However, if Song Suijing gave this opportunity to others, they would definitely choose to enter the heavenly abode as well. Even if they would be eliminated after a year, being able to stay in the core of the soaring cloud mansion for a year was already very good. Besides, before you become an official disciple, you will not enjoy the benefits of the soaring cloud mansion. The only thing you can enjoy is the vital chi of heaven and earth. Of course, there is another place where you can improve, and that is to go to the hall of practice to accept missions, Moen said. When he finished speaking, everyone's mood dropped a lot. Originally, they thought that after entering the soaring cloud mansion through the assessment, they would be able to soar into the sky. They did not expect that there would be another hurdle. They did not know how many people would be able to stay in the underworld abode after a year. Senior brother, can you tell us more about the heavenly abode? Suddenly, someone asked. Hearing this, Moen hesitated for a moment. Although he looked cold, compared to the others, he was still considered warm. Since you want to know more, then I will tell you a little. Moen nodded and said, the heavenly abode is the core of the soaring cloud mansion. The vital chi of heaven and earth there is much more abundant than the underworld abode because there is a huge spirit gathering stratagem underground. The vital chi of heaven and earth of the three manners is actually overflowing from the heavenly abode. At the same time, the guardians, elders, and sect leader of the soaring cloud mansion all live in the heavenly abode. It can be said that the heavenly abode is the real soaring cloud mansion. The earth, black, and yellow manners are just side dishes. I was originally a disciple of the heavenly abode, but unfortunately, I have no hope of breaking through to the divine core realm in this life, so I quit and became a guardian. The crowd fell silent again. The abode of hell was so rich in yuan qi of heaven and earth, but it was only from the abode of heaven that leaked out. Then how abundant would the yuan qi in the heavenly abode be? How many times more than the manner of hell? 2 times, or 3 times, or 5 times? Senior disciple, you're so young, why don't you have any hope of breaking through to the divine core realm? Another man asked. Moen let out a bitter laugh and said, my meridians have already been fixed, that's why there's no hope for me to break through. Only by breaking through to the half-step origin core realm before the age of 25 can I possibly break through to the divine core realm in the future. Otherwise, it's impossible to break through to the divine core realm. There has never been an exception in the history of Soaring Sky Mansion. Senior brother, what is this half-step primal core realm? Why haven't I heard of it before? Moen continued to explain, the half-step origin core realm is a transitional realm between the true profound realm and the divine core realm. The true profound realm uses profound chi, while the divine core realm uses primordial core. In order to break through to the divine core realm, one must first form the primordial core. Furthermore, one must form the primordial core before the meridians are fixed. After forming the primordial core, all one needs to do is fuse with a profound beast's inner core, then one will be able to break through to the divine core realm. In fact, for most of the people here, it was too early for them to know about this. However, Moen felt that telling them about this earlier would motivate them. After all, the meridians were fixed at the age of 25, and if they didn't do anything in the next few years, then they wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of their lives. Everyone on the scene fell silent. In their minds, they were telling themselves that they couldn't slack off in the next few years. I only formed the primordial core when I was 27 years old. If I forcefully fused with a profound beast's inner core, then my body would explode and I would die. Moen sighed and said. 27 years old was only 2 years slower, but because of this difference of 2 years, he wouldn't be able to break through to the divine core realm for the rest of his life. Alright, let's get down to business. Emowen suddenly said, next, I'll assign you your living quarters. 2 people to a yard, and those whose names I call, stay together. Yi Xian, Song Suijing. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Suijing cried out in surprise, Senior brother, you're letting a girl like me stay with him? What's wrong with that? Emowen asked her back. This? Song Suijing rolled her eyes, and realized that there was nothing wrong with that. It's nothing, so I didn't reject it. However, Yi Xian had a problem with that. Song Suijing was obviously here for him, but Emowen still arranged for him to stay with her. Wasn't this a trap? What if she woke up in the middle of the night and stabbed him? Wouldn't he be done for? However, Yi Xian had forgotten that Song Suijing was the princess of the great Song dynasty, and there were many people on the scene who wanted to curry favor with her. Furthermore, Song Suijing was quite good-looking, and staying with a beauty in the same yard was a hidden benefit. Emowen didn't care about Yi Xian, and continued to read the names. There were a total of 11 yards, and the last one was given to Tang Tian. His 2 guards had been killed by Song Suijing's axe, and one of his arms had been chopped off. His resentment was very deep, so no one dared to stay with him. Very quickly, the residences were allocated, and then Emowen left. However, before he left, he told Yi Xian where he was staying, and told him to look for him if he had any problems. I've met a good senior brother, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he was already staying with Song Suijing in the same yard. Song Suijing stood at the door of her room, and said to Yi Xian, Hey, ****, you have to be more careful in the future. Why should I be careful? Yi Xian asked back. Song Suijing suddenly revealed a fierce look, and said, Aren't you afraid that I will suddenly attack you and chop you into minced meat? What are you going to use to chop me up? Yi Xian continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned. She realized that her weapon had already been taken away by Yi Xian, and she didn't even have a single weapon. Song Suijing walked into the yard, and sat in front of Yi Xian, and said, Hey, now that we are in the same sect, can you return my weapon to me? Yi Xian looked around, and then asked in a strange tone, Hey? Are you talking to me? Alright, Yi Xian, return my weapon to me, Song Suijing said in a commanding tone. Yi Xian suddenly took out a pot of fruit wine from the engulfing system, which he had bought in the Xianyang Empire, and said, Why does your tone sound like you are talking to your subordinate? Let me correct you, I am not your subordinate, nor am I a citizen of the great Song dynasty. If you want your weapon back, then show me your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Song Suijing immediately gritted her teeth, and said, don't go too far. End of chapter. Then you'll have to kill me, or else don't even think about getting your sword back. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't a man who was easily bullied, even if he was facing a princess from a great dynasty, he wouldn't be afraid. You. Song Suijing was so angry that her body was trembling. If this was any other place, she would have already attacked. But too bad, this was the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Even if she was the princess of the great Song dynasty, and even if her grandfather was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, she still couldn't kill a fellow disciple. Fine, I'll apologize to you, return my sword to me. Song Suijing said while holding back her anger. Yi Xian raised his brows and questioned, Is this how you apologize? I won't cause you any more trouble, just return my sword to me. I'm not afraid of you. Slap, suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Song Suijing had slapped the stone table, leaving a mark on it. You did this on purpose. Song Suijing stood up and glared at Yi Xian. Fine, I can return your sword to you, but I won't return it for nothing. I have a few options here. Yi Xian paused for a second, then said, First, teach me a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. Second, 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones. Third, do me a favor. You stole my sword, and I'm asking you to return it to me, and you have conditions? Song Suijing was startled. So what if I stole it? Didn't you kill anyone during the dynasty war? Are you going to pay with your life? Yi Xian retorted. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. Song Suijing coldly harumphed. After hesitating for a moment, she said, It's impossible for me to teach you a high-ranked spiritual martial skill. These are all my Song family's martial skills, and if you spread them out, I'll be in trouble. Besides, I don't have 10,000 mid-ranked crystal stones right now. My brother and I only brought a weapon and some healing pills. Isn't your grandfather here? Yi Xian said. Song Suijing's grandfather, Song Qing, was a sect elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, a divine core warrior. To him, 10,000 mid-grade crystals were definitely a drop in the bucket. No, my father ordered me to do it myself. Grandpa won't give me any substantial help. Song Suijing shook her head. Looks like this princess of the Song dynasty is also a pauper. Yi Xian was helpless. He did not expect that the education system of the Great Tang dynasty and the Great Song dynasty was completely different, and that Tang Tian could casually take out 2,000 middle-grade crystals. As for Song Suijing, other than a high-grade spiritual weapon, he probably had no more than 10 low-grade crystals in his interspatial ring because he had devoured all of them. There's a third condition. Let's hear it. Listen. Song Suijing asked. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, before the Great Song dynasty, many people were sent to the Lingxiao mansion, right? Yes, what's wrong? Song Suijing nodded in surprise. Yi Xian hesitated and said, I know, but I haven't thought about it yet. When I think about it, I'll ask you for help. Humph, as you wish. Return the sword to me. Song Suijing snorted. Take it, take it. Yi Xian took out the autumn water sword from the devouring space and threw it back. Song Suijing caught it and immediately pulled out the sword with a clang, then suddenly stabbed towards Yi Xian's head. However, her sword suddenly stopped in midair. This was not because Yi Xian blocked it, but because she stopped herself. Why didn't you dodge? Song Suijing asked in surprise. Her sword was already in front of Yi Xian. It was only a finger's distance away, but the latter did not even blink. You don't dare to kill me. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, then he stood up and prepared to go out for a walk. Boring. Song Suijing kept her sword and snorted, Where are you going? I'm not telling you. Yi Xian replied and went out directly. Now, he had successfully entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Although he was only a probationary disciple, as long as he squeezed into the Earth Board within a year, he would become an official disciple. He originally thought that once he entered the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he would be able to obtain a mid-grade or even a high-grade martial art. He did not expect that he would only be a probationary disciple. Before he became an official disciple, the Soaring Heaven Mansion would not give him anything, and his cultivation method was different from others. If he wanted to break through, he had to earn money. I don't have the confidence that those at the bottom of the Earth Board are stronger than Tang Tian. Now that I don't have a high-grade spiritual weapon or a high-grade spiritual martial art, the only way to squeeze in is to level up. Yi Xian thought as he walked. However, he did not walk for long before he stopped. He turned around and realized that Song Suijing was behind him. Why are you following me? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Who's following you? Is this road yours? Song Suijing said disdainfully. Oh, then please do as you wish. Yi Xian said and suddenly found a wall to lean against and pondered about life. Song Suijing failed time and time again. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said helplessly, I'm following you, what's wrong, can't I? Just follow me, why are you being so stubborn? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and thought, you're just an underage girl, do you think I can't handle you? Following that, he went to the Sundry Hall to collect a few sets of Soaring Heaven Mansion's clothes and identity badge, and asked around for some information. Although he did not have anything else on him, he still had many choices. For example, he could use his devouring points to exchange for some things to sell, then he would have some startup funds. After leaving the Sundry Hall, Song Suijing also asked, Where are we going next? Just follow me, why are you asking so much? Yi Xian was too lazy to answer. Will it kill you to say it? Song Suijing pouted but still followed him obediently. Following that, she discovered that Yi Xian had arrived at Underworld Mansion's weapon hall. What are you doing here, buying weapons? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Yi Xian did not answer and directly walked in. Today, Underworld Mansion's weapon hall was very quiet, there was only a young man sitting there reading a book. When the young man saw Yi Xian, he hurriedly greeted him, "Junior brother, you've just entered Soaring Heaven Mansion, right? What do you need?" He saw that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were unfamiliar, so he guessed that they were here. "Senior brother, do you accept middle-grade spirit tools here?" Yi Xian asked. "Middle-grade spirit tools, yes, but it depends on the quality." The young man nodded. Soaring Heaven Mansion was a large sect, there were many talents in forging. There were still some middle-grade spirit rank blacksmiths in Underworld Mansion. Occasionally, they would forge some spirit tools to sell, which would save them a lot of time compared to doing experience missions. Yi Xian took out 3 cold light swords from the devouring space and handed them over. "These 3 middle-grade spirit swords were all forged by me. Senior brother, take a look." The young man took the cold light sword and said in surprise, "Excellent workmanship, not bad, not bad." "Junior brother, are you called Yi Xian?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. "I can buy these 3 middle-grade spirit swords for 500 low-grade crystals each. What do you think, junior brother?" the young man asked. End of chapter. "Sure." Yi Xian nodded his head again. He didn't lack money now, so he didn't really care. The young man also took out 500 low-grade crystals from his Cosmos ring without hesitation and completed the transaction. However, after that, Yi Xian took out another weapon and handed it over to the young man. "Senior disciple, take a look at this one." The young man received the weapon and gave it a closer look. Once again, he was shocked, a high-rank spiritual weapon, and it's mixed with scarlet flame powder, which makes it difficult for wounds to heal. "Junior disciple, you're selling this high-rank spiritual weapon?" "Yes." Yi Xian replied. The young man was surprised, but when he saw the name on the hilt, he cried out in surprise, "Yi Xian, you're the one who forged this high-rank spiritual weapon?" This time even Song Suijing was shocked. Yi Xian, he was a high-rank spiritual weapon craftsman. She took a big step forward, then she focused her eyes and found the name Yi Xian on the hilt. "How is this possible? You're so young, how can you be a high-rank spiritual weapon craftsman?" She was shocked as well. "What? Haven't you heard that you can't judge a book by its cover? Do you think all high-rank spiritual weapon craftsmen are old men?" Yi Xian coldly harumphed as he threw a disdainful glance at Song Suijing. Song Suijing still couldn't believe it. There were high-rank spiritual weapon craftsmen in the Great Song dynasty, but he was already 80 years old, and he was still at the peak of the true profound realm. She never expected Yi Xian, who was only at the early true profound realm, to be able to forge a high-rank spiritual weapon. He was only 16 years old. If he broke through to the divine core realm, did that mean he would be able to forge earth weapons in the future? "Junior disciple, do you have any more high-rank spiritual weapons?" the young man asked excitedly. High-rank spiritual weapons were rare, even those who were ranked on the ranking list didn't own a high-rank spiritual weapon. "I don't have any more, but, if you have the materials, I can continue forging. The reason I brought this raging flame sword here is because I want to get some materials to forge high-rank spiritual weapons. I wonder if senior disciple has any?" Yi Xian asked. He had spent 20 million devour points to buy this blazing sword. Yes, junior brother, can you forge this high-grade spirit weapon for a long time?" the young man asked with his eyes wide open. "Sure. Senior brother, do you want to work together for a long time? That would be for the best. It would be even better if you could give us some discounts." Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked like a profiteer. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." "That's not a problem. Let's have a win-win situation. Come, let's sit down and talk." The young man quickly pulled Yi Xian to sit down. The two of them began to discuss the price. During this time, Yi Xian also learned that this young man was called Jiangyu, the owner of this weapon shop. This made Yi Xian very surprised. He did not expect that this property did not belong to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but to his disciples. In the end, they settled on a price of 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian felt that it was a good idea, so he agreed. If he had the forging materials, he could sell them to others at a high price, but doing so would offend Jiangyu. Yi Xian also felt Jiangyu's strength. He was not particularly strong, only at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. However, someone who could open a weapon shop in the underworld mansion must have a powerful background. Cooperating with him would save him a lot of trouble. As for the forging materials, Jiangyu would sell them to Yixian at 200 mid-grade crystals per set. Yixian calculated in his heart. He had 45 million devour points before, but he had spent 10 million on Song Suijing and 20 million on the blazing sword, so he had 15 million devour points left. The blueprint of the blazing sword would cost 5 million, plus 5 million for the crafting fee. After careful calculation, if he wanted to forge the first blazing sword, he would need to spend 10 million devour points and 200 mid-grade crystals for the materials. Moreover, if he wanted to forge in the future, he would not need the blueprint. He could save 5 million devour points every time. It was a huge profit. Jiangyu immediately took out 1,300 mid-grade crystals and a set of smithing materials. As for Yixian, he borrowed the forging room at the back of the weapon hall. 2 days later, a brand new blazing sword was forged. Now, both Jiangyu and Song Suijing believed that he was indeed an upper-grade spiritual weaponsmith. The Raging Flame sword was sold to Jiangyu for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. Then, Jiangyu prepared another set of materials, and Yixian continued to forge. 2 days later, the second blazing sword was forged. Yixian took in another 1,300 low-grade crystals, and after devouring them, he had 13 million devour points. At this time, his devour points had increased to more than 2,600. 10,000, plus a set of forging materials for the blazing sword. Another 6 days passed. Yixian forged 3 blazing swords. At this time, his devour points had reached 52 million, and at the same time, he had an additional set of forging materials for the blazing sword. After another 10 days, when he sold the 10th blazing sword to Jiangyu and devoured most of the mid-grade crystals, he finally heard a unique system notification sound. Ding! The host has broken through to the middle stage of the True Darkness realm. He had finally broken through. The 10 blazing swords had also allowed his devour points to break through a major bottleneck, reaching more than 100 million. However, this amount of devour points was not enough for him to upgrade all of his bloodlines to the high level. After being busy for 20 days, Yixian was about to explode from boredom. To him, forging a blazing sword only required a thought, not 2 days at all. However, in order to not arouse suspicion, he could only stay in the forging room for 2 days, and this speed was already considered fast. The 18 blazing swords were enough for Jiangyu to brag about for a while, and then sell them for at least 2,000 mid-grade crystals. Moreover, Jiangyu did not have enough materials for the upper-grade spiritual weapon, so Yixian had some time to rest. When he returned to his courtyard, he found the princess of the Song dynasty, Song Suijing, sitting cross-legged on the stone table, cultivating. At this time, Song Suijing suddenly opened her eyes. After seeing Yixian, she said in shock, "You're finally willing to come back. Why, did you miss me?" Yixian asked casually. "Bah, I can't wait to kill you." Song Suijing jumped down from the stone table and snorted, "1 upper-grade spiritual weapon in 2 days, this is faster than the upper-grade blacksmiths of the Song dynasty. Were those blazing swords really forged by you?" She still did not believe it, because forging and cultivation were the same, they both needed time to settle down, and could not be improved overnight. "Could it be that you think I have 10 blazing swords in my ring of cosmos? If so, why don't I just take them out and sell them?" Yixian replied. "Who knows if you came up with some tricks to gain a foothold in the manor of hell." Song Suijing still did not believe it, but when she walked in front of Yixian, she found that Yixian was different from 20 days ago. End of chapter. Your realm. You broke through? Song Suijing asked in shock. As expected of the great Song's princess. "That's right, I've been forging and cultivating at the same time. I've broken through to the middle stage of the true profound realm. What do you think? Amazing, right?" Yixian did not hide anything. Previously, he was at the early stage of the true profound realm like Tang Tian and Song Suijing, but he lacked high-grade spirit-level martial arts and high-grade spirit weapons, so he was not confident. However, after breaking through to the middle stage of the true profound realm, he was confident that he could defeat the two of them. "How can this be? I've been cultivating bitterly for 20 days, but I can't compare to you forging and cultivating at the same time. Song Suijing had a strange expression on her face. It can't be helped. This only shows that my talent is higher than yours, Yi Xian shrugged. Seeing Song Suijing's deflated expression, his heart was already blooming with joy. A person from a low-level empire who was more talented than the princess of a dynasty, or even the crown prince, was indeed something to be proud of. I'm just lucky. I'll break through to the middle stage of the true profound realm in another half a month, Song Suijing said with disdain. She felt ashamed that she had been defeated by Yi Xian. However, her pair of big watery eyes still occasionally revealed an envious look. Hearing this, Yi Xian was also stunned. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Then do you want to break through faster?" Break through faster? What ideas do you have? Song Suijing's eyes suddenly lit up. She was obviously interested in this. Haha. Yi Xian did not explain. He directly formed a few hand seals. Then, a sizzling sound came from the surroundings. It was foggy. Spirit array, you know the spirit gathering array? Song Suijing exclaimed. She suddenly remembered that Yi Xian had used this array before. It was because of this array that she was captured alive by Yi Xian. Moreover, Song Qing had also said that Yi Xian knew how to set up an illusion array. That's right, I know how to use the spirit gathering array, and I'm pretty good at it. Yi Xian smiled, then quickly walked back to his room. Wait, how much does it cost to set up a spirit gathering array for me? Song Suijing hastily stopped Yi Xian. If I remember correctly, you don't have any crystals, right? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Well, you've earned so much in the past few days. You won't die if you lend me some. Song Suijing said with some dissatisfaction. Yi Xian said slowly, it's not easy to set up a spirit gathering array, but I don't lack crystals right now. As long as you owe me one more favor, plus the previous one, it'll be 2. No. Song Suijing refused without thinking. I can build a foundation for this spirit gathering formation of mine. It only needs 2 mid-grade crystals to maintain it every day. Don't tell me you won't need it in the future? Yi Xian added. Song Suijing heard this and asked with a face of disbelief, you know how to build a foundation? You're not joking, right? Goodbye. Yi Xian's face darkened, and he immediately closed the door. Wait, I want it. It's just 2 favors. Song Suijing quickly said. Clang. The door opened again, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile. Open the door. I'll build the foundation in your room. You don't have to come in. 10 minutes later. The spirit gathering array was completed, and the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth began to gather in the courtyard. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the abode of hell was overflowing from the abode of heaven. This time, Yi Xian gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth together, and his cultivation efficiency at least doubled. After he finished, Yi Xian opened the door and very generously took out 100 mid-grade crystals. He handed them to Song Suijing and said, these 100 crystals are for you. You have to return them to me later. Stingy guy. Song Suijing said discontentedly in her heart. She did not dare to say this in front of Yi Xian, for fear that he would take back his words. However, this spirit gathering array was the best one she had ever seen. It covered the entire courtyard, and cultivating here would be twice the result with half the effort. You know how to refine weapons, you know how to set up arrays, and you have such high aptitude. Are you really from a low-level empire? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Do you think I'm the crown prince of some empire? Yi Xian retorted. You don't look like one. Don't tell me you started cultivating when you were in your mother's womb? Song Suijing had a look of suspicion. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened, and he said, actually, I'm already a 100-year-old monster. After he finished speaking, he prepared to return to his room. At this moment, Song Suijing called out to him again. Right, when you weren't here, a big fatty came looking for you. Song Suijing suddenly remembered this matter. Big fatty? Yi Xian paused in his steps. She should be referring to Zhao Pan, right? Speaking of which, after entering the soaring firmament mansion, he had not gone to look for Zhao Pan. I understand. Yi Xian said and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to ask, "Are you interested in making a deal?" "What?" Song Suijing blinked her big bright eyes and asked. "You won't teach me a high-grade spirit-grade martial art, but you can at least teach me a mid-grade spirit-grade martial art, right?" "I'll buy it with crystal stones." Yi Xian asked. Song Suijing nodded and said, "A mid-grade spirit-grade martial art? That's fine, but you can't spread it." "Only 2 people." Yi Xian added. "This?" Song Suijing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she nodded. She did not have any cultivation resources at the moment, so she could not sell her high-grade spirit-grade sword, right? At that moment, Yi Xian learned 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts from her, which happened to be offensive, defensive, movement, and cultivation methods. He spent a total of 1,000 mid-grade crystal stones. These 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts were all top-grade, so the price was still considered expensive. With these 4 martial arts, Zhao Pan and Xianxia would definitely be able to squeeze into the profound ranking board within a year. After leaving the residence, Yi Xian went to ask Jiang Yu, then went to the profound department mansion. The underworld mansion and the profound department mansion were adjacent, so the journey was not too far. After running for an hour, Yi Xian also successfully entered the profound department mansion. However, he did not know where Zhao Pan and Xianxia lived. "Hey, senior brother, may I ask where the disciples who just entered the profound department mansion last month live?" Yi Xian directly stopped a disciple of the profound department mansion who was passing by. When the disciple of the underworld mansion saw Yi Xian suddenly appear, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He did not understand how a mid-grade true energy stage person could be so fast. However, when he saw Yi Xian's clothes, he calmed down and pointed in a direction. "So it's the junior brother from the underworld mansion. They live over there. Thank you for telling me, senior brother." After saying that, Yi Xian took a big stride and left. His speed was beyond the disciple's reaction. TSK, this concealment pearl is really good. He thinks I'm only at the mid-grade true energy stage, Yi Xian thought to himself as he ran. The concealment pearl was a treasure that he exchanged from the devouring system. It could disguise his cultivation level. Unless his cultivation level was much higher than his, it would be very difficult to discover. End of chapter. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the newcomer's residential area of the profound department. However, before he could enter, he saw a large group of people standing in a line outside. Everyone was holding a cloth bag and handing it to someone else. What's going on? Yi Xian ran over in surprise and found that Zhao Pan and Xianxia were also in the line. He immediately shouted, "Fatty bro." Zhao Pan, who was in the crowd, heard this voice and immediately turned around. When he saw Yi Xian, his face immediately lit up with joy. However, before Yi Xian could approach, another voice called out to him. "Disciples of the Underworld Palace? What are you doing here?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks when he saw a young man walking towards him. "I'm looking for a friend," Yi Xian replied. They were all disciples of the same sect, so he had to return the favor. "Looking for a friend? Then you wait here until they've paid up." The young man waved his hand and gestured for Yi Xian to stand to the side. "Pay up?" Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. "I remember that the Underworld Palace has this rule as well. Don't you know? Every new disciple has to pay 5,000 low-grade crystal stones every month, and they have to pay for a year." After the young man finished his explanation, he chuckled and said, "If you haven't paid yet, you can give it to me." "Then who does the payment go to in the end?" Yi Xian continued to ask. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him and found that there were more than 200 people here. If each person paid 5,000 low-grade crystals, then it would be 1 million per month, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystals. 10,000 mid-grade crystals per month, then 120,000 a year. This was not a small amount. After all, he had worked hard for more than 20 days and only earned a little more than 10,000. After Yi Xian asked this question, the young man became impatient and shouted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Why do you have so much nonsense?" After he finished speaking, he slapped Yi Xian across the face. A mere true energy intermediate stage cultivator dared to be so arrogant? A crisp sound rang out, but it was not the sound of a hand slapping his face. Instead, it was the sound of bones breaking. The young man paused for a moment before his expression became extremely sinister. Then, he let out a miserable shriek, "Ah!" When the group of people saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Trouble, big trouble. They saw Yi Xian break the young man's arm. "Yi Xian, what are you doing?" Zhao Pan hurriedly shouted and ran over. The young man also reacted. He shouted and attacked Yi Xian, but his fist was still in the air when Yi Xian kicked it away. He could not believe that he had been crippled by a true element intermediate stage martial artist. "Stinking brat, even if you're from the underworld palace, don't even think of leaving today." Another two peak true energy boundary cultivators rushed over, but without exception, they were all sent flying by Yi Xian. "Who said I wanted to leave?" Yi Xian said coldly. He then glanced at Zhao Pan and asked, "Fatty bro, what's going on?" "Aya, you're in big trouble. They're from the Great Tang Dynasty," Zhao Pan said with a panicked expression. "So what if they're from the Great Tang Dynasty?" Yi Xian knew that Zhao Pan was referring to the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Tang Dynasty's camp. After all, the war between the dynasties had already ended. He's in charge of collecting the money and handing it over. However, even though the people you beat up are from the Great Tang Dynasty, you've also offended 5 different powers. Zhao Pan's face twitched violently. Yi Xian was puzzled. He continued to ask, which 5 powers? The Great Song, Great Yan, Great Tang, and Great Zhou dynasties send people to the Soaring Firmament Mansion every year. Therefore, their people have long gathered together and formed the 4 great powers. Apart from that, there's also the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by a few families from the central province. They're the strongest, Zhao Pan said. The central province? Yi Xian had some understanding of this place. The Soaring Firmament Mansion was in the eastern province, the Heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern province, and the central province was in the eastern province. In addition to recruiting people from the 4 great dynasties, the Soaring Firmament Mansion also went to the central province to find geniuses. If one were to calculate, the number of people from the central province was almost equal to the total number of people from the 4 great dynasties. So you're saying that after the money is collected, it'll be divided among the 5 great powers? Yi Xian somewhat understood. That's right. Since you beat them up, it's equivalent to making an enemy out of the 5 great powers. This is bad. They've already gone to call for reinforcements. You should quickly leave. Zhao Pan noticed that a few people from the Great Tang Dynasty had already left. He immediately prepared to pull Yi Xian away. So what? Yi Xian didn't move after hearing that. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although there was a huge gap between the profound department and the inner palace, there were still many experts in the profound department. There were even some half-step origin core realm experts. If this was any other place, Yi Xian would naturally hide like a coward. However, he could run away, but the temple couldn't. This was the Soaring Firmament Mansion. If he left, then the trouble would fall on Zhao Pan. Therefore, he definitely couldn't leave. The 200 or so disciples who had just entered the profound department mansion looked at each other. They were not as ignorant as Yi Xian. They all looked at each other as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Soon, a burly man wearing the profound department mansion's uniform came over with a group of people. "You're the one who beat up my people?" The burly man quickly walked over and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. This was because he was the only one present who wore the Underworld Mansion's uniform. That's right. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Do you think that just because you're a disciple of the Underworld Mansion, your status is higher than that of the Profound Department Mansion? The burly man questioned. I don't think so. Yi Xian shook his head. The burly man immediately shouted angrily, then do you think that this fatty won't have to pay after beating them up? You have a lot of questions. Can't you get to the point? Yi Xian sighed and said impatiently. How dare you? The point is, don't think that you'll leave unscathed today. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, his entire body swept out like a cheetah. His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Xian in the blink of an eye. Then, he threw out a punch. Bang! Suddenly, a fist collided with his hand. Two bursts of profound energy collided, instantly creating a huge shockwave that sent Zhao Pan flying. The burly man was shocked and exclaimed, "Middle stage true profound realm. Your adjudicator song? How is that possible?" Xian smiled faintly. Suddenly, another wave of profound chi surged out and sent the burly man flying in an instant. Second level roar. If you're not adjudicator song, then why are you at middle stage true profound realm? The burly man covered his right hand and asked in puzzlement. He was an old disciple of the profound department mansion. Naturally, he had heard that there was a super genius in the great Song dynasty called Adjudicator Song. His strength had already reached middle stage true profound realm. However, he had seen a portrait of Adjudicator Song. The latter had a tall figure and wasn't the one in front of him at all. End of chapter. Is Adjudicator Song the only one allowed to be at the middle stage of the true darkness realm? Furthermore, he entered the heavenly abode. Look at my clothes. Is this what a disciple of the heavenly abode should wear? Xian smirked. He thought that Adjudicator Song had covered it up well. No one knew that he had broken through to the peak stage of the true darkness realm. I don't care who you are. You're going to die here today. The burly man did not say anything else and rushed forward. He was careless just now. He was afraid that he would kill Xian with a single punch, so he was forced to retreat by Xian. Now, it was time for real. However, he was not the only one who was serious. Xian had also ignited his fighting spirit. Ever since he had broken through, he had not had a proper fight. The burly man in front of him was also at the middle stage of the true darkness realm. Hence, he wanted to see how capable the senior disciple of the soaring heaven mansion was. Boom! In an instant, the two figures exchanged blows. The intense collision of the two profound chi caused a huge explosion that spread throughout the entire mountain. It could even be heard in other parts of the profound department. At the same time, the disciples present were stunned. They were only at the true energy realm. Even the peak true energy realm disciples would not be able to catch Xian and the burly man's movements. They could only see a series of afterimages and deafening sounds. This guy is finished. He just entered the soaring heaven mansion and he already offended the Tang dynasty. Let's talk about that later. Tang Meng is an expert ranked more than 100 on the profound list. We don't even know if that guy can survive. How pitiful. He came to find a friend, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. How sad. However, an ordinary middle stage of the true darkness realm would have been sent flying by Tang Meng's slap. This guy is actually able to hold on. Although these people could not see Xian's movements clearly, they could hear that the battle was very intense. This level of battle was more powerful. If one was not careful, one could be paralyzed. In any case, not many people present were optimistic about Xian. Boom! 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 In the short span of 10 seconds, Xian and the brawny man had already exchanged dozens of blows, and the outcome was still undecided. This brawny man was quite strong, but he was relying on a high-grade spirit-level martial art. Without this high-grade spirit-level martial art, he would have been instantly defeated by Xian. Ha, so you don't know any high-grade spirit-level martial arts? Since that's the case, then lie down for me. The burly man suddenly burst into laughter, and his aura skyrocketed. Mountain River Palm, one palm shatters the mountains and rivers. A burst of extremely violent profound energy was condensed together. With a slap of the burly man's hand, this burst of energy was struck out by him, directly hitting Xian. This palm strike was his trump card, and there weren't many people at the same level who could take it head-on. Therefore, he decided to use this palm strike to determine the outcome of the battle. Facing this palm, Xian's expression turned extremely solemn. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with a punch. Middle-grade spirit-level martial art, Azure Dragon Strength. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated, and the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, enveloping the two of them. He won? The disciples of the great Tang dynasty looked at each other. If the burly man's palm strike landed on their bodies, it would definitely shatter all the bones in their bodies. Yi Xian would definitely not be able to take it. However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did Yi Xian take the attack, he even counterattacked with ease. Azure Dragon Force, get lost. Yi Xian's strength had reached its peak. He took the burly man's palm strike with a punch, and then punched the burly man's abdomen directly. Bang! The burly man's clothes on his back were shattered by the force. His entire body bent into a bow as he was sent flying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Yi Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had only used the low-grade spirit-level martial art, Tiger Wolf Roar, to fight against the burly man. However, the Azure Dragon Force that he was using now was a mid-grade spirit-level martial art, and it was extremely powerful. Coupled with the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade spirit weapon, the mid-grade 100 Beasts bloodline, and the boxer bloodline, this move of his could probably destroy a cliff. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the one who was sent flying was not Yi Xian, but Tang Meng. Wasn't Tang Meng an expert ranked more than 100 on the Xian ranking board? He was an old disciple, so how could he not even be able to defeat a new disciple? Impossible, how can your strength be so weak? Tang Meng lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian just entered the residence of hell. Oh right, I even fought side by side with the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. Yi Xian revealed a smile. Yi Xian? At this moment, a surprised shout was heard from afar. Yi Xian turned around and smiled. Speaking of the devil, wasn't this Tang Tian, who had one of his arms chopped off by Adjudicator Song? Your Highness. Tang Meng immediately got up from the ground and cupped his fist respectfully when he saw Tang Tian. Tang Tian quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. He asked, what happened? Your Highness, the great Tang dynasty was the one who received the money this year, but when this person arrived, he directly beat up our people. Tang Meng endured the pain caused by his injury and explained the situation to Tang Tian. After listening to the story, Tang Tian's face darkened. He said, Yi Xian, are you looking for trouble? Tang Tian, I'm not looking for trouble. I was just asking a few questions. Who knew that your people would directly beat me up and wanted to slap me, so I taught them a lesson. Yi Xian said slowly and then looked at the youth from before. Tang Tian followed his gaze and immediately, the youth who wanted to slap Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. He trembled and said, I didn't do it on purpose. I thought he was only at the middle stage of the true energy boundary. Oh? You didn't do it on purpose? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Trash. Tang Tian snorted and looked at Yi Xian. He said, no matter what, I only know that you touched my great Tang dynasty's people. Tang Tian, you're the one looking for trouble. The one who chopped off your arm was Adjudicator Song, not me. Furthermore, if I didn't lure Adjudicator Song away and hold Song Suijing hostage, do you think you can survive? Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. This Tang Tian was a little ungrateful. Shut up. Tang Tian immediately shouted. The name Adjudicator Song was his reverse scale. Whoever dared to mention this name in front of him was going against him. Hee, alright. How do you want to settle this, Your Highness? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The current him was not afraid of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was only at the initial stage of the true profound realm. Although he had many high-grade martial arts, he could even beat Tang Meng, who was at the middle stage of the true profound realm. End of chapter. Tang Tian, what's the big deal? Break one of your arms and I'll let this go. Tang Tian's tone was extremely cold. Your Highness, this is pure revenge. You broke one of your arms and now you want me to do the same. You're so narrow-minded. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia ran up from the crowd and cupped his fists. Your Highness, I'm willing to help him, shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Tang Tian did not wait for Xianxia to finish his sentence and scolded him. This time, Yi Xian's expression finally changed. Tang Tian, if you want my arm, then let's see if you're qualified. Don't think that you're superior just because you're the crown prince. Not everyone is afraid of you, Xian said as he looked around. At this time, many experts had gathered around. They were all from the Great Tang Dynasty, and there were at least 3 of them at the middle stage True Darkness realm. However, he was not to be trifled with. He immediately used the forging materials in the Devouring space to forge a new pair of gloves and put them on in front of everyone. It was a high-grade spiritual artifact, Xianxia Desolating Hands. Previously, he had used a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Now, he was using a high-grade one. He wanted to see how many people here could take a punch from him. The 2 sides were at daggers drawn and the atmosphere was extremely tense. More than 200 people held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. Perhaps, this battle would start because of one of their voices. At this time, a figure suddenly walked out and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's so lively here. Who dared to speak in such a situation? Everyone's gaze shifted and landed on a young man wearing the Underworld Palace's uniform. Who are you? Tang Tian looked at the young man and asked. A person who could walk out so calmly was definitely not an ordinary person. However, Xian recognized the young man. Your Highness, he's Jiang Yu. He's number 1 on the Earth Board and also a Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, Tang Meng said softly. The Divine Prefecture Alliance? Tang Tian was shocked. The Divine Prefecture Alliance, what are you doing out here? What are you doing out here? Although the 4 great dynasties of the eastern region sent people to the Soaring Heaven Mansion every year, there were not many quotas. After all these years, there were only 100 people, and they were spread out in the 3 mansions. As for the Divine Prefecture Alliance, just the Profound Department alone had 100 people. Perhaps only the 4 great dynasties' combined forces would be able to contend against the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Furthermore, in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, other than the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master, there were only 4 Hall Masters. In other words, Jiang Yu's status was higher than Tang Tian's. Senior brother, what's the matter? Tang Tian asked in a friendly manner. It's nothing. I just saw a friend here, so I came over to say hello. Jiang Yu slowly walked over and said with a smile. Friends? Tang Tian was stunned again, but when he saw that Jiang Yu was actually walking towards Xian, his face sank. How did Xian know Jiang Yu? No, how did Jiang Yu know Xian? Xian, you've worked hard these past few days. Why didn't you rest well and come to the Profound Department Mansion? Jiang Yu approached with a smile. I'm here to find 2 friends. Senior brother Jiang, why are you here? Xian asked in surprise. Haha, I ran out of materials, so I came to the Profound Department Mansion's weapon hall to borrow some. Jiang Yu smiled, then his gaze landed on Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian. Since you're Xian's friends, then you're also my friends. Zhao Pan, return the money they paid last month. They don't have to pay any more in the future. Tang Meng glanced at Tang Tian, who hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Then, Tang Meng took out 2 cloth bags from his interspatial ring. Each bag contained 5,000 low-grade crystals, which was equivalent to 50 mid-grade crystals. These crystals were given to Zhao Pan by Xian. He did not expect the Profound Department Mansion to have such a rule. Alright, this is a misunderstanding. Disperse. Jiang Yu said and left with Xian and the other 2. Tang Tian, on the other hand, stood there with a gloomy expression. As the crown prince of the Great Tang Dynasty, he did not even dare to fart in front of Jiang Yu. The group of new disciples also looked at Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian enviously. They had heard Jiang Yu's words clearly. From now on, no one would dare to cause trouble for Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian in the Profound Department Mansion, not even Tang Tian. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Jiang Yu left with Xian and the other 2. After they disappeared from Tang Tian's sight, Xian thanked Jiang Yu, Senior brother Jiang, thank you so much for today. Although he was not afraid of a fight, Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian would not be able to stay in the Profound Department Mansion in the future. However, it was different now. Xian also heard Tang Meng's words. Now, he knew that Jiang Yu was a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance and a Hall Master. Although he did not know what a Hall Master's position was, seeing how Tang Tian did not even dare to fart, Xian knew that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary person. Thank you, Senior brother, for your help. Zhao Pan and Xianxia also expressed their gratitude. It's fine. We are brothers from the same sect, so we should take care of each other. The profound apartment mansion's weapon hall seems to be lacking people. If the two of you are interested, you can go there and help. Jiang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Pan and Xianxia thanked him again. To be able to work in the Soaring Sky Mansion, one's status would definitely be higher than the average disciple. Even if there was no reward, there would be a lot of people fighting to join. The two of them were able to have this opportunity because Yixian knew Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu immediately went to the profound apartment mansion's weapon hall and arranged a position for Zhao Pan and Xianxia. This way, Zhao Pan and Xianxia could be considered to have joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. After that, Jiang Yu went to work on his own matters. Yixian also met with Zhao Pan and Xianxia for a while and passed on the mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts to them. With these 4 mid-grade spirit-grade martial arts, Zhao Pan and Xianxia had high hopes of stabilizing their position in the profound apartment mansion within a year. At the same time, Yixian secretly thought that when the time came, he would forge a raging flame sword for the two of them. This way, they would have a 90% chance of success. After a period of time, Jiang Yu was done with his work and returned to the underworld mansion with Yixian. On the way. Yixian, this time I brought 10 high-grade spirit weapon forging materials. I will have to trouble you again. Jiang Yu said with a smile. No problem. Yixian casually agreed. Now that he had broken through to the mid-grade true profound realm, he could reduce the time needed to forge the raging flame sword. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu's face suddenly froze. Oh right, Yixian, the lady who came with you earlier, is she the princess of the Great Song Dynasty? End of chapter. Yes. Yixian nodded. So you've joined the Song Dynasty? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. He now understood that Yixian and Song Suijing were living together. Their relationship was obviously not normal. No. Yixian shook his head. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a smile and said, That's good. You should have heard that the Soaring Sky Mansion is divided into 5 major forces, which are the 4 great dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Almost all the disciples have joined one of them. I'm the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. What do you think? Join the Divine Prefecture Alliance? Yixian hesitated. This was too sudden and he was not prepared, so he could only say, Senior brother, I've just joined the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so I don't know much. It's okay, I'll explain it to you slowly. Jiang Yu saw that Yixian did not reject him directly, so he immediately explained, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was established by disciples from the Middle State. Of course, there are also people from the 4 great dynasties in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has 2 alliance masters, 1 head and 1 deputy. Then there are 4 hall masters, respectively Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. I'm the hall master of the Underworld Mansion, in charge of matters here. The Divine Prefecture Alliance has many properties, and the 4 great prefectures' weapon halls all belong to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. At the same time, the Divine Prefecture Alliance has its own martial skills pavilion, and only the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance can learn it. If you join, I can immediately give you the position of a guest elder, and you can learn all the spirit-level martial skills. In the future, I'll provide all the materials you need to forge weapons, and the price will not change. After hearing Jiang Yu's conditions, Yixian was indeed tempted. The materials for forging weapons were free, and the price would not change. This time, he would be able to save 200 mid-grade crystal stones, but this was not the point. The point was that he could immediately learn a high-grade spirit-level martial skill, which could greatly increase his combat strength. Okay, I'll join. Yixian directly answered. It was not bad to be able to join the strongest Divine Prefecture Alliance. He would have a strong backing in the future. Haha, this is the guest elder token. When we get back, I will give your portrait to the other members. Jiang Yu smiled and handed over a token. Yixian took the token and put it into his devouring space. Very soon, they returned to the underworld manor. Jiang Yu went to do his own things and told Yixian to rest for a few days before forging weapons. As for Yixian, he also returned to his own residence. However, when he returned to his residence, he saw that many disciples of the underworld palace had already gathered outside his door. F***ck, why is there trouble again? Yi Xian felt helpless as he walked over. However, he was not afraid of trouble now because he had the Divine Prefecture Alliance's token. More or less, there would be people giving him face. There were at least 40 to 50 people surrounding the entrance, so Yi Xian directly jumped over the wall and into the courtyard. Yi Xian, you're finally back. Song Suijing, who was sitting in the courtyard, saw him and quickly went over to greet him. What are these people doing? Are they after your beauty? Yi Xian asked casually. Song Suijing said coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? These senior brothers are all here for you. Me? I'm not a homosexual. It's better that they come for you. Yi Xian was slightly helpless, but he was also very surprised. He did not understand why so many people were gathered here. At this time, a young man suddenly took 2 steps forward, but did not cross the door. He cupped his fist at the threshold and said, Junior brother, may I ask if you were the one who set up the spirit gathering formation in this courtyard? Now, Yi Xian understood. They were here for the spirit gathering formation. That's right. I set up this small spirit gathering formation. Senior brother, you. Although Yi Xian asked this, he already knew what these people wanted to do. The opportunity to make money had come. It's like this. I want to ask Junior brother to set up a spirit gathering formation in my courtyard. The price is negotiable. The young man went straight to the point. As expected. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with greed. He smiled and said, sure. Senior brother, come in and talk. Hearing this, the young man turned to look at Song Suijing. After the latter received permission, he stepped in. Senior brother, is there no one else in the underworld who can set up a spirit gathering formation? Yi Xian sat down and asked. The young man shook his head and said, there is, but he died outside when he went out to do a training mission. Moreover, the spirit gathering formation he set up has no base. It can only last for 7 days at a time. Then what's his price? Yi Xian asked. 100 mid-grade crystals each time. The young man answered honestly. 100 mid-grade crystals for 7 days. Isn't that a little too much? Yi Xian was shocked. The young man said helplessly, there's no other way. Not many people learn spirit gathering formations because it doesn't increase their battle strength much. It's a pure waste of time. Therefore, not many people know how to set up a spirit gathering formation. Most importantly, no one knows how to set up a base. I see. Then Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But before he could finish, Song Suijing's beautiful eyes turned and interrupted, Yi Xian, he's from the great Song dynasty. Can you give him a discount for my sake? Yi Xian paused and said, Senior brother, when you ask someone to set up a spirit gathering formation, it's usually when you're breaking through. But I can set up a base. As long as I spend 2 mid-grade crystals a day, it can last forever. In a month, it's only 60 crystals. Since you're from the great Song dynasty, I'll charge you 500 mid-grade crystals. What, 500? Song Suijing exclaimed, you call this a discount? You black-hearted ghost, do you only care about money? Miss, do you know what a spirit gathering formation with a base means? Yi Xian stood up in dissatisfaction and said, 360 days a year. According to the previous price, it would cost more than 5,000 mid-grade crystals. And I only need 1,200 mid-grade crystals in the first year. In the second year, I only need 700 mid-grade crystals until I die of old age. Isn't that enough? Hearing him say this, Song Suijing felt that it made sense. After all, this was permanent. Moreover, the chi of heaven and earth would double its current level. It was not a loss. Your Highness, this price is very fair. I accept. The young man hurriedly said and took out a bag of crystals from his universe ring. Haha, senior brother is so straightforward. Yi Xian took the crystals and immediately changed his expression and said with a smile. After paying, the young man left and waited outside for Yi Xian to set up a spirit gathering formation for him. Junior brother, I want one too. Give me one too. Me too, me too. The disciples of the underworld palace outside the door began to make a fuss. But because of Song Suijing, they did not dare to enter. End of chapter. Alright, everyone come in one by one. Those from the Great Song Dynasty will be given 500 mid-grade crystals. Those from the Divine Prefecture Alliance will only be given 300. As for the rest, they will all be given 700 mid-grade crystals. Come in one by one. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke, grinning from ear to ear. There were at least 40 to 50 people here. What a windfall! When Song Suijing heard this, she was also stunned. She said in shock, "You joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance?" "Yes, I am now a guest of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." Yi Xian casually replied. "Why did you join them? Who invited you?" Song Suijing said somewhat angrily. She originally wanted to invite Yi Xian, but she didn't expect someone to beat her to it. Senior Brother Jiang from the Weapon Hall. He is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Why, could it be that you want to rope me in? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Song Suijing also didn't expect this. She said in surprise, Senior Brother Jiang is the Hall Master of the Divine Prefecture Alliance? What conditions did he give you? You can learn all the spirit-level martial arts in the Divine Prefecture Alliance. In addition, all forging materials are free. Yi Xian said in a voice that only Song Suijing could hear. Hearing this, Song Suijing rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "He bought you over just like that. You can forge a high-grade spirit weapon yourself. Do you still lack the cost of forging materials? What else? You refused when I asked you to teach me high-grade spirit-level martial arts. Moreover, the Divine Prefecture Alliance was the first to invite me. They are also the leader of the 5 major powers. Why wouldn't I go?" Yi Xian shrugged. Then what if I invite you now? Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking playful. No, I have already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Do you think I am that kind of fence-sitter? I want to raise the price. Yi Xian said solemnly. Song Suijing's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. What do you want? Yi Xian thought carefully, then smiled and said, I want you, okay? Go to hell. Song Suijing grumbled coquettishly and turned around to go back into the house. Yi Xian was only joking. How could a man of integrity like him change jobs because of a woman, at least 2? Then, he began to greet his senior brothers. Almost all of them were from the Great Song Dynasty. Only a few were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. The rest of the 3 dynasties did not dare to come because of the Song Suijing. After all, the relationship between the 4 great dynasties wasn't very good. In the end, Yi Xian did a count and found that there was a total of, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page, 44. Among them, 40 were from the Great Song Dynasty and 4 were from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Therefore, the total income was a total of 21,200 mid-grade crystals. When Yi Xian received these crystals, he was like a Spartan. However, he didn't like to owe others, so he immediately went from house to set up the array. It was a pity that the Soaring Heaven mansion had 2 people in one house. Otherwise, his income would have been doubled. After a few hours, he finally finished everything. After he was done, he returned to the courtyard and devoured the crystals. Ah, I'm one step closer to the peak of the true darkness realm. Yi Xian was very happy because his devouring points had reached 300 million. Just the underworld mansion alone made such a huge profit. If he added in the black and yellow mansions, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Just as Yi Xian was laughing happily in the courtyard, Song Suijing's door suddenly opened. Song Suijing changed into a fresh set of clothes and came out. When she saw Yi Xian, she couldn't help but ask, You finished setting up the array so quickly? It's just a spirit gathering array. It's nothing. Yi Xian casually replied. Then why aren't you thanking me? I helped you attract so many people. Otherwise, how could you earn so many crystals? Song Suijing said as she walked over to Yi Xian and sat down. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, If I didn't live here, I'm afraid even more people would come. The 4 great empires don't have a good relationship with the Divine Prefecture Alliance, so the crystals would definitely be several times more. So you're saying that you want to move out? Song Suijing's face sank. forget it, I'm already living here. Yi Xian still felt that it was better to forget about it. He paused for a moment, then changed the topic and asked, have you heard of a person called Lin Wenyue? Lin Wenyue? Is she in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Is she a disciple, a protector, or an elder? Song Suijing blinked. I'm not sure, but she should be a protector. Anyway, if there's anyone with this name, help me ask. Treat it as returning a favor. Yi Xian said slowly. Lin Wenyue was one of the names mentioned in his father's letter. His father was a super mighty warrior who had surpassed the divine core realm. He wouldn't ask him to find a disciple. Therefore, he thought this Lin Wenyue should be at least a protector or an elder. After all, that letter had been around for several years. Alright, I'll help you ask. Song Suijing nodded her head. If possible, help me ask your grandfather as well. Yi Xian added. Song Qing was an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he knew more than anyone else. Understood. A quiet night passed. Yi Xian had been running around yesterday, and he was tired. However, when the sun had just risen the next day, someone knocked on their courtyard's door. Yi Xian opened the door in a daze. When he saw Xianxia standing outside, he immediately asked with a surprised expression, Senior disciple, is there anything I can help you with? Could it be that all 10 ardent flaming swords were sold out? I heard junior disciple knows how to use a soul-gathering formation? Xianxia went straight to the point. Yes, senior disciple, do you need it? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and nodded his head. Yes, we need it very much. We don't have many spirit formation masters in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and none of us know how to set up a formation. Our fellow disciples in the Divine Prefecture Alliance need a soul-gathering formation. As long as you agree, I can get at least 200 people for you. Xianxia said in a surprised tone. What? 200 people? Yi Xian was shocked. That's right, 200 people. How about this, we'll follow the price you gave those 4 junior disciples yesterday, 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one. What do you think? Xianxia continued asking. No problem. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. What the fuck, 300 mid-ranked crystal stones for one, at least 200 people, didn't that mean at least 60,000 mid-ranked crystal stones? As long as I complete this task, I'll be able to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Alright, then I'll leave first. I'll come find you later. Xianxia quickly left after he finished speaking. If this soul-gathering formation was completed, it wouldn't take long for the entire Divine Prefecture Alliance's strength to increase by a level. Yi Xian then waited for Xianxia to return to his residence. At noon, Xianxia came looking for him again. Junior disciple, our underworld mansion has 100 fellow disciples who need this soul-gathering formation. Here are the crystals. Xianxia directly threw a bag of crystals to Yi Xian. The latter opened it to take a look. Holy shit, it wasn't a deposit, but all of it. There were at least 30,000 mid-ranked crystals. End of chapter. Let's go. We'll set up the stratagem for the Underworld Manor first. Then, I'll help you contact the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor. After Xianxia was done, he brought Yi Xian to visit the Underworld Manor disciples one by one. At the same time, he wanted to meet them so that if they met in the future, they would not have to fight because of conflicts. Xianxia spent half a day helping Yi Xian connect the lines, and Yi Xian only used half a day to set up 100 spirit-gathering stratagems with stratagem bases. This speed had already left Xianxia speechless. The next day, Xianxia personally went to the Xian Branch Manor and Huang Branch Manor and brought back many spiritual-level martial arts teachings. There were medium-grade and top-grade ones, and all of them were of high quality. Yi Xian spent tens of millions of points to learn these useful top-grade spiritual-level martial arts teachings. Not only that, but he also swallowed the 30,000 medium-grade crystals yesterday. His ability had increased by quite a bit. Although he had not broken through, he knew that it was enough for him to squeeze into the Earth list. According to what Mo1 had said before, those at the bottom of the Earth list were stronger than Tang Tian. However, he had already broken through to the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm. It was extremely easy for him to be on the Earth list. Today, he was going to challenge the seniors on the Earth list and become an official disciple. However, just as he was about to leave, he was shocked to discover that the vital chi of heaven and earth in the courtyard had suddenly decreased by a large amount. Someone had broken through. There were only 2 people living in this courtyard. One was Xian, and the other was Song Suijing. After a while, the vital chi of heaven and earth was depleted at a slower rate, and then it began to return to normal. Right after that, Song Suijing walked out of the house. "Congratulations. You're a few days earlier than I expected," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Humph, now I'm also at the intermediate stage of the true profundity realm, the same level as you. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me." Song Suijing walked down the steps and said, "Are you going to set up the spirit gathering stratagem again?" "No, I'll go tomorrow. Today, I'm going to challenge the Earth list," Yi Xian said while shaking his head. "Earth list? Okay, when you win, I'll challenge you again and beat you down." Song Suijing was looking forward to it. The 2 of them walked out together and headed for the Earth Roll Challenge arena. They walked side by side and attracted a lot of attention. However, when these disciples discovered their target, they immediately became interested. One is the princess of the Great Song dynasty, and the other is a dark horse from a low-rank empire. I wonder how many rankings they will be able to make. There should be at least 250 people. Let's go and take a look. It's said that Yi Xian even fought with Tang Meng, who is ranked on the Xian ranking board, in the Xian department and even defeated him. He's already at the middle stage of the true darkness realm at such a young age. His aptitude is at least perfect. It is said that Adjudicator Song, who entered the heavenly abode this year, is also at the perfect level. These people will definitely be able to condense their core essence before the age of 25. That's nothing. There was once a senior brother who was tested to have a transcendental perfect aptitude. After entering the heavenly abode, he took first place on the heaven roll on the very same day. His aptitude is already perfect. Is there a higher aptitude? It's said to be at the unparalleled level. Under the accompaniment of Song Suijing, Yi Xian arrived at the challenge area. It was a large arena, and there were many spectator stands around it. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were already 2 figures fighting in the arena. What surprised Yi Xian was that one of the 2 people was someone he was familiar with. It was the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty, Tang Tian. So Tang Tian has also broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm. No wonder he dares to challenge us. Yi Xian couldn't help but comment after hearing the words of the people below the arena. "Humph, he's just lucky." Song Suijing was a little displeased. She had just broken through, and Tang Tian's breakthrough speed was obviously faster than hers. She had fought with Tang Tian before, but there was no clear victor. Now that she had broken through to the middle stage of the true darkness realm, it was inevitable that she would want to fight with Tang Tian again. At this moment, the spectators in the spectator stand made a commotion. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and saw a figure fly out of the arena. The one who remained in the arena was the one-armed Tang Tian. As expected of the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. His strength is indeed extraordinary. I wonder why he lost an arm. Shoo, you can't say that. If he hears it, you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? I'm from the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and I'm ranked higher than him. Why should I be afraid of him? Many people whispered to each other. At this moment, Yi Xian already knew who Tang Tian was challenging. It was a senior brother who happened to be ranked in the 200th percentile. TSK, only the peak of the true darkness realm is ranked in the top 100. Looks like this Tang Tian isn't much. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he had already formed a grudge with Tang Tian, this ungrateful brat, why not make it bigger? Look at this Tang Tian. He only won against a senior brother who was ranked in the 200th percentile. Is there a need to be so smug? Song Suijing couldn't stand it either. But in the next moment, she realized that Yi Xian had disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the challenge area and said, "Senior brother, I want to challenge." A Soaring Sky Mansion's disciple raised his head and smiled, "So it's junior brother Yi. This is the name list. Take a look and see who you want to challenge." This disciple happened to be the one who came to find Yi Xian to set up the spirit gathering array on the first day, so he naturally knew Yi Xian. Senior brother, I won't look. I want to challenge Tang Tian. Yi Xian replied. Oh? Tang Tian? The disciple was a little surprised, but then he smiled. Tang Tian just succeeded in his challenge and is now ranked in the 200th percentile. Junior brother, you're not ranked, so he has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, it will be treated as a forfeit. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform him. After he finished speaking, he quickly ran to Tang Tian, who had just walked down the stage, and told him the matter. Then, Tang Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. That angry expression made Yi Xian very happy. Soon, the disciple ran back and said, Tang Tian said that since you're looking for death, he'll fulfill your wish. He also said that there's no need to rest and we can start immediately. Junior brother Yi, you can go up the stage and teach him a lesson. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the disciple and then walked towards the stage. Song Suijing suddenly stopped him and asked, You went to challenge Tang Tian? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. You bastard, I wanted to challenge him. Why did you steal my spot? Song Suijing was unhappy. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Did you say that just now? Humph, you obviously did it on purpose. Forget it, I'll challenge him when you lose. Song Suijing was also not very optimistic about Yi Xian. Although she already knew that Yi Xian had obtained a few high-grade spirit-level martial arts, it was impossible for Yi Xian to master them in such a short time. How do you know that I can't beat Tang Tian? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Song Suijing was too lazy to explain. She had a look of I just know. End of chapter. How about this, let's make a bet. If I lose to Tang Tian, you don't have to return the favor you owe me. If I win against Tang Tian, then I. As Yi Xian spoke, he hesitated for a moment. If he won, could it be that he had to add another favor? How boring would that be? If you win, I'll give you a kiss. Song Suijing blurted out without thinking. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a pretty good reward. Even though he would be kissed, it was still pretty good. Alright, but I'll add another condition. You have to honor it immediately, and in front of everyone. How about that? Yi Xian added. You sure talk big. Up to you. Anyway, you can't win. Song Suijing casually replied. She felt that Yi Xian had no chance of winning against Tang Tian. He didn't even have a 10% chance. However, if he knew that Yi Xian had defeated Tang Meng, who was ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list, he would definitely regret it. Alright, then I'll go up and beat Tang Tian up. Yi Xian suddenly had the motivation to do something. All of a sudden, a shout entered his ears. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Are you scared before the battle? It was obvious that this shout came from Tang Tian. Tang Tian, you're the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. Don't you even have this little bit of patience? Yi Xian snorted and slowly walked up to the stage. Tang Tian didn't want to argue with Yi Xian, so he immediately shouted, There's no point in talking so much. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Tang Meng. I'll show you what true strength is. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below the stage revealed an expression of disbelief. Tang Meng, wasn't he one of the great generals of the great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian actually defeated him? That be asterisk starred. How could he possibly defeat Tang Meng? Song Suijing stomped her feet in anger. From the discussions of the people around her, she knew that Tang Meng was a disciple at the middle stage of the true profound realm, who was ranked in the top 100 of the profound department. Since Yi Xian was able to defeat him, he might actually be able to defeat Tang Tian. If Tang Tian lost, then she would have to fulfill her promise. At that moment, Song Suijing had mixed feelings. She hoped that Tang Tian would lose, but she also hoped that Yi Xian would lose. She was in a dilemma. Alright, then please teach me a lesson, Your Highness. It's good that you have eyes and dared to offend the brat from the great Tang dynasty. Yi Xian was still as calm as ever, as if he did not put Tang Tian in his eyes at all. However, the people below the stage began to discuss in low voices again. Oh no, this kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to challenge the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He's really courting death. That's not necessarily true. You were in seclusion a few days ago, so you don't know. This kid is a spiritual array master, and he has already joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance as a guest elder. Isn't it just a spiritual array master? Does the Divine Prefecture Alliance need to make such a big fuss and give him a guest elder? He's not an ordinary spiritual array master. He knows how to build the base of a spirit gathering array. He only needs 2 mid-grade crystals a day to maintain it. I heard that he had already set up hundreds of spirit gathering arrays yesterday afternoon. What? Hundreds? The people below the stage were still discussing. They did not expect Xian to be so capable. After all, there were many people in the Divine Prefecture Alliance, but there were only a few dozen guest elders. However, at that moment, a battle broke out on the stage. Furthermore, the battle only lasted for a second. Boom! A loud muffled sound was heard, and then, a figure was sent flying. What? The dozens of people below the stage were all shocked. Someone was killed in a second. Who was it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage. It was Tang Tian. No, it was Tang Tian who was sent flying. The person standing on the stage was Xian. What did I just see? Tang Tian was sent flying with one punch. How is that possible? What's going on? I didn't see it clearly just now. Who can tell me what happened? I didn't see it clearly either. I only know that Tang Tian flew out after he exchanged a punch with Xian. That's impossible. Tang Tian is at the middle stage true profound realm, and he's also the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty. He has been taught by an expert since he was young. Even someone at the peak of the true profound realm would find it difficult to defeat him with one punch. Who knows? Anyway, Tang Tian flew out of the stage. Not many people below the stage could see Xian's movements clearly, but Song Suijing saw it clearly. Xian had indeed only thrown one punch, and it was this one punch that sent Tang Tian flying. There was no extra movement. Just one punch. Why is his physique so strong? I've also been training in body refinement techniques since I was young, but my physique is much weaker than his. We're both using upper-grade spirit-level martial arts, but he can send someone flying with one punch. Could it be that he's been training in an earth-grade body refinement technique? Song Suijing guessed in his heart. Even the great Song dynasty did not have an earth-grade cultivation technique. As for an earth-grade body tempering technique, it was not certain if the Soaring Heaven Mansion had one. Xian wins. The disciple below the stage, who was registering for Xian, was stunned for a moment before he announced the result. He had guessed that Xian should be able to defeat Tang Tian, but he did not expect him to kill his opponent in a second. With this ability, he could definitely enter the top 150, however, he also understood that Xian was purely looking for trouble with Tang Tian. At this moment, Tang Tian, who had flown out of the stage, spat out another mouthful of blood. He weakly stood up with the help of a few disciples from the great Tang dynasty. He looked at Xian in shock and said in astonishment, "How did your ability improve so quickly? This is impossible." What's impossible about this? Tang Tian, could it be that you can't afford to lose, and want to fight again? I'm more than happy to oblige. Xian smiled calmly. Tang Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Just now, when he and Xian exchanged a punch, he almost felt that his only arm was going to be crippled. If that punch had landed on his body, it would have at least seriously injured him. Now, to ask him to go up and fight with Xian again, this was completely asking for death. Alright, Tang Tian, will remember this grudge. In the future, I will definitely return it to you. Tang Tian said with a straight face, then quickly left. The current him could not even clench his fist tightly, and would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. However, Xian and the other two parties had offended him twice, and he would definitely not let them off so easily. Looking at Tang Tian's departing figure, Xian smiled, then slowly walked down the stage under the gazes of thousands of people. The current him was all ready. He had defeated Tang Tian, who was ranked 200, and replaced him. Although Tang Tian had become an official disciple, Because Yi Xian, who defeated him, was a preparatory disciple, he did not have a ranking. End of chapter. Congratulations, junior brother. Immediately, many people came forward to welcome him. They were all members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance that Yi Xian had met before. However, when Yi Xian dealt with these people, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had run away. That girl, did she think that she would be fine after escaping this time? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he did not think too much about it. After all, he and Song Suijing were in a relationship. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. She could run away for a while, but she could not run away forever. After defeating Tang Tian, Yi Xian's name was registered, and it would appear on a stone tablet. Then, he went to collect a set of official disciples' robes and learn about the benefits of being an official disciple. The benefits of being an official disciple of the Underworld Manor were based on their ranking on the Earth Board. Yi Xian was ranked 200, and he could receive 500 mid-grade crystal stones every month as cultivation resources. If he was in the top 10, he would receive at least 3,000 mid-grade crystal stones every month. If he was in the first place, it was even more terrifying. Every month, the Soaring Heaven Manor would give him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. From this, it could be seen what kind of sect the Soaring Heaven Manor was. Just the amount of cultivation resources they gave out every month was an astronomical figure. It was a figure that Yi Xian did not dare to imagine. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples also had some rights. For example, they could go to the martial skills pavilion to choose martial skills according to their ranking. Although Yi Xian already had a few high-grade spiritual martial skills, he still went to the pavilion and collected all the martial skills in it into the Devouring system. After that, Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl will take a detour when she sees me in the future. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and then went to rest. Tomorrow, he still had a difficult task to complete, which was to go to the Profound and Yellow mansions to set up the spirit gathering array. The next morning, Yi Xian woke up early to go to the Underworld Manor. However, he was shocked to find that Song Suijing had not returned yet. That girl is a goddess. I'm not a tiger. Isn't it just a kiss? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and left. He first went to find Xianxia, and then they went to the Profound department together. There were dozens of people in the Profound department who needed the spirit gathering array. Yi Xian was busy until the afternoon before he left for Huangji. After that, he helped the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance set up a spirit gathering array. At this time it was already very late, so Yi Xian decided to spend the night in the Huang residence's weapon hall. Excluding the hundreds of spirit gathering formations from the first day, Yi Xian had set up more than 160 spirit gathering formations. Based on the calculation of 300 mid-grade crystals per spirit gathering formation, he had earned 50,000 mid-grade crystals. He was not in a hurry to break through to the peak of the true Profound realm, so he would absorb most of these spar and use the remaining few thousand mid-grade spar for later use. After spending the night in the Huang residence's weapon hall, he and Xianxia rushed back to the Hell residence the next day. This time, he finally saw Song Suijing. However, as soon as he entered the door, Song Suijing said angrily in the courtyard, "You bastard, I wasn't prepared and hid for 2 days. Did you have to make my room like that?" Yi Xian heard this and was a little confused. He asked in surprise, "What? When did I enter your room?" When Song Suijing was not around, although he did not go in, he could sense that Song Suijing was not in the room. He did not enter Song Suijing's room at all. "Bastard, who else would dare to break into my room besides you? Go in and see for yourself." Song Suijing was so angry that her face turned red. Yi Xian walked up the stairs in surprise and pushed open Song Suijing's door. Now, he finally understood why Song Suijing was so angry. He saw that there was not a single thing in her room that was intact. The bed, the bookshelf, the desk, the vase, and even the ventilation window at the back were all smashed into pieces. Not only that, even the foundation of the spiritual energy gathering array on the floor was destroyed. "Look, everything is destroyed. I was wrong about you." Song Suijing walked to the door of her room. When she saw the miserable state inside again, she could not help but cry. At this time, she hated Yi Xian to death. She thought that Yi Xian was a narrow-minded person and was ready to move out today. Yi Xian turned his head and saw the tears in the corner of Song Suijing's eyes. He was almost scared to death. He quickly said, "Isn't it just a room and an array foundation? It's not a big deal. Besides, do I, Yi Xian, look like the kind of person who would take advantage of an opportunity to make trouble?" He was also helpless. Previously, during the Dynasty War, Song Suijing could still hold on after being hit by his palm. Now, she was crying because of such a small matter. Her heart was too weak. However, he would definitely not let go of the person who caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing. "If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Song Suijing's eyes were red. "Who do you think has a grudge against me?" Yi Xian said slowly. Hearing this, Song Suijing was stunned at first, then blurted out, "Tang Tian?" Yi Xian nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be him. However, it might not be him who did it personally." "It really wasn't you?" Song Suijing asked again. Although she felt that Tang Tian was suspicious, she felt that Tang Tian would not have such guts. "If you still don't believe me, go to my room and take a look," Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing walked over in surprise, then pushed open the door. She realized that Yi Xian's room was also in a mess, and there was a scarlet blood word on the wall. Dead. If it was only the room that was destroyed, Song Suijing might still suspect Yi Xian. However, this blood word made Song Suijing's suspicion disappear. Tang Tian, this was definitely done by Tang Tian. Following that, Song Suijing returned to her own door and asked, "You didn't go back, so how did you know that your room was the same?" Yi Xian just walked out of Song Suijing's room and laughed. "The two of us weren't here yesterday, so he couldn't have only messed up your room. Tang Tian hates me, and you were just passing by. Alright, I've cleaned up your room, and built a new array base. You can redecorate it yourself." "Alright, I've wronged you." Song Suijing wiped her tears and said embarrassedly. "It's okay, I'll take care of Tang Tian when the time comes. You, on the other hand, where have you been these 2 days? You don't have to hide from me like this, right?" "Humph, it's just a kiss, I'll return it to you now." Song Suijing snorted and quickly pecked Yi Xian's face, like a chicken eating rice. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Song Suijing to really kiss him. He was not prepared at all. When he reacted, Song Suijing had already finished kissing him, and he felt a breeze caress him. Really, what a loss. Big. End of chapter. Alright, I don't owe you anything now. Song Suijing blushed like a little girl. Haha, if I tell anyone about this, you'll definitely kill me. Yi Xian laughed out loud. At least you know what's good for you. After Song Suijing finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and said, "And you clearly have the ability to defeat Tang Tian. Why did you look like you couldn't beat him? You were clearly doing it on purpose." "When did I look like I couldn't beat him? I was clearly very confident that day, okay?" Yi Xian was also helpless. "Humph, anyway, you did it on purpose. You deliberately wanted to bet with me, you bad guy." Song Suijing pouted and was very dissatisfied. Yi Xian shrugged and laughed dryly. "If you think that way, I have nothing to say. I remember that you were the one who proposed this condition. Anyway, you did it on purpose." Alright, I did it on purpose. Speaking of which, where have you been these 2 days? I haven't seen you at all." Yi Xian changed the topic. Song Suijing replied, "I went to the heavenly abode to look for my grandfather." "Weren't you looking for someone?" "Oh, right. Has your grandfather heard of that name?" Yi Xian thought of this question. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment and said, "My grandfather's reaction was very strange. He said that he would look for you personally. His reaction was very strange." "Look for me personally?" Yi Xian was stunned. This meant that he knew that Song Qing knew. Perhaps Lin Wenyue was also an elder. However, what was this strange reaction? Could it be that there was something fishy? "Did your grandfather say who it was?" Yi Xian asked again. "No." Song Suijing shook her head. "Alright, I got it." Yi Xian's heart froze. Then he would wait for Elder Song Qing to find him. However, at this moment, Song Suijing suddenly felt something and said in shock, Yi Xian, your realm? Yi Xian was taken aback. He smiled and said, you kissed me just now and I accidentally broke through. I have to thank you. What? How is that possible? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. This was the first time she had heard of such a breakthrough. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, method. I've already deliberately suppressed it, but you still managed to discover it. Not bad, Yi Xian praised. Of course. Wait, it hasn't even been a month since you broke through. How could you break through so quickly? Song Suijing couldn't believe it. Even if the manor of hell had an abundance of heaven and earth yuan qi, and even if he had a large amount of cultivation resources, he would still need a large amount of time to refine the medicinal efficacy. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through so quickly. It can't be helped. That's how geniuses are. Yi Xian shrugged again. The devouring system was the source of his strength. He was determined not to tell anyone about it. Now, Song Suijing finally felt how strong Yi Xian's talent was. Judge Song was already 18 years old, and Yi Xian was only 16 years old. The former had to cultivate for 2 more years before she was at the same level as Yi Xian. If your talent is so strong, why did you still participate in the assessment? You should at least have a perfect talent, right? Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Perfect talent? I'm only at the distinguished intermediate level. Yi Xian answered honestly. Although he didn't know how talent was measured, he now understood that the higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed, and the easier it was to break through. However, his cultivation speed had nothing to do with his talent. Impossible. Even my brother is at the inferior perfect level. You can't be at the distinguished intermediate level. Song Suijing shook her head. It doesn't matter. Cultivation talent is just a toilet stock. There are times when it's not accurate. Yi Xian replied. Just now, when Yi Xian saw the miserable state of Song Suijing's room, he was filled with anger. The first thing he thought of was Tang Tian. Therefore, in that instant, he directly swallowed the crystal and broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. At that time, he really wanted to rush in front of Tang Tian and beat him up. He wanted to cripple his other hand. However, he remembered that this was the soaring heaven mansion, so he endured it. With your talent, entering the heavenly abode shouldn't be a problem. Why don't I go look for grandfather again and see if he can? Before Song Suijing could finish, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. It's the same everywhere. Don't tell me you want to return that last favor? You don't want to go? You were fighting to go before. Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a favor? Song Suijing was confused. That was before. Now is now. Furthermore, Grand Duke Song. A favor from the Lord is much more precious to me than the heavenly abode. Yi Xian said casually. The difference between the heavenly abode and the underworld abode was huge for most people. Underneath the heavenly abode was the great energy-gathering formation, and the speed of cultivation there was several times faster than the underworld abode. Furthermore, all the higher-ups of the soaring heaven mansion lived there. If one was accepted as a disciple by one of the sect elders, as long as they could form their core, it would be much easier for them to break through to the divine core realm. After all, every single sect elder was at least at the divine core realm, and in order to break through from the half-step nascent core realm to the divine core realm, one would need a profound beast's core. Furthermore, one would also need the help and guidance of a master. Alright, since you don't want to go, then how do you plan to cultivate? Song Suijing asked helplessly. What do you mean by how do I plan to cultivate? Yi Xian didn't understand. You've broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Once you cultivate your profound energy to the peak, you'll be able to start forming your core. But, you'll need an earth rank skill to form your core. Do you have one? Song Suijing continued asking. Earth rank skill? Yi Xian was surprised. You don't know? Without an earth rank skill, it's impossible for you to form your core. Although I don't have one, I can ask my grandfather to teach you one. Song Suijing said while blinking her big eyes. Why do you keep thinking about returning the favor? Although I don't have an earth rank skill right now, I can get one. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Xian said calmly. A high-rank spirit skill was much more expensive than an ordinary martial skill, let alone an earth-rank skill. But, he had the Devouring system, and there were even heaven-rank skills in it, let alone earth-rank skills. Do you really trust the Divine Continent Alliance that much? Although they are strong, an earth-rank skill isn't something they can just give out. Song Suijing said. Yi Xian said with a smile, didn't I just break through? I don't know when I'll be able to fill up my profound energy. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Although he said that, he was actually thinking about it in his heart. His cultivation method was different from others. Did he directly devour treasures to break through to the half-step origin core realm, or did he need an earth-rank skill? He didn't know which one it was. Since the system didn't prompt him, he would just continue devouring. After all, when he broke through to the true profound realm, the true essence in his body directly transformed into profound energy. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly remembered something. Thinking of something, he said, your physique is so strong, could it be that you already have an earth-grade body tempering technique? End of chapter. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He laughed, you're so smart. I've been training my body since I was young. If not, why do you think I could send Tang Tian flying with one punch? Your low-level empire probably doesn't even have a middle-grade spirit-level martial arts, but you actually have an earth-level body training technique. It seems like some senior was living in seclusion and you obtained it after he passed away. Song Suijing did not suspect anything. You know that too. Yi Xian laughed again. Alright, since you have an earth-level body training technique, you can also condense Dan essence. Why didn't you say you had it? You're wasting my time. Song Suijing looked unhappy. Alright, I'm going somewhere. Are you coming? Yi Xian turned around and said. Where are you going? Revenge. When she heard these two words, Song Suijing's eyebrows suddenly froze. 2 rays of light shot out from her eyes. As for the culprit who had turned her room into such a mess, she would definitely not let him off so easily. Alright. In a courtyard of the underworld residence. Your Highness, Yi Xian has returned. A stern young man knelt in front of Tang Tian and said respectfully. You weren't discovered, right? Tang Tian squinted his eyes. The arm he placed on the stone table had not recovered half of its original strength. If his profound spirit chi circulated here, its speed would drop by half. No. The stern young man shook his head. Then what was Yi Xian's expression like? Tang Tian asked expectantly. The stern young man hesitated, then said, Yi Xian did not return to his room. Furthermore, he looked very calm. How is that possible? Tang Tian was shocked. Yi Xian and Song Suijing's room was indeed destroyed by him. The word death was also personally written by him. He had already imagined all kinds of scenes in his heart. He thought that Yi Xian would be furious after seeing this, and would even tear down the entire courtyard. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian was not only not angry, but also very calm. He's probably enduring it. Tang Tian snorted, he will definitely find me later, and when that time comes, I want you to cripple one of his arms. Yes, Your Highness. The cold young man nodded respectfully without hesitation. He had been in the Soaring Sky Mansion for quite a few years now. He was a disciple ranked in the top 100 of the Earth ranking. Now, he had already cultivated his profound chi to the peak and was preparing to condense his core essence. The two of them waited for a while, and sure enough, they heard footsteps approaching. We meet again, Yi Xian. Tang Tian revealed a smile and shouted. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. Because the person who entered was not Yi Xian. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Tang Tian looked at the young man who ran in and realized that he was from the great Tang dynasty. He immediately asked, why are you in such a hurry? The young man replied, Your Highness, that Yi Xian went to the challenge arena and issued a challenge to everyone in the great Tang dynasty. What? Tang Tian stood up in shock and said in shock, issued a challenge to everyone? Didn't you say that you can only challenge once every half a month? Your Highness, his challenge was successful last time, so he still has the chance to challenge. Just now, he has already defeated 2 people, and is currently ranked 168th, the young man reported. 2? Tang Tian's face trembled. It had only been half an hour since the cold young man reported, and Yi Xian had already defeated 2 disciples from the great Tang dynasty in the Soaring Sky Mansion. How was that possible? How many people does the great Tang dynasty have in the underworld mansion? Tang Tian turned and asked. The cold young man replied, including your highness, there are a total of 12 people. Let's go to the challenge arena. Tang Tian's face turned cold, and he walked out of the courtyard. Just as Tang Tian walked out of the courtyard, many people had already gathered at the challenge arena of the underworld mansion. On the arena, there were 2 figures. No, there was only one left. One of the figures was directly blasted out of the arena. Yi Xian wins. When this voice rang out, the group of disciples below the arena were already shocked. This was because Yi Xian had already won 6 consecutive battles. In a short span of an hour, he had already defeated 6 disciples from the underworld mansion. To be precise, they were 6 disciples from the great Tang dynasty. Furthermore, all of them were sent flying with one punch. At this moment, Yi Xian was ranked 123rd, and the next disciple from the great Tang dynasty was ranked 88th. If he wanted to, he could definitely challenge the person with the highest ranking in the underworld mansion from the great Tang dynasty. However, he did not, because he wanted to humiliate the great Tang dynasty. Yi Xian, are you sure you want to challenge everyone from the great Tang dynasty? Suddenly, someone walked to the side of the arena and asked. It was the arena manager from the Divine Prefecture Alliance. I didn't expect to alarm senior brother Jiang. Yi Xian said awkwardly. The 88th disciple is still at the middle stage of the true profound realm, but the rest are all at the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to continue? The arena manager asked in surprise. Yi Xian nodded seriously and said, Senior brother, just go ahead and contact them. I'm fine. Good, you have guts. I'll get someone to help you inform the rest of the people. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly walked in. Yi Xian turned around and immediately smiled. He thought to himself, Tang Tian, you finally can't sit still anymore. Previously, when he told Song Suijing that he wanted to take revenge, he did not want to find Tang Tian and beat him until half of his body was paralyzed. He wanted to use another method, which was to defeat all the disciples on the earth roll of the great Tang dynasty. Instead of taking revenge physically, he would rather take revenge spiritually. Yi Xian. After entering the arena, Tang Tian immediately shouted. His deafening voice reverberated in the air. Tang Tian, I trust you have been well since we last met. Yi Xian walked to the edge of the arena and smiled. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, saw Tang Tian and walked over with a gloomy face. He snorted, I didn't expect that the crown prince of the great Tang dynasty would do such a despicable thing. It's really disgusting. What did you say? Tang Tian glared at Song Suijing. You know best what you did. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Hypocrite. Song Suijing whispered in a voice that Tang Tian could hear. Tang Tian's expression changed and walked straight in. Your Highness, the disciples who were defeated by Yi Xian walked over and said guiltily. A bunch of trash. Whose turn is it? Tang Tian asked coldly. It's the 88th ranked Zhang Yong's turn. One of them replied. Tang Tian asked again, is he here yet? Not yet. I've already gone to inform him. Hearing this, Tang Tian turned his head and said to Yi Xian, are you going to fight to the death with my great Tang dynasty? Yi Xian stood at the edge of the arena and smiled indifferently. Tang Tian, haven't we already fought to the death? End of chapter. Alright, remember what you said. I'll watch and see how many people you can defeat. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he stood quietly at the side. Everyone present could feel the 2 opposing auras and started whispering to each other. Compared to the other dynasties and the Divine Prefecture Alliance, the people from the great Tang dynasty were indeed a little arrogant. Many people did not like them. Soon, the disciple named Zhang Yong on the earth board arrived. He did not notice Tang Tian and walked directly into the arena. You're the one who challenged me? Zhang Yong did not understand the situation. He was just cultivating when he was called out. Come. Yixian did not say much. His tone directly caused Zhang Yong to be dissatisfied. You're courting death. After Zhang Yong snorted coldly, he took a big stride forward. Although he was at the middle stage of the true profound realm, the 80th place on the earth board was already at the peak of the true profound realm. Therefore, his strength was considered to be at the peak of the true profound realm. However, in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest and flew out uncontrollably. What? Zhang Yong was shocked. He landed outside the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yixian wins. The referee in the arena announced again. Now, Yixian had defeated all the middle stage true profound realm disciples of the great Tang dynasty. Next would be the peak of the true profound realm. Trash. Zhang Yong, who had landed outside the arena, suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw Tang Tian standing not far away. His expression immediately changed. What's going on? Senior brother, I want to continue the challenge. Yixian continued to shout in the arena. Alright, I've already sent someone to inform them. The arena administrator of the Divine Prefecture Alliance had already sent many people to inform them. Furthermore, there were several people at the same time. It would not be long before those people arrived at the arena one by one. However, at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly said, Yixian, I know what you're going to do. Next is the peak of the true profound realm. Are you sure you want to suffer? Yixian had just broken through, so Tang Tian did not know that Yixian was definitely courting death. But right at this moment, someone suddenly whispered from the side, Your Highness, he's already at the peak of the true profound realm. What? The moment he said that, Tang Tian immediately agreed. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, shocked. How was this possible? Previously, when he was sent flying by a single punch from Yixian, Yixian was only at the middle stage of the true profound realm. However, in just a few days, Yixian had actually broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Could it be that Yixian had eaten some kind of precious heavenly treasure and leveled up? However, after quickly searching through his memories, he found that there was nothing that could directly raise someone from the middle stage of the true profound realm by one level. What a monster. His aptitude is above adjudicator songs, but why is he still participating in the assessment? Tang Tian was very puzzled. He had already felt immense pressure from Yixian. As he pondered, he could not help but reveal a murderous intent. It was not a good sign to make an enemy of such a genius. However, at this moment, he and Yixian were already mortal enemies. Therefore, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to eliminate Yixian. Soon, two more figures appeared on the arena. They were the two peak of the true profound realm from the great Tang dynasty in the underworld palace. They were different from Zhang Yong. When they entered, they saw Tang Tian and immediately walked towards him. Yixian is courting death. Do not show any mercy later. Cripple him. Tang Tian said softly. He did not know who would enter the arena first, but as long as he could cripple Yixian, Yixian would be finished. Yes. The two of them replied respectfully. Then, one of them walked into the arena. Looking at the young man, Yixian smiled slightly. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly shouted from below the arena, Yixian, send him flying. Okay. Yixian's answer was very simple. When the referee below the arena heard this, he immediately shouted, Begin. Peak of the true profound realm. This was the first peak of the true profound realm that Yixian had faced. But, so what? Junior brother Yi, you go first. If I go first, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so, the young man said coldly. Okay, then I will respectfully accept your offer. Yixian did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He immediately activated his profound qi and in an instant, he turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh! Everyone present could not see his movements clearly, including the peak of the true profound realm disciples and even the young man standing in front of Yixian. The young man was a little regretful. He regretted saying such big words, but now was not the time to regret. He focused his eyes and saw that it was actually true. He caught a glimpse of Yixian's figure. Immediately, he activated his profound qi and suddenly threw a punch in front of him. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Yi Xian suddenly sped up and disappeared. This punch of his had hit nothing but air. No, it did not miss. The young man's heart trembled. He felt that his right fist had hit something, but just as this feeling was transmitted to his brain, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Crack! A crisp sound rang out in the quiet arena. When everyone reacted, they realized that a strange thing had pierced through the young man's back. It was a bone. Although the young man was at the peak of the true profound realm, he could not help but let out a scream. Yi Xian had punched his hand bone through his shoulder. One had to know that this young man had also used an upper-grade spiritual level martial art. Yi Xian was also using the same technique, but why was the difference so big? The young man screamed as he retreated. At this moment, the biggest thought in his mind was to escape. You want to run? Get out of here. Yi Xian quickly followed and kicked the young man's waist, kicking him out of the arena. The arena was 5 meters high. The young man flew out and landed hard on the ground, falling flat on his face. Victory to Yi Xian. The manager of the arena was already used to such occurrences and immediately shouted out. This young man was ranked 67th, which meant that Yi Xian had already charged into the 67th place on the earth roll. Next up was the 43rd place. Yeah, Yi Xian did well. Song Suijing, who was below the arena, cheered. Yi Xian had crippled his opponent with one punch and sent him flying with the second punch. It was really satisfying. Everyone in the crowd was completely convinced by him. They were both at the peak of the true profound realm, but why was the difference so big? Could it be that Yi Xian had already condensed his Jindan and was at the half-step origin core realm? How was this possible? How many peak true profound realm disciples in the soaring sky mansion were stuck at the step of condensing their Jindan? Yi Xian had just entered the underworld palace for less than 2 months. How could he have condensed his Jindan? No one believed it, but Yi Xian had sent an expert ranked 67th flying with one punch. This was an undeniable fact. End of chapter. After sending his opponent flying, Yi Xian walked back to the center of the arena in a neither arrogant nor impatient manner. After that, he shouted, Next! Next, are they queuing up to give themselves warmth? At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Tang Tian. To be precise, it was on the young man beside Tang Tian. He was the 43rd disciple on the earth board. What are you waiting for? Go! Tang Tian clenched his teeth and shouted. Yi Xian had already provoked him, how could he show weakness? Your Highness, the young man was hesitant. Yi Xian could cripple an opponent of the same level with one punch and send him flying with 2 punches. This was obviously not something he could handle. If he went up, he might end up like that. He did not want his bones to be broken. Go! Tang Tian clenched his fist and his body trembled. The young man hesitated for a moment. After a while, he clenched his teeth and turned to walk towards the ring. His footsteps were heavy. Each step left a footprint. At the same time, he kept asking himself in his heart. Go, or not, if he went up, he might lose an arm. If he did not go up, he would anger Tang Tian. Ta-ta. The young man did not notice his speed. He had already walked to the stairs beside the ring. Get the hell up there. Tang Tian's furious voice came from behind him. A strong martial artist at the peak of the true profound realm. No matter which empire he was in, he would definitely be the target of the royal family. But here, he was scolded like a dog. In an instant, the young man made a decision. He turned his head and said, I give up. He did not have any confidence in himself. Rather than being crippled by Yi Xian and continuing to be Tang Tian's dog, he would rather lead the great Tang dynasty. What did you say? Without waiting for the arena administrator to speak, Tang Tian shouted in disbelief. Your Highness, I give up and lead the great Tang dynasty. The young man said with determination. Although he was sent to the soaring heaven mansion by the great Tang dynasty's royal family, he was still alone. Tang Tian's actions had already disappointed him. Say that again? Tang Tian suspected that he had heard wrongly. The young man's words shocked everyone present, including Yi Xian. However, he reacted quickly and said with a smile, Senior brother, the Divine Prefecture Alliance welcomes you. Alright, I'll join. The young man agreed without any hesitation. Since he had already left the Tang dynasty, it would be best for him to join the strongest divine prefecture alliance. Haha. Yi Xian laughed out loud. He did not expect to see such a dramatic scene. Not only were Tang Tian's subordinates afraid of going up on stage, they even left the great Tang dynasty and joined the Divine Continent Alliance. Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row and swept away the face of the great Tang dynasty. However, what he had done before could not compare to what he had done this time. This was a resounding slap to the face, and it was done by his own people. This made Yi Xian think of a phrase, "Bring disgrace upon yourself." Good, very good. Tang Tian was flustered and exasperated. He immediately said to the young man next to him, "Even if you have to die, you have to cripple him, do you understand?" The young man was startled for a moment, then he nodded his head. He was different from the traitor. He was a man of sacrifice trained by the great Tang dynasty, and he was loyal to the great Tang dynasty's royal family. Tang Tian's order was something he had to do even if he had to die. Furthermore, he was the only person in the great Tang dynasty who was ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Palace, and he had already formed a trace of core energy. As long as he had enough core energy, he would be able to fuse with the profound beast's inner core. After that, he would break through to the divine core realm. Since he had already formed his core energy, he could easily defeat any ordinary peak true profound realm warrior, just like Yi Xian. Next? Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again, and it echoed throughout the entire arena. Right now, there were nearly 100 people gathered in the arena. There were disciples from the Earth Palace, and disciples from the Black and Yellow Mansions. When they heard what Yi Xian said, they couldn't help but be startled. Yi Xian had just challenged a peak true profound realm warrior, and now he was going to challenge a half-step origin core warrior. One had to know that even if a low-grade spirit class martial art was used with Jindan essence, its power would still be stronger than a mid-grade spirit class martial art. If a high-rank spirit martial skill was used, its strength would be comparable to an earth-rank martial skill. Go, cripple him. Tang Tian's expression darkened once again as he ordered. Yes, sir. The young man nodded his head and replied. After that, he slowly walked towards the arena. Everyone's gazes fell upon him. Tang Yaoguang, ranked 19th on the Earth ranking, half-step origin core warrior. His cultivation base had surpassed everyone in the arena, but no one knew who was stronger, Yi Xian or Tang Yaoguang. Although Yi Xian had won so many matches in a row, he was going to face a half-step origin core warrior, a warrior who only had one foot in the divine core realm. Song Suijing looked at Tang Yaoguang and furrowed his brows. He whispered to Yi Xian, "That's enough, you've taken your revenge. Don't challenge him anymore, come down now." Yi Xian turned his head and said with a smile, "Since it's revenge, I won't give up halfway." "No, you can't beat him, come down now." Song Suijing said anxiously. "I can even send a peak true profound realm warrior flying with a single punch, so I can send a mere half-step origin core warrior flying." What? You don't believe me? Why don't we have another bet? It's the same bet as before. What do you think? Yi Xian asked. I'm not betting, come down now. Song Suijing glanced at Huang Yaoguang, and found out that Huang Yaoguang had already reached the bottom of the arena and was walking down the stairs. If you don't want to bet, then I won't go down. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders like a rascal. Song Suijing compromised, fine, I lose, come down now. You just don't believe in my strength. Just watch from below. Yi Xian replied calmly. Although he and Song Suijing were enemies before, that was only during the exam. After spending some time with Song Suijing, he found her to be a cute little girl. Just now, Tang Tian's actions caused him to be misunderstood by Song Suijing, which made Song Suijing cry. When Yi Xian saw Song Suijing's teary eyes, he had already made up his mind. He had to take revenge, that was the reason why he chose to break through, and wanted to make the great Tang dynasty lose all face. Let him go down, impossible. At this moment, Huang Yaoguang had already walked up to the arena. Song Suijing was so anxious that she jumped up and prepared to pull Yi Xian down the stage. You've already agreed to so many battles, it's enough. You don't have to risk your life for this. Although there won't be any injuries in this arena, Tang Tian obviously wants to cripple you, don't. Song Suijing pulled Yi Xian's arm and whispered. End of chapter. I know he's at the half-step origin core realm, but I, Yi Xian, am not that weak. Just go down there and watch, trust me. Yi Xian said calmly with a faint smile on his face. You. Song Suijing was still frowning, but when she saw the confidence in Yi Xian's eyes, she couldn't help but ask, are you sure you can win? In her opinion, Yi Xian was just at the peak of the true profound realm, and he had just broken through. It was impossible for him to accept the challenge from Huang Yaoguang, who was at the half-step origin core realm. However, she had never seen Yi Xian lose before. Who would have thought that the man she was chasing after would break through 2 realms in just a month's time, and could send an expert who was as strong as adjudicator Song flying with a single punch? This was a miracle. Yes. Yi Xian replied solemnly. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked to the edge of the arena and said, Junior Sister Song, you can come down now. Hearing this familiar voice, Song Suijing and Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Jiang Yu. I'm sorry for disturbing senior brother. Yi Xian said with guilt. He was now a guest elder of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, and his actions represented the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Don't worry, it's just the Great Tang Dynasty. Even if the 4 dynasties join forces, they won't be able to do anything to the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said with a smile. That's good. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Not only that, when Jiang Yu appeared, Song Suijing's expression turned slightly better. She might not know who Jiang Yu was before, but now, it was impossible for her not to know him. Because Jiang Yu was the number 1 ranked on the Earth ranking, Song Qing had told her that Jiang Yu had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and this was a secret that only a few people knew about. With Jiang Yu watching over them, Yi Xian would definitely be fine. Be careful. Song Suijing reminded him in a low voice, then she walked down the arena. Tang Tian also noticed Jiang Yu, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Jiang Yu was ranked first on the Earth board. Even if Yi Xian could not defeat Tang Yaoguang, his life would not be in danger. It would be difficult to cripple Yi Xian, however, at this time, Tang Yaoguang had already gone up. Could it be that he could still ask him to come down? Let's begin. After receiving a signal from Jiang Yu, the manager of the arena, the staff member also shouted loudly. The battle had begun. Half-step Primal Core Realm? The other party has Primal Core. If he uses Primal Core to use a superior grade Spirit Martial technique or even an Earth grade Martial technique, I will not be able to handle it. Therefore, there is only one way. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then took out a bow and arrows. High-grade Spirit Artifact, Heaven-Shocking Bow. When the bow and arrow fell into everyone's eyes, they all opened their mouths wide. Using a bow and arrow in the ring, was this a joke? Even Jiang Yu could not understand Yi Xian's actions. The arena was only a few hundred meters long and wide. Most of the time, it was close combat. What was Yi Xian planning to do by taking out a bow and arrow? Junior brother, are you sure you want to use a bow and arrow to fight me? Tang Yaoguang squinted his eyes and asked in surprise. Senior brother, don't underestimate a bow and arrow. Yi Xian smiled slightly. However, he had already raised his spirits to 120%. Although the half-step Primal Core realm was within the true profound realm, the only difference was Primal Core. If Tang Yaoguang used Primal Core to attack, he did not have the confidence to receive it. Therefore, he had to treat this battle with caution. Tang Yaoguang did not ask further. He nodded slightly and released a surge of profound qi. The surrounding space suddenly became distorted. This was the sign of profound qi being cultivated to the extreme. Junior brother, be careful. He shouted in a low voice and disappeared from where he was. Other than Yi Xian and Jiang Yu, no one else could see his figure. Using an upper spiritual level movement technique right from the start? But it seems like you haven't used your Primal Core yet. Fine, I'll show you my new technique. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then suddenly shot an arrow from his bow. However, this arrow was not shot at Tang Yaoguang. Instead, it was shot at the sky. Upper spiritual level movement technique, arrow rain, a ray of light broke through the sky and shot up to a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Then, this ray of light suddenly exploded and turned into countless golden rays that fell from the sky. These golden rays had a very wide range and covered the entire arena. Some of them were even outside the arena. No matter where Tang Yaoguang ran, it was useless. What? Tang Yaoguang was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a movement technique with such a wide range. Immediately, he used a defensive movement technique to block these golden rays. Pft. Pft. However, this was not very useful. Yi Xian had an upper spiritual weapon and used an upper spiritual level movement technique. How could he be blocked so easily? Tang Yaoguang, who had wanted to get close to Yi Xian, was blocked by the arrow rain. Since his defensive movement technique was not effective, he could only use his attacks to block it. He stamped his feet and directly slashed at the sky to disperse the golden rays above his head. However, after he dispersed the first ray, a second ray of golden rays formed and fell on him. At the same time, Yi Xian was already retreating and continuously releasing arrows. He did this not because he wanted to use guerrilla warfare, but because he wanted to buy time. Even if he had the 100-flower bloodline to quickly recover his celestial qi, he would definitely be faster than Tang Yaoguang. Therefore, he could not use the arrow rain technique to defeat Tang Yaoguang. His purpose of buying time was to divert some of his attention to find a cultivation technique in the devouring system that would allow him to contend with an origin core realm cultivator. Since he wanted to humiliate the Tang dynasty, he could not use such a dirty method to win. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it head-on. However, Yi Xian's attacking methods had convinced everyone present. Jiang Yu was even more surprised, because this martial art was not given to Yi Xian by him. What a powerful martial art! Although it has not reached the earth level, it is close. Where did he learn it from? Jiang Yu was very surprised. Right at this moment, the battle in the arena changed. Tang Yaoguang had already rushed in front of Yi Xian, using his Dan origin to use a defensive martial art. Jiang Yu saw through it immediately. If he did not do so, Tang Yaoguang would not be able to catch up to Yi Xian. At this moment, he was already prepared to make a move. If the situation was not right, he would quickly go up to save the situation. However, when Tang Yaoguang rushed in front of Yi Xian, the latter had already put away his heaven-shocking bow. Not only that, Yi Xian's eyes were shining with a demonic light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Just now, Tang Tian had already given the order, even if Tang Yaoguang died, he had to cripple Yi Xian. Therefore, Tang Yaoguang was already prepared to kill his fellow sect members. He activated the remaining Dan origin in his body and condensed it in his palm, then suddenly extended it out. Earth-level martial art, 7 extinction palms, end of chapter. Using Dan essence to use an earth-level martial arts? Let's see who's stronger, you or me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When Tang Yaoguang's palm was in front of him, his aura instantly soared, including the strength of his qi. Earth-level martial arts, exploding acupoints tactics. A few muffled sounds could be faintly heard coming from Yi Xian's body. This was the sound of Yi Xian's acupoints exploding. The price to pay for this was that the strength of his qi would soar several times. Go to hell! Yi Xian roared to the sky, and his right fist blasted out like a meteor. Earth-level martial arts, Great Mercy Palm. Bang! When the two palms came into contact, two different types of energy bombarded together. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the ring, blowing the audience below the ring back a few steps. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out one after another. The two people in the arena quickly retreated backward. These two crisp sounds were the sound of the bones in their hands breaking. Tang Yaoguang retreated in horror. He hurriedly sensed his left hand and found that his left hand was already crippled. His shoulder was the pivot that connected his left hand to his body. However, the meridians in this area were all shattered, and his qi could not pass through at all. Impossible. I used Dan essence to use an earth-level martial arts. How could he block it? Tang Yaoguang could not believe it. His palm was enough to kill an expert at the peak of the true darkness realm. Even though Yi Xian had refined his body, it was impossible for him to block it. However, in the next moment, he realized that the qi in Yi Xian's body was much stronger than his, even though he had cultivated to the peak. How could this be, at this moment? Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds fell into Tang Yaoguang's ears. He focused his eyes and saw that Yixian had rushed in front of him without him noticing. Not good. Tang Yaoguang's expression changed dramatically, and his right hand that was holding the long sword suddenly chopped down. Rip. The long sword directly chopped down on Yixian's shoulder. At the same time, Yixian's palm directly slapped Tang Yaoguang's right shoulder. Bang! Tang Yaoguang was sent flying. Two great mercy palms, one on the left and one on the right, had destroyed the meridians in both of his shoulders. In addition to the fact that his Dan essence was depleted, he was no longer a threat to Yixian in this match. Yixian raised his left hand, pulled out the long sword hanging on his shoulder, and threw it to the ground. In the next moment, Yixian's left. Senior brother Tang, die. Yezazaz. B. But at this moment. Brat, stop. An explosive shout suddenly sounded out in the sky. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the stage. This person wore the clothes of an elder of the soaring sky mansion and directly charged towards Yixian. What? Elder, or? Not good. Yixian shouted in his mind. But, his left hand didn't stop there. He accurately slapped onto Tang Yaoguang's chest, then a massive amount of profound energy was injected into Tang Yaoguang's body, sending him flying away once again. Buddy, you're courting death. Seeing this, the old man's eyes turned red. He quickly arrived next to Yixian, then he slapped onto Yixian's chest as well. Bang! The old man's palm seemed weak, but in fact, it was incredibly powerful. It instantly sent Yixian flying away. Yixian felt like his chest was going to explode, and it felt like there was a meat grinder running inside his body. The profound energy in his body started flowing in reverse, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. The palm strike of a divine core warrior was not something that anyone could withstand. Everything happened too quickly, and only Xianxia was able to react to it. Without hesitation, he quickly dashed forward. After the old man sent Yixian flying away, he turned around and glanced at Tang Yaoguang's injuries. Killing intent immediately emerged in his heart. Buddy, I'm going to kill you. The old man furiously roared out as he dashed forward. Before Yixian could land on the ground, he slapped onto him again. However, what surprised him was that Yixian, who was in the air, wasn't knocked out by him. He still maintained a trace of consciousness. With great difficulty, he condensed a trace of profound energy and blasted out a palm to meet the old man's withered palm. Bang! Crack! The bones in Yixian's left hand were shattered by the impact. The old man had a look of disbelief on his face. But, he didn't stop there, he slapped his palm toward Yixian again. Stop! Xianxia had caught up with Yixian. But, he wasn't fast enough, so he could only watch as Yixian was struck by the old man's second palm strike. Bang! Another surge of energy drilled into Yixian's body, shattering all of his internal organs. Fuck your cousin. Yixian didn't faint from the pain, he cursed in his mind. He couldn't figure out why a divine core sect elder would attack him, but now, he finally understood. This old man must be a divine core warrior from the great Tang dynasty, and because he had crippled Tang Yaoguang's cultivation, he had enraged this old man. The four dynasties kept each other in check, and each dynasty only had one divine core warrior. Tang Yaoguang was the genius who had the highest chance of breaking through to the divine core realm in the great Tang dynasty, and he had been crippled by Yixian. It would be strange if he didn't seek revenge on Yixian. When the old man saw that Yixian was still alive, he was surprised. He was about to give him another palm strike, but right at this moment, Xianxia finally arrived. Originally, Xianxia wanted to hide his true strength, but he didn't expect this old man to suddenly attack Yixian. He didn't want to see Yixian die, so he had no choice but to attack. Bang! When the two divine core warriors' palms collided, the shockwave swept across 100 meters away, and knocked away all the disciples who hadn't reacted in time. Xianxia and the old man both took a few steps back. The former asked in shock, Sect Elder Tang, what are you doing? He has crippled the second divine core warrior of the great Tang dynasty. The old man said while gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked. When Xianxia exchanged a palm strike with him just now, he realized that Xianxia was no weaker than him. He knew that Xianxia was a divine core warrior, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Then, Sect Elder Tang, who are you? Are you the great Tang dynasty's old great emperor, or are you an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Xianxia asked. The old man was startled, then he realized that something bad was going to happen. Indeed, he was the great Tang dynasty's old great emperor, but he was in the Soaring Heaven Mansion right now, and he was an elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. An elder had violated the Soaring Heaven Mansion's rules and attacked a disciple who was fighting on the arena. Because of this, he would most likely be expelled from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. I'm sorry for being rude, but this young man is cruel and merciless. He actually killed his fellow disciples. I'm just cleaning up the mess. The old man quickly found an explanation for himself. Cleaning up the mess? Tang Sun, are you enforcing the law on my behalf? Suddenly, an old voice sounded out. After that, a figure descended from the sky and landed next to Yixian. He quickly fed Yixian a pill and helped Yixian absorb it. After that, he turned around and looked at the old man. End of chapter. Songqing. After seeing who it was, the old man's expression darkened. He didn't understand why Songqing would come to the underworld palace, and why he coincidentally saw him injure Yixian. The man who suddenly appeared was the great Song dynasty's old great emperor, Songqing, as well as the law-enforcing elder of Soaring Heaven Mansion. If a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion made a mistake, the law enforcement hall would be the one to punish him. However, this old man had overstepped his authority and punished a disciple on behalf of Songqing. This was against the rules. Tang Sun, how dare you disregard the sect's rules and attack a disciple? Xianxia, arrest him. Songqing shouted coldly. Tang Sun glared at Songqing and hastily shouted, how dare you? Even if the sect chief made a mistake, I still have the authority to arrest him. Tang Sun, are you trying to resist? Songqing took a step forward and unleashed his powerful core energy. The powerful aura nearly knocked out Yixian. Hearing this, Tang Sun trembled in anger. Seeing that Tang Sun didn't respond, Xianxia also dashed forward, preparing to arrest him. However, right at this moment, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. He estimated that he would lose his position as a sect elder, and his cultivation base might even be destroyed, then he would be expelled from Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't dare to do anything. Therefore, he had to run. Bang! Tang Sun slapped Xiangyu's shoulder with lightning speed, sending him flying away. After that, he turned around and started running away. Seeing this, Songqing immediately shouted out, Tang Sun is running away for fear of punishment. Xianxia, come with me and arrest him. Yes. Xianxia was furious as well, so he immediately chased after Tang Sun. In an instant, a great battle broke out, a great battle between divine core warriors. Tang Sun had a gloomy expression. He was defending himself while running away. Luckily, he had a great movement skill, or else he would have been captured by Songqing and Xianxia. At the same time, Song Suijing quickly ran next to Yixian and checked his injuries. But, when she checked his injuries, she couldn't help but cry out in shock, all of his meridians are broken? All of his meridians were broken. If he didn't have any pills or medicine, his life would be ruined. Not only that, but Yixian's body was in chaos. His injuries were so severe that he could die at any moment. But Yixian hadn't fainted yet. He gritted his teeth and said, help me, the pill. Both of his hands were crippled. On one hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Yaoguang, and on the other hand, he was injured when he fought Tang Sun. At this moment, he could not even lift his hand. However, he spent the last of his devouring points to exchange for an elixir. Song Suijing had tears in her eyes. After being reminded by Yixian, she realized that there was a black pill beside Yixian's hand. Is this it? Song Suijing picked up the elixir and asked. Yes. Yixian said weakly. At that moment, Song Suijing hurriedly threw the pill into Yixian's mouth. The latter immediately swallowed it. Songqing's elixir could only temporarily suppress his injuries. It was useless for his broken meridians. With his meridians broken, celestial qi could not circulate. He couldn't even refine it. Fortunately, Song Suijing was still beside him. She quickly transferred some celestial qi over to help him refine it. The elixir instantly spread and flowed through Xian's body. Every time it flowed through his broken meridians, some of the elixir would remain and act as a bridge to connect his meridians temporarily. Ever since his dantian was broken, Xian had never felt this empty and powerless feeling again. He didn't expect to experience it again today. If it was an ordinary person whose meridians were broken, they would definitely be crippled. But he wasn't an ordinary person. Not only did he have the divine elixir exchanged from the devouring system, he also had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. Given some time, his meridians could be connected. "How are you?" Song Suijing asked anxiously. "I'm okay. I won't die. Be careful," Xian said slowly. The elixir given by Songqing was pretty good. With the addition of the 100-flower bloodline, his injuries were already suppressed and he was slowly recovering. Ta ta ta. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard. Song Suijing turned around and saw that it was Tang Tian. Song Suijing immediately took out her weapon and looked at Tang Tian cautiously. "Tang Tian, why are you here?" When the members of the Divine Prefecture Alliance saw Tang Tian walking towards Xian, they quickly followed and protected Xian. At this moment, Xian didn't have any ability to resist. If Tang Tian wanted to attack, he could kill Xian in one hit. "The current you isn't worth my time, trash," Tang Tian shouted coldly. When Xian, who was lying on the ground, heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Go and see what your grandfather is saying, haha." Tang Tian's expression darkened. He didn't expect Tang Sun to attack at this critical moment. However, Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could definitely cripple Xian. However, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. To be exact, he didn't know the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he didn't know what Tang Sun was going to face. He thought Tang Sun would only receive some punishment. But too bad, not only did Tang Sun injure Xian, he even fought back. He would be expelled from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, or even crippled. If he was an ordinary disciple, Tang Sun would at most be stripped of his elder position. However, Xian's current status was different. It wasn't because he defeated Tang Yaoguang, it was because of Lin Wenyue. After Tang Tian finished speaking, he coldly harumphed, then he quickly left the arena and chased after the other three. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Tang Yaoguang, who was still on the arena. Tang Yaoguang was disheartened, but this was his fate. The rest of the disciples surrounded Xian, whispering to each other. They could see that Xian was severely injured, and profound energy was leaking out from his body. This was clearly a sign that his meridians were broken. However, after observing for a while, they were shocked to find that the speed at which the profound energy was leaking out had slowed down significantly. After a while, the leaking profound energy was actually sucked back in. What was going on? Junior disciple Song, what happened to senior disciple Yi? A disciple from the Divine Prefecture Alliance looked at Xian and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know either." Song Suijing shook her head. Right at this moment, Xian's eyes were tightly shut, and his breathing was very stable. He didn't look like someone who was severely injured at all. After a long while, Xian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. "Xian, how are you?" Song Suijing asked anxiously. "I'm fine, but I can't move for the time being. Just let me lie down for a while," Xian replied indifferently. However, he had just sensed that his meridians were already connected. As long as he was given a little more time, he would be able to recover to his original state. However, he had just used a special martial art, the exploding body technique. The price of using this martial art was to cause him to fall by 3 realms for half a month. It could be considered a life-saving martial art. If it wasn't for the exploding body technique, Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to cripple Tang Yaoguang. When he faced Tang Sun, he would probably be slapped to death. VIP chapter, end of chapter. Why are you so stupid? It's more than enough to defeat so many of them, why do you still want to challenge a half-step origin core warrior? Seeing Xian on the verge of death, Song Suijing couldn't hold it in any longer. She laid her head on Xian's body and started crying. The surrounding people were speechless. A princess of a dynasty was laying her head on a man's body and crying in public? What kind of scandal was this? But they still turned their heads away and pretended they didn't see anything. What are you talking about? Didn't I just beat up that Tang Yaguang? If it wasn't for that old man, I wouldn't have become like this. Yi Xian said helplessly. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation, but all his meridians had just been reconnected, and he couldn't move at all. If you didn't challenge him, this wouldn't have happened. Song Suijing raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, and it almost melted Yi Xian's heart. That won't do. If I don't take revenge, it will always be a burden in my heart, and become an obstacle in my path of cultivation. That's why I have to get rid of it. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. What cultivation? He grew by devouring things, and cultivation had nothing to do with him. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Yu, who went out to catch Tang Sun, suddenly returned. But he came back alone. When he returned, he immediately walked up to Yi Xian and checked his injuries. You were hit by Elder Tang Sun's 2 palm strikes, but you only suffered such minor injuries? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. I ate a life-saving pill, otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian grinned, then asked again, where's that old man? Elder Song went after him, but I couldn't catch up with him, so I came back. Don't worry, junior brother, Soaring Heaven Mansion will definitely give you justice. Jiang Yu said. That old man is the old great emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, the only divine core warrior in the Great Tang Dynasty. He really helped me vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Xian casually said. If possible, he wanted to return Tang Sun's slap with his own hands. Alright, I'll carry you back to rest, Jiang Yu said as he found a stretcher and carried Yi Xian back to the courtyard. But when he arrived, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian's room was already a mess, and there was a scarlet word for death on the wall. This Tang Tian is really rebellious. Jiang Yu personally cleaned up the garbage in the Yi Xian and then made a big ice cube. Here, put Yi Xian on top. 1,000-year frost? Song Suijing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this will help you recover. You'll need to rest for at least a month. Jiang Yu nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian lied down on the ice bed and smiled. He felt that the ice bed beneath him was not bad. It had indeed increased his recovery speed by quite a bit. He estimated that he wouldn't need a month, he would only need 10 days. After that, Jiang Yu left. He still had something important to do, and that was to report this incident to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for Song Suijing, she stayed behind to take care of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Song Suijing was that in less than half a day, Yi Xian's injuries had mostly healed. He could even move his arms, which were just crippled. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was astonished. I told you, it's a life-saving pill, it's priceless. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. But in his mind, he was extremely shocked. After half a day, he could feel that most of his injuries had healed. He had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline in his body, the pill he spent 300 million devour points to buy, and the ice bed underneath him. These 3 things could increase his recovery speed. However, the one with the greatest effect was that medicinal pill. What a loss. I accidentally bought an expensive pill and wasted 200 million. Yi Xian felt bitter, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he used his remaining devour points to exchange for the best pill he could. Seeing that Yi Xian could move again, Song Suijing sighed in relief and said, that pill must have been left behind by that senior, right? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Song Suijing thought that he got the pill together with the earth rank body tempering technique, so he didn't explain. After a while, his body could move again. The heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill is too miraculous. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also removed the after-effects of the explosive technique. I just need to rest for one more night and I'll be able to return to my peak. Yi Xian hurriedly sensed it and found that this was not the only surprise. At this time, the Xianxia in his body was much stronger than before. He had just broken through not long ago, but now he was already at his limit. What was going on? Could it be the effect of the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill? No, that's impossible. The pill has never had a hidden attribute. He quickly thought for a moment and finally attributed this surprise to the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. As long as he was seriously injured, his strength would increase after he recovered. This could be the hidden effect of the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. Haha, I've really earned big. I didn't lose out this time. Yi Xian was astonished. Not only did he not lose out this time, he actually earned big. Yi Xian, your realm, how did it recover? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Just now, she clearly felt that all the meridians in Yi Xian's body were broken and his Xianqi began to dissipate. Later on, his Xianqi slowly returned and his meridians were all reconnected. However, at that time, she felt that Yi Xian's strength was only at the peak of the true energy realm. Now, however, he had recovered and was even stronger than before. Oh, it's the effect of that pill. Yi Xian casually replied again. Fortunately, you have this kind of divine pill. Otherwise, your life would be ruined. Song Suijing also felt that it was unbelievable. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard, followed by two people walking in. Grandfather. Song Suijing turned her head and saw that it was Song Qing. She immediately called out. The other person was the first on the earth roll, Jiang Yu. Song Qing quickly walked in and asked with an expression of disbelief, how is this possible? All your meridians were broken by Tang Sun, how did you? Yi Xian did not want to talk about this topic, so he immediately asked, Senior, where is that old man? That old man suddenly used a martial skill that greatly increased his speed. I couldn't catch up with him, and he escaped into the 100,000 mountain range outside the Soaring Heaven mansion. Song Qing helplessly shook his head and continued, but, Jiang Yu has already reported to the sect master, and a group of sect elders have gone out to capture him. He escaped. Yi Xian's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could do whatever he wanted in the eastern region. If Yi Xian was targeted by him, his life could be in danger at any time. End of chapter. However, Tang Sun had to rely on his legs to escape. The elders who went out to capture him could ride on the soaring sky rocks, so they should be able to catch him. Let's not talk about this for now. It's fine as long as you're fine. How did you recover? Song Qing asked. I was training outside previously and coincidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. I also obtained a life-saving pill. Otherwise, I might have become a cripple this time and might even lose my life, Yi Xian replied. In his opinion, even if Tang Sun was captured, he would not be punished too severely because he had already recovered. Therefore, he had to increase Tang Sun's crime so that he would not be able to bear the consequences. You've connected your meridians in such a short time and your injuries have mostly healed. It seems that this pill is extraordinary. However, don't worry. Tang Sun is dead for sure this time. At least his cultivation will be crippled, Song Qing said. At least? Yi Xian was shocked. Tang Sun was an elder. How could he be crippled just like that? At this moment, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Senior, previously, Yi Xian asked. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Qing. Let me ask you first. How did you know that name? Both of them had the same thought. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly answered, it was mentioned in a letter that my father left behind. He asked me to come to the Soaring Sky Mansion to look for him. Father? Song Qing paused for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly widened and he asked, what's your father's name? Yi Chong. Yi Xian answered instinctively. What? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. One of them was Song Qing, and the other was Jiang Yu. Yi Chong? Isn't he the super genius who won the first place in the Heavenly Mansion more than 10 years ago? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. This super genius was Yi Xian's father? Your surname is Yi too. I didn't expect you to be his son. Song Qing said with a shocked expression. The surname Yi was considered common. There were dozens of disciples in the Soaring Sky Mansion with this surname. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be related to Yi Chong. Yi Xian also did not expect this. He thought that Yi Chong was only acquainted with the elders of the Soaring Sky Mansion. He did not expect that Yi Chong was also a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion. Where is Yi Chong now? Song Qing continued to ask. I'm not sure either. My father has left home for many years, and he has broken through the shackles of the divine core realm. He left a letter for me to come to Soaring Firmament Manor to look for someone, Xian answered honestly. What? As soon as he said this, the three people in the room were all shocked. He has surpassed the divine core realm, he has actually broken through to the fourth level of the divine soul realm. Songqing opened his mouth wide. He was a divine core warrior, how could he not understand what this meant? The divine core realm was divided into three major realms, mortal core, earth core, and heavenly core. These three realms were further divided into initial core, and advanced core. In other words, there were a total of 9 stages in the divine core realm. Although there were only 9 stages between the true spirit realm and the peak of the true profound realm, the difficulty of breaking through these 9 stages in the divine core realm was at least 100 times greater. Songqing was only at the mortal core realm, and it was said that the Soaring Sky Mansion sect chief was only at the earth core realm. As for Xian's father, Cheng, he had actually broken through the shackles of the heavenly core realm a long time ago. He had broken his core and formed his soul, becoming a super mighty warrior who had broken through to the 4th level of the divine soul realm. 4th level of the divine soul realm? So this is the realm after the divine core realm? It sounds so awesome. Xian thought to himself. Xian, are you sure that your father has already surpassed the divine core realm? Songqing asked in disbelief. Yes, this letter was written by him 8 years ago. At that time, he had already broken through to the divine core realm. Xian nodded his head. Songqing swallowed his saliva and murmured, 8 years ago, he was already at the 4th level of the divine soul realm, then now, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Song Suijing and Jiang Yu were filled with admiration. They knew that Xian came from a low-rank empire, but they never expected that a genius who was even stronger than the sect chief of the Soaring Heaven Mansion would appear in this low-rank empire. Most importantly, this genius was Xian's father. Senior, this Lin Wenyue is? Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyue, no, she should be called Lin Si now. She is the sect chief's daughter, the great elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Songqing replied. Sect chief's daughter? Xian and the other two were dumbfounded. I don't mind telling you this, she was your father's junior apprentice sister, and she liked your father. However, your father, he only treated her as his little sister, and after your father left the Soaring Heaven Mansion, she went into secluded cultivation, and she hasn't come out yet. Songqing sighed and said. Xian and the other two were speechless. They never thought that something like this would happen back then. Father even asked me to look for her. What if she kills me? Xian shuddered. However, Lin Wenyue might know where Yicheng went. Senior, can I see her? Xian asked. I'm not sure. She has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and even the sect chief has only seen her a few times. I don't know about you, Songqing wasn't sure either. After all, Xian was Yicheng's son. However, after a pause, he said, however, the sect chief and your father had some conflicts, so the sect chief didn't allow you to see the great elder. Conflicts? Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was in big trouble. However, the sect chief also said that if you can enter the top 10 of the heaven roll, he might let you see the great elder, Songqing added. The top 10 of the heaven roll? Xian gasped. He hadn't even entered the top 10 of the earth roll. Senior, I'm currently a disciple of the underworld palace, how can I enter the heavenly palace? Xian asked. As long as you can enter the top 5 of the earth roll, you'll be qualified to challenge those on the heaven roll. Also, there are only 100 people on the heaven roll. Jiang Yu explained. Xian thought for a moment. He was currently in the top 20 of the earth roll, and if he worked hard, he would be able to break through to the half-step origin core realm and enter the top 10. Although there were only 100 people on the heaven roll, not all of them were at the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to enter the heaven roll. The difficult part was entering the top 5 of the heaven roll. He estimated that the top 5 of the heaven roll were all super geniuses at the divine core realm. Therefore, it was still a bit difficult. Xian, I think you profited from your misfortune this time. Your Xian energy has reached its peak. Here, I have a few earth-rank cultivation skills, you can practice them first. I'll give you more later. Xianxia took out a few skill books. Yixian put them away, then he said, Senior disciple, please help me get more materials for my forging. What? You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, and you want to forge? Xianxia cried out in surprise. It's alright, I'll rest for a night, and I'll be back to my peak tomorrow. Besides, I'm really short on money right now. Yixian answered honestly. End of chapter. Yixian had reached the peak of the true mystic realm and was close to breaking through to the half-step origin core realm. However, he did not have anything in his devouring space, so it was not enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, he needed money. Alright, I have already ordered a lot of materials. It should be enough for you. Xianxia left after saying that, not wanting to disturb Yixian's rest. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember what I said just now. If you want to meet the Great Elder, you have to be at least in the top 5 of the heaven list. As for Tang Sun, you don't have to worry about him. He won't be able to escape. Songqing left after saying that, leaving only Yixian and Song Suijing in the room. Then I'll leave too. Have a good rest. Call me if you need anything, Song Suijing said. I'll call you if I need anything? Yixian's eyes lit up after hearing that, and he nodded. After a night of rest, Yixian had also recovered to his peak. Even he was surprised by the speed of his recovery. The next morning, he went to look for Xianxia. Yixian? You've recovered? When Xianxia saw Yixian, he was shocked because Yixian did not look any different from before. Instead, his aura was stronger than before. Yes, I've recovered, Yixian nodded and said, Senior brother, how many materials do you have for high-grade spiritual artifacts? 100, is that enough? Xianxia grinned. 100? 100? Yixian's eyes widened. Now, a high-grade spiritual artifact only cost him 5 million devouring points, but he could sell it for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. 100 of them would be 150,000 mid-grade crystals, which was enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Not bad. It should be enough for you to use for half a year. Xianxia nodded. Previously, there were not many high-grade spiritual artifact blacksmiths, so there were not many materials. However, he had already gone to other places to get more materials. Haha, senior brother, I'll get them for you in 3 days. Yixian laughed. 3 days? It seems that you haven't fully recovered yet. Xianxia paused for a moment. Previously, Yixian sold a high-grade spirit artifact every 2 days. Now, it was 3 days. It was obvious that they had regressed. Yixian didn't try to defend himself. Senior brother, just give me all the materials. Oh, okay. Xianxia nodded slightly and took out all the materials he had collected. Yixian put everything into his devouring space. Just as he was about to enter the smithing room, he thought of another problem. He didn't have any more points to devour. This? Senior brother, can you give me some crystals in advance? Yixian asked weakly. How much do you want? Xianxia asked in surprise. 50,000 mid-grade crystals. Yixian said. 50,000? Xianxia was also shocked, but he didn't ask any questions. Yixian's status wasn't ordinary, so he simply took out the crystal. Many thanks, senior brother. Yixian took the crystals and walked into the smithing room. 3 days later, he walked out of the cave. Xianxia was still sitting in the weapon hall. When he saw Yixian come out, he said in surprise, Oh, Yixian, did you forge a blazing sword? Yixian didn't say anything. He took out 2 large boxes from his devouring space. Xianxia was a little surprised as he opened it to take a look. He found that there were piles of treasured swords lying quietly inside, and all of them were high-grade spirit artifacts, raging flame swords. What? So many? Xianxia was shocked. Senior brother, all 100 blazing swords are complete. Yixian said slowly. Hiss, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he heard this. He forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days, how was that possible? Jiangyu jumped off the recliner and checked them. He found that these blazing swords were the same as before. There were no flaws. Junior brother Yi, you. Jiangyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Senior brother, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I break through to the half-step origin core realm, but my forging skills also improved, Yi Xian said with a smile. Improved? Isn't that a bit too much? Jiangyu's eyes widened. Breaking through to the half-step origin core realm in 3 days wasn't the main point. The main point was that he forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. That speed was monstrous. Oh right, senior brother, if possible, can you help me get some other materials? Yi Xian said suddenly. What do you want? Jiangyu asked. Black iron essence, black wind sand. Yi Xian said more than 10 materials in one go. Jiangyu listened. After that, he exclaimed in shock, these are materials used to forge earth-grade weapons. Don't tell me you. Yes, my forging skills have improved, so I want to try, Yi Xian said with a smile. Jiangyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head, alright, I'll go and get some. After that, he took out 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. This was the reward for Yi Xian's 100 blazing swords. Since he had predicted that there would be 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he only had 100,000 left. After that, Yi Xian left. In the past 3 days, with the help of the 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he had broken through to the half-step origin core realm. Furthermore, he didn't need any earth-grade cultivation techniques, as he didn't need any restrictions. This was the benefit of the devouring system. With the 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he now had 1.5 billion devouring points, which was more than enough for him to spend. However, in order to break through to the divine core realm from the half-step origin core realm, he would need far more cultivation resources. Without 1 million mid-grade crystal stones, it would be impossible. But that was all for later. Right now, he had something else to do. The top 10 of the Earth board, however, right after he left, a figure walked toward him. Senior. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Yi Xian, you've really recovered. Songqing was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He said, the reason I'm here is because I have something to tell you. Tang Sun has escaped. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't they say that a mighty warrior rode a soaring sky rock to capture Tang Sun? How could he have escaped? Tang Sun has escaped. Not only that, Tang Tian has disappeared as well. The Great Tang Alliance has collapsed. Songqing said. This, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Songqing slowly said, you better be careful these days. I'll be careful. Yi Xian understood. He had been targeted by a divine core warrior, and if he wasn't careful, he might die without knowing why. Since you've recovered, then work harder. Even though you've broken through to the half-step origin core realm, don't slack off. Try to break through to the divine core realm as soon as possible. After saying that, Songqing turned around and left. He was a divine core warrior, and even though Yi Xian tried his best to conceal his cultivation, he still couldn't hide it from him. But, he wasn't too surprised. After all, with a divine realm freak like Yi Chong around, Yi Xian, a 16-year-old half-step origin core warrior, was nothing. End of this chapter. After Songqing left, Yi Xian did not return immediately. Instead, he went to another place in the Underworld Manor. The Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall in the Underworld Manor happened to be opened by the people of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. This time, Yi Xian directly purchased a lot of materials. The materials for forging were relatively small. Moreover, this time, he directly refined 100 blazing swords. Therefore, he was afraid that he would have to wait for a while to obtain the materials. Now, he needed a large amount of crystal stones. Therefore, this time, he wanted to refine pills. Moreover, he wanted to refine a very special type of pill. Luyuan pill. This Luyuan pill could allow a martial artist to directly condense inner core. One did not need to cultivate earth-level cultivation techniques to condense inner core. If this type of pill was promoted, it would definitely be in short supply. Unfortunately, the pill formula of this Luyuan pill was extremely expensive. Yi Xian spent a total of 800 million Devour points. Fortunately, he still had 100 million Devour points left and 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones to purchase the materials. The materials for the Luyuan pill were very rare. The alchemy hall only prepared 2 sets of materials. Moreover, it also cost him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. After obtaining 2 sets of materials, Yi Xian directly exchanged for the pill formula. Then, he spent another 100 million Devour points to refine 2 Luyuan pills. Damn, I don't even have a single cent on me. I'm so poor. Yi Xian said helplessly in his heart. Then, he walked in the direction of the weapon hall. When he arrived at the weapon hall, Yi Xian happened to see Jiang Yu at the entrance. Yi Xian, why are you back? Did you leave something in the forging room? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian said. Oh? What is it? Jiang Yu continued to ask. Yi Xian did not waste time. He directly took out the 2 Luyuan pills and said, Senior brother, these are the 2 pills that I refined previously. Take a look. What? Junior brother, you know how to refine pills? Jiang Yu exclaimed as he took the pill and examined it. What an abundance of spiritual energy. What kind of pill is this? What effect does it have? Luyuan Dan. After refining it, the medicinal energy will form Dan essence. However, it can only be used by those at the peak of the true profound realm, Yi Xian explained simply. Boom, these words struck Jiang Yu's head like a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens. He was dumbfounded by the lightning. Are you sure? Jiang Yu had a look of disbelief. Yes, senior brother, you can find someone to test it on. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Yu was still a little confused. He had never heard of such a pill, but when he saw Yi Xian's serious expression, he chose to believe him. After all, it was already a miracle that Yi Xian had forged 100 high-grade spiritual tools in 3 days. Alright, come with me. Jiang Yu nodded. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Jiang Yu and headed in one direction. Yi Xian was surprised, because this path didn't lead to the Profound Department Palace, nor the Yellow Department Palace. That meant they were heading to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was the core of the Soaring Heaven Palace, and it wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Both men were traveling at an incredible speed. After Yi Xian broke through to the half-step origin core realm, his speed had increased a lot, and this surprised Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had a feeling that if Yi Xian broke through to the divine core realm, perhaps even Jiang Yu wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally saw an unusual place. It was a mountain range covered by a formation. There is a huge energy-gathering formation underneath the Heavenly Palace. It was constructed by the ancestors of the Soaring Heaven Palace. After that, some almighty man constructed a ceiling formation, locking all the energy within the Heavenly Palace, so it can be passed down to the next generation. Jiang Yu explained to Yi Xian. To be able to construct such a huge energy-gathering formation, I'm sure he's an extraordinary warrior. Besides, I'm sure this formation consumes an astronomical amount of crystal stones every day. Yi Xian sighed. The formation he had constructed for the others required 2 mid-grade crystal stones every day. However, the Heavenly Palace was a huge place, and the amount of crystal stones it consumed every day was calculated in terms of high-grade crystal stones. I don't know about that, but I know it's huge. Oh right, I need to find the Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said. Vice Alliance Chief? Yi Xian was shocked. The Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, that meant he was at least a Divine Core warrior? Upon thinking about this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure. The Heavenly Palace was a place where all the geniuses gathered. Although his talent wasn't any weaker than the others, he was still young, so he could only work harder. Both of them started running at full speed. They entered the Heavenly Palace. Compared to the other 3 palaces, the Heavenly Palace was relatively smaller. However, there were over 100 people living here. Aside from the 100 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, there were also newly recruited geniuses living here. What a powerful natural yuan energy! It's 3 times more abundant than my courtyard. Living here is such a pleasure. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he didn't rely on the natural yuan energy to cultivate, after entering the heavenly palace, he felt relaxed and happy. Senior disciple, since you're already a divine core warrior, why don't you enter the heavenly palace? Yi Xian asked while following behind Jiangyu. Hearing this, Jiangyu let out an indifferent laugh, hee, although I'm a divine core warrior, I only formed my core when I was 25 years old, and then I merged with a profound beast's inner core. I don't think I'll be able to break through to the earth core realm in my lifetime. That's why I decided to stop cultivating and help out with the Divine Prefecture Alliance's affairs. But senior disciple, being able to break through to the divine core realm is already an amazing feat, Yi Xian said. Amazing? Those senior disciples in the heavenly palace are the truly amazing ones. For example, our alliance chief has broken through to the earth core realm a long time ago, and the sect chief has promised that in a few years, our alliance chief will take over as the sect chief. Jiangyu said with a smile, oh right, our alliance chief is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, but he went back to the central province last year and hasn't returned yet. Ranked first on the heavenly ranking, earth core realm. Yi Xian was speechless. He had guessed that the alliance chief was no ordinary man, and now, after hearing this, he was convinced. The heavenly palace was strictly guarded, and unless someone from the other 3 palaces had something important to do, no one was allowed to enter. But, under Jiangyu's lead, Yi Xian went straight to the place where the heavenly palace's disciples lived. Looking at the deserted and lifeless street, Yi Xian finally understood why Song Suijing didn't want to enter the heavenly palace. All the heavenly palace's disciples were in secluded cultivation, and there was no one on the street. Most of the people in the heavenly palace were from the Divine Continent Alliance, and only a few of them were unaffiliated cultivators. If Song Suijing wanted to enter the heavenly palace, she would have to talk to Adjudicator Song. Unknowingly, Yi Xian followed Jiangyu and arrived in front of an ordinary mansion. Come, let's go in together. Jiangyu led Yi Xian into the mansion, but there was no one in the courtyard. Big brother, are you in there? Jiangyu shouted into a room. Yi Xian released a sonic wave to investigate, and he found that there was indeed someone in the room. End of chapter. However, the way Jiangyu addressed him shocked Yi Xian. Big brother. Not long after that, the door was opened, and a scholarly-looking young man walked out. Second brother, why are you here? The young man slowly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. Big brother, I have something to discuss with you. This is Yi Xian, who has just joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiangyu introduced him to Yi Xian. This is my big brother, Jiang Lu, ranked second on the Earth ranking, and the Deputy Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Greetings, Deputy Alliance Chief. Yi Xian respectfully greeted. Jiang Lu once again looked at Yi Xian and said, you have good talent, why are you still in the Underworld Palace? He'll be promoted after a while. Jiangyu replied. With Yi Xian's half-step origin core strength, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. After all, there were still many peak true profound realm warriors in the heavenly abode. Oh, second brother, why are you looking for me? Jianglu nodded and asked. Jiangyu said, Yi Xian is a spirit tool blacksmith, and he is a high-grade spirit tool blacksmith. A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools, so I thought, what? A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools? Jianglu interrupted. That's right, 100 high-grade spirit tools in 3 days. The reason I'm here is to get some forging materials, including earth-grade ones. After saying that, Jiangyu took out 2 big boxes. Jianglu opened the boxes, and sure enough, there were 100 swords. He was shocked. Earth-grade forging materials, he can forge earth-grade weapons? Earth-grade weapons were called earth-grade weapons, and they were different from spirit tools. Even 100 high-grade spirit tools couldn't compare to a single low-grade earth-grade weapon. Even Jiangyu and Jiang Lu, who were both divine core warriors, didn't have an earth-grade weapon. Yi Xian said he wanted to try. That's why I'm here to ask big brother if you have any earth-grade materials. Jiangyu said. Jiang Lu paused for a second. I don't have any, but I can ask my master for some. You guys wait here, I'll be right back. Big brother, wait, there's one more thing. Jiangyu hurriedly stopped him and took out 2 Luyuan elixirs from his interspatial ring. Big brother, these are 2 Luyuan elixirs. After a martial artist at the peak of the true darkness realm takes them, he can directly condense elixir essence. What? Jianglu was shocked again. A single pill can make it so. A person at the peak of the true profound realm was able to condense Jingdan essence. Was that so miraculous? If this medicinal pill is really so miraculous, then my divine prefecture alliance, no, my soaring heaven mansion's overall strength will rise by several levels. Jianglu said with his eyes wide open. That's right, the soaring heaven mansion has a few hundred peak true profound warriors. If we can mass-produce this pill, the soaring heaven mansion will be able to produce many more divine core warriors, and we will definitely be able to suppress all the sects in the other 3 regions. Jiangyu nodded his head. Jianglu was still in disbelief as he asked, where did you get this Lu Yuandan from? It's right in front of you. It was made by Yi Xian. Jiangyu said with a smile. What? Jianglu gasped. Yi Xian was not only an expert in alchemy, he was also an expert in equipment crafting, and his talent wasn't any worse than any of the others. Not only that, Yi Xian is also an expert in building the foundation of an energy-gathering formation. A few days ago, he had set up one for every single member of the 3 palaces. Jiangyu continued. After listening to what Yi Xian had to say, Jianglu was filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Xian with surprise. Equipment crafting, alchemy, formations. Don't tell me you're an old monster who sneaked into the soaring heaven mansion? Is this Lu Yuandan really so miraculous? Vice Alliance Chief, you can ask someone who hasn't condensed Jingdan essence to try it. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. Alright, wait here, I'll go get someone. After saying that, Jianglu quickly left. If this Lu Yuandan was really so miraculous, then the overall strength of the Divine Prefecture Alliance would rise by a few levels. Perhaps, the value of this Lu Yuandan was even higher than an earth weapon. Soon, Jianglu brought a man back. What surprised Yi Xian was that he knew this man. Adjudicator Song. Huh? Yi Xian, why are you here? Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian as soon as he entered the door and immediately showed a strange expression. Yi Xian, wasn't he a disciple of Hell Mansion? You know each other? Jianglu was surprised, but when he saw that there was nothing strange in the eyes of Adjudicator Song and Yi Xian, his heart relaxed. He was afraid that Yi Xian and Adjudicator Song had a grudge. Big brother, this junior brother's sister lives with Yi Xian. Jiangyu replied. Oh, that's good. Adjudicator, your Xianqi has been cultivated to the extreme, but you haven't condensed Jingdan essence yet, right? Jianglu turned his head and asked. Yes, senior brother. Adjudicator Song nodded. Then take this Lu Yuandan and see. Jianglu handed a Lu Yuandan to Adjudicator Song. Adjudicator Song was startled, but he didn't ask and directly swallowed it, then closed his eyes. Jianglu also helped Adjudicator Song refine the Lu Yuandan. 5 minutes later. Adjudicator Song suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Jingdan essence, I condensed Jingdan essence. As he spoke, a surge of energy gushed out from his body. This energy was Xianqi, but it was mixed with another weak energy. This second energy was Jingdan essence, but the amount was very small, and ordinary people couldn't feel it. The Lu Yuandan is really magical. Junior brother, you have broken through to the half-step Jingdan realm. Jianglu looked at Adjudicator Song excitedly. He didn't expect the Lu Yuandan to be real, and it could allow a peak true profound realm expert to condense Jingdan essence. Jiangyu was also shocked. He seemed to have seen the scene of the soaring heaven mansion becoming the leader of the 4 sections. Yi Xian, how many Lu Yuandan can you refine? Jianglu turned his head and asked. With the refining materials, I can refine an unlimited amount. Yi Xian lightly replied. Good, then tell me the materials, I will ask someone to get it. After Jianglu finished speaking, Yi Xian took out a list of materials that he'd written beforehand. Then, Jianglu left like lightning. Adjudicator Song was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Lu Yuandan was actually refined by Yi Xian. However, he still had a lot of medicinal power in his body, and he couldn't waste it, so he just sat there quietly to refine it. This time, Jianglu left for a long time, and it took him a full hour to return. However, he also brought back 3 elders of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. After Jianglu introduced them one by one, Yi Xian also got to know the three of them. What shocked Yi Xian was that one of them turned out to be the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The Soaring Heaven Mansion didn't have a vice sect master. The Supreme Elder was actually the previous sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, but he was old and had to resign. Therefore, the Supreme Elder's status was higher than the sect master of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for the other two people, they were the chief blacksmith and chief alchemist of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. The three high-ranking figures of the Soaring Sky Mansion stood in front of Yi Xian like three mountains pressing down on his head. These were three super experts of the Earth Core stage. End of chapter. Yi Xian, I've heard about it. I never expected you to be Yi Chong's son. Did you know that Yi Chong was once my disciple? An old man narrowed his eyes. He was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhou Yan. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He never expected the Grand Elder to be Yi Chong's master. It seems that they were family. Yi Chong, that brat, left after half a year. I never expected him to have already stepped into the fourth stage of the spirit realm. This is truly unexpected. The old man sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The three of us didn't come here for Yi Chong. Brat, was the 6 yuan pill really refined by you? Before Yi Xian could speak, Judge Song opened his eyes and said, Master, the 6 yuan pill is truly a divine pill. I've already condensed my core essence. I know. Sit down first. Zhou Yan nodded. What rank is the 6 yuan pill? Even I have never heard of it. Brat, can you show me the pill recipe? The head alchemist, Elder Lian, said excitedly. Although the three people in front of him were the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had spent a lot of points to obtain the 6 yuan pill's recipe. How could he just look at it? I'm sorry, Elder Lian. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I can buy it from you. Is 10,000 high-grade crystal stones enough? Elder Lian directly offered a price. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. Hearing this price, Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. One must know that the raging flame sword that he had painstakingly forged for 3 days was only worth 150,000 middle-grade crystal stones. What the hell, alchemists were rich. An Earth Core realm alchemist was a tycoon. He could directly offer 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. Okay. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He immediately took out a pen and paper and began to write. 2 minutes later, Yi Xian wrote down the recipe for the Luyuan pill. The details were very detailed, and there were dozens of preparation steps. Good, straightforward. Take it, kid. Elder Lian took out a bag of crystal stones from his cosmos ring. Yi Xian took it and opened it. F***CK, a crystal with 5 corners. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The substandard crystal was round, the low crystal was rhombus, the middle crystal was triangular, the high crystal was square, and the crystal with 5 corners was the best crystal. 100 top-grade crystals were equivalent to 10,000 high-grade crystals and 1 million mid-grade crystals. The number was correct. What a windfall. What a windfall. 800 million devour points is worth 800 high-grade crystal stones. That's a dozen times higher. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, after breaking through to the half-step origin core realm, he couldn't see the end of his leveling up. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones might not be enough. Elder Lian, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, took a look at the recipe. His face sank as he said in shock, Kid, is this recipe real? It's real. Yi Xian nodded. I can barely refine this recipe. You're only at the half-step origin core realm. How can you refine it? Elder Lian asked in surprise. This, Yi Xian quickly thought about it and explained, I received an inheritance from a senior and obtained a special alchemy and refining method. Therefore, this recipe isn't difficult for me. Now, his lying skills had improved tremendously. All he had to do was to randomly fabricate a person who didn't exist. I have a set of materials here. Can you refine one on the spot? Elder Lian was obviously interested in this special alchemy method. I'm sorry. I swore an oath not to refine pills in front of others. Yi Xian shook his head. All right. Elder Lian didn't force him. Since he swore an oath, going back on his words might cause a heart demon in the future, which would affect his cultivation. At this time, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Elder Hu, said, Jianglu said that you can refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. Is this true? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Even I can't refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. It seems that your refining method is very special. Now that you want to refine materials for an earth-grade artifact, do you want to try? Elder Hu asked again. Yi Xian nodded again. All right. I have a set of materials for an earth-grade artifact. Go and see if you can refine one, Elder Hu said. He could also refine an earth-grade artifact, but it required a lot of time. He wanted to see if Yi Xian could refine an earth-grade artifact and how long it would take. Elder Hu, there's no hurry. After Supreme Elder Zhou Yan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, if it's possible, I hope that you can refine a Luyuan Dan for the Soaring Sky Mansion. I will prepare the materials for you. I will buy all the refined Luyuan Dan for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. What do you think? 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. The materials for a Luyuan Dan were around 5,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points for refining it. Now that he had free materials, he only needed to spend 50 million devour points to refine a Luyuan Dan. Simply put, every time he refined a Luyuan Dan, he would earn 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points. Of course, he would accept this deal. All right. 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones for one Luyuan Dan. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Also, I will prepare the materials for an earth-grade artifact for you. If it's a success, the materials will be free. Moreover, each earth-grade artifact will cost 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones, Zhou Yan continued. No problem. Yi Xian continued to agree. If the refinement failed, he would have to pay for the materials. But, would he fail? An earth-grade artifact was equivalent to 20 Luyuan Dan. But, Yi Xian didn't have enough funds right now, and the blueprint for an earth-grade artifact was too expensive. He needed to refine a single Luyuan Dan first. After that, the 3 Soaring Heaven Mansion's top echelons left to prepare the materials. Looking at their backs as they left, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. A single Luyuan Dan was bought by the Soaring Heaven Mansion for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Since the Soaring Heaven Mansion had many strongholds in the central province, he would be able to sell these Luyuan Dan to them and make a huge profit. But, he was already satisfied with the price of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Perhaps, he would be able to break through to the Divine Core realm in just a short period of time. At that point of time, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. Although he was just a time traveler, he still wanted to meet this unlucky guy's father, who was so strong. After that, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu back to the Manor of Hell. As for the Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian gave it to Adjudicator Song. The latter was grinning from ear to ear, and nearly called Yi Xian brother-in-law. As for the remaining Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian decided to keep it for himself. He would give it to Song Suijing when she broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. End of this chapter. After returning to the Manor of Hell, Yi Xian went straight home and closed the door behind him. The 100 top-rank crystals were all devoured by him, and Yi Xian, who only had a few tens of thousands of devour points, suddenly obtained a huge amount of devour points, a total of 10 billion. 10 billion devour points. Ha 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 ha, what a great deal. Yi Xian let out 3 wild laughs. He had worked so hard for so long, but the total amount of devour points he obtained was less than 5 billion. But now, he had obtained 10 billion in one go. This was great. Now, he had enough to buy the earthly weapon Atlas. But, as the materials weren't here yet, he put it aside for now. But, his expression quickly turned gloomy, because the 100 top-rank crystals had only increased his core energy by a little bit. He was still far from the divine core realm. This is a money-sucking system. But, every time I level up, I get a lot of new things. Let me see. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the devour points system. He could be considered as a tycoon now, and he started buying a lot of things. But, right at this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. Yixian, what are you doing in there? Why are you laughing so hard? Song Suijing's voice could be heard. Yixian walked over and opened the door. It was indeed Song Suijing standing outside the door, but she was looking at him with a strange expression. Nothing, I just found something good. Yixian casually replied. After that, he took out a small jade pendant and gave it to Song Suijing, then he said, "This is for you." "Where did you get this?" "It's so ugly, it doesn't look like anything, how can a girl wear something like this? Also, why are you giving me something like this?" Song Suijing asked curiously. "This is a heart-calming jade pendant, it can defend against inner demons, and it can also increase your cultivation speed. You can just wear it on your hand when you're cultivating, who told you to wear it on your neck?" Yixian rolled his eyes. He didn't care what it looked like as long as it could be used. One should know that this small piece of jade had cost him 100 million devour points. Increase my cultivation speed? Song Suijing's eyes lit up after hearing what Yixian said. She could feel a huge amount of pressure from Yixian, and if she didn't work harder, she might be left behind by Yixian. She immediately grabbed the jade pendant, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, "Yi, why are you giving me this thing? Gift? Is there a need for a reason?" Yixian asked in return. After Song Suijing heard this, he was secretly delighted and pouted playfully, "You've become smooth-tongued recently. This is all thanks to Her Highness the Princess." Yixian smiled. "Oh right, open the door. I'll set up a new spirit convergence array for you." "Why do you need to rearrange it?" Song Suijing was puzzled. The spirit gathering array in her room already had a base. She only needed to place 2 mid-grade crystals on top of it, and it could operate for a day. "I've made a breakthrough in the spirit gathering array, so I'll give you a better one. Do you want it? If not, I'm leaving," Yixian said. "Yes, yes." Song Suijing quickly opened the door. Yixian walked in and came out in less than 10 minutes. "Okay, the effect is twice as good as before, but only in your room. Don't tell anyone else," Yixian reminded her. He didn't want to upgrade other people's spirit gathering arrays. Now, he didn't care about this small amount of money. "Where are you going now?" Song Suijing saw that Yixian was about to leave, so she quickly asked. "I'm going to the profound department. You should hurry up and cultivate. When you break through, I'll give you a surprise," Yixian said and turned to leave. This time, he was going to the profound department. A surprise? Song Suijing looked at Yixian's back with anticipation. After leaving, Yixian went to the profound department and upgraded Zhao Pan's spirit gathering array. He also gave them some things, such as the tranquil jade pendant and a high-grade spiritual weapon. Zhao Pan and Song Suijing cultivated very hard. With Yixian's help, they were already at the peak of the true energy realm. Yixian estimated that they would be able to break through to the true darkness realm in a short period of time. At that time, he would let them challenge the profound board and become official disciples. When Yixian returned, he found that there was already someone waiting in his courtyard. It was the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Zhou Yan. At the same time, Song Suijing stood respectfully at the side. "Yixian, I've already prepared the materials for you. 10 sets of forging materials for earth weapons and 100 sets of refining materials for Luyuan pills." Zhou Yan directly threw an interspatial ring to Yixian. Yixian was shocked. It had only been a while, but the materials were already prepared. Zhou Yan's efficiency was really high. "Supreme Elder, I'll start today." Yixian nodded. "Wait, the spirit gathering array in the little girl's room was set up by you?" Zhou Yan suddenly called out to Yixian. Yes." Yixian nodded again. Zhou Yan sighed and said, "It's not good for you to master refining, alchemy, and array at the same time. I think it's best for you to give up on arrays and focus on refining and alchemy. This junior will remember." Yixian replied respectfully. He would do whatever Zhou Yan said. After all, he didn't need to cultivate, so it didn't matter. "Alright, this time I came here for another matter. This little girl is Judge's younger sister. Her aptitude is not bad, so I want to accept her as my disciple. Your aptitude is better, but because of your father, I think it's better to forget about it. Zhou Yan sighed helplessly. He had a total of 3 disciples. One was Jiang Lu, the second was Judge Song, and now he had added Song Sui Jing. However, he felt that Yi Xian was comparable to the 3 of them. Yi Chong was also his disciple, but Yi Chong had disappeared for more than 10 years. He was no longer his disciple. Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled and said, "So you're saying that you're going to the heavenly abode?" "No, I've already told Master that I'll go after some time." Song Sui Jing shook her head. After hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood that Song Sui Jing was waiting for him to go with her. "Alright, then I'll take my leave first. If there's anything, you can look for Jiang Yu or the elders guarding the heavenly abode." After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he directly left. After he left, Song Sui Jing said, "Are you going to refine pills again?" "What else?" Yi Xian asked in return. "Then you go. When you come out, I might have broken through. Just now, Master helped me to cleanse my meridians and marrow. I think I will break through soon." Song Sui Jing was a little excited because Yi Xian said that as long as she broke through to the peak of true profound realm, Yi Xian would give her a surprise. She didn't know what the surprise was. After that, Yi Xian also directly left. He went to the alchemy hall and directly refined 100 Luyuan Dan, spending 5 billion devouring points. End of chapter. However, in order to keep it a secret, Yi Xian stayed in the alchemy hall for a total of 10 days. After that, he went to the weapon hall and borrowed the forging room. The nebula sword was an inferior earthly weapon. The blueprint required 1 billion devouring points and the forging fee for each sword was 200 million. Yi Xian forged 10 nebula swords and spent a total of 3 billion devouring points. Now, he only had slightly more than 1 billion devouring points left. However, the mission was finally completed. Half a month later, he personally made a trip to the heavenly abode. To be precise, he went to the Soaring Heaven Peak, where the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion lived. He directly found the Supreme Elder's address. There were 2 disciples guarding the Supreme Elder's courtyard. However, Yi Xian took out the token that the Supreme Elder had given him and walked in directly. The Supreme Elder had a hobby of raising flowers and plants to cultivate his character. Therefore, the entire courtyard was filled with treasures. The moment Yi Xian entered, he saw many good things. However, he knew where this was, so he resisted the temptation. However, he did not walk for long before he saw a middle-aged man in white robes come out from inside. This middle-aged man in white robes had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. When Yi Xian saw him, he felt a huge pressure. He's so strong. He's even stronger than the Supreme Elder. Who is this person? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion was already 80 years old. However, this middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s had such strength. This meant that he could only be one person. When the middle-aged man in white robes saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned and asked in a cold tone, "You're Yi Xian?" By now, Yi Xian had already guessed who this person was. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man in white robes should be the sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Lin Shi. Yi Xian greets the sect leader. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists and said, "Humph, you're smarter than your father." The middle-aged man in white robes snorted. He did not have a good impression of Yi Xian at all. After all, Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, had abandoned Lin Wenyue, causing her to go into seclusion for more than 10 years. As her father, he had only seen her a few times. "Sect leader, I have something to discuss with the Supreme Elder." Yi Xian was too lazy to say anything more to Lin Shi and went straight to the point. "I'll let you pass." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be so stupid. As expected, you're going to kill me. Go find the person who offended you." "Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. A single slap from an Earth Core stage expert would definitely send him to Spain. Immediately, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Then come back next time." He Xians of the heavens, of course. Lin Shi didn't expect Yi Xian to back down at the last minute. He didn't even want to bargain. He really wanted to help his daughter vent her anger, but he didn't forget his own identity. The sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, if he attacked a disciple, it would ruin his reputation. Lin Shi, don't make things difficult for him. The Supreme Elder suddenly walked out from behind. When Yixian heard the voice, he immediately stopped walking. He turned around and cupped his fists. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Lin Shi, why are you making things difficult for his son? Aren't you afraid that he will come back and find trouble with you? The Supreme Elder said with a smile. How dare he? Lin Shi shouted. TSK, he has already surpassed the divine core realm and broken through to the fourth realm of the spirit realm. He can easily send you flying with just a finger. The Supreme Elder joked. After that, he turned to Yixian and said, Yixian, it has only been half a month. Could it be that you've already completed your mission? Yes, Supreme Elder, please take a look. Yixian took out a big chest from his storage ring. This was the result of being bored for half a month. Zhou Yan walked over and opened the chest. Sure enough, there were 10 exquisitely crafted swords lying inside the chest. He picked up a sword and examined it, then he cried out in surprise, it really is an earth weapon. Lin Shi didn't believe it either. He picked up a sword and examined it. His expression immediately changed. Earth weapon, it really was an earth weapon. Not only that, there were also 10 small jade bottles inside the chest, and each of them contained 100 Luyuan pills. This. Zhou Yan was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. He knew that Yixian had a special crafting method, but he also estimated that Yixian would need at least 2 to 3 months, or even half a year to complete the crafting process. But, Yixian only spent half a month to complete the mission. Supreme Elder, this is the end. The things are already here, are you? Yixian shook his eyebrows at the Grand Elder, indicating that it was time to pay. Although the Supreme Elder was astonished, he still believed in the facts in front of him. Thus, he directly took out a bag of crystals from his storage ring and threw it to Yixian. One earth weapon costs 200,000 mid-grade crystals, 10 of them would total 2 million. One Luyuan pill costs 10,000 mid-grade crystals, so 100 pills would be 1 million. TSK. I've earned 3 million mid-grade crystals in one go. Awesome. Yixian took the cloth bag and opened it. There were indeed top-grade crystals inside. Although he didn't count them carefully, the Supreme Elder definitely wouldn't cheat him. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Yixian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Brat, you're simply a monster. Even the Supreme Elder can only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and you. The Supreme Elder was so shocked that he was speechless. The chief alchemist of Soaring Heaven Mansion could only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and at most 30 pills in half a month. On the other hand, Yixian's number was 3 times that of his. The difference was a bit too great. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for your compliment. Yixian said with a smile. If he told the Supreme Elder that he could refine all the pills in less than 5 minutes, the Supreme Elder would definitely be so shocked that his brain would bleed. Brat, your contribution to Soaring Heaven Mansion is much greater than your father's. But, I've used up some of the Luyuan pills materials, and the same goes for the earth weapons materials. I'll call you when the materials arrive. The Supreme Elder said. Then, he suddenly thought of something and continued, you've only been in Soaring Heaven Mansion for 3 months, and you've broken through from the early true profound realm to the half-step origin core realm. It's not good to improve your cultivation too quickly. Recently, the Hall of Experience has issued a good mission, you can accept it and prepare for the divine core realm. Mission? What kind of mission is it? Yixian asked curiously. It's a mission from 100 years ago. An evil power has risen from the ashes, and I think it's called the Beast God Sect. This Beast God Sect can control spirit beasts, and even profound beasts. You can go and have a look. Also, take one of these nebula swords. After saying that, the Supreme Elder tossed the nebula sword to Yixian. Hearing the name Beast God Sect, Yixian's body trembled. He never thought that the Beast God Sect could even control profound beasts. But, this was a good thing, he could finally hunt profound beasts and obtain their nebula cores. He could also return to Profound Sun Empire and have a look around. After that, Yixian left. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to ask the Supreme Elder for permission to get some Earth-rank martial skills. But, since he had obtained 3 million mid-rank crystal stones, he didn't need to use the Devouring system's points. After all, the Earth-rank martial skills in the Devouring system were all top quality. End of chapter. After Yi Xian left, Lin Ji couldn't help but ask, Supreme Elder, isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask him to eliminate the Beast God sect? Don't worry, this guy is no weaker than Yi Chong. It's just a profound beast, it won't be a threat to him. The Supreme Elder didn't mind at all. He was very confident in Yi Xian. After leaving the Supreme Elder's place, Yi Xian found a random place and started devouring some high-ranked crystals. But what surprised him was that after he swallowed more than 200 top-grade crystals, the Jindan essence in his body did not increase. Ding, the host's core energy has reached the upper limit, the host can break through by devouring a profound beast's core. What? I need a profound beast's core like any other ordinary warriors? Yi Xian said in shock. He thought he could break through to the divine core realm without any hindrance. Since I can't increase my core energy anymore, I'll just keep these crystals for later use. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he returned to the profound department. Along the way, he exchanged for a few Earth-rank martial skills, and even a mid-rank Earth-rank martial skill to save his life. Right now, he really wanted to find a divine core warrior and fight him. As for the matter of breaking into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking, he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps he would be a divine core warrior by the time he returned. But, when he returned to the profound department, he noticed that the natural yuan energy in the courtyard was quickly depleting. Someone had broken through. The calm jade pendant and the soul gathering formation are really effective, he broke through in such a short period of time. Looks like I'll have company on my way to the Beast God sect. Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and thought to himself. He assumed that Song Suijing would definitely go and eliminate the Beast God sect as well. After all, the Beast God sect had infiltrated all 4 dynasties, and there were some in the Great Song dynasty as well. Soon, Song Suijing successfully broke through. After that, she opened the door and walked out. Congratulations! Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to your soul-gathering formation and the calm jade pendant. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Song Suijing jogged over to Yi Xian and sat down. She suddenly stretched out her hand and giggled, "Where's the surprise you promised?" "You remember it well, take it." Yi Xian said as he took out a 6 yuan pill from his devouring space. "What's this?" Song Suijing's asked look. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You'll know after you consume it. I'll help you refine it." Song Suijing didn't doubt it and directly swallowed it. Yi Xian also extended a hand and placed it on her shoulder, gently passing through some Dan essence. This is a 6 yuan pill, it can directly form core energies. With this, you won't have to work so hard to form core energies. Yi Xian said with a smile. Even if a peak true profound realm warrior had an earth rank cultivation skill, it would still be very difficult to form the first thread of core energies. There were even some who were stuck at the true profound realm for years, unable to break through to the divine core realm. But, with this 6 yuan pill, a warrior could directly form core energies, and it would save him a lot of time and effort. This 6 yuan pill, is it the grand, no, is it the one master asked you to concoct? Song Suijing suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded his head. It's very expensive, isn't it? Song Suijing asked timidly. She didn't have much money left, and she couldn't afford a divine pill like this. Not much, just 10,000 mid-rank crystals. Yi Xian said casually. 10,000 mid-rank crystals? Song Suijing widened her eyes and cried out in surprise, "My autumn water sword only costs 1,500 mid-rank crystals, don't talk, focus on refining it." A few minutes later, Yi Xian helped Song Suijing refine the 6 yuan pill. Right at this moment, Song Suijing had already formed core energies in her body, and her cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary people. "Yeah, I never thought I'd be able to jump 2 levels in just one day, thank you so much." Song Suijing was so excited that she hugged Yi Xian's face and kissed him, nearly scaring him to death. "Don't kiss me like that, or else people will think you're my girlfriend." Yi Xian was secretly laughing in his mind. What's wrong? You're the one who got the short end of the stick? Song Suijing said in a dissatisfied manner. TSK, don't look at me like that, there will be beautiful girls throwing themselves at me wherever I go. Yi Xian coldly snorted and said, tomorrow, I'll be leaving the Soaring Heaven Mansion to do an experiential mission, are you coming? Experiential mission? Sure, where are you going? Song Suijing had stayed in the Soaring Heaven Mansion for a few months, and wanted to go out for a walk. The Beast God sect has revived, and the entire eastern region is in chaos. This time, I'm going down the mountain to exterminate the Beast God sect. I heard that your Great Song dynasty also has Xian beasts, and your grandfather has already returned. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Song Suijing cried out in surprise, what? Xian beasts? That's right, Xian beasts have appeared in all 4 dynasties, and so does your Great Song dynasty. Moreover, you and I have both reached the half-step origin core realm, and we're still lacking a Xian beast's inner core to break through. This time, we might be able to use this opportunity to break through. Yi Xian nodded. There's no time to lose, we'll leave immediately. Song Suijing immediately stood up. Yi Xian said in shock, why are you in such a hurry? If we're a day late, many of my Great Song dynasty citizens will die. Let's go, we'll accept the experiential mission. Song Suijing directly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and ran towards the experiential hall. The scene of the two holding hands was also seen by the disciples who were strolling around. Song Suijing did not notice anything wrong, but Yi Xian did. TSK, the feeling of being held by a girl is not bad. This girl is not bad looking. Although she's 1 year older than my physical age, it's not a bad choice to accept her. The prince consort of the Great Song dynasty, TSK, Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. Speaking of which, after transmigrating to this world, he had not done anything, and only knew how to level up. Now, it was time to find a girl to settle down with, and do something that adults love to do. One had to know that in this world, the age of 16 was considered an adult. At that time, one could get married. Most importantly, he quite liked Song Suijing. Moreover, Song Suijing's aptitude was not bad. Yi Xian now had the ability to turn her into a super expert. As long as the gap between their levels was not large, she would be a good partner. The two arrived at the experiential hall. Yi Xian strode forward and said, Junior brother, I want to accept the mission to annihilate the Beast God sect. So it's Senior brother Yi. May I ask which empire you want to accept? A disciple asked. The Great Song dynasty. Yi Xian directly replied. The disciple hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, Senior brother Yi. There are already too many people in the Great Song dynasty. Elder Songqing has already brought many people over. Not only that, the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty are the same, so only the Great Tang dynasty is left. End of chapter. What? There are too many people in the Great Song dynasty? Song Suijing was slightly stunned. Then forget it. There are too many people in the Great Song dynasty. Isn't that good? Yi Xian said. After his reminder, Song Suijing also reacted. It was good to have more people. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was full of elites. The remaining members of the Beast God sect in the Great Song dynasty would probably be eliminated very soon. But, the Great Tang dynasty. Song Suijing was a little worried as she turned to look at Yi Xian. It doesn't matter. I, Yi Xian, am not the same as before. If Tang Sun dares to appear, I will make sure he doesn't return. Yi Xian said confidently. Tang Sun, who had sneaked an attack on him and escaped, must have fled back to the Great Tang dynasty. Not only that, the missing Tang Tian must have done the same. Although the Great Tang dynasty's influence in the Soaring Heaven Mansion had collapsed, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could not destroy the entire Great Tang dynasty because of Tang Sun. However, because of this, not many people from the Great Tang dynasty went. Even those who were originally from the Great Tang dynasty were the same. They had arranged for their families to leave the Great Tang dynasty. Since no one went, Yi Xian would benefit. Since you are so confident, then let's go to the Great Tang dynasty. Song Suijing nodded in agreement. All right. Senior Brother Yi, Junior Sister Song, this is the information of the stronghold of the Beast God sect in the Great Tang Dynasty. Please be careful. The disciple handed a few sheepskin scrolls to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened them and took a look. *CK, the entire Great Tang Dynasty was riddled with holes. There were remnants of the Beast God sect in every county. The Great Tang Dynasty was in danger. TSK, Tang Sun, you dare to sneak an attack on me. See if I don't rob your treasury clean. Yi Xian immediately had a plan in his mind. What are you laughing at? So wretched. Song Suijing looked at him with disdain. Nothing. Let's go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he brought Song Suijing to the manor of hell where the soaring sky great rocks were kept. Then, he picked up a true profound realm soaring sky great rocks. The soaring sky rock of the true profound realm could only be borrowed by disciples ranked in the top 20 of the address roll, and Yi Xian happened to be ranked 20. Although his speed was fast, if he brought along Song Suijing, it would probably take several months to reach the Tang Dynasty. Yi Xian's soaring sky rock was at the true profound realm. If they flew normally, they would need half a month to reach the Great Tang Dynasty. If they flew continuously, it would only take 7 days. The soaring sky rock was a spiritual beast, even if it flew continuously, it wouldn't be tired for a month, so 7 days was nothing to it. During these 7 days, Yi Xian and Song Suijing spent their time on the back of the soaring sky rock. At the same time, Yi Xian also took a look at the information. There might be 2 Xian beasts in the Great Tang Dynasty. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. As for the imperial capital of the Great Tang Dynasty, it was located in the north. Therefore, Yi Xian's first destination was the imperial capital. Song Suijing also knew about Yi Xian's plan, and she was also interested in the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. Therefore, she immediately agreed. The relationship between the Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Song Dynasty wasn't good. If Tangsun wasn't included, then the Great Song Dynasty only had 2 half-step origin core warriors, and both of them couldn't break through to the Divine Core realm. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of even Divine Core warriors, so there was no way he would be afraid of these 2 half-step origin core warriors. Even if Tangsun was here, it would be useless. 7 days later, they finally entered the Great Tang Empire. Along the way, they saw many empires that were in deep trouble. It looked like the Beast God sect had planned this for a long time, and they were preparing to destroy the entire eastern region. However, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was the overlord of the eastern region, and they were responsible for maintaining the peace of the eastern region. Of course, they wouldn't just watch the Beast God sect wreak havoc. Right at this moment, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was empty. Many disciples, guardians, and even elders had been dispatched. Another day later, Yi Xian and Song Suijing arrived at the airspace above the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. According to the information, there is a Xian beast in the eastern region of the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. But, this information is from a long time ago. Let's go and meet our old friend first. Yi Xian smiled while riding on the soaring heaven rock. Old friend? Song Suijing was startled for a moment, then she immediately reacted. A greedy expression flickered in her big eyes. Are we going to rob the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital right now? How can you say rob? We're going to get some interest. But, we'll talk about this after we kill the Xian beast. Yi Xian corrected her. Why are we going to kill the Xian beast first? We don't know where the Xian beast is right now. Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. That's easy. Let's ask the imperial family. They'll definitely have some information. Yi Xian said. Then, he said to the soaring heaven rock, go down. The soaring heaven rock seemed to understand and immediately swooped down. Oh no, there's an unknown Xian beast near the imperial capital. Quickly report to the emperor. No, I can't hit it with a bow and arrow. What's there to shoot? Gather our troops and attack. Wait, that looks like the soaring heaven rock of the soaring heaven mansion. It was a mess below, but someone still recognized the soaring heaven rock. What? The soaring heaven rock? It's the soaring heaven mansion's envoy. Disperse, and welcome the soaring heaven mansion's envoy. The guards in front of the imperial capital dispersed and made way for the soaring heaven rock to land. Stay in the sky for a while. He'll come down to pick us up later. Yi Xian patted the soaring heaven rock's head, then pulled Song Suijing and jumped down. Following that, the soaring heaven rock rose up and hovered in the sky. After Yi Xian and Song Suijing landed, a golden-armored general walked out and cupped his fists. Greetings, Lord Envoy. Now that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were wearing the official disciple robes of the soaring heaven mansion, it was easy to recognize them. I want to see your emperor, Yi Xian said. Yes, I will report to you now, the golden-armored general said and led Yi Xian and Song Suijing into the imperial capital. They left in a hurry. After all, the entire Great Tang dynasty was in an abyss of suffering. Now that the soaring heaven mansion's disciples were here to visit, it was obvious that they were here to help. General, did anyone else come? Along the way, Yi Xian asked. No, the two of you are the first to come. The golden-armored general shook his head. Yi Xian and Song Suijing were slightly stunned. It seemed that the Great Tang dynasty's people were not very popular. Everyone came to help. Then, did your crown prince and retired emperor return? Yi Xian continued to ask. Crown prince? Retired emperor? The golden-armored general paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I didn't see them either. Maybe the crown prince and retired emperor rode on a bird-type spirit beast, so they didn't come in through the imperial capital's entrance. Yi Xian's heart sank. After Tang Sun launched a sneak attack on him, he fled in fear of punishment. Not only that, Tang Tian also disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Could it be that he abandoned the Great Tang dynasty? They shouldn't have abandoned their home. They must have secretly returned. That Tang Sun is probably hesitating. If he kills the mystical beasts, his whereabouts will be exposed, Yi Xian thought to himself. End of chapter. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the Great Tang dynasty's emperor's bedchamber. At this moment, there were already many officials waiting anxiously in front of the bedchamber. Eh? Why is the vice commander here? Who are the two people behind him? Their clothes look familiar. They are the official disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion. We're saved. The Soaring Sky Mansion is here to help. What's wrong with the emperor? The empire is already in such a state. Why isn't he taking any measures? Under the watchful eyes of the officials, Yi Xian arrived in front of the emperor's bedchamber. The officials immediately fell silent. They no longer dared to talk about Yi Xian and Song Ruiping. However, Yi Xian had heard their previous discussion. Yi Xian immediately turned around and asked, Why are all of you gathered here? The officials were shocked. They did not know that Yi Xian was asking about them. You, come out and answer me. Yi Xian pointed at a pot-bellied official. The fat official slowly walked out and said, My lord, we're here to ask the emperor to send troops to destroy the beast god sect. Send troops? Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. He said in surprise, Don't tell me that your emperor is afraid of death and gathered all his troops in the imperial capital? When he was riding the soaring sky rock earlier, he noticed that there were many military camps around the imperial capital. Ever since the beast god sect rose, the emperor has not taken any action. Now that the entire empire is in danger, if he continues to do nothing, I'm afraid the entire empire will, the fat official said with a solemn expression. Lord Grand Chancellor, are you questioning the emperor's decision? Someone immediately stood out in dissatisfaction. That's right. There must be a reason why the emperor is doing this. I believe the emperor will come out soon. A group of officials defended the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. Isn't he just a coward? I can't believe so many people believe him, Song Suijing muttered softly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, another person stood out and said loudly, Little girl, although you're the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion, you can't say that about the emperor of the Great Tang dynasty. This person was a general. After he stood out, others immediately followed. If he's not a coward, why? Why did he station all his troops around the imperial capital and not save the towns trampled by the beast tide? Song Suijing retorted. The emperor must have his own thoughts. Let's not make wild guesses. That's right, it must be the Great Tang dynasty. we'll definitely be able to great Tang dynasty. The group of ministers still didn't believe that the emperor of a country was a coward. Yi Xian. After the rise of the beast god religion, even small empires would send troops to resist. But the great Tang dynasty was one of the 4 great empires. How could they not do anything? Yi Xianming's Tang Sun should have returned. Even if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't have sent a large number of troops to suppress them. There must be a conspiracy behind the royal family's indifference. Yi Xian thought to himself. Right at this moment, the golden-armored general who went in to report came out. Great envoys, I'm sorry, the emperor is not feeling well, and it's not convenient for him to meet you. Please stay in the palace for now. Stay, Yi Xian sneered in his mind. It would be strange if the emperor didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. The entire great Tang dynasty was in deep trouble. They were here to help eliminate the beast god sect, but the emperor didn't come out, and instead asked them to stay in the palace. Fine, I'll kill that dark beast, then I'll come back and see what this emperor is planning. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he turned around and said, Everyone, I'm here to eliminate the beast god sect. Does anyone know where that dark beast went? The eyes of all the officials lit up upon hearing his words. The general who talked back to Song Suijing just now said, that dark beast is incredibly strong, even a divine core warrior would have a hard time dealing with it. It has destroyed a few cities, and a few days ago, it headed east of the imperial capital. What does it look like? Yi Xian continued asking. It's a giant snake with 2 heads, one of them can spit fire, and the other one can spit poison. If anyone is hit by the poison, they'll be instantly corroded. The general answered. After hearing what he said, Song Suijing cried out in surprise as well, it's a double-headed poison scale. Yi Xian didn't know much about dark beasts, but he didn't ask too much, he just wanted to take a look himself. He immediately cupped his fist and said, All right, both of us will go and eliminate it for you. Farewell, great envoys. Yi Xian and Song Suijing left the imperial capital, then they rode on the soaring sky rock and headed towards the imperial capital. They flew towards the imperial capital from the east. Yi Xian, the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, doesn't seem to be a coward. On the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Yes, the great Tang dynasty has some unspeakable secrets. Do you know what sound I heard at the entrance just now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Was there a sound? Why didn't I hear it? Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking very confused. Yes, it was below. My physique is several times stronger than yours, I heard a beast roar. Yi Xian nodded. Not only that, his intermediate 100 beasts bloodline also sensed it. Below the imperial capital, there seemed to be a powerful creature, at least at the dark beast level. Beast roar? Song Suijing was stunned, and said in shock, could it be that the imperial family of the great Tang dynasty is related to the beast god sect? Smart. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He liked smart girls, he didn't need to explain. Oh right, I remember that the beast god sect was established in the great Tang dynasty 100 years ago. Later on, the great Tang dynasty couldn't handle it, so they asked the soaring heaven mansion for help and eradicated the beast god sect. Song Suijing suddenly recalled. It looks like the imperial family of the great Tang dynasty has been infiltrated and controlled by the beast god sect. No wonder they didn't do anything about it. Yi Xian said, but it's fine, I'm too lazy to care about their business. I'll go kill that dark beast first, then I'll break through to the divine core realm. After that, I'll go take a look at the great Tang dynasty's treasure vault. To be honest, Yi Xian was very interested in the great Tang dynasty's treasure vault. It was a huge dynasty, and its land was thousands of times larger than the profound Sun Empire. There must be a lot of good things in there. If it was the original great Tang dynasty, Yi Xian wouldn't care much about it. But, since it was related to the beast god sect, he had no choice but to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. After leaving the imperial capital, Yi Xian started heading east. Along the way, he met many refugees who were trying to escape. Because of that, he learned about the demon beast horde and the whereabouts of the double-headed poison-scaled beast. The overall strength of the great Tang dynasty wasn't weak. The natural yuan energy was abundant, and that was why many powerful demon beasts and spirit beasts were born. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many demon beast hordes. Some of them were spirit beasts that had just been resurrected, and their bones were still visible. When dealing with these demon beasts, Yi Xian just jumped down from the water and killed them with a rain of arrows. Yi Xian didn't care about ordinary demon beast corpses, that's why he just threw them on the ground. But, Yi Xian did collect a lot of spirit beast corpses. He planned to devour them after he broke through, otherwise, it would be a waste. End of chapter. A day later, he finally saw the two-headed serpent that could spit out fire and poison. At this time, the two-headed poison-scaled snake had just finished burning a small town and was heading in a certain direction. This two-headed poison-scaled snake doesn't look like it was resurrected using a secret technique, so it doesn't need to eat human corpses. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the beast god sect on this two-headed poison-scaled snake. Song Suijing looked at the two-headed snake below. The people from the beast god sect can communicate with spirit beasts and profound beasts, and some can even control them. However, profound beasts are no less intelligent than us humans, so it should be moving on its own. Yi Xian said slowly, then stood up. You wait on the soaring sky rock, I'll go get rid of this two-headed poison-scaled snake. Song Suijing hurriedly pulled him. I'll go too. No, you little girl actually dared to snatch my inner core. Stay aside, I'll give you the next profound beast. Yi Xian angrily rubbed Song Suijing's head, then jumped down. Ah, you! Before Song Suijing could react, she immediately screamed. However, when she stuck her head out to take a look, she realized that Yi Xian had landed safely on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would dare to use profound qi to increase his speed when he fell from a height of 50 meters. He was really courting death. Big bird, fly higher. Yi Xian shouted from below. The soaring sky rock immediately understood, then spread its wings and flew up. As for Yi Xian, he quickly ran towards the two-headed poison-scaled snake. Although his archery skills were outstanding, this was a profound beast. If he only relied on the high-grade spirit weapon, the heaven-shocking bow, and the earth-level martial arts, he was afraid that his power would be somewhat lacking. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared for close combat. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took out the nebula sword that Grand Elder Zhou Yan had given him, then a large amount of Dan essence suddenly surged out. These elixir essences were attached to the nebula sword. Shortly after, it began to expand slowly, forming a gigantic sword shadow. The giant sword was purple in color, 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. Yi Xian leaped into the air with the purple greatsword in his hand and slashed at the head of the two-headed poison-scaled beast. Clang, the sword shadow collided with the double-headed poison-scale's hard scales, producing a crisp sound. At this time, the two-headed poison-scale also noticed Yi Xian. What a joke! Snake-type spirit beasts and Xian beasts were mostly known for their defense. How could it be broken so easily? Hiss. The other firehead of the two-headed poison scale turned around. Then, he spat out a fireball at Yi Xian. F*CK, Grand Fireball Technique? Yi Xian cried out in his heart. His left hand slapped toward the sky. Boom, his elixir essence was unleashed. The powerful impact caused Yi Xian to fall down instantly, dodging the fireball. It's so hot. If I was hit by it directly, all my hair would be burned off. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a Xian beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. If he made the slightest mistake, he would have to pay with blood. By now, Yi Xian had understood the defensive strength of this two-headed poison-scaled beast. He knew that even if he had an Earth-rank weapon and an Earth-rank martial skill, it would still be very difficult for him to kill it. After all, this two-headed poison-scaled beast was over 20 meters tall. He would have to jump up in order to hit its head. Therefore, there was only one way. Damn it, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money. Yi Xian made up his mind. He used 3 billion Devour points to exchange for a new Earth-rank weapon. At the same time, he also bought an Earth-rank martial skill. Thunder Arrow. He suddenly pulled the string of the Earth-rank bow to its fullest. As he loosened his right hand, the core arrow turned into a lightning bolt and pierced through the two-headed poison-scaled beast's scales, penetrating its body. Hiss. The two-headed poison-scaled beast let out a painful cry. After that, it opened both of its mouths and spat out a fireball and a ball of poisonous liquid towards Xian. Facing this attack, Xian calmly dodged it with an earth-rank movement skill. After that, he pulled the string of the bow again. Swoosh! Another lightning bolt was shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. This thunder arrow had a penetrative ability that was 100 times stronger than Great Shot, and it also had a paralyzing effect. After being shot twice, the two-headed poison-scaled beast's speed had slowed down. Therefore, the threat it posed to Xian was getting smaller and smaller. I hate snakes the most. Hurry up and die. Help me break through to the divine core realm. Xian shouted in his mind as he continued shooting. Swoosh! 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 More and more lightning bolts were shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body, slowly wearing away its spirit. In less than a minute, there were dozens of bloody holes on its body caused by the lightning bolts, and a faint burnt smell could be smelled from them. If it was any other ordinary divine core warrior, perhaps he wouldn't be able to do anything to this two-headed poison-scaled beast. This chapter is not finished, please turn to the next page. In a terrible state of distress. But Xian was different, he could easily deal with it. The only problem was that he didn't have enough core energy left in his body. Last arrow. Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately gathered all the remaining core energy in his body. This time, he paused for 2 full seconds. A lightning bolt flashed by, and the thunder arrow penetrated into a strange spot on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. 7 inches, the two-headed poison-scaled beast's heart was pierced through, and it was roasted. That was why it died in an instant. Plop! 2 huge heads fell onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. After that, Xian took a big stride forward and pressed his hand on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. Devour. Ding, host has devoured a dark beast's corpse, the reward is 300 million points. Ding, host has devoured a dark beast's inner core, the reward is 3 billion points. Ding, host has met the requirement to break through to the divine core realm. When Xian heard the notifications in his mind, he couldn't help but let out a few wild roars towards the sky. Finally, he had broken through to the divine core realm. Although he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, his overall strength was several times stronger than before, or even dozens of times stronger. Ding, Myriad Beast Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Thunderclap Panther Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Myriad Flower Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Sword Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Fist Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Overlord Arrow Bloodline Fusion successful. All of these useful bloodlines were leveled up by Xian, and all of his devour points were used up. Ha 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 ha, Xian's laughter sounded out like thunder. In the sky, Song Suijing was puzzled. She mumbled to herself, is this bastard crazy? Didn't he just kill a dark beast? Many senior disciples on the heavenly ranking have killed dark beasts before. However, she was still envious of Xian, because he had obtained a dark beast's inner core. As long as he successfully fused with it, he would break through to the divine core realm. Right at this moment, Xian was still standing on the ground. After breaking through, there were still many notifications from the system. End of chapter. What? All top-tier bloodlines are unique, the Sword Emperor, Arrow Venerable, and Fist Emperor bloodlines can't coexist, you can only choose one. Myriad Beasts bloodline, Thunderclap Leopard bloodline, and other body-type bloodlines can only be chosen one. And support-type bloodlines like the Myriad Flowers bloodline, damn it, I can only choose one to upgrade to the top tier? Isn't this a scam? Xian felt like crying. This meant that he was going to be in a lot of trouble in the future. Now, he roughly understood that bloodlines were divided into combat bloodlines, body-type bloodlines, and support-type bloodlines. In other words, from now on, he could only upgrade 3 bloodlines to the top tier and start focusing on bloodline specialization. After that, he saw the option to expand bloodlines in the Devouring system. He could spend a huge amount of points to increase the number of top-tier bloodlines. He was immediately overjoyed. It looked like all he needed was money. However, when he saw the price of the expansion, his eyes almost went blind. Wasn't this a bit too much? Forget it, I've just broken through to the divine core realm, and if I want to merge with a top-tier bloodline, I think I'll need to break through to the 4th level of the spirit realm. Let's not think too much about it. Yi Xian remained calm. He had now broken through to the divine core realm, and he could be considered as having just broken through to the mortal core realm. There was also a tiny particle in his golden dantian. This was the mortal core. Not only that, all the profound energy in his body had been transformed into core energy, and its strength had increased. In the future, when he used his core energy through the mortal core, its strength would increase by several folds. The mortal core was the difference between the divine core realm and the half-step origin core realm. With my current strength, I think I can smash this double-headed poison scale's head with a single punch. Yi Xian clenched his right fist tightly, and a confident look emerged in his eyes. He estimated that his current strength was at least dozens of times stronger than before. He was confident that he could even send an initial mortal core warrior flying with a single punch. If that old great emperor from the Great Tang dynasty encountered him, he would definitely be killed in an instant. TSK, let's give Kai Jing a surprise first. Yi Xian smiled. He raised his head and immediately saw the soaring rock that was 100 meters high up in the sky. Swoosh, in an instant, he disappeared, not even an afterimage was left behind. Puff. Puff. Puff, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yi Xian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sprinted towards the soaring sky rock like a bolt of lightning. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. Song Suijing, who was on the soaring sky rock's back, could still see Yi Xian's figure, but in the blink of an eye, she could no longer find Yi Xian. Where is he? Song Suijing could not help but mutter. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure landed on the soaring sky rock's back. Before she could react, the figure quickly arrived behind her and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Song Suijing's delicate body trembled violently as her eyes widened. She suddenly took out the autumn water sword and stabbed behind her. Hiss. The sound of a sword piercing into flesh could be heard. When Song Suijing finally reacted, she discovered that the person standing in front of her was actually Yi Xian. Ah, why is it you? Song Suijing cried out in alarm as she hurriedly pulled the sword out of Yi Xian's body. Girl, your reaction is quite fast. You stabbed my kidney. If you damaged it, how are you going to compensate me? Yi Xian glared at Song Suijing. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know it was you. Song Suijing said guiltily as she hurriedly took out healing medicine from her universe ring and prepared to apply it on Yi Xian's wound. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her wrist. My stab is quite deep. Aren't you going to stop the bleeding? Song Suijing anxiously looked at Yi Xian's bleeding wound. Take a closer look. Yi Xian tore open the hole in his clothes. Song Suijing was very puzzled, but in the next moment, her expression froze. She saw that the wound on Yi Xian's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it was completely healed. How was this possible? Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She hurriedly wiped away the blood. Sure enough, the wound had already healed, and there wasn't even a scar. It was as if nothing had happened. Haha, don't worry. My body tempering technique is very special. My recovery speed is extremely fast. Otherwise, do you think I could reconnect my meridians in a day? Yi Xian said with a smile. After upgrading his intermediate 100-flower bloodline to 10,000-flower bloodline, his recovery speed had greatly increased. As long as he wasn't instantly killed in the future, his injuries would quickly heal. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. How is this possible? Is it possible? Song Suijing still could not believe it. If you don't believe me, then try to stab me again. Yi Xian said. Hiss. Before his voice fell, Song Suijing actually stabbed him again. It was the same position, the same depth. Ouch, you damn girl. I told you to stab me, but you really did stab me. It hurts. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had stabbed his kidney again. A man's kidney was an important organ comparable to the heart. What if it was damaged? Song Suijing stared in horror. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the second bloody hole also healed. How amazing. What kind of technique did you practice? It's actually so powerful. In the future, if you break your arms or legs, will they grow back? Song Suijing asked with a face full of curiosity. If it's broken arms or legs? I don't know. Yi Xian said with a dark face. However, if there was time, he could try. After all, Zhao Chongwen, who had his wrist bitten off by the blood wolf, had his hand reconnected. But now wasn't the time. Wait, your aura. Song Suijing finally reacted. After going through a huge battle, Yi Xian's aura hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it had become even stronger. Because of my body strengthening technique, after I swallowed the dark beast's inner core, I broke through to the mortal core realm. What do you think? Amazing, right? Yi Xian looked at Song Suijing with a faint smile on his face. You freak, do you really have to provoke me like this? Song Suijing pouted. She had just broken through to the half-step origin core realm, and Yi Xian had broken through to the divine core realm. This was a huge blow to her confidence. Don't worry, you'll break through soon as well. Come, let's go to the south and kill the other dark beast. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. Didn't you say we're going to the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault? Song Suijing was confused. Don't worry, the treasure vault won't run away. Let's kill the other dark beast first, in case someone else gets there first. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he said something to the soaring cloud rock, then he started flying towards the south. With his current strength, there was no man or beast in the Great Tang Dynasty that could threaten him. He could even do whatever he wanted in the entire eastern region. However, it seemed like they weren't the only ones who came to the Great Tang Dynasty. Perhaps those half-step origin core disciples were here as well. If the dark beast was taken away, it would be troublesome. After all, there weren't many dark beasts in the eastern region. End of chapter. The soaring sky rock flew for another 2 days, flying from the north to the south of the Great Tang Dynasty. Then, it found another troublesome Xian beast. It was a giant tortoise called the giant lava tortoise. There were hundreds of holes on its back, each 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Every once in a while, the giant lava tortoise would spit out countless flaming meteors, which could easily destroy a city. Why is it another Xian beast with such strong defense? On the back of the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing was unhappy. Although she was at the half-step origin core realm, her cultivation level increased too quickly. Her experience could not keep up, and her battle strength was much weaker than ordinary half-step origin core realm experts. It was a difficult task for her to fight the giant lava tortoise alone. Don't worry, I will follow you. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly handed over the Earth-grade nebula sword. This nebula sword is for you. Go and kill this giant tortoise. You're giving me an Earth-grade nebula sword? Song Suijing was stunned. An Earth-grade nebula sword was not something she could afford, but Yi Xian actually gave her an Earth-grade nebula sword so casually. This was a little too generous. Why are you so good to me? Song Suijing suddenly blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian lovingly. Yi Xian smiled faintly and reached out to stroke Song Suijing's hair. I like you. Can't I? This answer also stunned Song Suijing. After a while, she regained her senses. Her small face was already red, and she did not dare to look at Yi Xian. Alright, if you want to repay me with your body, wait until we kill this giant tortoise. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly put his hand on Song Suijing's waist. With his left hand, he scooped Song Suijing up and carried her horizontally. So light, probably less than 50 kilograms. I didn't expect you to be so thin, but your chest is so full. Yi Xian glanced at Song Suijing's shining white chest, then directly jumped forward, jumping down from 100 meters in the air. Ah, what are you doing? When Song Suijing reacted, she was already in a state of weightlessness. Her white and tender arms subconsciously wrapped around Yi Xian's neck, and tightly pressed her chest against Yi Xian's neck as she cried out involuntarily. Bang! After Song Suijing, he gently put Song Suijing down, and then picked his ears. Great aunt, I'm going deaf. Who asked you to jump down without a greeting? Song Suijing panted heavily. She was scared to death. Even though she was a half-step origin core realm cultivator, she was still scared to death. Even if she was a half-step expert, she would still become a dead pig if she fell from 100 meters in the air. Most people would use martial arts to reduce the impact, but Yixian directly jumped down with her in his arms. She almost thought that she and Yixian would become a pair of lovebirds. No matter what, you are still a half-step origin core expert. How can you be so cowardly? Alright, let me see your strength. As long as you kill it, I will give you another surprise. Yixian turned his head and looked at the lava tortoise a few hundred meters away. Humph, watch me. Hearing the word surprise, Song Suijing's eyes lit up. She then took out the nebula sword and rushed toward the lava tortoise. As for Yixian, he quietly followed behind her. Although the lava tortoise's power was shocking, it was much easier to deal with compared to the two-headed poison tortoise. However, the lava tortoise's defense was much stronger than the two-headed poison tortoise's. Song Suijing was also not confident. When she got close to the lava tortoise, she slashed at it with her sword qi. Pa! This sword qi slashed at the lava tortoise's hind legs and was easily dispersed. There was no damage at all. Girl, do your best. Yixian cheered her on. He was also very helpless. Song Suijing had an earth-grade weapon, but she was still unable to break through the lava tortoise's defense. She was too weak. I don't know any earth-grade martial arts. Song Suijing said unhappily as she attacked. She slashed more than 10 times and could only barely break through the lava tortoise's skin. Alright, I will give you this surprise first. After saying that, a transparent seed suddenly appeared in Yixian's hand. After that, he threw it to Song Suijing. Song Suijing caught the translucent seed, then she asked curiously, "What is this?" "You'll know after you eat it," Yixian said with an indifferent smile on his face. This seed was actually a bloodline seed, that's right, a bloodline seed, and it was a high-ranked Sword Emperor bloodline. This was a function unlocked by the system after he broke through to the Divine Core realm. It allowed him to turn a bloodline seed into a bloodline seed. In simple words, other people could fuse with a bloodline seed, but each person could only eat one seed. To be exact, it was a type of seed. In order to make a bloodline seed, one had to pay 100 times the price of the corresponding bloodline. This Sword Emperor bloodline seed also squandered all of Yixian's devour points. This time, he had put in a lot of effort just to win a smile from this beauty. Song Suijing felt a little strange, but she trusted Yixian very much. Therefore, she swallowed the Sword Emperor bloodline seed without hesitation. In the next moment, 2 bright beams shot out from her eyes. Her aura instantly skyrocketed, and she became extremely fierce. Sword Emperor bloodline, fused successfully. Yixian, this is... Song Suijing opened her eyes wide and said in shock. This is a bloodline seed I obtained by chance, it is the Sword Emperor bloodline. From now on, your understanding of sword-type martial arts will increase, and the power of your sword-type martial arts will increase as well. Yixian said. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and asked, just now, did you obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance? How many Earth-rank martial arts did he teach you? One of them is a mid-rank Earth-rank martial art. Song Suijing was completely stunned. She had heard that some mighty men would condense all their life's knowledge into a bloodline seed, and pass it on to others to be passed down. But, she never thought she would encounter one herself. Moreover, it was given to her by Yixian. What she did not understand was why Yixian would give her such a precious thing. Alright, don't just stand there like a fool. Let's kill this giant tortoise. Yixian's words woke Song Suijing up. She instantly came back to her senses. She had to kill this giant tortoise first. Heaven Splitter Sword. Song Suijing's eyes turned cold. After a while, she directly slashed at the giant tortoise's thick hind legs. This move was the mid-rank Earth-rank martial art in the Sword Emperor bloodline. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh whoosh. This slash was extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to react in time. It directly swept past the giant tortoise's hind legs and easily cut it into 2. What? Song Suijing opened her mouth wide. In order to use this mid-rank earth-rank martial art, she had already used up all her Jindan essence and replenished a lot of her celestial chi. However, the power of this move was already beyond her imagination. Plop! The giant tortoise had been moving before. Now that its hind legs were cut off, it suddenly lost its balance and sat down. End of chapter. However, in the next moment, Xian's expression changed as well. Oh no, it's going to erupt. Quickly hide below, Xian hurriedly shouted. Song Suijing looked at the giant lava tortoise's trembling tortoise shell that emitted loud rumbling sounds. He instantly reacted and hid under the tortoise shell with Xian. Splash! The lava tortoise's hind limb, which was at least 10 meters in diameter, was bleeding profusely. At this moment, the lava tortoise suddenly shuddered. Rumble! Rumble! Although they couldn't see it, Xian and Song Suijing could hear it. Above their heads, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sound was so loud that it sounded like the sky was about to collapse. A few seconds later, they saw a few burning boulders smashing into the ground in the distance. Flaming boulders fell one after another, and the ground began to tremble violently. Fortunately, this lava tortoise was still in the wild. If it was near the city, it would have caused a huge disaster. Rumble! The flaming boulders continued to rain down. After the lava tortoise spewed hundreds of flaming boulders, it shuddered again and let out a comfortable roar. At this moment, this area was already riddled with holes. There were flaming boulders everywhere, and the temperature had risen by at least 10 degrees. Oh no, hurry up and get out. This lava tortoise is going to retreat into its shell. Xian's expression changed again. One had to know that Song Suijing had chopped off the tortoise's hind legs earlier. Tortoises were more timid. Even if this lava tortoise was a celestial beast, it would still retreat into its shell in the face of danger. At this moment, Xian hurriedly pulled Song Suijing away. As expected, the moment they left the bottom of the shell, the lava tortoise's head and limbs retracted, and its shell came into close contact with the ground. If Xian and Song Suijing had been a little slower, they would have been crushed to death. Song Suijing glanced at the lava tortoise, then turned to look at Xian. Xian, what do we do now? I've used up all the Jindan essence in my body. I don't even have half of my celestial chi left. Middle grade earth level martial arts is for you. It's said that it's too draining and that you can only use it once. So, I'll have to do it. As Xian said, he pulled Song Suijing to the lava tortoise. Give me the nebula sword. Xian extended his hand. Song Suijing quickly handed the sword over. Following that, Xian revealed an extremely confident smile and said, Next, I'll let you, this girl, see my true strength. As he spoke, the elixir essence in his body started to circulate rapidly and condensed on the nebula sword. Skybreaking slash! Xian shouted out loudly. He slashed down with the sword in his hand. A dozen-meter-long sword beam cut through the ground and headed straight for the lava tortoise. In the next moment, Song Suijing was completely shocked. The sword beam flashed and cut through the lava tortoise's body, splitting it in half. The lava tortoise's body was cut in half along with its shell. Blood immediately gushed out like a flood. Killing a lava tortoise with an extremely strong defense with a single strike, even an initial mortal core warrior couldn't do it. Xian had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and this was his true strength. Terrifying. He has just broken through to the mortal core realm, but he already has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If he is at the fourth realm of the spirit realm, does that mean he can destroy a mountain with a single punch? Xian thought to himself. He was just pretending just now. He estimated that he could kill the lava tortoise, but he wouldn't be able to cut it in half. However, he never expected his strength to be so strong. An earth weapon, a mid-rank earth martial skill, a sword emperor bloodline, and a divine core warrior. All of these factors had given him the ability to kill the lava tortoise. Humph, you abnormal freak, only you can kill a Xian beast with a single strike. Song Suijing was stunned for a moment before she finally regained her senses. She was no longer surprised by this. Hee hee. Xian let out an indifferent laugh. He quickly walked over and devoured the lava tortoise. After that, he handed the Xian beast's core to Song Suijing. You killed this lava tortoise, are you really going to give me the Xian beast's core? Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked. I've already given you the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed, what's a Xian beast's core? Yi Xian was puzzled. A Sword Emperor's bloodline seed was much more valuable than a Xian beast's core. If he were to sell it, the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed would definitely be a hit. Many people would fight over it, and the price would be at least 10 million mid-rank crystal stones. However, this bloodline seed was the same as a top-tier bloodline seed, it was unique. In other words, he couldn't exchange for the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed anymore, he could only exchange for it once. Song Suijing took the Xian beast's core. After a short pause, she asked shyly, do you really like me? What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. What if you're a womanizer? Song Suijing asked again. If I'm a womanizer, then just accept your fate. Also, if you don't agree, then spit out the bloodline seed and give it back to me. Oh, and the 6 yuan pill. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. You bastard. Song Suijing cursed angrily. However, she knew Yi Xian was just joking. In fact, she wasn't ready yet. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she said, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then I'll agree. She suddenly didn't know what to say. If I can help you break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then you'll agree to be my wife? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What do you mean by be your wife? That sounds so bad. If you can do it, then I'll think about it. Song Suijing pouted. What? Think about it? Yi Xian said, how about this, I'll help you break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then you'll marry me. What do you think? You're pushing your luck again, Song Suijing subconsciously blurted out. However, she felt it was impossible. Normally, a half-step origin core warrior would be able to absorb a Xian beast's core after cultivating it to the maximum. But, it would take a long time, at least a few months. The reason why Yi Xian could break through to the divine core realm in 1 day was because of his physique. Therefore, Song Suijing didn't think it was possible. Alright, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then I'll marry you, you bastard. Song Suijing agreed without hesitation, because she felt it was impossible. Deal. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He immediately summoned the soaring sky rock, then he flew back to the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital. He estimated that by the time he returned to the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital, Song Suijing would be able to break through to the divine core realm. You, don't tell me you really have a way? Riding on the soaring sky rock's back, Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian's confident expression, and couldn't help but ask. End of chapter, what can I do? Do you think I'll agree? With a smile on his face, Yi Xian took out a pill from his devouring space. That elixir had cost him 5 billion devouring points. He had used up all his devouring points before this, but after breaking through to the divine core realm, he had devoured all the corpses and crystals in his devouring space. But now, he was once again a poor man. What is this? Song Suijing asked curiously. Don't worry about it, just swallow it. Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing felt a little uneasy, I'm not eating it. Great aunt, are you going back on your word? Swallow it. Yi Xian's expression changed. Without hesitation, he shoved the pill and dark beast inner core into Song Suijing's mouth. You want to go back on your word? No way. Ugh, you scoundrel. Before Song Suijing could react, the pill had been swallowed. After that, she could feel some changes happening in her body. Inner core was continuously flowing out from her body, and was converging towards her dantian. This is forming a mortal core? Song Suijing was shocked. Silly girl, hurry up and absorb it, don't waste this divine pill. Yi Xian's voice entered her ears. But now, she couldn't care less. Since she had already eaten the pill, she couldn't just waste it. This pill was bought by Yi Xian with 5 billion devouring points. It could increase the speed of absorbing a dark beast inner core by 100 times. Normally, it would take at least 3 months for someone to absorb a dark beast inner core, but Song Suijing's talent was pretty good, that's why it took her less than 3 months. With this pill and Yi Xian's help, Song Suijing only spent half a day to form a mortal core and break through to the divine core realm. Ha ha ha, you'll have to call me husband from now on. Somewhere in the skies of Great Tang Dynasty, a hearty laughter was echoing. The owner of this laughter was Yi Xian. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect a miracle to happen again. In just half a day's time, she had broken through from the half-step origin core realm to the mortal core realm. No one would believe this. You tricked me again. Song Suijing glared at Yi Xian. What do you mean by tricking you? You were the one who agreed. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Damn it. Song Suijing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wanted to bite Yi Xian to death. Now you are my fiancé. Not bad, to be able to marry a princess of a dynasty as my wife. I have profited. Yi Xian stood up and sized up Song Suijing with a strange look. The latter's figure was indeed good, even better than Hua Ying of the Profound Sun Empire's general's mansion. She had breasts and buttocks, her skin was white, and her legs were long. If he had to give a score to Song Suijing, Yi Xian would definitely give her 100 points. You bad guy, don't look at me like that. Song Suijing's face turned red from being stared at by Yi Xian. What's wrong? Can't I look at my fiancé? Yi Xian walked behind Song Suijing, then he suddenly sat down and hugged her from behind, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't move, just let me hug you. Yi Xian whispered into Song Suijing's ears. Song Suijing couldn't resist Yi Xian, and now that her ears were being blown by Yi Xian, her bones went soft, and she collapsed into Yi Xian's arms. You can't let me down. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment, then she finally said it. Although her voice was soft, Yi Xian heard it clearly. Yi Xian responded softly, then suddenly pressed Song Suijing under his body and planted a kiss on her cherry lips. By the time Song Suijing reacted, it was already too late. Yi Xian had already succeeded. Her first thought was to push Yi Xian away, but that was just a thought. Then, she closed her eyes and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Xian's neck. This was her first time, and after enjoying it, she was immediately addicted to it. Yi Xian caressed her face as he sucked on her rosy lips. Then, his hands started to wander down her body again. Song Suijing didn't have time to react before Yi Xian undid her belt. Being on the back of a flying spirit beast wasn't something an ordinary person could experience. Song Suijing was scared half to death. Just as she was about to push Yi Xian's hand away, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the calm sky. Roar, this roar frightened Yi Xian. He quickly turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. Song Suijing asked with a flushed face, what's that sound? It should be some kind of spirit beast. Damn it, how dare you disturb my good time. Continue. Yi Xian said, then kissed her again. But it didn't take long for the roar to ring out again. This time, the blood in his body started to boil. No, this is a mystical beast. Yi Xian licked his lips and said with a frown. Song Suijing was also surprised. She asked, didn't the Tang dynasty only have 2 mystical beasts? Yes, maybe the remnants of the beast god sect forcefully raised another one. Yi Xian nodded. But in the next moment, he realized a problem. The sound came from in front of them, and in front of them was the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. Could it be the one under the Tang dynasty's imperial palace? Yi Xian said in shock. The imperial palace? After Song Suijing heard this, she suddenly remembered that Yi Xian said he heard a beast's roar coming from under the imperial palace. This beast god sect doesn't feel normal. Fly faster. Yi Xian felt a little uneasy. The soaring rock also understood. It immediately let out a shriek and started to fly at full speed. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't in the mood to tease Song Suijing. He had a feeling that the Tang dynasty was going to face a great disaster this time, a disaster that was even greater than the countless beast hordes. With the soaring rock's full speed, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Tang dynasty's imperial capital when night fell. But, just as they were about to enter the imperial capital, the soaring rock suddenly landed. What's going on? I didn't ask you to land. Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. The soaring rock opened its mouth and let out a shriek. After breaking through to the divine core realm, Yi Xian's mid-rank 100 beasts bloodline had leveled up to myriad beasts. Now, he had a very strong sense for demon beasts and spirit beasts, and he could roughly understand their language. You're saying you're scared? There's a creature in the imperial capital that is much stronger than you? Yi Xian asked. The soaring rock nodded its head. Alright, I can feel it too. You can go to that mountain and wait there, we'll go there ourselves. Yi Xian didn't insist. After that, he brought Song Suijing and rushed towards the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. End of chapter. However, halfway there, Song Suijing suddenly pointed at the imperial capital and said, "Look." In fact, Yi Xian had already seen it. At this time, there was already a lot of black smoke rising in the imperial capital. Something must have happened in the imperial capital. Come, let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian held Song Suijing's slender hand and rushed over. They ran outside the city gates and could hear the cries from inside. At the same time, there were many people escaping from the city. Big brother, what happened in the imperial capital? Yi Xian stopped a middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was also a warrior. He could see that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person and immediately explained, "Little brother, don't go in. For some reason, a wyvern appeared in the imperial capital and is wreaking havoc inside. It destroyed the entire palace." What, a wyvern? Song Suijing immediately exclaimed. Yes, it's a wyvern. Its wings are injured and it can't fly, so it's wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. It can casually spit out flames, and even if there's nothing, it can burn until tomorrow. Now, the entire palace is a sea of fire. It's said that all the experts in the imperial family are dead. Even the emperor came out, but he was directly burned to ashes by the wyvern's flames. The middle-aged man described it as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Thank you, big brother. After Yi Xian heard this, he gave him some mid-grade crystals and told him to leave quickly. When the middle-aged man saw the mid-grade crystals, his eyes almost popped out. He was just an ordinary warrior, not even in the true spirit realm. Moreover, it was an entire bag of mid-grade crystals. He was so happy that he quickly thanked Yi Xian again and again, almost worshipping him as if he was his ancestor. However, by the time he reacted, Yi Xian and Song Suijing had already disappeared. At this time, on the tall tower of the imperial capital city wall. Suijing, is this wyvern also a type of celestial beast? Yi Xian stood on the tall tower and looked around. Yes, but also no. I've only read about it in books. This wyvern had boundless strength. Like the double-headed venomous scale, it could breathe fire. Furthermore, the fire was extremely difficult to extinguish. It is said that a young wyvern is as strong as an earth core warrior. Before Song Suijing could finish, Yi Xian exclaimed, "What? Even a young wyvern is comparable to an earth core warrior?" Yes. Previously, my grandfather said that the first of the spirit stage's 4 stages, the gravity spirit stage, uses the wyvern's strength as a unit of measurement. Therefore, an adult flying dragon is comparable to a powerhouse in the strength realm. Song Suijing nodded. This? Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even if it was a young wyvern, he might not be able to deal with it. After all, the Earth core stage was divided into initial stage, and advanced stage. If it was an adult wyvern, there was no way he could defeat it. It was a combat strength that surpassed the divine core realm. Look over there. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, Song Suijing's slender finger suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian turned around and saw a flame soaring into the sky. A wyvern. Yi Xian focused his gaze, and indeed, he saw a red wyvern. A wyvern that could breathe fire when it opened its mouth. This wyvern had a huge body. Although it was smaller than the giant lava tortoise, it was still bigger than the soaring sky rock. The combination of the myriad beasts bloodline and the overlord arrow bloodline gave Yi Xian extraordinary vision. He could clearly see the wyvern from a few thousand meters away. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a figure entered Yi Xian's vision. Who is this? How dare he provoke a wyvern? Yi Xian's heart trembled. When he saw the man's face, he was scared to death. Tang Sun? Oh my god, Tang Sun was burned to ashes. Yi Xian shivered. He wasn't surprised that Tang Sun was in the Great Tang Dynasty. The man who came out just now was the Great Tang Dynasty's old great emperor, Tang Sun. However, he was burned to ashes by the wyvern's dragon breath. Yi Xian, what should we do? Song Suijing furrowed her brows. Although this was the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Song Dynasty, there were still countless innocent people in the imperial capital. The Great Tang Dynasty's imperial family must be related to the Beast God sect. Perhaps, the Beast God sect was trying to control this wyvern, but they failed. We need to leave now, it won't be good if we get targeted by this wyvern. After saying that, Yi Xian prepared to leave with Song Suijing. A Xian beast at this level had a very strong sense, they could sense the presence of powerful warriors. Yi Xian and Song Suijing had both broken through to the divine core realm, and if they were discovered, they would be in big trouble. But right at this moment, the wyvern who was spitting out dragon breath suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just now, he had exchanged glances with the wyvern, it must have discovered him. Without hesitation, he carried Song Suijing in his arms. They jumped out of the city directly from the high tower of the city wall. Rumble. Loud rumbling sounds kept coming from the imperial capital. Yi Xian quickly carried Song Suijing and left the city. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few hundred meters away. However, when he turned around and took a look, he was shocked to see that the wyvern had smashed a huge hole in the city wall, and was chasing after Yi Xian. Fuck you. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He quickly calculated the wyvern's speed, and found out that it was actually faster than him. Furthermore, it wasn't just a little bit faster. It was an adult wyvern. We're dead. Yi Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect to get into such a huge crisis just because he wanted to be a bystander in the imperial capital. If this continued, he and Song Suijing would definitely die here. At that moment, he put down Song Suijing and shouted, "Split up." Song Suijing also felt the immense pressure of facing an adult wyvern. However, by the time she reacted, Yi Xian had already left her side. Although Yi Xian was running in another direction, he was closing the distance between him and the wyvern. He was obviously courting death. Song Suijing instantly understood that Yi Xian was trying to buy some time for her to escape. That bastard, why is he so stupid? She immediately burst into tears and chased after him without thinking. While running, Yi Xian heard the sound of footsteps. When he turned around, he almost fainted. Song Suijing was actually chasing after him. Were they trying to be a pair of doomed lovers? Damn it, I haven't married anyone yet, how can I die? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he suddenly let out a few long roars towards the sky. This time, he was going to risk his life. Right now, he had the high-ranked Thunderclap Panther bloodline in his body. He could run as fast as lightning, but he still couldn't escape from the pursuit of a strength wyvern. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He would devour everything in the devouring system, then exchange them for a top-ranked bloodline. He had just finished fusing with a high-ranked bloodline. If he forcefully fused with a top-ranked bloodline, his strength would drop, and he would explode and die. But, did he have any other choice? With Yi Xian's strength at the mortal core realm, if he forcefully fused with a top-ranked bloodline, he would most likely die. But, if he didn't, he would definitely die, but, in order to escape, he had to fuse with a top-ranked bloodline. End of chapter. Let's go all out. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and prepared to stake everything on this one attack. The wyvern was only 100 meters away from him. Its sharp claws could probably tear his body into pieces in an instant. However, he only needed to think about it to fuse with the top-notch bloodline. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't you dare hurt me, evil creature." A sudden roar fell into Yi Xian's ears, causing his brain to suddenly stop working. He focused his eyes and was shocked to find that the wyvern that was chasing him was missing a wing. He clearly saw that the wyvern had 2 wings earlier, but now, why was it only left with 1 wing? Roar, the wyvern roared. One of its wings was already injured, but now, that injured wing was directly cut off. It turned its huge head and saw a white-robed man standing in the air not far away. Yi Xian also looked over and was immediately shocked. What was going on? Someone was actually standing in the air. Was this a Photoshop? Roar, the wyvern roared again and charged toward the man in white. As a proud member of the dragon clan, it was actually injured by a human. That was simply humiliating. Humph, a mere wyvern dares to roar at me? The man stood in the air and did not dodge. He just watched as the wyvern's claws clawed at him. Xian watched with wide eyes, not wanting to miss a single scene. The next moment, he was shocked again. He saw the wyvern being sent flying by that man with a single punch. Heavens, he sent a wyvern flying with a single punch. Is he really human? Xian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Even if the wyvern had been suppressed for countless years and its strength was not at its peak, this was still very impressive. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurried over and stood beside him to watch. Die, evil creature, withering sword. The middle-aged man's voice rang out in the air. Then, he casually slashed out a slash. This slash was purplish-black in color. It seemed very slow, but it also seemed very fast. The flying dragon did not dodge and was directly struck. After that, the bright red body of the wyvern began to turn black. Then, its entire body withered like petals. After a few seconds, it turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind. What kind of martial arts is this? Xian was stunned. Who exactly was this middle-aged man in white? Not only could he stand in the air, but he could also kill the flying dragon with a single sword strike. Furthermore, he did it in an unconventional way. The night wind was very strong, and the ashes of the flying dragon were quickly blown away. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white turned his head and looked at Xian. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Xian. He was still standing in the air, about 5 meters above the ground. Buddy, I just saved your life, shouldn't you thank me? The middle-aged man in white said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Xian quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Haha, just a verbal thank you? The middle-aged man in white laughed again. Xian was startled, then he furrowed his brows and said, "Senior, you're a mighty man, and I'm just a new divine core warrior. I'm afraid I can't repay senior's kindness." What kind of joke was this? This man had just killed a flying dragon with a single sword strike. Why would he want anything from him? No, you can. The middle-aged man in white said. Xian raised his head, and he saw the middle-aged man looking at Song Suijing. In an instant, Xian understood what the middle-aged man wanted. "Senior, you can have anything you want, but not her," Xian said with gratitude. He was puzzled as well. A mighty man like this could have any woman he wanted. Why would he want Song Suijing? The middle-aged man in white just stared at them for a brief moment. No one knew what he was thinking. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, "You said you can have anything you want. Including your life?" Life? Xian was startled once again, and he hesitated for a brief moment. He never expected that after escaping from the flying dragon, he would run into another mighty man who was trying to cheat him. "Fine, if senior wants my life, just take it." Xian gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Song Suijing, who was standing next to him, had tears streaming down her face. Xian was willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. This proved that she had a very high position in Xian's heart. Right now, she was prepared to sacrifice herself. However, just as she was about to speak, the middle-aged man in white smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. For a woman, you are willing to sacrifice yourself. If you have someone you want to protect, then you won't go down the wrong path in your future cultivation. I was just joking just now. I just felt that you were a little like a friend of mine, so I helped you. Otherwise, even if this dynasty was destroyed, it would have been impossible. Otherwise, it would have nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the large rock in Xian's heart fell with a loud bang. So it was just a passing expert who saw someone who looked like a friend. "Thank you, senior." Xian and Song Suijing thanked him in unison. "Don't thank me. I said that I wouldn't help for nothing. Kid, you now owe me a favor. If we meet again in the future, I hope that you will remember this favor." The middle-aged man in white said with a smile. "This kid will definitely remember." Yi Xian hurriedly replied. As long as he had some time, he would be able to reach the spirit realm 4 realms. Haha, I was just joking. The world is so big, how could it be so easy to meet? The middle-aged man in white laughed a few times. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. When he raised his head, he realized that the middle-aged man in white had already disappeared. The laughter came from all directions, and he didn't know where he went. Damn, he was like a ghost. That scared me to death. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Just now, he was really afraid that the middle-aged man would suddenly attack and turn him into a flying dragon. Fortunately, it was just a joke. Yi Xian. Song Suijing's gentle and delicate voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. When he turned his head, he realized that the former's face was already covered in tears. Why are you so silly? Song Suijing hugged Yi Xian and cried until she was half dead. Her towering breasts were pressed against Yi Xian's body, which immediately made Yi Xian's mood turn for the better. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune later on. This was good fortune later on. Yi Xian held Song Suijing's waist with one hand and gently stroked her head. He comforted her, "Don't cry. Aren't men supposed to stand up at times like this? Besides, aren't we all fine now? It was just a false alarm. Don't be like this next time. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Song Suijing raised her head. Her tears flowed down like beads from a broken necklace. Her face was full of tears, and Yi Xian's heart melted. Okay. Let's do it together. Yi Xian smiled, "We'll talk about this later. Shouldn't you reward me now?" After he finished speaking, he turned his face to the side. Song Suijing immediately understood Yi Xian's meaning. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Xian on the cheek. Good girl. Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He lovingly stroked Song Suijing's hair. When had he ever thought that there would be a goddess-like beauty hugging him? In his previous life, he didn't even dare to think about it. End of chapter. That's right. At this time, Song Suijing suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Xian with teary eyes. She said softly, "That senior seems to know you." Yes, I can see that. Yi Xian nodded and said, "The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the 4 great domains is lacking compared to the central region. With such a weak yuan qi, there wouldn't be any treasures that could catch the eye of an expert. Therefore, that senior definitely isn't traveling. He's here specifically for me. The friend that senior is talking about might be related to your father." Song Suijing added. Most likely. However, what kind of expert is he to be able to fly in the sky? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Song Suijing also shook her head, "I don't know much. I can only go back and ask my master." Her master was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, an Earth Core expert. He was much stronger than her grandfather Songqing. Perhaps he knew something. This beast god sect is courting death. They actually tried to control a flying dragon. They deserve to be destroyed. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He turned his head and looked at the imperial capital. It was a sea of fire. The Great Tang Empire's treasury was probably burned to the ground. After all, the flying dragon came out from under the imperial palace. Then what should we do now? Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian. At this time, she had already accepted Yi Xian and treated Yi Xian as her life's hope. Let's go to the Great Tang Empire's imperial palace to see if there's anything good there. After that, we'll go to the Great Song Empire. Yi Xian said casually. Although the flying dragon came out from the imperial palace, there might be some unexpected gains. Yes. Song Suijing nodded slightly. Her face blushed shyly. Yi Xian was going to the Great Song Empire. Didn't that mean he was going to see her family? After that, Yi Xian rode the Soaring Heaven Rock to the imperial palace and circled around it. The palace was truly a sea of fire. Even in the air, one could feel the terrifying heat. The wyvern's flames were very terrifying. Even if there was nothing to burn, it could still last for a few days. If there was something, it could spread even faster. Therefore, the palace would soon be burned to ashes and become a wasteland. Yi Xian did not dare to touch those flames, so he decided to just forget about it and head straight to the Song dynasty. The Great Tang Dynasty and the Great Song Dynasty did not have a good relationship because they were neighbors. However, with the speed of the soaring sky rock, Xian flew for a week before arriving the imperial capital of the Great Song Dynasty. Along the way, Song Suijing also observed carefully. There were also remnants of the beast god religion in the Great Song Dynasty, and there were many beast tides. However, when the news reached the High Heaven Mansion, Song Qing immediately took Judge Song and a group of experts to the Great Song Dynasty. Hence, the Great Song Dynasty had already survived the calamity and was in the midst of rebuilding. At this moment, outside the imperial city of the Great Song Dynasty, soaring sky rock, it's the envoy of the High Heaven Mansion. Xian's soaring sky rock lowered a bit, and Song Suijing deliberately showed her head. It's the princess. When the guards below saw Song Suijing, they immediately let her pass. Even if someone else wanted to fly directly into the imperial city, they would not dare to attack. The prince consort of the Great Song Dynasty has returned, haha, Xian shouted a few times towards the ground. However, before he finished speaking, Xian felt a pain in his waist, followed by Song Suijing's coquettish voice, "You bad guy, don't talk nonsense." The two rode the soaring sky rock and directly landed in front of a magnificent palace. "Father, I'm back." Song Suijing jumped off the soaring sky rock and directly ran in. The group at the entrance did not even have time to react. Xian followed closely behind her. He was a bit envious. With his current strength, he could definitely establish a dynasty and have 3,000 beauties and millions of people. It was a pity that this was not the life he wanted. His current dream was to be a top expert, not the emperor of a country. Xian followed in. After Song Suijing's introduction, this palace was the place where the Song family's internal discussions were held. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Soon, they saw the upper echelons of the Great Song Dynasty sitting in the palace. "Girl, you're back, Xian, you're also here." "Family?" Song Qing was startled for a moment, he didn't understand. Song Suijing's expression immediately changed, and she angrily glared at Xian. They had agreed to keep it a secret for now, but Xian had let it slip. In an instant, 2 red spots appeared on her face. Then, she secretly whispered something into Song Cheng's ear. After hearing what Jiangchen said, Song Cheng's eyes lit up. He laughed out loud and said, "Haha, we're family, we're family. Our Great Song Dynasty now has 2 more Divine Core Warriors, this is great. In just a short period of time, we'll have 4 Divine Core Warriors." The fact that these people were able to sit here today meant that they weren't idiots. After hearing what Song Qing said, they immediately understood. So that's how it is. Not bad, young man. You have a handsome appearance, and you definitely deserve to be a judge. Song Jing stroked his black goatee with a smile on his face. Song Suijing was shy, but she couldn't stand this. She quickly changed the topic. "Grandfather, let's not talk about this for now. Is Big Brother also absorbing a dark beast's inner core?" "Yes, after I killed that dark beast, I gave its inner core to a judge. In another 1 or 2 months, it should be enough for him to break through to the mortal core realm." Song Qing nodded his head in satisfaction. The Great Song Dynasty had 3 new Divine Core Warriors, this was great news, and it was 3 consecutive good news. After that, Song Suijing started talking about what had happened in the past few days. When she talked about what had happened in the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital, everyone was shocked. A wyvern, there was a wyvern imprisoned under the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital? I never expected this, I really never expected that there would be an injured wyvern in this tiny Great Tang Dynasty. This Great Tang Dynasty is really daring, they actually tried to control a wyvern. Song Qing shook his head and said, "Looks like the beast god religion's headquarters should be in the Great Tang Dynasty." "Girl, what happened to the wyvern?" Song Jing suddenly asked. "It was killed by a senior who was passing by." "Oh right, grandfather, that senior was able to send the wyvern flying with just a single punch, and he could even fly in the sky. What cultivation realm is he at?" Song Suijing asked curiously. Hearing this, Song Qing immediately stood up and cried out in surprise, "What? Flying?" "Yes, this senior can stand in the air." Song Suijing nodded. "That's a spirit realm expert." Once a spirit realm expert's physique reaches a certain level, they will be able to break through to the spirit realm. After breaking through, they will be able to control their chi and fly. Sending a wyvern flying with a single punch would be a piece of cake for them. He would probably be able to kill a wyvern with just a finger. Xianxia said in disbelief. He was only at the initial mortal core realm, there was still some distance between him and the earth core realm, let alone the heavenly core realm and the spirit realm. However, what puzzled him was that such an expert would actually pass by the great Tang dynasty. It was truly unexpected. Hearing this, everyone present revealed looks of yearning. Humans could actually fly in the sky, what a wonderful thing this was. There are 4 stages of the spirit realm. Strength realm and spirit realm. There are still 2 more stages after that. I wonder what stage Unlucky Brat's father and that mysterious expert are at. Yixian thought to himself. Grandpa, can you tell us more about the 4 stages of the spirit realm? Song Suijing was interested as well, so she pestered Xianxia and asked. All the people below were watching with great interest as well. Although they had no hope of breaking through to the divine core realm, it was still good to be able to listen. They would be able to tell the stories to their descendants and stimulate their desire to cultivate. Alright, but I don't know much about it. Xianxia nodded his head and said, I heard that when a heavenly core warrior reaches the peak of his cultivation, he will be able to shatter his core and form his spirit. After breaking through, his physique will be greatly improved, and he will have the strength of a wyvern. This is called the strength of one dragon. When an ordinary person cultivates to the limit, he will have the strength of 100 dragons. At that time, he can try to break through to the spirit realm. However, I heard that there are some geniuses who can have the strength of more than 100 dragons. They can reach 200 or even 300 dragons. A single punch from these people is enough to split a mountain. When one breaks through to the spirit realm from the divine core realm, the core energy in one's body will transform into more powerful true energy. When one breaks through to the spirit realm from the spirit realm, he will be able to fly using the true energy in his body, and he will be able to fight in the air. What's after the spirit realm? Song Suijing asked with great interest. Xianxia continued, after the spirit realm is the essence realm, and after that is the spirit realm. But, I've only heard of these 2 realms. Then, Grandpa, do you know what realm that senior is at? Song Suijing asked again. I don't know, but he is at least at the spirit realm, and he can kill a wyvern with a single punch. Furthermore, that sword strike, and martial skill that can turn a wyvern into ashes is beyond my knowledge. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. After all, he was just an initial mortal core warrior. But, he did tell Yixian and Song Suijing some things, and it stimulated their desire to cultivate. No, Yixian should be the desire to break through to the next realm. TSK, being able to fly at the spirit realm, when the time comes, I'll be able to fly with the scripture in my hand. When he thought about flying into the sky, Yixian couldn't help but go out and kill some monsters to level up. After that, the higher-ups of the Great Song dynasty continued their discussion. As for Yixian, he was brought by Song Suijing to her little palace. Since both of their relationship had been made public, there was no need to hide it any longer. Besides, Song Suijing's little palace had more than one room. Originally, Yixian wanted to bring a pill for his brother-in-law, but when he thought about how Adjudicator Song would be able to break through to the divine core realm in 2 months, he decided against it. After all, a single pill cost 5 billion devour points, it was very expensive. You can stay here tonight, just call them if you need anything. Song Suijing brought Yixian to a room. You're not coming with me? Yixian looked at her with a faint smile on his face. You scoundrel, stop thinking nonsense, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Song Suijing pouted playfully. Back when they were on the soaring sky rock, Yixian had nearly eaten her alive. Luckily, she was saved by the cry of the flying dragon. Look, your family has accepted me, why don't you let me do it now? After saying that, Yixian suddenly put his arm around Song Suijing's slim waist. He had heard that this world was quite open, and even if they weren't married, they could still do it. Scoundrel, hurry up and go in, I'll be leaving first. Song Suijing's face blushed, then she quickly ran away like a frightened little bird. Yixian felt extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have done it back on the soaring sky rock. But, it didn't matter. Since they had confirmed their relationship, there was no way Song Suijing could run away. Since he was here, he could return to the profound Sun Empire and bring back some good things for the Yi family. Tens of billions of Devour points, any single one of them could help the entire Yi family break through to the true spirit realm. End of chapter. After staying in the Great Song Dynasty for 3 days, Yi Xian also left on the soaring sky rock. This time, Song Suijing also went to the profound Sun Empire. At this time, the soaring sky rock had already entered the profound Sun Empire. Girl, don't be nervous. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. Besides, my father isn't home. Yi Xian gently stroked the hair of the beauty beside him. Hearing this, Song Suijing immediately pouted and said, "Who are you calling ugly?" "Haha, it's just a metaphor. Of course you're not ugly." Yi Xian knew that he said something wrong and hurriedly defended himself. In just a few minutes after they entered the profound Sun Empire, the soaring sky rock had already flown above Lianyun City. "We're here." Yi Xian stood up and looked at the big city in front of him. He couldn't help but say, it hasn't even been a year and it has already developed into a big city. He remembered that he left Lianyun City after the new year. Then, he went to the Shattering Cloud Sect, South Forest City, Imperial Capital, and finally Soaring Sky Mansion. Now that he thought about it, it was almost the new year. Song Suijing also stood up. When Yi Xian saw that nervous and shy expression, he couldn't help but kiss her. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. I was previously engaged." "What? You were engaged? You want me to be your concubine?" Song Suijing suddenly exclaimed. She asked 2 questions in a row. Her eyes were already spewing out sparks. "Don't be nervous. I forgot to tell you. The person I was engaged to was a playmate of mine when I was young. However, she didn't want to marry an ugly person at that time, so she used me as a shield." Yi Xian quickly explained. He felt that Song Suijing was about to draw her sword. "Humph," Song Suijing coldly snorted. She was satisfied with this explanation. However, she didn't really care how many women Yi Xian had as long as he didn't let her down. After all, her father had more than a dozen concubines, and her brother had already married 3 crown princes. Of course, in addition to not letting her down, he also had another request, and that was to not let her be a concubine. "Alright, let's go down." Yi Xian smiled and gently carried Song Suijing. The latter habitually wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's neck. With a light leap from Yi Xian, they fell from the sky. 2 seconds later, they landed on the ground. The place where they landed was coincidentally a courtyard of the Yi clan. In the courtyard, there were 3 middle-aged men. These 3 middle-aged men were in the middle of discussing some matters when a loud sound suddenly rang out, scaring them half to death. They turned around and saw that one of the walls in the courtyard had collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Then, 2 figures walked out of it. "Uncle, I'm back." Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud and said with a smile. The 3 people in the courtyard were Yi Zhang, Shui Hai, and Lin Ming. Yi Xian? Yi Zhang thought that a thief had sneaked into the Yi clan. He didn't expect that Yi Xian was back. Then, the 3 of them simultaneously looked at the white-clothed girl behind Yi Xian. "Hello, uncles." Song Suijing was a little nervous and called out softly. "Yi Xian, this is..." Yi Zhang looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly held Song Suijing's small hand and introduced her. "She's the princess of the Great Song Dynasty." This action made Yi Zhang and the other 2 understand the relationship between the 2. However, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they almost fainted from shock. The princess of the Great Song Dynasty, I'm mowing the grass. A dynasty was equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands of the profound Sun Empire. What about the Yi clan? It was just a small, insignificant clan in the profound Sun Empire. In the eyes of Yi Zhang and the other 2, Yi Xian had grown to a level that they couldn't imagine. Come. Sit. Yi Zhang couldn't stop smiling and quickly pulled Yi Xian and Song Suijing to sit down. After all, they were family, so they quickly chatted. Yi Xian had left home for a year, and Lianyun City had undergone huge changes. The profound Sun Empire also took care of the Yi clan and sent many people to help with the construction. Not only that, even Ouyang Ming came to Lianyun City to take charge. Lianyun City was developing very well and was very harmonious. Nothing big happened, which made Yi Xian feel very at ease. As for Lu and Shueqingqing, they were also living very well. They were only suited to this peaceful life, so they lived without worries. This time, Yi Xian had brought quite a few good things with him. Remove other than the cultivation resources and earth-level martial arts, there were also the treasures exchanged from the devouring system. For example, the meditation jade pendant that increased cultivation speed, the guardian puppet that was comparable to the peak of the true profound realm, and so on. Although the profound Sun Empire was only a small empire, it was always good to be strong, just in case. With these, the Yi clan, Shui clan, and Lin clan would definitely become one of the strongest clans in the eastern region. After leaving Yizhang, Yi Xian also returned to the small courtyard where he lived. Before he even entered the small courtyard, he could already hear the sound of laughter and chatter. It was obvious that two little girls were fooling around. Yi Xian directly pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with Song Suijing. When the two little girls saw Yi Xian, they also directly flew in front of him. "Young master, you're finally back." Lu directly rushed into Yi Xian's arms, so excited that her eyes were red. "Haha, I haven't seen you in a year." Lu has also grown a lot taller. Yi Xian lightly patted Lu's head. "You bastard, you don't care about us now that you're the state general? You haven't come back in so long." Shueqingqing angrily walked over and directly pointed at Yi Xian's nose. "Can't help it, time was tight, so I directly left the profound Sun Empire. Now I'm back." Yi Xian smiled, then gently pulled Song Suijing, who was standing at the door, over and introduced him. "Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Lu. This, is also my sister, Shueqingqing." Before he finished speaking, Shueqingqing unhappily said, "Who's your little sister? I'm your fiancé." "Humph, I knew you wouldn't know your place, bringing a beautiful big sister back every time." Yi Xian was stunned, then he suddenly remembered that he brought Guan Yulan back during the last New Year. He didn't know if Guan Yulan was doing well now. However, he didn't think too much about it. He would make a trip to the Shattering Cloud sect later to see if Guan Yulan had returned. "You're just a fake. Also, Song Suijing is also my fiancé, we should get along well in the future." Yi Xian awkwardly smiled, he could already see Song Suijing's eyes that wanted to eat him. He also knew that Song Suijing wasn't arguing with Shueqingqing, but with the other beautiful big sister that Shueqingqing mentioned. "I'll let it go this time, but if you bring her back next time, I'll bite you to death." Shueqingqing angrily said, then directly moved to Song Suijing's side and intimately said, "This big sister, let's go inside and talk, don't mind him." Yi Xian rolled his eyes, her face changed faster than the weather. End of chapter. The three girls ran straight into the house. Yi Xian didn't follow them in. He estimated that the three girls would get along very well. After all, they were still young girls. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, they were already calling each other sisters and chatting harmoniously. After that, Yi Xian exchanged for two small items from the devouring system and walked into the house. "Lu Qingqing, were these two small jade pendants? They can save your lives in times of danger." Yi Xian handed over two small jade pendants. "You brought back a gift. At least you have some conscience." Shueqingqing took the jade pendant and found that the craftsmanship was quite exquisite. It looked pretty good on her neck. This was another type of puppet that Yi Xian exchanged for. If they were in danger, it would condense a profound chi puppet that was comparable to the peak of the true profound realm. It was much more precious than the several-meter-tall guardian puppet. Not only that, Yi Xian also specially chose an earth-level cultivation method that was suitable for girls. He even set up a large spirit-gathering formation in the Yi family to increase their cultivation speed. At the same time, he gave the two jade pendants to Lu and Qingqing. It wouldn't be long before the two girls became experts. Yi Xian didn't expect them to become super experts. He only wanted them to have life-saving skills. Moreover, cultivation could increase their lifespan. There were many benefits. A few days before the new year, Xian rode the soaring sky rock to the shattering cloud sect. However, he found out that Guan Yulan hadn't returned yet. Helpless, he could only go to the Mystic Sun imperial capital to report his safety to Zhao Chongguang because Zhao Pan and Xianxia hadn't returned. In the end, he returned to Lianyun City and planted some precious spirit herbs in the Yi, Lin, and Shui families to increase the heaven-earth yuan qi and facilitate spirit gathering. Last year, Xian brought Guan Yulan back. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan went out to train and hadn't returned yet. To be honest, Xian missed Guan Yulan quite a bit. After all, Guan Yulan was about to confess to him. Thinking of this, Xian became angry. He wanted to run to Zhou Cong's grave, dig him out, and then whip him. Only by whipping his corpse could he relieve the hatred in his heart. With the arrival of the new year, Xian was 1 year older. He was already 17 years old. After the new year, he stayed in Lianyun City for a few more days before riding the Soaring Sky Rock back to the Soaring Sky Mansion. The Beast God Religion. The headquarters had already been destroyed, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, this time, they had to get rid of the roots of the problem. Otherwise, they might rise again in the future. Song Qing, Judge Song, and the others had also returned to the High Firmament Mansion earlier than Xian. When Xian returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, the Supreme Elder immediately came looking for him. Right now, he had learned that Song Suijing had broken through to the Divine Core realm. He immediately laughed wildly, and his teeth were about to fall off. A 17-year-old Divine Core warrior, and an 18-year-old Divine Core warrior, this was the first time in the history of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Since Xian had broken through to the Divine Core realm, it was time for him to start as well. Start what? Challenge the Earth list. Aside from Jiang Yu, there were 4 other Divine Core warriors on the Earth list in the Underworld Palace. In other words, the 5th to 10th place were all half-step Origin Core warriors. He didn't challenge any of the 4 Divine Core warriors. After all, they were all from the Divine Continent Alliance. Therefore, he only challenged the 10th-ranked warrior. Although the senior disciple was also from the Divine Continent Alliance, he admitted defeat without hesitation. Just like that, Xian and Song Suijing entered the heavenly abode. Right at this moment, Xian and Song Suijing arrived at the heavenly abode and stayed in the same courtyard. Just as they set foot on the ground, someone came looking for them. Song Suijing turned around, and when he saw that it was his master, he immediately greeted respectfully, "Master, why are you here?" The man was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhou Yan. He walked in without any hesitation, and with a smile on his face, he said, "Haha, I've heard from Sect Elder Song that both of you have broken through to the Mortal Core realm. Good, this is great." Upon hearing this, Song Suijing's face couldn't help but blush. Since Zhou Yan had heard about this, he must have known about her relationship with Xian. After saying that, Zhou Yan threw his glance at Xian. At the same time, a surprised look appeared on his face, and he said, "You're just like your father, this is unbelievable. You've entered the heavenly abode, but that doesn't mean you can enter the top 5 of the heavenly abode. You still need to work harder. Senior, can you tell me the cultivation levels of those top 5 senior disciples?" Xian cupped his fist and asked. "I know you've joined the Divine Continent Alliance." "That's great, the 5th-ranked warrior is a rogue cultivator, and he hasn't joined any power. Relatively speaking, he's the weakest. If you're looking for motivation, then make him your target. His name is Zhou Dongfeng, a mid-mortal core warrior with extraordinary strength. He uses 2 swords in one hand, and he cultivates the Earth rank skill, Gale 36 swords." Zhou Yan casually explained. There were some super geniuses in the heavenly ranking, and they were all taught by someone. The number 1 ranked warrior of the Divine Continent Alliance, the Alliance Chief, had already broken through to the Earth Core realm. As for the 2nd-ranked Jiang Yu, the 3rd and 4th-ranked warriors, they weren't ordinary warriors either. They had all broken through to the late mortal core realm. As for the 5th-ranked Zhou Dongfeng, he was only at the mid-mortal core realm, and he was relatively easier to deal with. Mid-mortal core realm, huh? I understand. Xian lightly nodded his head. If it was a mid-mortal core profound beast, it would be a piece of cake for him. But this was the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so he wasn't 100% confident. Although he wasn't 100% confident, he was at least 80% confident. He was prepared to challenge this Zhou Dongfeng later. Alright, here are the materials needed for 20 Earth rank weapons and 306 yuan pills. Once you're done, send them to me. Oh right, you guys need to restrain yourselves, don't delay your cultivation. Zhou Yan threw a storage ring to Yi Xian, then he left. Yi Xian took the storage ring and gave it a quick check. The amount was correct. One Earth rank weapon was 200,000 mid-rank crystal stones. 20 of them would be 4 million mid-rank crystal stones. 306 yuan pills would be 3 million mid-rank crystal stones. If Yi Xian finished all of them, he would have earned 7 million mid-rank crystal stones. Song Suijing's face blushed. She asked in disbelief, why are there so many? Can you finish all of them? Haha, you're underestimating me. Why? Are you worried that I can't afford to feed you? Yi Xian joked. Although Song Suijing didn't know the exact amount, she knew that it was an astronomical figure that even Song Qing didn't dare to imagine. Then are you going out now? Song Suijing pursed her lips. Yes, but I'm not going out to refine them. Since you have nothing to do, let's go together. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he grabbed Song Suijing's hand and walked outside. Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, where are we going? The challenge arena. End of chapter. Oh. Song Suijing didn't ask any more questions. Right now, both she and Yi Xian had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and they could easily defeat those half-step Origin Core Realm warriors. They might even be able to defeat some ordinary Divine Core Realm warriors. After all, she had fused with the bloodline of a Sword Emperor, and she had directly learned the Earth rank martial arts. Furthermore, she had mastered it thoroughly, and her combat strength had increased tremendously. Along the way, Yi Xian had also forged a new Earth-level weapon. It was a long sword for ladies, and it was called Frost. He had specially forged it for Song Suijing, and at the same time, he had also exchanged it for the Nebula sword. After a while, they arrived at the Heavenly Abode's challenge arena. There weren't many people in the Heavenly Abode. Excluding the 100 disciples on the Heaven ranking, there were only a dozen or so newcomers. Most of them were new disciples from the Central State. As Yi Xian walked, the streets were deserted. After entering the challenge arena, it was still the same. However, when he saw the guardian of the soaring cloud mansion sitting cross-legged beside the challenge arena, his eyes lit up. Senior brother. Yi Xian walked in and shouted. When the guardian heard him, he couldn't help but open his eyes. When he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Yi Xian? This person was Mo Wen, the guardian of the soaring cloud mansion, who had recommended Yi Xian to enter the underworld abode. I didn't expect to meet senior brother here. Yi Xian quickly walked over. After that day, this was the first time he had seen Mo Wen. Although this is the first time we've met since then, I've heard a lot about you in the past few days. Mo Wen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said. Hearing this, Yi Xian let out a dry laugh. He had indeed been a little high profile recently. Senior brother, why are you sweating so much? At this moment, Song Suijing, who was behind Yi Xian, couldn't help but ask. Mo Wen naturally knew Song Suijing. He explained, I can't break through to the Divine Core Realm, so I can only work hard on my physique. That's why I'm cultivating the body refining technique. A body refinement cultivation method was not something an ordinary person could cultivate. It required a strong will, because the body refinement cultivation method required constant tearing of the muscles and then repairing them. If an ordinary person were to cultivate it, they would probably faint from the pain. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He'd tried to cultivate a body refinement technique before, but it was too unbearable. Bloodline, so the body refining technique. It seemed that Mo Wen and the other guardians of the Lingxiao mansion, who were at the half-primal core realm, were not ordinary people. After all, they could only continue on the path of refining their bodies. Oh right, senior brother, these pills are for you. Yi Xian suddenly took out a bottle of pills. This is... Mo Wen looked at it in astonishment. This is a pill concocted by me. It can increase the efficiency of the body refining technique. It can also reduce pain. It's especially suitable for people who cultivate the body refining technique. Yi Xian answered. After Imowen heard this, his eyes lit up. He was currently stuck at a crucial point. He had already tried a few times, but he couldn't break through. If he consumed this pill, he might be able to succeed. Alright, thank you very much. Imowen didn't hesitate and accepted it. Then, he asked, oh right, why are you here today? Yi Xian just remembered that he was here to challenge someone. He immediately said, we've been promoted to the heavenly abode. Today, we're here to challenge someone. Oh? Challenge? Imowen was a little astonished, but he didn't think too much about it. He took out a name list and asked, who do you want to challenge? Let's go first. Yi Xian pushed Song Suijing forward. Song Suijing took a look at the name list and fixed her gaze on the 17th place on the heaven list. Then, she pointed at the name and said, I'll challenge this senior. Imowen was almost scared to death when he saw the name. The 17th place on the heaven list didn't belong to any sect. However, he was a divine core realm warrior. Junior sister Song, are you kidding me? Imowen asked in astonishment. Senior brother Imo, I'm serious. I've already broken through to the divine core realm during the extermination of the beast god sect. Song Suijing smiled mischievously. She was very grateful to Imowen. After all, it was Imowen who arranged for her and Yi Xian to stay in the same courtyard. What? Divine core realm? Imowen cried out in surprise. He sensed that he couldn't see through Song Suijing. Even Yi Xian couldn't see through Song Suijing. He was already shocked. In just a few months, both of them had broken through to the divine core realm. This was a huge blow to him. However, he had seen a lot of the world, so he quickly regained his composure. He said, alright, I'll help you contact them. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Little girl, you've merged with the Sword Emperor bloodline, and your sword technique has improved a lot. You can't lose, or else I'll spank your butt. Yi Xian scooped up Song Suijing with his left hand. At the same time, his hand started roaming around restlessly, and he almost slipped into the forbidden area. Song Suijing was so scared that she quickly broke free. You bad guy, you're not allowed to touch me when we're outside. Song Suijing glared at Yi Xian angrily. Although there weren't many people in the heavenly abode, what if someone passed by? Yi Xian smiled and lightly pinched her little nose. So you're saying that it's okay when we get home? Not even when we get home. Song Suijing pouted playfully. She didn't want to stay on this topic any longer, so she quickly changed the topic. Which senior disciple are you going to challenge later? Let's wait and see. Yi Xian casually replied. However, he already had a candidate in mind. Very well, you're using me to test the strength of those senior disciples? Song Suijing was a little angry. Yi Xian hastily said, of course not. Alright, I already have a candidate in mind, why don't you take a guess? Song Suijing stared at Yi Xian's smiling face. Suddenly, she had a guess in her mind. She asked in astonishment, don't tell me you're going to challenge senior disciple Zhou Dongfeng, who is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking? Haha, you're really smart. Yi Xian was so happy that he immediately kissed her on the cheek. Are you crazy? Senior disciple Zhou is in the initial mortal core realm. Song Suijing recalled what happened that day. What are you afraid of? It's just a challenge. If you lose, you can just come back half a month later. Yi Xian didn't say much, but used the simplest way to reassure Song Suijing. Then you better be careful. Song Suijing also didn't say much. This was different from the incident in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, she was still very confident in Yi Xian. Although they had both just entered the mortal core realm, she felt that her strength was not on the same level as Yi Xian's. Very soon, Imowen returned, bringing back 2 people at the same time. One was a disciple wearing the uniform of the heavenly abode, while the other was an elder of the soaring cloud mansion. End of chapter. You're the one who wants to challenge me? When the disciple entered the arena and saw the duo hugging each other, he immediately asked. But, he was looking at Yi Xian. It's not me, it's her. Yi Xian and the disciple looked at each other, then let go of Song Suijing and said. Humph, you've just broken through to the mortal core realm, why don't you spend some time consolidating your cultivation base and come here to challenge me? The disciple was obviously unhappy, because he could tell that both Xian and Song Suijing were younger than him. Right at this moment, the sect elder walked up to them and said, "So it's little girl Song. I've heard from your grandfather that you two will have extraordinary achievements in the future." "Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Yan." Song Suijing thanked the sect elder politely. Yan, when Yixian heard this name, he immediately realized who it was. This old man was most likely the divine core warrior from the great Yan dynasty, Yan Wendi. It was said that he was the same as Song Qing, an initial mortal core warrior. "Alright, I'll be the judge for this challenge. Don't go too far, don't hurt each other," Yan Wendi said. Only now did the disciple realize who Song Suijing was. Wasn't she the new disciple of the sect elder? But he didn't think too much about it. Right now, he just wanted to defeat Song Suijing as soon as possible, then go back and continue his cultivation. Song Suijing and the disciple walked onto the arena. Yan Wendi also jumped onto the arena, then he said, "Since you're ready, let's begin." Right after he finished speaking, Song Suijing took out her frost sword. It was a woman's longsword that was emitting cold air. An earth weapon? When the disciple saw the longsword, he was startled. He didn't expect Song Suijing to have an earth weapon. Not many people in the Soaring Heaven Mansion had an earth weapon. Most importantly, he didn't have one. In an instant, his expression changed, then he took out a high-rank spirit longsword. The fight hadn't even started, and he was already weaker in terms of equipment. It was hard to tell who would win this challenge. However, at this moment, "Suijing, change your weapon," Yixian suddenly shouted from below the stage. Song Suijing, who was in the arena, was also stunned when she heard this. However, she understood in the next moment and immediately switched the ice frost to the autumn water sword. "You actually dare to look down on me?" This disciple was furious, and directly spoke out. The sword rushed forward. Those who knew him had given him a nickname, the Martial Maniac. This was because he spent all his time cultivating, and he didn't show any mercy to girls. There was once when he fought with a Divine Core senior sister disciple for more than 100 rounds, and in the end, both of them were severely injured. Therefore, he would not show mercy to Song Suijing. Song Suijing's expression hardened as he watched Chuli dashing towards him. His danqi gushed out as he launched an attack. Previously, she had merged with a Sword Emperor's bloodline seed, and her combat strength had skyrocketed. However, she was still lacking in combat experience. Therefore, Yixian wanted to use this opportunity to train her a little. In an instant, the two figures clashed. Cold lights flashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Yixian watched from below the stage with a calm expression. He was quite confident in Song Suijing's combat strength. In the blink of an eye, the two figures on the stage had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Neither of them used any martial arts, and it looked like they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Song Suijing started to gain the upper hand. "How is this possible? Her sword skill is even better than mine?" The disciple was shocked. He had spent all his time cultivating his sword, and there were only a handful of people on the heavenly ranking whose sword skill was better than his. He never thought that he would be surpassed by another person today. It made him wonder if his combat strength had stagnated. "Take this. Raging Flame Sword." The disciple suddenly wrapped his weapon with his danqi, then he fiercely swung it out. In an instant, his weapon seemed to ignite, and a faint charred smell wafted out. However, Song Suijing was not to be trifled with. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. She took a few steps back and waved her long sword a few times. Dazzling stars appeared in front of her. As she stabbed with her long sword, these stars suddenly swept out, and there were more than a dozen of them. This move was performed too quickly. Song Suijing's opponent could not react in time and was directly hit by a few stars. Fortunately, he had used a defensive martial arts technique in time, so he could move forward with the stars. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Sky Splitter Sword. Song Suijing shouted in her heart. She waved her long sword, and a white light flashed, directly cutting her opponent's long sword that seemed to be burning in half. Then, she quickly stabbed again. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Meteor Strike. Boom, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the arena. There was an explosion, and a figure was directly blown away. It was the 17th ranked disciple on the heavenly ranking. In fact, when Song Suijing used a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the outcome was already decided, because her opponent could not withstand this attack at all. However, this was a challenge arena, not a life-and-death battle. That was why Song Suijing showed mercy, otherwise, her opponent would have already become a corpse. Song Suijing wins. Yan Wendy was stunned for a moment, then he shouted loudly. It was quite common for someone who had just entered the mortal core realm to defeat a senior brother of the same level. After all, there had been cases where someone had challenged someone of a higher level. That disciple on the heavenly ranking was defeated by Song Suijing, who did not have a ranking, so his ranking was replaced, and he had to challenge someone else again. However, this was not important. What was important was that he was defeated in less than a minute. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, goodbye. He cupped his fist towards Song Suijing, then quickly left. Just now, Song Suijing showed mercy, and only blasted him out of the arena. Yi Xian, I won. Song Suijing shouted in surprise. She directly jumped off the arena and threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Not bad, I'll give you a reward. Yi Xian smiled, and kissed her forehead through her bangs. He was also a little surprised, he did not expect Song Suijing to win so easily. The Sword Emperor bloodline had already exceeded his expectations. After fusing with the Sword Emperor bloodline, Song Suijing's sword technique had become much more brilliant, and the speed of her sword technique was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Speaking of which, Yi Xian himself had never used the Heavenly Star sword technique he learned after fusing with the Sword Emperor bloodline. He would try it out later. At this moment, Yan Wendy and Mo Wen both walked over. The former coughed, scaring Song Suijing so much that she quickly let go of Yi Xian. I did not expect your ability to improve so much. Yi Xian, who do you want to challenge? Yan Wendy asked directly. Mo Wen was also a little curious. He felt that Yi Xian would be stronger than Song Suijing. I want to challenge senior brother Zhou Dongfeng, Yi Xian replied. Zhou Dongfeng was the disciple of the initial mortal core realm who was ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. At the same time, he was also Yi Xian's mission. Only by defeating him would Yi Xian be able to meet the Soaring Sky Mansion's great elder, Lin Wenyue. End of chapter, are you sure? Yan Wendy asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Xian nodded his head seriously. It was just a challenge, it wasn't like he couldn't do it. Alright, then I'll call Zhou Dongfeng over personally. Yan Wendy saw how confident Yi Xian was, so he immediately waved his sleeves and left. As for Mo Wen, he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. When had he ever thought that the kid from the True Element realm would be able to reach such a realm in such a short amount of time? After a while, Yan Wendy, who had left, returned. At the same time, he brought an indifferent young man with him. The 5th on the heaven ranking, Zhou Dongfeng. This Zhou Dongfeng was the top genius of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He was in the same realm as Yan Wendy, the initial mortal core realm. Also, it was said that his strength had reached the peak of the initial mortal core realm. It was believed that he would soon break through to the profound mortal core realm. After he followed Yan Wendy into the arena, his gaze immediately fell onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian's indifferent look made him very unhappy. At the same time, it reminded him of a saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Humph, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You only know how to forge weapons and concoct pills. If I don't teach you a lesson later, others will think that I, Zhou Dongfeng, am someone who can be casually challenged. Zhou Dongfeng said coldly in his heart. Greetings, senior brother. After seeing the newcomer, Yi Xian respectfully cupped his fists, because from now on, he would be able to call the newcomer junior brother. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin. Zhou Dongfeng said impatiently, then he walked towards the arena. Yan Wendy, who was standing beside him, smiled slightly. Geniuses and experts usually had a sense of arrogance. People like Yi Xian were very rare. Since the opponent was in such a hurry, Yi Xian would naturally accompany him. Be careful. Song Suijing reminded him softly. Don't worry, it's not like you haven't seen my recovery ability. Yi Xian patted her head lightly, then he walked up to the arena. That day, when he returned to the soaring firmament mansion, Yi Xian had also lost his mind and chopped off his left arm. Then, he didn't take any pills. Instead, he put his severed hand back. After a while, the severed hand reattached itself. After a few minutes, the wound healed. This was the super recovery ability of the 10,000 flower bloodline. Song Suijing had seen Yi Xian reattach his arm with her own eyes, so she was not that worried. Right now, Yi Xian's body was filled with high-grade bloodlines. Next would be top-grade bloodlines and god-grade bloodlines. Yi Xian speculated that if he raised the 10,000 flower bloodline to the highest level, he might be able to regrow his limbs. If that was really the case, then he would really be an unkillable cockroach. As long as his vital points weren't hit and he didn't die instantly, then he would be invincible. The two of them walked to the foot of the stage. Then, Yi Xian took out his earth artifact, the nebula sword. As for Zhou Dongfeng, he also took out two weapons. They were both earth artifacts. This Zhou Dongfeng cultivates the earth tier 36 gale swords. Moreover, he modified it into a two-handed sword. This means that he should be good at speed. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Dongfeng in front of him and thought to himself. Since his opponent didn't take him seriously, then there was no need for him to show mercy. If he wanted to fight, then he had to crush his opponent's confidence and make him live in the shadows in the future. Be careful when you fight. Don't hurt the harmony between us, Yan Wendy reminded from the side. He knew that Yi Xian was Yi Chong's son. He also felt that Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary. However, Zhou Dongfeng was still one realm higher than Yi Xian after all. Junior brother, please. Zhou Dongfeng said calmly with his two swords in hand. Then you must be careful, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously. He instantly unleashed his speed. At this moment, he didn't use any movement technique at all. He simply added his Jindan essence to his feet. That said, Zhou Dongfeng and Yan Wendy were both astonished. Fast, so fast, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was already in front of Zhou Dongfeng. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Yi Xian waved his hand. Dozens of stars appeared and smashed directly toward Zhou Dongfeng. Zhou Dongfeng relied on his attack speed to make a living. He waved his hands and destroyed the stars like lightning. Oh, you have some skills. Yi Xian was shocked. However, this was only the appetizer. What came next was the real deal. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Dozens of stars swept over again. Zhou Dongfeng didn't panic. He alternated between slashing with his hands and easily destroyed more than half of these stars. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He saw another wave of stars coming toward him. Yi Xian's attack speed was so fast that he couldn't turn his head. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, don't get out of my way. You do have some ability. No wonder you dared to challenge me. However, you're too weak. Zhou Dongfeng shouted in his mind. He skillfully dodged Yi Xian's waves of falling stars, then he dashed in front of Yi Xian. Gale 36 swords. Zhou Dongfeng struck out with both swords at the same time. In an instant, he had struck out a total of 36 times. This was his ultimate martial skill. None of his fellow disciples at the same level as him could perfectly withstand this attack. Even a late mortal core warrior would have to be cautious when facing this attack. Yi Xian was just a new mortal core warrior, how could he block this attack? However, he was wrong, and very wrong. Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary warrior. His body had merged with the high-rank Fist Emperor's bloodline. His attack speed was much faster than Zhou Dongfeng's. He had withstood all of the 36 sword strikes with just the nebula sword. What? This is impossible. Zhou Dongfeng was shocked. His best attack had been blocked by someone, and his opponent was one level lower than him. He couldn't believe it. He then struck out with the Gale 36 swords again at Yi Xian. Just now, he only wanted to teach Yi Xian a lesson, that's why he went easy on him. But this time, he attacked with all his strength. This time, his attack speed had increased by at least 50%. However, this was of no use. Yi Xian was still able to easily block all 36 swords. Left and right mutual combat, how can it be compared to my unicorn arm? Have a taste of this. Yi Xian suddenly took out the second nebula sword from his storage ring. In the next second, both of his hands disappeared. No, it was so fast that even Zhou Dongfeng couldn't see it. Heavenly Star Sword style, falling stars. Heavenly Star Sword style, falling stars. Yi Xian struck out with both of his hands, and 2 times the number of stars appeared in front of Zhou Dongfeng. The latter was shocked and quickly withdrew his hands to defend himself. But, he was only able to defend against half of the attacks. The other half hit his body directly. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another as Zhou Dongfeng continuously retreated. The clothes on his body were already riddled with holes from the explosion, revealing his body that was full of scars. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He raised his right hand and pierced forward. Meteor strike. End of chapter. Meteor strike. A beam of light pierced through Zhou Dongfeng's chest and sent him flying. Plop. Zhou Dongfeng didn't fall out of the arena, but Yi Xian followed closely behind him and placed the nebula sword on Zhou Dongfeng's neck. Junior disciple Zhou, you've lost. Yi Xian said with a calm tone. When this voice entered Zhou Dongfeng's ears, his body trembled violently. He was at the initial mortal core realm, but he was defeated by Yi Xian, who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Challenging someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him, this was definitely a disgrace. Zhou Dongfeng's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything, but he quietly got up and walked down the arena, leaving silently. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word. However, in his heart, he swore that he would win it all back. But, the difficulty of this was not ordinary. Looking at Zhou Dongfeng's back as he left, Yi Xian thought to himself, the high-grade bloodline is indeed a great springboard, it allowed my strength to increase by a large margin. If I use the implosion technique, perhaps I can fight with a mortal core warrior. He was very satisfied with his current strength. However, he wasn't interested in fighting for the Earth ranking. The reason why he challenged the 5th ranked on the Heaven ranking was because he wanted to see the Great Elder. Below the arena, Song Suijing, Yan Wendy, and Mo Wen were all stunned. At first, they didn't think that Yi Xian could win, but Yi Xian really did it. Moreover, he did it with ease. You really won, Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian who was walking down the arena with a shocked expression. Remember, you must have confidence in me in the future, Yi Xian lightly pinched Song Suijing's pink little face. Luckily I didn't bet with you this time, Song Suijing muttered softly. Recently, she had learned to be obedient, and that was to never bet with Yi Xian. Look, she had lost herself. Yi Xian laughed dryly, then turned around and said, Senior brother, please give me the ranking token. Mo Wen was stunned. He immediately took out a special token from his Heaven and Earth ring and threw it over. This was the Earth Rolls ranking token. Only the word Heaven and the number 5 were engraved on it, the 5th on the Heaven leaderboard, Yi Xian. Now, he could go and find the Grand Supreme Elder. Many thanks, Senior brother. Senior, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them, then pulled Song Suijing and left. Perhaps Mo Wen did not know, but Yan Wendy knew that Yi Xian had gone to look for the sect Grand Elder. Geniuses are geniuses. Both father and son are geniuses. I have lived for nothing. Yan Wendy shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian still had the energy to defeat Zhou Dongfeng, which meant that he could also defeat him. After leaving the battle arena, Yi Xian headed towards the Lingxiao Peak where the upper echelons of the Lingxiao mansion lived. Now, Song Suijing also knew that Yi Xian's real purpose in coming to the Lingxiao mansion was to find Lin Wenyue and find out about Ji Chong's whereabouts. Song Suijing was also very curious. Just how powerful was Yi Xian's father? After a while, Yi Xian stepped into the Lingxiao mansion. Then, he went straight to the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence. The sect Grand Supreme Elder, Zhou Yan, had just come out of the residence and bumped into Yi Xian and Song Suijing. Why are you here? The sect Grand Supreme Elder was slightly surprised. Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly threw a token over. Zhou Yan took the token and looked at it. His whole body trembled as he exclaimed, "Fifth on the heaven leaderboard? Yi Xian, you defeated Zhou Dongfeng?" "Master, it happened just now," Song Suijing said proudly as she held Yi Xian's hand. Zhou Yan paused. He had just met Yi Xian. He did not expect that in less than 2 hours, Yi Xian would fight his way to fifth on the heaven leaderboard. This was too unbelievable. "Sect Grand Supreme Elder, you said before that as long as I..." Yi Xian said. However, before he could finish, Zhou Yan interrupted him, "I know. You two go in and wait for a while." After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Even Yi Xian did not have time to react to this speed. As expected of the sect Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao Mansion, an Earth Core expert. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian and Song Suijing walked in and waited inside. "Suijing, you've been under the sect Grand Supreme Elder's tutelage for some time now, but I don't think he has given you anything, right?" Yi Xian suddenly asked. "N." Song Suijing nodded her head. Yi Xian continued, "How can that be? We'll have to wait for him to get something later. At the very least, we'll have to get a mid-grade Earth-level martial art. Why do you always want to trick others?" Song Suijing rolled her beautiful eyes and quietly stared at Yi Xian. "I'm just helping you. You're an 18-year-old divine core warrior, and I think your brother will reach the same level soon. If I don't trick him, wouldn't that be letting him off easy?" Yi Xian whispered. He couldn't let anyone hear what he just said, or else he would be in deep trouble. But, as the sect Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao Mansion, he definitely had a mid-rank earth martial skill. Song Suijing was his disciple with the best potential, so of course he would focus on training her. About 10 minutes later, the sect Grand Supreme Elder came back alone. "The sect chief has agreed, but he only allows you to find Wen Yu. As for whether she wants to see you or not, that will depend on your own ability," the sect Grand Supreme Elder told Yi Xian. "I understand." Yi Xian nodded his head. If the sect Grand Supreme Elder didn't want to see him, there was nothing he could do. "All right." The sect Grand Supreme Elder nodded his head, then he continued, "Since you're able to come here, I assume you've gone through 3 forks. You'll find a bamboo forest if you follow the other path. Wen Yu lives in the bamboo forest." "Thank you for telling me, sect Grand Supreme Elder." After saying that, Yi Xian immediately left. As for Song Suijing, she stayed here. After leaving the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence, Yi Xian went back the way he came and found another fork in the road. At this moment, he was feeling a little excited. He didn't know if Lin Wenyue would want to see him or kill him. This was a question worth pondering. However, Yi Xian had to go in. After running for about 5 minutes, he saw a bamboo forest. However, this bamboo forest wasn't green, but orange-yellow, like the color of fallen leaves. Yi Xian directly stepped into the forest. At the same time, he looked around and realized that these strange bamboos were all natural treasures. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was much more abundant than other places on the Lingxiao Peak. After entering the bamboo forest, he found another direction to go in. The orange-yellow bamboos were tall and dense. In addition, there was still fog in the bamboo forest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Xian still couldn't find the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence. F***ck, don't tell me I'm lost? I have a good sense of direction. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He wanted to go back to the fork in the road, but he realized that he couldn't. End of chapter. The person who walked into the Longevity Spring Pavilion was Sun Qiu, who everyone in the imperial capital knew, Lord Sunday. As one of the only 4 supervisors in the capital, ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. Everyone looked at him with admiration, putting down their bowls and chopsticks as they watched this big shot arrive. "Are there any private rooms left?" Sun Qiu swept his gaze over everyone and frowned slightly. Then he looked at the waiter and asked in a low voice. "Unfortunately, the private rooms are all full tonight. Why don't you make do with it for the night?" The waiter had an apologetic expression as he apologized. I only stayed in the mansion for a while, but I'm already late." "Find me a seat by the window," ordered Sun Qiu coldly. The waiter quickly agreed, but looking around, there were 8 seats by the window, and they were all occupied by either the deputy minister or the captain. The restaurant couldn't afford to offend them. Looking around, the waiter's gaze landed on Xianxia's group. The poor people of the outer city wore rough clothes. Although they had some money, the three of them were so young that they definitely weren't people with power. They were naturally easy targets. "Sir, since the supervisor is here, why don't you give up your seat?" The waiter rubbed his hands together and smiled as he replied. Xianxia had been humble for more than 10 years. Now that he had the system, he had begun his path to power. What he was least afraid of was this so-called power. He even dared to kill a rank 1 city lord. You, a rank 4 supervisor, are not even worth a fart in his eyes. Is the supervisor very powerful? Xianxia raised his hand and bit off a large mouthful of meat from the drumstick. After chewing a few times, he continued, "Even if the heavenly king comes, I won't leave this table today." The waiter revealed an awkward expression, but Xianxia's high-profile tone allowed him to avoid paying the price of being the mediator. That was because when Sun Qiu heard Xianxia's words, he was so angry that his beard was about to go crooked. He glared at Xianxia fiercely. The surroundings were so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Sun Qiu walked forward and slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, "A mere lowly commoner dares to insult me. If you let me go today, I will be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. If you don't." Xianxia put down the drumstick in his hand, picked up the brocade handkerchief on the side of the table, and wiped his mouth. He looked up and asked with a smile, "If I don't let you go, what will you do?" "You really won't let me. Why should I let?" Black Dragon, Black Tiger. Following Sun Qiu's angry shout, the 2 earth martial arts realm experts behind him stepped forward and stomped on the ground. A strong wave suddenly surged out, "I'm here." At this moment, when the shopkeeper heard that something was wrong, he hurriedly walked out from the back hall and advised, "Lord Sun, please calm down. Don't ruin your good mood by coming to drink at night." "That's right, then let's see how shopkeeper Qian deals with this matter," Sun Qiu said with a cold snort. Qian Liang was the shopkeeper of the Longevity Spring restaurant. As the foundation of the Qian family, the Longevity Spring restaurant had been prosperous for hundreds of years. He naturally knew how to judge the situation. He naturally could not offend the officials, especially in this era where eunuchs ran amok. It was even more difficult for him to take every step, and he had to be careful. He looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "Objective, how about this? I'll give you half the price for tonight's dishes and wine." "Ah, you have to suffer a little, why don't you change tables?" He dealt with it tactfully and did not offend anyone, but this was to give the weak a way out. In front of Xianxia's character, who could not stand even a little bit of injustice, it was useless. It was not that he was stubborn, but he just did not want to see the smug faces of these so-called big shots. He just wanted to beat him up, for silver connections, a total of 4 million copper coins. He slammed the table and said, "No need for half price. Give me 2 more jugs of good wine. I will not leave this place until I'm full today." Once he said that, the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze, and the surrounding diners also started to discuss. "This kid has a backbone. He even dares to talk back to a supervisor. He's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't even know how he died. I think he will probably disappear from the imperial capital tomorrow. Isn't that right? Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to die after offending a supervisor." "Interesting." Sun Qiu smiled and shook his head. He looked relaxed and calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his arm and was slightly startled. Immediately, a wave of pressure pressed down on Xianxia. At that moment, Wang Tiechue and the other 2 were also rubbing their palms together, ready to fight. Bang, a wave of energy surged out. What He Long didn't expect was that the pressure of the earth martial arts realm could not affect Xianxia at all. Even when the pressure collided, Xianxia's pressure was slightly stronger than his. At that moment, He Long also felt that this person's pressure was not weak. He quickly supported him and pressed his own pressure towards Xianxia. The surrounding people were cultivators. How could they not see that Xianxia was doomed today? However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they thought. The 2 of them released their pressure at the same time. They didn't expect Xianxia to be able to withstand it. In fact, Xianxia naturally couldn't withstand the pressure of two people at the later stage of the earth martial arts realm. However, with the great power of divine might, he could completely ignore the pressure of the same realm. Since he couldn't withstand it, he would just ignore it. Xianxia's expression did not change. He raised his hand and poured himself a bowl of wine. He raised it to the three brothers and said, "What are you looking at? Drink up. There are still 2 jars of wine left. Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. Boss, come. I respect you for being a man." The 4 people raised the wine bowls in their hands at the same time. They didn't take the pressure of 2 people at the earth martial arts realm seriously at all. Everyone gasped. To be able to ignore the pressure of 2 people at the earth martial arts realm, he probably had the strength of the sky martial arts realm. Such a young boy could have the strength of the sky martial arts realm. Only a large family with a descendant of a super bloodline could have the strength of such a young man. There were only a few people in the sky martial arts realm in the imperial capital. They had never seen someone like Xianxia. Of course, no one knew that the person sitting here was Xianxia, whom the emperor had personally searched for. If they really knew, Sun Qiu would definitely not dare to offend him. Whoosh, at that moment, a slight sound of wind breaking came into Xianxia's ears. He slightly turned his body, and a silver needle almost flew past the tip of his nose. He was a little surprised, but Sun Qiu was even more surprised. He had been practicing silver needles and hidden weapons since he was young, and there were very few people who could dodge his sneak attack. Today, an unknown junior had actually dodged it. It was a great humiliation. "Kill him." Sun Qiu's tone was cold as he said in a deep voice. Once he said that, the surrounding diners all paid their bills and left. With the supervisor's tone and expression, they were destined to see blood tonight. If they didn't want to be implicated, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Black Dragon and Black Tiger knew that Xianxia wasn't weak. They attacked at the same time and used all their strength. 4 hands turned into fists and punched at Xianxia at the same time. Swish, right at that moment, Xianxia swallowed a battle spirit elixir. With the support of the combat martial body and the god power, he instantly appeared behind the 2 of them and released the wolf-tiger kill. 2 punches landed on the backs of the 2 of them at the same time. 1 punch from each of them sent them flying. They crashed into several wooden tables and rolled on the ground for a few meters. They only stopped when they hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. One of them had internal injuries, and the other had external injuries. They had lost the ability to fight for a short period of time. At that moment, those customers had yet to walk out of the Longevity Spring restaurant. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Qiu's 2 bodyguards were killed just like that. Who exactly was this Xianxia? Die. At that moment, Sun Qiu was completely enraged. His palms crackled as he slammed towards Xianxia's back in a flash. What the F***ck? Xianxia was secretly shocked. He originally thought that Black Dragon and Black Tiger had no combat power as bodyguards. He didn't expect Sun Qiu to not only have combat power, but he was also a big shot with a bloodline inheritance, early-stage sky martial realm, thunder element, chi. Xianxia quickly took a step forward to dodge the attack, but he was still struck by the lightning on his back. He immediately felt his hair stand on end as a numbness came from his back. His arms couldn't help but tremble. "You still dare to dodge? I will let you know the consequences of being arrogant today." After speaking, Sun Qiu's body was covered with electric currents. He clenched his fists and charged straight at Xianxia. This elemental power wasn't to be trifled with, especially this lightning element. It was even more deadly, and he would probably suffer a great loss if he directly touched it. Just as Xianxia was about to make a move, a shout came from the entrance of the Longevity Spring restaurant. Who is causing trouble in the inner city of the royal capital? Sun Qiu's fist was about to touch Xianxia's face, but he stopped. No matter how he looked at it, it was Xianxia who had injured 2 people and caused trouble. If he injured Xianxia, things would probably become much more complicated. There was only one department in the inner city that could speak in such a tone and manage the peace of the royal capital, the royal guards. Sun Qiu hurriedly turned around. At this moment, there were 2 people standing behind him. They were dressed in silver armor, and they were rank 4 imperial guards. Although they were of the same rank as him and only commanded a few hundred soldiers, they were all genuine imperial guards. They were on a completely different level from the soldiers in the outer city. P.S. Royal Forest Guards Major 4th rank, Royal Forest Guards Major 9th rank. Everyone, please don't mix it up. It's all my fault for not setting up the official position properly. I can't change it anymore. Sun Qiu pointed at Xianxia's nose and said, "Sirs, this kid is causing trouble here. Quickly take him down so that he doesn't endanger the safety of the royal capital." They had come to Longevity Restaurant to reserve a table for their officers before patrolling the night. They did not expect to encounter such a thing. The two looked at Xianxia and frowned. They quickly walked forward. Sun Qiu's lips curled up as he stood beside Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Kid, who do you think you are to fight with me?" Xianxia's heart did not waver when he saw Sun Qiu's smug look. The surrounding diners and the shopkeeper Qian Liang also let out a long sigh of relief. They could finally chase this little brat away. Otherwise, it would not be easy to clean up the mess tonight. However, what everyone did not expect was that the two of them came in front of Xianxia and cupped their fists. "Lord Jiang." Sun Qiu's eyes widened and he looked at Xianxia in disbelief. If he had not heard it with his own ears, he would not have believed that 2 rank 4 royal guards would actually call this young man in linen lord. Xianxia waved his hand. "Don't call me lord. I'm just a small official. It's not worth mentioning." Hiss, the people around all gasped. To be able to make the royal guards, a department personally managed by the emperor, so respectful, apart from a few high-ranking officials, it could only be the commanding officer of the royal guards. In that case, Xianxia was at least a 3rd-rank iron-armored royal guard, Lord Jiang, the iron-armored royal guard. As long as he was well informed, he would naturally be able to contact the incident at the Imperial Equipment Department in the outer city a few days ago, as well as the princess's personal bodyguard, iron-armored royal guard, Xianxia. Thinking of this, Sun Qiu hurriedly bowed. "Lord Jiang, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me." The surrounding diners were all stunned on the spot. This was really like water rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. Not only did he contradict his own people, but he also contradicted an even higher official. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Xianxia was not angry. Instead, he sat back on the chair and smiled at Qian Liang. "Shopkeeper, why isn't my wine served yet? Please wait a moment. Half price. Half price, half price. Thanks." Xianxia shrugged, then turned to look at Sun Qiu and said, "Don't you want to eat? Do you want me to give you a seat?" "No need, no need. Lord, please enjoy your meal." Sun Qiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Then go do your work. Don't disturb my meal." "Yes, yes, yes." Black Dragon and Black Tiger supported each other and limped out of the Longevity Spring restaurant with Sun Qiu. At this moment, the surrounding customers all looked at Xianxia with envy. He was just a lowly commoner just now, and now he had become a high-end player, scaring away these arrogant high-ranking officials. Actually, Sun Qiu was not afraid of the royal guards. The key was that Xianxia had a strong backer like Long Shi. Moreover, everyone in the court knew about his identity. Princess Long Shi was the only hope to cure her chronic illness. If he was injured and His Majesty blamed him, it would be considered a light punishment for him to not dig up his ancestral grave and whip his corpse. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. A dozen people walked into the Longevity Spring restaurant, and Xianxia recognized the 2 people in front at a glance. It was Yi, and the other person was Yi Hao. They were acquaintances and had helped each other before. In addition, they were from the same department. Naturally, they were quite enthusiastic. "Young hero Jiang is here too." Yi smiled and bowed slightly. After all, Xianxia had saved his life. This favor was not easily repaid. Yi Hao was also shocked. He quickly walked forward and patted Xianxia's shoulder. "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few months, so I went out to investigate some things. When I came back, I heard that you became a royal guard." To Yi Hao, Xianxia's alchemy ability was truly uncanny. He even saved the princess's life in a critical moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. This was also one of the reasons why he admired Xianxia. Xianxia stood up and smiled at Yi Hao. That's right. Master Wei said that I can only go to the royal guards to feed the horses. Then, I have to show off my abilities. Otherwise, he will look down on me. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao laughed and said, since old friends are reunited today, let me treat you to a meal. There's no need for that. I will give you a half-price discount today. Everyone, sit together. I will treat all of you as a new official. Let's celebrate. Seeing that Yi Hao was about to reject, Xianxia picked up a large bowl and filled it with liquor. Don't say anything. It's all in the liquor. After putting a few wooden tables together, a dozen royal guards sat in a circle. The dishes were delicious, and the liquor was mellow. Everyone had a great time chatting, from the inner city to the outer city, from daily life to daily life. This night was also Xianxia's most hearty night since he arrived at the imperial capital. Yi Hao and the others had to go on night patrol in the middle of the night, so they dispersed. A meal cost 2 million copper coins. The expenses of a dozen strong men were not small, but Xianxia never cared about this money. 2 silver coins made him happy for a night, and it was worth it. After a quiet night, Xianxia and the 3 brothers slept soundly under the influence of alcohol. The next morning, Xianxia washed up and went straight to the entrance of the imperial palace. Due to drinking too much, Xianxia had a hangover, and he felt dizzy. Fortunately, he refined an elixir to sober him up, which made him feel better. Longxi had been waiting at the door for a long time. After seeing Xianxia, she hurriedly trotted forward and said, Master, I have something to tell you. Yes, what is it? Xianxia asked in confusion. Longxi pursed her pink lips and said, Father said that there is no way to go to the immortal abode directly. It will be a month later at the earliest. A month? Xianxia murmured, then smiled and said, all right, then you have to work hard this month. Yes. Everything that followed was naturally simple and rough. As a straight man, how could Xianxia have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Since she said she could stand it, then he would forget that she could not stand it. It was not that Xianxia was a sadist. The key was that the improvement of his physical body would directly determine whether he could obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon bloodline and open the Dantian. At the same time, it would ensure Longxi's safety. Not to mention him, even Xianxia did not dare to say that the god-level bloodline power that he had accumulated for more than 10 years would be released from his Dantian in one go. Although Longxi was a princess and was usually delicate, she gritted her teeth in this matter and did not refuse at all. She tried her best to improve herself. This also made Xianxia, as her master, very gratified. Of course, while Longxi was working hard to train her physical body, Xianxia was not idle either. He found a corner and started to rush for alchemy again. Now that he had a huge amount of spiritual herbs, it would be a waste if he did not rush for alchemy. What he wanted to do was to break through to heaven-grade alchemy and become an immortal-grade alchemist. There were very few records of immortal pills in the Divine Medicine King book. He felt that it might be the same as the 100 Refinements Divine book. His realm was not high enough, so he could not see things of a higher level. If he became an immortal-grade alchemist, he would probably become the most handsome man in the northern border and even the entire Spirit Brilliance world. After the elixir was cast and placed into the storage ring, it would be taken away by Hen Zhu in the next second. Chao Mo was complaining at the side. However, at this moment, a piece of news in the palace made the entire city boil. The immortal abode cultivation was brought forward, and the quota would be confirmed a month later. 20 members of the royal family could bring one person in. There were 20 officials in the royal capital. Other than these who were almost predetermined, there were a total of 50 spots left. These spots would be chosen by the golden-armored Imperial Guard Chu Heng and the commander of the Ministry of War, by Moxing, from among the soldiers and disciples of the various clans. The immortal abode cultivation that happened once every 3 years made many people yearn for it. It was also a wonderful holy land that all cultivators in the royal capital pursued. In order to successfully enter, everyone cultivated hard. For a time, weapons, elixirs, and the dense forest outside the city became popular. Whether they were rich or poor, strong or weak, they would all fight here. Time flew by, and more than 20 days had passed unknowingly. The entire city was in high spirits at this moment. The selection day was getting closer, making people excited and yearning. During this period of time, some families were happy, while others were sad. However, to Xianxia, everything was developing in a good direction. With the nourishment of elixirs and hard training, Longxi went from a mortal body to a level 4 mortal body in half a month. Although it was not high, one could clearly feel the change in her aura and strength. Looking at the slender girl rolling up her sleeves and the muscles on her arms, Xianxia could not help but feel a little sorry for her. However, Longxi did not seem to care at all. Instead, she was always very excited and asked Xianxia in a cute voice, Master, do you think Xi'er's biceps are bigger? Facing this muscular Lolita, Xianxia could only chuckle. She looked awesome on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Of course, Xianxia was also idle for the past month. Under the power of the spirit devouring stone, his physical body had successfully risen to level 6 spirit body. Looking at this progress, he would be able to enter the next physical body realm in at most 2 months. The most noteworthy thing was naturally his alchemy skills. In this half a month, not only did he refine all the spiritual herbs in the interspatial ring into elixirs, he also went to the Imperial Drug Division. Li Bian saw that he went straight to the medicine warehouse and his face turned green. As the princess's imperial physician, how could he not give Xianxia the spiritual herbs he wanted? Li Bian went to complain, but was rejected on the spot by Long Tian, who asked him to fully cooperate with Xianxia. This time, Xianxia brought 2 interspatial rings, which contained 10 million spiritual herbs in one go, and all of them were refined. But there was one thing, and that was after his alchemy skills reached heaven level 10, even though his proficiency was already full, he could not advance any further. Regarding this point, even Lian Henzhu could not figure it out, and in the end, he could only put it aside for the time being. Xi'er, during this period of time, you have exhausted too much energy from patrolling. You should rest for a few days so that you can recover your energy for entering the dragon vein. Xianxia patted Longxi's shoulder, which was thin and weak from before, and now only hard muscles could be felt. Okay. Then, Master, are you coming to the palace to accompany me? Longxi blinked her big eyes and asked excitedly. Xianxia held his forehead and laughed. I may be going out for a few days, I will look for you when I come back. Can't I go? No. Okay, then don't stop taking medicine, remember to be on time. Okay. After settling Longxi and the 3 brothers, Xianxia did not stay for long, but left the capital directly. After all, he was Longxi's guard, as long as Longxi agreed, he could leave the capital freely. And the purpose of this trip was not for anything else, but for the Heaven Destroyer sword that was lying quietly in the storage ring. This immortal weapon was extremely powerful, but without a demonic spirit to guard it, it could not be used. It had power but could not be used, like a piece of scrap metal. Henzhu said that he had a way to get the demonic spirit. This time, he naturally followed Henzhu's instructions and went to a place. Xianxia's purpose was to pass through the soul-perching forest and enter the eternal forest of hell. The eternal forest of hell, as the border forest of the northeastern region of the northern borderline, was vast. Not only that, there was also a city there, Zhaoyang City. King Pingwei and the Bai family lived there. They were also an important line of defense at the eastern border, and the place Xianxia wanted to go to was this border. Henzhu once said that although all the martial sovereigns on the mainland had fallen, there were still many martial kings. In the imperial city, there were only a few martial kings from the aristocratic families. The number of martial kings hidden in the mountains and forests was much more than the number in the imperial city. The person that Xianxia wanted to visit was a martial king. This person was Henzhu's old friend. According to Henzhu, this person had a demonic spirit that had been tamed and was worthy of this immortal weapon. Hearing this news, Xianxia did not allow him to stay. He immediately headed northeast. However, the northern borderline was vast, and with Xianxia's speed, it would take him 3 to 5 days to reach it. In the end, he rode on the back of the tapir and sped up. They didn't make many stops along the way, but it still took them 2 whole days to get there. In the evening, under Henzhu's guidance, the three of them came to a small stream. About 100 meters upstream, there was a thatched hut. Next to the hut was a wooden fence that separated two vegetable fields. An old man with white hair and brows was standing by the stream. He took off his trousers and peed as if there was no one around. After he was done, he shook his body twice. Henzhu was standing not far away, laughing loudly. "You old thing, you are not dead yet?" The old man's hunched body shook, and he quickly put away his treasures. He looked at Henzhu fiercely and cursed, "Old bastard. Aren't you also not dead?" As soon as he said that, the two of them disappeared and appeared together in the next second. Two powerful forces collided. Boom! Within 100 meters, sand and gravel flew, and everything was turned into powder. The stream was cut off, and the trees were destroyed. Only the thatched hut remained standing in the dim light. The two of them landed on the ground at the same time and gasped for breath. Henzhu grinned and said, "Old thing, you are old. You are not as strong as before." The old man also smiled and said, "Old bastard, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. How did you become a trash in the sky martial arts realm? Although my strength has regressed, I can still live for another 200 years. Can you?" Henzhu's poisonous tongue was activated, and he didn't show any mercy. The old man naturally didn't show any weakness. He snorted coldly and said, "I have lived a good life for the past few hundred years. I am different from a mummy like you. You only know how to live in a coffin. What I am doing is called tactics. You know nothing. You call that a tactic? Trash. F***ck. Eat my kick. Humph. You?" The two of them started fighting as if there was no one else around. However, it was obvious that the martial king old man was suppressing his strength. Otherwise, Henzhu wouldn't be a match for him. Tapir and Xianxia stood where they were and watched the two fight blankly. They lay on the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Only then did the fight stop. The two of them lay on the ground with their heads facing each other. The old man finally thought of the main topic and asked, "Old bastard, I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. You didn't come here just to fight with me, did you?" "No, I actually came to find you because I want your sparrow." Henzhu sat up and grinned wretchedly. The old man looked down at his crotch. He raised his hand and slapped Henzhu's face. He blushed and said, You pervert." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly flew into the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage shook a little, and then there was no more movement. Henzhu turned his head and said to Xianxia and Tapir, "Wait here. I'll talk to him." After saying that, he flew into the thatched hut. Not long after, the thatched hut began to shake and creaking sounds could be heard. At the same time, it was accompanied by an old and low moan. Ever since the incident with Zhou Tsong, Xian didn't trust others. He was afraid that the Grand Elder had bad intentions. After all, they were both surnamed Zhou. Soon, he found the Grand Elder's residence and found Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. "Why are you here? Aren't you going out to train?" Song Suijing, who was cultivating, couldn't help but ask when she saw Xian. "Yes, so I wanted to say hello to you before going out." Xian walked over and gently hugged Song Suijing. Song Suijing didn't resist and leaned her chin on Xian's shoulder and asked softly, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, this is for you." Xian suddenly took out another item. It was a pair of crystal-clear earrings. Song Suijing happily took it and put it on. She was a little surprised and said, "Why are you suddenly giving me jewelry? It's quite pretty. This isn't an ordinary accessory. It's useful for cultivation. You should wear it." Xian casually explained. However, this pair of earrings cost him a lot of devouring points. This pair of earrings had a special formation that could save his life in a critical moment. Twice. Not only that, even if the earrings were consumed, Xian could still get them. This was just in case. After all, Xian didn't know how long he would be gone. Song Suijing didn't have any doubts and softly reminded, "Although Master said that there isn't much danger in the cave, you still have to be careful." "I will," Xian said and suddenly turned his head. Song Suijing was already used to this action. She immediately tiptoed and pecked Yi Xian's cheek. Yi Xian was also immersed in the world of two people. He was lucky to have a beautiful and cute fiancée. However, he also had to put in double the effort. Not only did he have to improve himself, but he also had to make Song Suijing work together. Alright, cultivate well here and wait for me to come back. Yi Xian gently rubbed Song Suijing's head. Yes. Song Suijing nodded obediently. To be honest, she really wanted to go with Yi Xian, but she was not strong enough. He was afraid that he would be a burden to Yi Xian, so he could only stay in Soaring Firmament Manor and cultivate properly. After bidding farewell to Song Suijing, Yi Xian returned to the heavenly abode and met up at the entrance. At this moment, there was already a soaring sky great pung waiting at the entrance of the heavenly abode. Other than that, there were 4 other figures. Among the 4 figures, one was Grand Elder Zhou Yan, another was the Divine Prefecture Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader Jiang Lu. As for the other 2, Yi Xian had never seen them before. When the Grand Elder saw Yi Xian, he shouted, "This time I will personally send you all there. After that, I will make a trip to the central province. The people from the other 3 prefectures have already set off. Come on up." Yi Xian jumped onto the back of the soaring sky great pung. "Let me introduce you. This is Yi Xian." Jiang Lu smiled and introduced, "Yi Xian, this is junior brother Shaoan, ranked 3rd on the heaven leaderboard. This is Xianxia, ranked 4th on the heaven leaderboard. Greetings, senior brothers." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. Jiang Lu was ranked 2nd on the heaven leaderboard. Now that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th were here, there were 4 people. Junior brother is so strong at such a young age. You will definitely surpass us in the future. The young man named Shaoan smiled. As for Xianxia, he politely nodded his head at Yi Xian. He didn't say anything. It seemed like he was a person who preferred silence. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up. After saying that, the Grand Elder commanded the soaring sky great pung to fly up into the air and fly towards a certain direction. Originally, the mission of exploring the cave was given to the top 4 disciples from each prefecture. However, the top disciple from the heavenly prefecture, who was also the chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance, had yet to return from the central province. Zhou Dongfeng, who was originally ranked 5th, was also pushed down by Yi Xian. Therefore, it was Yi Xian's turn now. Yi Xian was under a lot of pressure. Jiang Lu, Shaoan, and Xianxia were all late mortal core warriors, and they were only 1 step away from the Earth core realm. As for him, he hadn't even reached the mid-mortal core realm. However, besides these 3, there were still people from the Earth Prefecture, Xian Prefecture, and Huang Prefecture. Therefore, with Yi Xian's strength, he was able to be ranked at the top of the group. This time, the soaring sky great pung flew for a total of 15 days. After flying over countless mountains, they finally landed in a valley. No one? Looks like the disciples from the other 3 prefectures have already entered. Alright, you guys can enter as well. The previous sect master had personally explored this cave once. There are indeed some threats inside, but for the 4 of you, it shouldn't be a problem. The Grand Elder said. Grand Elder, where is this cave? The 3rd-ranked disciple on the heavenly ranking, Shaoan, looked around in surprise, but he couldn't find anything. This Earth Core warrior was quite famous in the central province 100 years ago, but I heard that he died more than 10 years ago. Of course, his cave wouldn't be built here for no reason. Take a look. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a slash. The slash penetrated into one of the stone walls. However, the stone wall wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was slightly warped. So that's how it is. A formation is covering the entrance. Shaoan immediately understood. At this moment, Jiang Lu couldn't help but ask, Master, isn't this the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect? Haha, that's right. This is the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. It's a pity that they didn't discover it, so we got lucky. As the Grand Elder spoke, he summoned the soaring sky great ping and continued, Alright, I have to make a trip to the central province to purchase some forging materials. If you guys are back from your training, go to the Heavenly Yuan sect and borrow a Heavenly Thunder Eagle. Yes. The four of them nodded respectfully. After that, the Grand Elder rode the soaring sky Great Ping and left. Alright, let's go in. The other three prefectures' junior brothers left a day earlier than us, so they should have arrived by now. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, he directly entered the stone wall with the illusion formation. Yi Xian and the other two followed behind him. The entrance wasn't big and could only fit 2 to 3 people at a time. The valley was boundless, so it was a miracle that the Grand Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion was able to find this place. After walking for about 10 minutes, the four of them finally saw light. As soon as they walked out of the passage, they saw 4 forks in the road. In the middle of the forks, there was a huge sculpture. It was at least 30 meters tall. This must be that senior, Jiang Lu said. When he saw the words at the foot of the sculpture, he was enlightened. So this senior is the famous weapon refiner Hui Yang in the central province 100 years ago. Moreover, he loves to carve. I'm afraid this large sculpture was personally carved by him. It's really well done. End of chapter. Hui Yang? So it's him. I've heard that this senior likes to study arrays and has some Xian beast puppets. It seems like the dangers in this palace are these Xian beast puppets. Xiaowen couldn't help but say. Yes, junior brothers, there are 4 paths here. Let's split up. We might encounter some statues along the way. I hope that you will be merciful and not destroy these statues, Jiang Lu said and darted into one of the paths. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, junior brothers. Xiaowen also darted into another path. As for the silent Xian Fei, he nodded at Yi Xian and left. Now, Yi Xian was the only one left. Yi Xian looked at the large statue and stood quietly for a while. Since he was already late, it didn't matter if he was a little late. He felt that there was something strange about the large statue, but he couldn't figure out what was strange about it. Forget it, let's go. Yi Xian was too lazy to think. Now that all 3 paths were occupied, he could only go to the last one. It had to be said that this cave dwelling was decorated like a castle. There were many murals of Xian beasts on the path, and each one was carved vividly. There were names and descriptions below. He had heard that there were always experts who didn't have children and didn't belong to any faction. Therefore, they would build a cave dwelling before they died and place their belongings inside, such as cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and treasures. Yi Xian heard from Jiang Lu that Hui Yang was a weapon refiner, so he must have a lot of materials and earth weapons. Yi Xian was very interested in this cave dwelling. Yi Xian walked along the path, looking at the murals as he walked. This was because he realized that the murals didn't just depict Xian beasts. There were also other things, such as the materials and methods needed to forge certain weapons. Most people who came in would look for treasures and rarely pay attention to these murals. Just now, Yi Xian had coincidentally seen a mural of the forging of an earth-level treasure blade. He had also recorded it into the Devouring system, but it was not of much value to him. He continued to run forward for a while, and the path that followed was somewhat different. The murals on the walls disappeared, and in their place were stone sculptures. So it's someone who's been in contact with Hui Yang, Yi Xian also said. He didn't pay much attention to it and continued to run. Next, he encountered his first threat. It was a black leopard, but it wasn't a body. It was a puppet made of an unknown material. Roar, the black leopard pounced at Yi Xian, but in the next moment, it was split in half by Yi Xian. The speed of a half-step origin core realm martial artist? Yi Xian raised his hand and struck out again, destroying the rotating parts in the black leopard's body. He didn't take out any weapons from the beginning to the end. The black leopard's core was destroyed. Yi Xian walked over to it and devoured it. 100 million devouring points for one? Yi Xian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It looked like this black leopard's material was quite precious. Although he didn't have much devouring points before this, after completing the forging task, he had gained another 70 billion devouring points. With this trip to the cave, he might be able to break through to the initial mortal core realm. Yi Xian continued running forward. There were some palaces in this path, and there were many puppet parts along the way as well. These should be the corpses of the disciples from the other 3 palaces. But most of the corpses were taken away by those disciples. This made him feel somewhat helpless. Too bad, because we had to take care of the disciples from the other 3 palaces. The 4 of us were late by a day. All the good stuff has been taken away. He felt very helpless. He had been here for more than an hour, but he hadn't found anything. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned. This was because he actually smelled the scent of blood. He had the bloodline of the myriad beasts in his body, so he was very sensitive to the smell of blood. He squinted his eyes and saw a pool of blood not far from him. It looked like some disciple was injured. Junior disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled. He quickly turned around and found that there was another person behind him. Furthermore, he was quite familiar with this person. He was the number 1 on the Earth ranking, Xianxia. Senior disciple? Why are you here? Yi Xian was very surprised. He knew that Xianxia was also at the initial mortal core realm, but he was able to avoid his senses and come up behind him. Hee, I just came from there. Junior disciple, why are you so late? Xianxia walked over with a long sword in his hand and a smile on his face. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said, "Stop right there." Junior disciple, what's wrong? Xianxia stopped. Humph, you want to confuse me with a mere illusory formation? Yi Xian sneered. He took out the 8 desolate sword and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia was cut in half. In the end, his body began to twist and turn into a black leopard. What a joke, Yi Xian had a high-rank formation-breaking grandmaster in his body. Unless it was a very advanced formation, it couldn't escape his senses. Furthermore, Yi Xian was able to confirm that this was an illusory formation because of his supersonic bat bloodline. He could sense that Xianxia was approaching on all 4s. He walked over and devoured the puppet's body. Then, he looked around. Then, he suddenly leaped up and struck the ground with his palm. Bang! The floor cracked, and a purple light entered Yi Xian's eyes. Sure enough, there was a foundation of an illusory formation under the ground. Yi Xian quickly walked over and destroyed the foundation. Then, he took away the crystal stones inside. There were a total of 100 high-grade crystal stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. A small illusory formation can only be used 1 per day. These 100 high-grade crystal stones can last for another 30 years or so, Yi Xian thought to himself. He suddenly remembered that Huiyang had passed away 100 years ago. In other words, there were at least 400 high-grade crystal stones here before this. Then, he began to move forward again. Another hour passed, but he still didn't gain much. He couldn't fall behind by 1 day. He had no choice but to run as fast as he could in one direction. He had to be ahead of the other disciples. His speed was extremely fast. He estimated that among the 16 people who entered Huiyang's cavern, his strength was definitely in the top 4. Moreover, he might not necessarily be 4th. An hour of running was equivalent to 2 or 3 hours of running for the others. In just half a day, he had entered the cavern. End of chapter. Isn't this cave a little too big? It would take a group of experts a few years to build this place. Yi Xian estimated in his mind. He had been running around for half a day, and he was sure that he hadn't run twice. In just half a day, he had killed dozens of puppets. Including the items he had obtained by chance, his harvest had exceeded 1 million mid-rank crystal stones. Now, he was just short of 1 million points, and he would be able to break through the 10 million mark. One had to admit that the sect master of Soaring Heaven Mansion was very generous. If he were to explore this cave himself, his harvest would definitely be astronomical. But, he gave it to Yi Xian and the other 16 men. Right at this moment. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly sounded out from within the cave. It was definitely not the sound of an ordinary battle. What's going on? Yi Xian was startled. Then, he realized that the sound was very close to him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the sound. In less than a minute, he saw a huge puppet that was 10 meters tall chasing after a young man who was wearing the Profound Department's disciple robes. When the young man saw Yi Xian, he shouted out loudly, "Senior disciple Yi, be careful. This is a puppet comparable to a mid-mortal core warrior." Yi Xian stood still and sensed for a moment. After confirming that this young man was indeed a human and not an illusion formation, he immediately rushed over. "Get out of the way!" Yi Xian shouted out in a deep voice, then he took out the 8 desolate sword. Mid-rank Earth-rank martial skill, skybreaking slash. A tyrannical wave of Dan essence was instantly slashed out by Yi Xian, forming a huge slash. The slash quickly swept past the young man, then it hit the giant puppet. After that, the young man turned around and saw that the giant puppet had been split in half, and it fell to the ground. Yi Xian had killed so many puppets, and he also had the bloodline of a formation-breaking master. He could easily find the core of the formation within these puppets and kill them with a single strike. The young man's mouth was wide open as he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that this young man was also a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. "Brother Yi is indeed powerful. You killed the puppet in one strike," the young man exclaimed. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving my life. I am Wu Shan." Yi Xian slowly walked over, then he said, "Although you're injured, you're still a divine core warrior. Why can't he defeat this puppet?" Cough, Wu Shan laughed dryly and said in shame, "This puppet's defense is extremely strong. I don't have an earth-grade weapon. Although I can break through its defense with just my earth-grade martial arts, I will definitely use up all of my Jingdan essence." "I see." Yi Xian nodded his head. Although he had given away 10 earth-grade weapons, it seemed like the Soaring Heaven Mansion hadn't given them to any of their disciples yet. They were probably thinking of using them as rewards. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a nebula sword from his storage ring, then he said, "I have more than one earth-grade weapon. Junior brother, if you want it, you can exchange it with those puppets' corpses." Wu Shan's eyes lit up when he saw the nebula sword. He hastily said, "Thank you, senior brother. But, junior brother only has 30 corpses, I'm not sure if that's enough." "It's enough, give them all to me." Yi Xian nodded his head. An earth-grade weapon was equivalent to 200,000 mid-rank crystals. If he were to buy one in the central province, it would cost him 300,000 mid-rank crystals. Although these puppets' corpses could be sold for money, they couldn't put out a nearby fire. Without any hesitation, Wu Shan poured out all the puppets' corpses from his storage ring to Yi Xian. "Thank you, senior brother." This huge puppet was also killed by senior brother. "Senior brother, you can have it too," Wu Shan said respectfully. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly devoured the huge puppet. When he heard the notification in his head, his eyes lit up. "I'm going to cut the grass." This huge puppet was actually worth 10 billion devour points. "Alright, let's split up. Take care of yourselves." After witnessing the value of this huge puppet, Yi Xian didn't want to stay any longer. He wanted to hurry up and kill the puppets. Alright. Wu Shan also wanted to move alone. Now that he had the nebula sword, even if he encountered this huge puppet again, he would be able to kill it. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Oh right, senior brother, other than the 16 of us, there are other people in this cave abode. They followed behind us and came in." "Other people? Who?" Yi Xian was a little surprised. "They are from the Heavenly Yuan sect. They just happened to discover this cave dwelling," Wu Shan replied. Heavenly Yuan sect, hearing this name, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 2 years ago, he had heard of this name when he was in Lianyun City. Lin Shui'er, who was previously engaged to him, had joined this sect. Now, he finally understood what kind of power the Heavenly Yuan sect was. It was the overlord sect in the southern region, and he heard that it was even stronger than the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "I understand. Thank you for telling me, junior brother." Yi Xian nodded his head, then he left. This cave dwelling didn't have an owner, and it was still in the territory of the Heavenly Yuan sect. As long as there were no conflicts of interest, Yi Xian wouldn't bother with those people. After all, leveling up was more important. However, his footsteps had unknowingly become faster. He didn't expect the Heavenly Yuan sect to discover this cave dwelling. Now, the competition would be huge. He estimated that if he could find another dozen of those puppets, he would be able to break through to the initial mortal core realm. Boom! Before Xian had even turned the corner, he saw a second giant puppet. When this giant puppet entered Xian's eyes, he raised his hand and split it in half. A low-grade earth weapon, a mid-grade earth martial skill, and the bloodline of a sword emperor. These three factors allowed Xian's attack to easily break through the giant puppet's defense. Another 10 billion devour points. Previously, the Grand Elder had said that this cave abode was nothing to him. In other words, the strongest thing in this cave dwelling should be this giant puppet. At most, it was comparable to a late mortal core warrior, and there shouldn't be any earth core warriors. As a result, Xian started to run without the slightest bit of fear. Right at this moment, he had arrived at the deepest part of the cave dwelling. Boom! Another loud noise entered Xian's ears. But this time it was different from before. It was the sound of someone fighting. I wonder who it is? Xian curiously rushed over. When he turned the corner, he was also stunned. This time, there wasn't just one giant puppet, there were 5 of them. Damn, I've made a fortune. Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued to observe. Right at this moment, there were 3 people fighting against the 5 giant puppets. One of them was Wu Shan, who Xian had just met. End of chapter. So it's him. This guy's luck is really bad, meeting 5 of them at once. But, the other 2 should be disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect. He didn't expect to meet 2 disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect at once. But, when he saw the 2 men, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. These 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples were both initial mortal core warriors, and they were both holding earth weapons in their hands. They were fighting against 3 huge puppets together. As for Wu Shan, who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was fighting against 2 puppets by himself. These 2 men are really despicable, they actually left 2 puppets for him. No, these 2 men are trying to kill Wu Shan, then collect his corpse. Xian immediately realized what was going on. Without hesitation, he rushed out. But, right at this moment, one of the 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples threw a punch at Wu Shan's back. The punch landed on Wu Shan's back, severely injuring him. Wu Shan fell to the ground, his face filled with shock. It was already difficult for him to fight against 2 huge puppets, and now, he was ambushed. He was immediately stepped on by a huge puppet. This huge puppet wasn't very fast, but its defense was strong, and its attack wasn't weak either. With his 10-meter-tall body, he could easily stomp a half-step origin core warrior to death. Wu Shan was just a mortal core warrior who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Although he wouldn't die after being stomped, he wouldn't be far from death. Damn it! Seeing this, Xian instinctively ran at full speed as well, but he was still 1 step too late. Bang! The huge puppet stomped down and turned the dying Wu Shan into meat paste. His body was badly mutilated, and even his head was crushed. Xian's footsteps paused as he was stunned. One of his fellow disciples had actually died in front of him. In an instant, his eyes spewed out endless murderous intent. If it wasn't for that man's sneak attack, Wu Shan would have been able to hold on until he arrived. Eh? There's another one from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, the small-eyed young man who had sneak attacked Wu Shan also noticed Xian, who was standing a few hundred meters away. He revealed a surprised expression. Damn it, we were seen, another long-haired disciple said in a low voice. What are you afraid of? You're not as good as him. If you die, then so be it. Let's end this quickly and kill this brat as well. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The small-eyed youth didn't care about Xian at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut a huge puppet in half with 2 slashes. The long-haired disciple also dealt with 1. At this moment, there were only 3 giant puppets left in the field. The small-eyed young man glanced at Xian and discovered that Xian didn't run away. He was also surprised and said, "Oh, it's a Heavenly Abode disciple. Don't tell me he's stunned?" As he spoke, he easily dealt with another giant puppet. Xian remained silent and watched quietly. After another 10 seconds, the last 2 giant puppets were also cut in half. Although the two Heavenly Yuan sect disciples didn't find the core, they had already crippled the 5 puppets. These 5 crippled puppets were no longer a threat to them, so they weren't in a hurry to destroy the core. "Brat, what did you see just now?" After the battle, the small-eyed young man couldn't help but ask. "TCH, he's scared silly. Just kill him. Why are you still talking nonsense?" The long-haired young man was a little impatient. "Alright, who told him to come at the wrong time? He just happened to see me sneak attack that dead man." The small-eyed young man revealed a devilish smile and said, "However, since he's from the heavenly abode, he might have some skills. Let's attack together to avoid any accidents." The long-haired young man had no objections. In an instant, the two of them attacked Xian from both sides. In less than a second, they arrived in front of Xian. At this moment, they were sneering in their hearts because Xian still didn't move. He was probably really scared silly. "Go to hell." A murderous intent flashed in the small-eyed young man's eyes. However, at this moment, the Bahuang sword in Xian's right hand suddenly shattered into pieces, instantly splitting into 8 parts. Bahuang, wind-killing formation. Whoosh, the small-eyed young man pointed his sword at Xian's head. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Xian's forehead, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then, he felt pain in his arm, thigh, waist, and throat. All of these parts were emitting a cold sensation. He instinctively glanced at his right hand and found that it had been separated from his body. The cut was very neat and there wasn't even blood. This chapter is not finished yet, please turn the page. At this moment, his eyes flashed again. In the next moment, Xian was split in half. His upper body and lower body were separated. However, it wasn't Xian's body that was separated, it was his eyes that were cut in half. In other words, half of his head was cut off. Looking at the small-eyed young man's body that had been cut into dozens of pieces, the long-haired young man who arrived later immediately stopped. He was startled for a second, then he quickly backed off. A person was actually cut into more than 10 pieces in an instant. How did this happen? He couldn't understand, but he didn't have to think about what happened next, because his fate was the same as the small-eyed young man's, he was cut into dozens of pieces. Before he died, he saw 8 sharp blades floating in front of Xian. If there was anyone else here right now, they would be scared to death. 2 initial mortal core warriors were cut into pieces in an instant, and Xian didn't even move a finger. Why didn't Xian answer his opponent's question? It was because he didn't want to talk to a dead man. On the floor, there were 2 pools of blood, and countless broken limbs. Xian quietly walked over and collected their storage rings and weapons. After that, he walked towards the 5 huge puppets. After destroying the cores one by one, he devoured all 5 puppets. Finally, he walked in front of the dead Wu Shan. "Junior disciple Wu, I've avenged you, rest in peace," Xian murmured to himself. After that, he took out a piece of white cloth and wrapped it around the corpse. He put it into his storage ring, planning to bury it properly when he returned to Soaring Heaven Mansion. He didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Yuan sect, and now, he was even more hostile towards them. The Heavenly Yuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion could be considered neighbors, but a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect had murdered a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion for his own personal gain. Xian had made up his mind, if he ever saw a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect again, he would kill them without mercy. However, he didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky today. Just as he was about to check the storage rings of the 2 Heavenly Yuan sect disciples, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly entered Xian's ears. Was it one of his own, or was it a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect? Xian quietly stood where he was. If it was a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, he would kill him without hesitation. If it was a disciple of Soaring Heaven Mansion, he would warn him so that he wouldn't die as well. End of chapter. The footsteps were very fast, they were at least initial mortal core warriors, and there were at least 2 of them. When Xian saw the figure that rushed out from the corner, his furrowed brows loosened. It was Jiang Lu, Jiang Yu's older brother, who was ranked second on the heavenly ranking. But, when he saw the man behind Jiang Lu, his brows immediately tensed up again. It was someone from the Heavenly Yuan sect. "N? Junior brother Yi?" When Jianglu saw Yi Xian, he was slightly surprised as well. Yi Xian was even more surprised. Why was Jianglu with someone from the Heavenly Yuan sect? So it's junior brother Yi. Jianglu immediately ran over. Now, Yi Xian hesitated. He looked at the young man behind Jianglu and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, who is he?" "My friend, Shi Heng, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Yuan ranking." Jianglu casually replied. Soaring Heaven Mansion was one of the 4 manors in heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. But, the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't so complicated. It was only divided into the inner circle and outer circle. As for the inner circle, there was a Heavenly Yuan ranking, which was similar to the Heavenly Yuan ranking. This Shi Heng was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Yuan ranking, which meant he was ranked 4th among all the disciples in the Heavenly Yuan sect. His strength was probably extraordinary. Right at this moment, Jianglu suddenly saw Yi Xian's strange expression. He asked, "Yi Xian, what happened to you?" Yi Xian paused for a moment, then he took a step to the side and said, "Senior brother, just now, 2 people from the Heavenly Yuan sect killed junior brother Wu Shan." What? Hearing this, Jianglu and Shi Heng both trembled. They looked at Yi Xian's figure at the same time. Indeed, there were bloodstains on the ground, and there were countless broken limbs in the distance. They were all brutally dismembered by someone. Junior brother He, junior brother Luo. Shi Heng opened his eyes wide and immediately rushed over. Jianglu's expression changed. He realized that something was wrong. 2 disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect killed Wu Shan from the Profound Department, and then Yi Xian avenged Wu Shan by killing those 2. And now, Shi Heng saw these 2 corpses. "Junior brother, what's going on?" Jianglu frowned and asked. After that, Yi Xian recounted everything that had happened without missing a single word. Nonsense. However, before he could finish a sentence, a loud shout rang out from not far away. Then, Jianglu subconsciously said, "Let's go." He stood in front of Yi Xian. "Shi Heng, don't be impulsive," Jianglu hurriedly said. This Shi Heng in front of him was a super genius who had broken through to the mortal core realm. If he suddenly attacked Yi Xian would most likely be killed instantly. Shi Heng gloomily looked at Yi Xian. "This brat killed 2 of my Sky Yuan sect's disciples, he must pay with his life." "It was those 2 who launched the sneak attack first," Jianglu retorted. Who knows if this brat is telling the truth? Who knows, maybe he killed his own junior brother with his own hands?" Shi Heng didn't believe him at all. After all, he didn't know Yi Xian. However, Jianglu believed him. Who was Yi Xian, a man who could casually earn millions of mid-rank crystal stones? Why would he do something like killing someone and stealing their treasures? Those 2 Sky Yuan sect's disciples didn't have a total of 7 million mid-rank crystal stones, right? Yi Xian could earn 7 million mid-rank crystal stones in just 3 days. Why would he kill Sky Yuan sect's disciples for such a small amount of money? Jianglu didn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Impossible, Yi Xian would never do such a thing. Jianglu still chose to believe Yi Xian. "Jianglu, get out of my way, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." Shi Heng's eyes flickered. He was ready to kill. However, Yi Xian was still standing there quietly. If it wasn't because Shi Heng and Jianglu knew each other, he would have already attacked. Perhaps, Shi Heng would have already become a corpse by now. "Shi Heng, if you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first." Jianglu took out his weapon, looking like he was going to protect Yi Xian. Shi Heng furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you sure? You and I haven't really fought before. If you really want to fight, I, Jianglu, will accompany you. I also want to see if you, the 4th ranked on the heavenly ranking, or I, the 2nd ranked on the heavenly ranking, is stronger." Jianglu didn't back down. This time, Shi Heng hesitated. He knew those 2 corpses, they were both initial mortal core geniuses. When he went over to check, he found out that these 2 died in an instant. This meant that Yi Xian had the ability to kill initial mortal core warriors in an instant. But when he walked past Yi Xian, he felt that Yi Xian was just a mortal core warrior. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian was either a late mortal core warrior, or a mortal core warrior. He was a super genius who could kill geniuses who were at a higher cultivation level than him. If it was one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of Yi Xian. But now, there was Jianglu. If Yixian suddenly launched a sneak attack during his fight with Jianglu, he would be finished. Good, very good, I won't let this go. Kid, you better follow Jianglu, or else, if I see you, you'll die a horrible death. After Shiheng said those words, he left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Jianglu let out a sigh of relief. That Shiheng was his friend, and he had a conflict with him because of this. But, Yixian was the strongest genius in Soaring Heaven Mansion, and he was also a member of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. That was why Jianglu couldn't just stand by and watch. Yixian, did you keep junior disciple Wu Shan's corpse? Jianglu turned around and asked. N. Yixian nodded. He had kept Wu Shan's corpse in his storage ring, but he didn't have a storage ring. Sigh, I didn't think that such a thing would happen. Shiheng will definitely not let this matter rest. Who knows, he might even start a war between our two sections. Jianglu said. He then turned his head and said, next, you should come with me. No need for that, senior disciple, I can protect myself. Yixian shook his head. In fact, he was still waiting for Shiheng to come. Although he had never fought a mortal core warrior before, he was at least 80% sure that he could kill Shiheng. How can that be? What if you meet him? Jianglu quickly said. No, my luck isn't that bad. Oh right, senior disciple, are you good friends with him? Yixian asked. Jianglu was startled for a moment, then he shook his head and said, no, we just met when we were training in the central province. We fought together before. I see. Yixian nodded his head. It looked like that Shiheng could still be killed. Why don't you come with me? If we really meet him, it'll be troublesome. Jianglu still tried to persuade him. But, Yixian still refused, no need for that, senior disciple. With my physique, and an upper-rank movement skill, even if we meet him, he won't be able to catch up to me. As soon as these words came out, Jianglu was stunned. Yixian actually had an upper-rank movement skill, but what he didn't know was that Yixian was just joking. End of chapter. If that's the case, then be careful. Jianglu didn't ask any more questions. After Yixian nodded his head, he turned around and left, heading towards another direction. After he left, Jianglu stayed where he was for a while. He was worried that Shiheng would suddenly turn around and chase after Yixian. 10 minutes later, he finally left. But, he didn't chase after Shiheng, instead, he headed towards another direction. However, after he left, Yixian suddenly reappeared. He looked towards the direction where Shiheng left, and revealed a strange smile. You're just a late mortal core warrior, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Perhaps you're the same as those two. Today, I'll send you to hell. He coldly said in his mind, then he started chasing after Shiheng. With the high-ranked supersonic bat bloodline, there was no need for him to worry about not being able to catch up to his opponent. Although it had only been 10 minutes, Yixian had already broken through once in these 10 minutes. That's right, he had devoured the 5 corpses of the puppets, as well as the items in the 2 men's storage rings. He had now broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Right now, Shiheng had no idea that a god of death was chasing after him from behind. What he wanted to do the most right now wasn't to kill Yixian, but to find the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to worry anymore. That's why he wanted to hunt down the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. Previously, he had heard from Jianglu that there were only 3 late mortal core warriors from the Heavenly Mansion. The rest of them were mostly early mortal core warriors, and only a few of them were initial mortal core warriors. With his strength, killing any one of them he saw wasn't a problem. However, while he was still searching around and listening to the surroundings, a figure had already caught up to him. It was Yixian. Found him. Yixian, who was behind Shiheng, revealed a murderous intent. A late mortal core warrior must have a lot of treasures, and there might even be the corpses of the puppets in his storage ring. The vision in the cave wasn't that dim. From time to time, there would be things glowing in the surroundings. Therefore, Yixian couldn't use the Shadow Leopard's bloodline to quietly approach. However, with his current strength, there was no need for a sneak attack. He could just fight head-on. Xihang. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted. Hmm? When Xihang heard his name, he also abruptly turned around. When he discovered Yi Xian, who was several hundred meters away, his eyes immediately widened. There was a path to heaven, yet you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, yet you barged in. You have guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to look for me. Did you think that I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your clothes and wore a mask? Xihang sneered, but he did not let his guard down. Maybe Jiang Lu was hiding behind them. He had only fought side by side with Jiang Lu, so they could only be considered acquaintances. Therefore, it was possible that Jiang Lu had coveted his belongings and conspired with Yi Xian to kill him. Don't worry, I'm not with Jiang Lu. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He did not take off his mask. He just did not want others to coincidentally see him kill Xihang. Hee hee. Xihang laughed again. He was a little confused about the situation. However, when he saw Yi Xian walking towards him, his eyes flashed. As long as he was close enough, he could instantly kill Yi Xian. Even if Jiang Lu followed him, it would be useless. After all, this passage was more than 1,000 meters long. It was long enough. Yi Xian slowly approached. At this time, he was only about 200 meters away from Xihang. If the latter suddenly exploded, it would take less than 2 seconds to close the distance to zero. Looking at Yi Xian, who was full of murderous intent, Xihang was slightly stunned. His expression became dignified as he said, "Don't tell me you still want to kill me? If I don't kill you, do you think I'm here to die?" Yi Xian smiled indifferently. In the next moment, he exploded with speed and directly closed the distance to within 100 meters. So fast, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Xihang instantly reacted. Previously, Yi Xian had killed his 2 junior brothers. His strength was definitely not ordinary, so when he saw Yi Xian, he was always vigilant. Don't underestimate me. 7/. He was also a cautious person. After sensing that Yi Xian was not ordinary, he directly used a mid-grade earth-level martial art, preparing to instantly kill Yi Xian. 7 slashes instantly cut through the air, whistling through the wind as they swept in front of Yi Xian. The 7 slashes were from very tricky angles. If Yi Xian wanted to use his movement technique to dodge, it would indeed be difficult. If it was before, Yi Xian and Xihang were 2 realms apart. If they fought head-on, he did not know if he could win. After all, the Sky Yuan sect was a force stronger than the Soaring Heaven Mansion. But now, Yi Xian had no intention of dodging at all. Sky-breaking slash. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword in his hand and casually slashed out. A huge arrow light instantly destroyed the 7 slashes, and at the same time, it swept towards Xihang. Seeing this, Xihang's eyes widened. With the strength of his Jindan essence, he used an earth-level weapon, and a mid-grade earth-level martial art. How was this possible? Is this your ability to kill me? Yi Xian sneered, his right hand flashing quickly. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Dozens of stars condensed from Jindan essence shot out like arrows from a bow. Don't underestimate me. Xihang shouted. He actually shot down all the stars. This strength made Yi Xian look at him in a new light. However, from the beginning until now, Xihang had been at a disadvantage and was passively taking a beating. Yi Xian did not want to drag this out. Things could change if he delayed, so it was better to end this quickly. Crack! The 8 desolate sword in his hand suddenly broke, splitting into 8 floating blades. At this time, he had already rushed in front of Xihang. 8 desolate, wind-killing formation. Yi Xian activated the Jindan essence in his body, and the 8 blades began to spin at high speed. They were so fast that even he could not see them clearly. So fast, how can he be so fast? Xihang was shocked. He hurriedly used a defensive martial art, a middle-grade earth-level martial art. At the same time, he quickly retreated. His speed was at most faster than Yi Xian's running speed with his Jindan essence. If Yi Xian used a movement martial art, he would not be able to escape. The Sky Yuan sect is indeed the Sky Yuan sect. Although I want to learn all kinds of mid-grade martial arts, I can't use them in front of outsiders. So, please die. Yi Xian quickly approached and threw out a palm strike. Mid-grade earth-level martial art, red flame palm. A giant flaming palm directly broke through Shi Hang's defense and sent him flying at the same time. However, as he was sent flying, Yi Xian controlled the 8 desolate swords and attacked. 8 desolate wind-killing formation, sky break. The 8 desolates arranged themselves into a drill bit and directly penetrated Shi Hang's chest, creating a palm-sized bloody hole in his chest. End of chapter. Shi Hang's heart had been crushed into pieces. He had died in an instant. A late mortal core warrior had fallen. The crimson flame palm was obtained by Yi Xian after he merged with the high-rank Fist Emperor bloodline. As for this 8 desolate wind formation, it didn't just rotate at high speed according to its trajectory. One of its moves was the Heavenly Charge, and the other was the 8 desolate shield, a defensive formation. But, these two moves consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian had just restored his core energy to its peak, but now, there wasn't much core energy left in his body. Plop! Shi Hang's body fell onto the floor. His face was filled with shock. Yi Xian had taken advantage of his shock to kill him. The 4th ranked on the Heavenly Yuan ranking is just SOSO. Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind. But, he also knew that the reason he was able to kill Shi Hang so quickly was because of the 8 desolate sword. If he didn't have the 8 desolate sword, he would have to fight a tough battle, and then use his advantage in physique to kill Shi Hang. He walked over and put away Shi Hang's storage ring. Then, he put away the corpse. After that, he took out a core energy recovery pill and used it to help his myriad flower bloodline recover his core energy. Soon, he would be able to return to his peak. Let me see how much wealth you have as the 4th ranked on the Heavenly Yuan ranking. Yi Xian checked Shi Hang's storage ring with his divine sense. 3 giant puppets' corpses, a few dozen smaller puppets' corpses, 5 earth weapons. There's even a mid-rank earth weapon, why didn't he use it? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 3 corpses were worth around 30 billion devouring points, the 5 earth weapons were worth around 10 billion, and the mid-rank earth weapon was worth at least 30 billion. Including those materials, there was at least a few 100 billion devouring points. Just now, after Yi Xian devoured all those materials, his devouring points had broken through to the 200 billion mark. At the same time, he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. But, the items in Shi Hang's storage ring were more than enough. So, he decided to devour all the useless items. He only kept the weapons, materials, and some pills, as he might be able to use them in the future. 300 billion devouring points, don't you think this 0 is a bit too much? If I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'm sure I'll get more than 1 trillion. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Suddenly, he glanced at the bloodline column and turned pale with fright. All those uncountable zeros are gone. Instead, it was replaced by something called the Devouring Crystal. So that's how it is. 1 trillion devour points is 1 devour crystal? That's simple. I won't have to deal with so many zeros in the future. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Now that he had 300 billion devour points, he could buy almost everything at the current level. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the passage. Yi Xian was startled. He realized that this was not the sound of a giant puppet fighting. Instead, it sounded like a giant gear turning. At that moment, a thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Could there be some kind of mechanism in this cave? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw one of the murals around him suddenly shatter and open up a new passage. Go down? Yi Xian frowned. He estimated the height. The height of the palace was about the same as the height of the cliff, so he guessed that there was no second floor. But he did not expect that the second floor was below the cave. This Hu Yang is not only a master refiner, but also a master mechanism. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Then, he went in. The first floor must have some small things. The real good stuff must be on the second floor. The passage leading to the second floor was very dark. Yi Xian exchanged for some small firefly puppets to light up the path ahead. This way, he would not have to worry about a sneak attack. The passage leading to the second floor was very long and winding. Yi Xian walked for more than 10 minutes before he saw light. I'm finally out. Yi Xian went through the door and came to a very spacious place. The floor was made of gold and jade. The surrounding walls were inlaid with countless gemstones, illuminating the surroundings. He walked in and saw people coming out from other entrances. There were people from the Skyuan sect and Soaring Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a shout. He turned his head and saw Jiangyu running towards him. Senior brother. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. At the same time, he glanced over and saw many disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion running towards them. What's going on? Why are we all gathered together? Jiangyu ran closer and asked in shock. I'm not very sure. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, people came out from other entrances, including Jiangyu's brother, Jianglu, Shaoan and Xian Fei. Soon, the disciples of Soaring Heaven Mansion gathered together. On the other side, the Skyuan sect also did the same. However, they obviously had more people than Soaring Heaven Mansion. At this time, there were already 30 people gathered. 15 people. I remember that 4 of our 4 mansions came. Who else is there? Jiangyu asked in surprise. It's Wu Shan. Junior brother Wu Shan is not here. A disciple from the Profound Department answered. At the mention of this name, Jianglu also glanced at Yi Xian and said, Junior brother Wu Shan is dead. All of us are here. What? Dead? Big brother, what's going on? Jiangyu asked in shock. He wasn't surprised because of Wu Shan's death, but because Jianglu knew about it. Let's talk about this later. Jianglu helplessly shook his head. Rumble. Rumble. Right after Jianglu finished speaking, a series of rumbling noises resounded. Everyone turned around and found that the entrance they came from was closed. Jiangyu was startled and hurriedly unleashed a slash. However, this slash had no effect on these doors. His dantian instantly disintegrated upon contact. What a tough door. Jiangyu was aghast. Yi Xian frowned and observed for a moment before speaking. This door's material is not ordinary and has a defensive formation. Not only that, the stone walls around it are the same. What? Hearing this, the 14 people present were shocked. They subconsciously attacked the door, but it was useless. One had to know that even an Earthcore warrior would have to retreat when facing the combined attacks of all of them. Looks like we're in trouble. Everyone thought in their hearts. Yi Xian also felt that this door was not ordinary, but he didn't know if Tian Chong could break this door open. But first, he had to take a look at where this place was. He looked around. Other than the Skyuan sect disciples not far away, there was only one thing left. In front of the stone wall in the north, there was a huge stone statue. When everyone's eyes fell on this stone statue, they couldn't help but exclaim. End of chapter. Isn't this the stone statue at the entrance of the cave? Jiangyu asked curiously. Yi Xian looked at it carefully. This stone statue was very similar to the one at the entrance, but there was something else in front of this stone statue. It was a bronze-colored greatsword in its right hand. The stone statue was over 30 meters tall, and its weapon was over 20 meters tall as well. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was definitely something good. However, right at this moment, the tightly shut eyes of Hui Yang's stone statue suddenly opened. Fuck. Yi Xian was shocked, and not only that, all the other men were so shocked that they started cursing out loud. Everyone. Another loud noise sounded out, and everyone was startled. The stone statue was talking, and it was even raising the greatsword in its hand. Be careful everyone, this stone statue can move. Someone immediately reminded everyone. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Did I need you to remind me? Everyone, I am Hui Yang, the owner of this cave. Don't be surprised, when you hear this, I will be dead. This is just a voice recording stone that I recorded beforehand. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Now, I have a test here, and as long as you can pass it, you will be rewarded with a great opportunity. Now, I'm sure the entrance you came from is closed. I have set up defensive formations around the entrance and walls, and even a heavenly core warrior will need some time to break through them. I, Huiyang, am a weapon craftsman, and at the same time a formation master. If you haven't broken through to the heavenly core realm, I suggest you give up on breaking through the entrance. Let's cut to the chase. There is a stone statue of mine here, and what you need to do is destroy this stone statue. Once you destroy this stone statue, you will be able to obtain the celestial green stone inside it. That's right, it is the celestial green stone, a necessary material for crafting heavenly items. I found this celestial green stone by chance, but my abilities are limited, so I can't craft heavenly items. As long as someone destroys this stone statue, they will be able to obtain this celestial green stone. At the same time, a tunnel will open up behind me, and the cave will collapse. Even a heavenly core warrior will be crushed by this giant rock and die. In 1 minute, the stone statue will activate, and it will chase after the person closest to it. This stone statue of mine is also a gate. Unless you are a heavenly core warrior, it will be impossible to destroy it. At the same time, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. But, when I was crafting this stone statue, there were 6 flaws. As long as you find them in order, you will be able to destroy them. Remember, follow the order. Every 10 minutes this stone statue moves, it will stop for 10 minutes. If you want to destroy this stone statue, you have to do it while it is still moving. When it is still, there are no flaws. When these voices fell into everyone's ears, it made them boil with excitement. Celestial green stone, it was actually a celestial green stone. This was an essential material for crafting heavenly items. This celestial green stone was equivalent to the entire cave's wealth. If they dropped it, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future, and breaking through to the heavenly core realm was just around the corner. Heavenly core realm, this was a realm that many people yearned for. After all, none of the overlord sects in the 4 major regions had a heavenly core warrior, and they had only heard about it in the central province. What should we do? We only have 1 minute left. The disciples from the Soaring Heaven Mansion were panicking. Not only that, all the disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect were panicking as well. The stone statue was comparable to an Earth Core warrior, and even a Heavenly Core warrior would have a hard time breaking it. Unless they could find the flaws, and they had to follow the order of the flaws, it would be extremely difficult. Right at this moment, a disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect walked out and shouted, "Everyone from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, when the stone statue activates, we will attack it together and find its flaws. If not, we will all die here." Bullshit, do we need you to tell us that? A disciple from the Soaring Heaven Mansion said unhappily. What did you say? A disciple from the Heavenly Yuan sect immediately walked out as well. Right now, they were facing a powerful enemy, and everyone's hearts were heavy. If they weren't careful, they might die here. That's why they were venting their anger. Stop arguing. A young man from the Heavenly Yuan sect walked out and said, "I'm Wang Chuanshan, ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Yuan ranking. I broke through to the Earth Core realm a while ago. When the stone statue activates, I will be able to hold it back. At that time, all of you will look for its flaws together." Hearing this, all the disciples from the Soaring Heaven Mansion were shocked. Earth Core Warrior, the Heavenly Yuan sect had sent out an Earth Core Warrior this time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. But luckily, they had an Earth Core Warrior, or else who would dare to attract the stone statue's attention? Alright, we'll have to trouble you then. Jianglu immediately shouted out as well. Half of the time had passed, and they used the remaining time to get into position. As for Wang Chuanshan, he ran in front of the stone statue. Just now, Huiyang had said that the stone statue would kill the person closest to it. Therefore, when the stone statue activated, Wang Chuanshan's aggro would be the highest. There was only 1 minute left, and the dozens of people present did not have the time to discuss their strategy, so this was the only thing they could do. 5 more seconds. A disciple who was good at mental calculation shouted out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rumble. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue also let out a rumbling sound. Then, it started to take a big step forward. This step was at least 10 meters long. The stone statue has activated, everyone attack. Wang Chuanshan shouted and immediately started to attack. Flaw, since there was a flaw, they still had a chance to survive. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken out an earth tool bow. He was also trapped here, so he had to act. Someone must have touched the mechanism. When the sect leader was investigating this cave, he definitely didn't notice it. This is going to be a scam. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He drew his bow and shot, but his first arrow actually missed. It was not because he did not aim properly, but because Hui Yang's stone statue was too fast. What? Wang Chuanshan was also shocked. He quickly turned around and ran. Earth Core Realm, it really was an Earth Core Realm. Luckily, he had a mid-Earth Realm movement skill, so he was able to open up a distance in an instant. He also did not forget the rule that Hui Yang had mentioned before, which was to kill the person closest to him. Therefore, he did not dare to run too fast, and could only maintain his speed. Swoosh! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of attacks landed on the stone statue, but these attacks had no effect on the stone statue. End of chapter. Don't attack the same spot. Spread out your attacks and find the flaw. Someone reminded. Every second, hundreds of attacks would land on the stone statue puppet. However, the stone statue did not move at all. It directly passed between the Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Skyuan Sex group and chased after Wang Chuanshan. Bang! The giant sword in the stone statue's right hand slashed down. A loud sound reverberated in the enclosed space, irritating everyone's eardrums. When Wang Chuanshan saw the power of the sword, his body trembled. He began to regret volunteering in the beginning. However, he could easily deal with such a crisis as long as he had enough Jingdan origin energy in his body. In the first minute, everyone stood in place and attacked while Wang Chuanshan ran back and forth. It was the same in the second minute. However, in the third minute, Wang Chuanshan was out of breath. He was out of breath and had less than half of the Jingdan origin energy left in his body. What was worse was that no one present had found the flaw. In other words, they had wasted a lot of energy and Jingdan origin energy in the past 3 minutes. In the fourth minute, Wang Chuanshan made a decision in his heart. He would not be the bait anymore. He only had 1/3 of the Jingdan origin energy left in his body. If he continued, he would be the first to die. Therefore, he could only blame others. Don't blame me for being heartless, Wang Chuanshan said in his heart. Suddenly, he rushed toward the Soaring Heaven Mansions group. Not good. Seeing this, the faces of the 15 people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion changed. They immediately scattered, including Yi Xian. Wang Chuanshan gritted his teeth and rushed toward a Huang Mansion's disciple. Then, his body flashed and he passed by him. Junior brother Chong. Someone shouted. However, in the next moment, the person's expression froze. He saw that the Huang Mansion's disciple was cut in half by the giant sword. He died a horrible death. The first victim was finally born. If there was one, there would be two. After the stone statue killed this person, it chased after the nearest disciple. This disciple was also from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. No, don't chase after me. Go after someone else, the disciple shouted a few times, but he could not avoid the giant sword. The attack was also cut in half. Now that Wang Chuanshan was out of danger, he shouted, "You bunch of trash, you still can't find an opening after attacking for so long." This meant that he was going to do it himself. The stone statue was chasing after the person closest to it. Coincidentally, the stone statue's target this time was Xianxia, who had just broken through to the initial mortal core realm. Not good. Xianxia, who was frantically running away, turned his head and saw that the stone statue was looking at him. He immediately ran forward with all his might, trying to put some distance between him and the stone statue. However, the stone statue had already locked onto him and chased after him. Xianxia was only at the initial mortal core realm, so of course he couldn't escape from this stone statue that was as strong as an earth core warrior. It quickly caught up with him. Second brother. Seeing this, Jianglu hurriedly shouted and used his special skill on the stone statue. However, his attack still had no effect. Not even a splash could be seen. Huff huff. The stone statue raised its right arm and slashed down with its sword. The speed of this attack was faster than Jiangyu could react. I'm finished. A thought flashed through Jiangyu's mind. With his ability, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The sword was getting closer and closer. But, just as Xianxia was about to be cut in half, a white light suddenly appeared. After that, the stone statue's sword suddenly stopped in midair. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and everyone was startled. They focused their gazes, and they were shocked to see another giant sword. However, this giant sword was not quite the same as the stone statue. This was a phantom formed by the condensation of Jindan essence. But, because this giant sword had blocked the stone statue's attack, Xianxia didn't die from the attack. Who was it? Everyone looked towards the direction of the giant sword. They saw a young man holding the sword, and he was wearing the uniform of the heavenly abode in the soaring heaven mansion. Yixian? Xianxia was startled, then he shouted out in surprise. That's right, this young man was Yixian. And the move he was using now was the heaven-shaking strike of desolation that he had just learned. Senior brother, run. Yixian gritted his teeth and spat out a few words with difficulty. At this moment, he was using all his strength. His muscles were stretched to the limit. His hands were trembling slightly as he held the heaven-shaking strike of desolation. The stone statue's strength had exceeded his expectations. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Xianxia also reacted and turned to run. But after running for a while, he realized that if he ran, wouldn't Yixian become the stone statue's target? He turned his head in shock, just in time to see Yixian's large sword image being slashed to the point of collapse. At the same time, Yixian also shot over like an arrow, directly circling behind the stone statue. Flaws, 6 flaws. If he couldn't find these 6 flaws, everyone here would definitely die, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. This stone statue must be supported by a formation, and the flaws of the stone statue were actually the flaws of the formation. Yixian also had the bloodline of a master of formation breaking. He had to get close to the statue in order to find these flaws. Although the stone statue was comparable to an earthcore warrior, Yixian had all sorts of bloodlines, and he had incredible speed and recovery ability. He had witnessed the stone statue's speed just now. He had a feeling that as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to hold on for the first 10 minutes. Bang! The stone statue turned around and slashed at Yixian, but Yixian dodged it again. The combination of the 10,000 Beasts bloodline and the Thunderclap Panther bloodline allowed Yixian's speed to surpass an ordinary late mortal core warrior. If he were to use a movement skill as well, he might be even faster than Wang Chuanshan. Most importantly, this wasn't a test of explosive strength, it was a test of endurance. While the stone statue was still attacking, Yixian swallowed another pill that could quickly recover his core energy, then he continued dodging the stone statue's attacks. All the spectators were stunned by what they saw. Who is this guy? Is he an Earthcore warrior from the Soaring Heaven Mansion? Impossible, there is only one Earthcore warrior in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and that is the chief of the Divine Continent Alliance. But, I heard that the chief went to the Central Province and hasn't returned yet. I'm sure he just broke through. No, this guy didn't rely on a movement skill, it's his strong physique. He was able to block the sword just now, how strong is his physique? All the spectators were so shocked that they forgot to attack. Not only that, all the fellow disciples from the Soaring Heaven Mansion were shocked as well. Yixian's strength has increased again. This speed is not something I can catch up with. Jianglu murmured to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly shouted, "Everyone, attack now. Find the flaws, don't let Yixian waste his energy." End of chapter. Everyone, hurry up and attack. Find the flaw, don't let Yixian waste his energy. Hearing this, the people present immediately reacted and launched another attack. Right now, only Yixian and Wang Chuanshan had the ability to attract the stone statue's aggro. If Yixian died, all of them would be wiped out. Yixian was able to maintain his speed, but his stamina and core energy were still decreasing. He had no idea how many minutes he could last. But, he would try his best. After all, this was related to his life and death. The 7th minute had passed. The 8th minute had passed. When the 8th minute arrived, Yixian couldn't make ends meet. He had used the heavenly break to kill Shiheng, so when he came back, he had only recovered half of his core energy. Most importantly, he had been constantly moving around, and didn't have the time to absorb the pills. That was why his recovery was so slow. The 9th minute arrived. Yi Xian had also endured with great difficulty. But, he still couldn't find the flaw on the stone statue, and neither could anyone else. In another minute, the stone statue would stop moving, and at that time, the flaw would disappear. This meant that all of their efforts in the past 10 minutes would be in vain. However, right at this moment, a feeling suddenly surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. He immediately focused his gaze on her. "I found it." With his eyes wide open, he shouted out, "I found the flaw. It's 2 meters below the left joint of the stone statue." This shout entered the ears of the crowd, causing them to be startled. Flaw? The rest of the people didn't care about anything else, they just chose to believe him. They started attacking the spot Yi Xian pointed out. That spot had been attacked before, and it was slightly sunken compared to the rest of the stone statue. Because of this, Yi Xian was able to sense it. That spot was indeed the first flaw, but because it was covered by a layer of stone armor, no one else had discovered it. In an instant, dozens of divine core warriors circled behind the stone statue, then they started attacking its left hand. Crack! Crack! A series of cracking sounds were heard, causing everyone's emotions to skyrocket. "It's broken, it's broken! That's the flaw, everyone, attack! We finally found the flaw! Quick, time's up, attack! Damn it, break it!" Everyone became excited, and they started attacking crazily. But, this stone armor was extremely hard. Dozens of divine core warriors had been attacking it for a long time, but they still couldn't break it. Left with no other choice, Yi Xian had to attack. Swoosh! Yi Xian suddenly flashed to the bottom of the stone statue, then took out his earth-ranked bow and shot an arrow. Mid-rank earth-rank's fire dragon arrow. The moment Yi Xian released his right hand, a long flame snake condensed from Dan essence shot out and accurately collided with the stone armor. Crack! The stone was already on the verge of shattering, and Exa, Shuez, and the stone. Countless rocks fell, and everyone saw the array patterns under the stone armor. Once again, the attack was launched. Crack! The stone statue suddenly stopped moving. After that, a layer of energy appeared on the surface of the formation. It was the same as the layer of energy that covered the entire area. When the dozens of attacks landed on this layer of energy, they all disappeared. Not good, time's up. Yi Xian immediately reacted. 10 minutes had passed, the stone statue maintained its chopping motion, and stood there like a stone statue. All the other men had stopped attacking as well. This layer of energy was definitely a defensive formation, and it wasn't something they could break. Although it was a pity, at least they had found a flaw, and weren't at a loss of what to do. Everyone, hurry up and recover. The stone statue is going to attack again in 10 minutes. Jianglu shouted out loudly. Without hesitation, everyone sat down with their legs crossed and started recovering their core energy. During the first 10 minutes, although Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were the bait, the rest of the men were constantly attacking, and they didn't have much core energy left in their bodies. If they didn't recover as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to last for the second 10 minutes. Yi Xian hurriedly sat down as well. This time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He quickly took out some pills from his devouring space and threw them to the others. Everyone, use these pills to recover, Yi Xian shouted. These pills were much more valuable than the ones outside, and their effects were also very good. The disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion swallowed them without hesitation. After that, he felt the Dan essence in his body recovering rapidly. Immediately, he revealed a look of surprise. Yi Xian wasn't stingy either. He also threw a lot of pills to the people of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Although he had a conflict with the Heavenly Yuan sect before, it had been resolved. Moreover, they were now on the same side. Yi Xian still had to rely on the others to find a flaw. Amazing. What kind of pill is this? My recovery speed is 3 times faster than before. Heavens, this kid has such a divine pill, and he's even willing to share it with us. He's such a good person. Tisk tsk, senior brother Wang only lasted 3 minutes. He alone lasted 7 minutes. Tsk, although this disciple didn't finish his sentence, the people around him nodded silently. In their hearts, Yi Xian was much more useful than Wang Chuanshan, an Earth Core realm cultivator who could only last 3 minutes. How embarrassing, Wang Chuanshan, who was recovering at the side, glared at the people around him. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian. However, he didn't say anything. It was more important to recover his core energy and stamina. He would deal with this after the crisis was over. The 10 minutes of rest was about to pass. At the 9th minute, the remaining people gathered at the back left of the stone statue. When the time was up, they would begin to attack the flaw. Yi Xian had also arrived in front of the stone statue. After recovering for a while, his expression had returned to normal. The pill he took just now was different from the others. One pill was worth 10 billion devouring points. This pill instantly recovered 30% of Yi Xian's core energy, and it could still be recovered slowly. At this time, Yi Xian's core energy was more than half gone. It wouldn't be a problem for him to last another 10 minutes. Counting down to 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. One of the disciples shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statue began to move. The sword that hadn't struck down just now directly struck the ground. At the same time, the defensive formation disappeared. The people below began to attack, and all of them attacked the flaw on the left hand of the stone statue. After the stone armor was destroyed, it became extremely fragile. In less than 2 rounds, it exploded with a loud boom. Then, half of the stone statue's arm fell to the ground. Success, success, we have successfully destroyed the first flaw. There's a sequence to the flaws. Quick, find the second one. The arm, it must be the right arm. Everyone, attack. End of chapter. No one knew who started yelling, but it led everyone to attack the right arm of the stone statue. But, they couldn't be blamed for this. The giant sword of the stone statue had scared them. If they could destroy the right arm, the threat of this stone statue would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian didn't stop them. He dodged the stone statue's attack, then he dodged to the left arm of the stone statue. What? A ceiling formation? I can't devour it? He was shocked. The material of this stone statue was obviously not ordinary, and it was definitely worth a lot of money. But too bad, there was a ceiling formation, and it was a very advanced one. If it was a normal ceiling formation, he could easily destroy it. But, this Huiyang was an expert in formations, and Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to destroy it. Besides, time didn't allow for it. Therefore, he had to give up. Fuck, I've lost so much. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He had acted as bait and ran around while risking being cut in half, but he didn't get anything. Instead, he had lost a lot of pills. Therefore, he was very angry. Crack. Right at this moment, a subtle sound entered Yi Xian's ears. A flaw, another flaw. Yi Xian quickly raised his head and looked. Sure enough, he found a strange spot. But, this flaw wasn't on the arm. He immediately shouted, the second flaw is at the center of the back of the hand. Hearing this, everyone once again boiled with excitement. The center of the back of the hand, this was a pretty good spot. As long as they destroyed this second flaw, perhaps the giant sword would fall from the statue, but, there was another problem. This stone statue was attacking with the giant sword, and its attack speed was very fast. Therefore, it was very difficult for its attack to land on the back of the right hand. This stage took a lot of time. Those who had just broken through to the mortal core realm had almost used up all their core energies. 5 minutes later, with a loud rumbling sound, the stone statue's wrist suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Haha, it's finally down. Everyone's face lit up with joy. Without the giant sword, the stone statue's threat was greatly reduced. It could only attack with its feet and arms. Then, someone found the third flaw, which was on the joint of the right arm of the statue. However, due to the lack of Jindan essence in his body, he was unable to overcome this weakness. He could only leave it for next time. It was a 10-minute break. Yi Xian hurriedly recovered his Jindan essence and stamina. The others did the same. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover before the break was over. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yi Xian started to attract the stone statue's aggro again. The others started to attack the third weak point. In less than 3 minutes, the stone statue's arm fell off. Now, its only means of attack were its legs. Once it used its legs to attack, the pressure on Yi Xian was instantly reduced, and he became more at ease. Another 10 minutes passed, and the statue's right leg was broken. It began to wobble as it walked, but it was no longer a threat. Next was his left calf. Now, he had already destroyed 5 of the flaws. Only 1 was left. At this time, there weren't many people who still had energy left. The stone statue's threat was also greatly reduced. Most of the people present should be able to avoid the stone statue's attack. But now, everyone was silent. They no longer looked for flaws, but gathered together. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. It was time to settle the score. Wang Chuanshan, why did you lure the stone statue to my soaring heaven mansion? What was the meaning of this? The leader of the soaring heaven mansion, Jiang Lu, walked out and asked coldly. I volunteered to be the bait, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to sacrifice myself. If I don't lure it to your side, do you expect me to lure it to my Skyuan sect? Wang Chuanshan explained. He believed that no matter who it was, they would lure the stone statue to the other side. This was human nature. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly walked out and said, "Then why didn't you tell me in advance and let me take over? Are you kidding me? Your soaring heaven mansion's eldest senior disciple isn't here, and you don't even have an earth core warrior. How would I know you have the ability to lure the stone statue away?" Wang Chuanjun glanced at the stone statue with all 4 broken limbs not far away. Right now, that stone statue was being lured by a Sky Yuan sect disciple who was at the initial mortal core realm. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Now, this stone statue only has 1 flaw left. As long as we destroy this stone statue, we'll be able to get the heavenly blue. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. Let's talk about how we're going to split it. Jiang Lu said loudly. When the heavenly blue was mentioned, Wang Chuanjuan's eyes turned cold. He shouted, "Alright, how do you want to split it?" Jiang Lu glanced at Yi Xian, whose face was pale and on the verge of collapsing. He slowly said, "Let me analyze this. Firstly, besides the 3 minutes you spent at the beginning, Yi Xian was risking his life to attract the stone statue's attention. Secondly, if it wasn't for the pills Yi Xian gave you, all of your core energies would have been used up long ago. I'm afraid all of you wouldn't be as useful as all of us. Thirdly, you, Wang Chuanshan, lured the stone statue here, causing 2 of our disciples to be killed by it. Fourthly, it was Yi Xian who discovered all the flaws in the stone statue. Therefore, I think all of you should at most take 20% of the heavenly blue." When Jiang Lu's voice fell, Wang Chuanshan's face immediately changed. He shouted, "Bullshit. If it weren't for me, even if you were given 20 minutes, you still wouldn't be able to destroy a single weak point. I want 50% of the heavenly blue, 50%, that's an even split." Although the Sky Yuan sect had twice the number of disciples compared to the soaring heaven mansion, according to Jiang Lu, they weren't that useful. After Wang Chuanshan spoke, the disciples behind him looked at each other, then they lowered their heads in shame. They weren't fools. The fact that the soaring heaven mansion was willing to give them 20% was already giving them a lot of face. If they really wanted to calculate, they would only get 10%. However, Wang Chuanshan was asking for 50%. He was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was too thick-skinned. What a joke. How can your contribution be worth 50%? Jiang Lu almost died of anger. He was already very kind to give them 20%, but Wang Chuanshan still wanted 50%. This was simply wishful thinking. "Senior brother, at this time, one of the Sky Yuan sect's disciples suddenly whispered. "Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak." Wang Chuanshan didn't wait for him to finish and directly reprimanded him. He had clearly heard the group's whispers just now. The disciple shrunk his neck and hurriedly retreated, not daring to speak anymore. Who was Wang Chuanshan? He was the expert ranked 3rd on the Sky Yuan ranking, and he was also the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect's sect master. They didn't dare to offend him. End of chapter. How overbearing. Wang Chuanshan, it seems like you think you can defeat us? Jiang Lu narrowed his eyes. so what if I am? You bunch of trash who haven't even reached the Earth core realm dare to compete with me? Wang Chuanshan was already blinded by the celestial blue stone. If he could, he would definitely choose to take it for himself. Hehe, although you have a lot of people, how many of you can fight? Jianglu couldn't help but ask. Just now, when Yi Xian gave out the pills, he had also been careful and gave a lot of them to the senior brothers of the Soaring Sky Mansion. As for the Heavenly Yuan sect's disciples, they were barely enough. Most importantly, Yi Xian's strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Jianglu's, so if they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. Then you can try. Wang Chuanshan actually also noticed this, but there were still more than 30 people standing behind him. On the other hand, the Soaring Heaven Mansion only had 15 people. Now that 2 of them had died, there were only 3 left. The numbers were completely out of proportion, and Wang Chuanshan himself was an Earth Core Realm warrior, so he had no reason to be afraid. If that's the case, then let's rely on our own abilities. Jianglu was already prepared to fight to the death, and this was also the intention of the other disciples. Alright, let's rely on our own abilities. Wang Chuanshan's eyes flashed. If they were to rely on their own abilities, who here was stronger than him? In his eyes, Yi Xian was only a faster person. If they really fought, he was nothing to be afraid of. If that's the case, then let's work together to find the 6th flaw. After Jianglu said this, he led the other disciples and rushed over. At the same time, Yi Xian secretly gave each of them a pill, the one that was worth 10 billion devour points. A total of 16 people entered the cave. Wu Shan from the Profound Department died, and because of Wang Chuanshan, 2 more died. Now, excluding Yi Xian, there were still 12 people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion. In other words, Yi Xian used 120 billion devour points in one go. No one noticed that his hand was trembling when he gave out the pills, which was a sign of pain. Although his action was very subtle, it was still noticed by Wang Chuanshan. The latter furrowed his brows, and his eyes flickered. The stone statue didn't pose much of a threat right now. An initial mortal core warrior could easily play around with it. But, at this stage, both Soaring Heaven Mansion and Heavenly Yuan sect had started to be cautious. They had started to conserve their core energies. Physical strength, because they didn't know if there would be a big battle coming up. The 6th weakness, on the back. Ants, that's why. That's why he directly pointed. And earlier on, everyone had already discovered that there was a large door at the bottom of the stone wall that the stone statue was facing. It was most likely the exit. Right now, most of the people were facing the back of the stone statue. Their backs were facing the door. The people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion had secretly discussed. Once the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian would be the one to snatch it. As for the people from the Heavenly Yuan sect, it would be the Earth Core warrior, Wang Chuanshan. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard from the back of the stone statue. A piece of the stone armor was cracked. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. The heavenly blue rock was about to appear. The heavenly blue rock that even heavenly core warriors would go crazy for. Right now, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan were ready to snatch it. Yi Xian's nerves were tense to the extreme. This thing was too important to him. As long as he could get his hands on the heavenly blue rock, he would be able to devour it. At that time, he would at least break through to the Earth Core realm. He might even break through to the early Earth Core realm, late Earth Core realm, or even the Heavenly Core realm. This was a huge opportunity, he couldn't miss it. Crack! The back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open. After that, the formation's foundation was destroyed by countless attacks. All 6 flaws were destroyed. Where did it appear? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Huiyang had told him that the heavenly blue rock was inside the stone statue. Wang Chuanshan was also staring at the stone statue, he didn't dare blink his eyes. Crack! Right at this moment, the back of the stone statue suddenly cracked open, and it split in half. At the same time, a bright green gem came into everyone's sight, and it lit up the walls. Heavens, a fist-sized heavenly blue rock? Jiang Yu was shocked. He knew a thing or two about equipment refining, and according to what he knew, a fingernail-sized heavenly blue rock was enough to make a heavenly item. However, this heavenly blue rock was the size of a fist. Its value was immeasurable. It was enough to buy the entire Soaring Heaven mansion, or even the entire Heavenly Yuan sect. Everyone went crazy. The moment the heavenly blue rock appeared, Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan also made their move. Yi Xian didn't hesitate to use his points to exchange for a mid-grade earth-level movement technique. He rushed forward at full speed. What? Wang Chuanshan was shocked. He was running at full speed, but he saw Yi Xian's afterimage in front of him. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so fast that even he could only see Yi Xian's afterimage. Wang Chuanshan wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't get the heavenly blue rock immediately, so he could only stop and wait for Yi Xian to come back. After all, there was only one escape route, right? However, what happened next almost dislocated everyone's jaws. Yi Xian was even more furious. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the fist-sized heavenly blue rock, it was suddenly ejected by a mechanism in the stone statue. This speed was even faster than Yi Xian's. F***CK. Huiyang, F***CK your cousin. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He was about to grab the heavenly blue rock, but it was ejected by some mechanism. Heaven and hell were really separated by a single thought. When Wang Chuanshan saw this, he was so happy that he almost died. He hurriedly turned around and gave chase. The two groups of people from the Soaring Heaven Mansion and the Heavenly Yuan sect were also shocked. By the time they reacted, Wang Chuanshan had already passed them. He directly jumped onto the wall and grabbed the heavenly blue rock. Hand over the heavenly blue rock. Yi Xian was furious. He shouted and chased after him. Rumble. As luck would have it, the door suddenly opened right after the celestial blue stone was ejected. Wang Chuanshan landed on the ground and hurriedly passed through the gap. Yi Xian followed behind Wang Chuanshan and rushed in. The difference in time was about 2 seconds. End of chapter. After Yi Xian and Wang Chuanshan left the cave, the entire cave began to tremble, and dust kept falling from the ceiling. At this moment, Jiang Lu and the others realized that once the stone statue was destroyed, the entire cave would collapse. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Lu shouted in a low voice and hurriedly rushed into the passage. The escape tunnel was very dark and steep. Yi Xian was able to use sound waves to locate his position. But, when he was chasing after Wang Chuanshan at full speed, he was shocked to find that Wang Chuanshan was getting further and further away from him. How could this be possible? He must be using some kind of skill to increase his strength. Yi Xian immediately reacted. At this moment, he was a little hesitant, because he also knew this skill, the exploding aperture skill. But, this exploding aperture skill had a fatal side effect. After using it, the user's cultivation level would drop, and this effect would last for half a month. Normally, it would be 3 apertures exploding, but there was another type where all 7 apertures exploded. The consequences were very serious, and that was the loss of all cultivation, and the user would have to start from scratch. But now, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Poof. 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 3 muffled sounds could be heard. 3 apertures in Yi Xian's body exploded, and his core energy had also skyrocketed. When he used the exploding aperture skill earlier, he was only at the peak of the true profound realm, and the increase in his strength was huge. But now, he was at the initial mortal core realm, so the increase in his strength was very small. But, this was better than nothing, at least it wouldn't cause him to be left behind. 10 seconds later, Yi Xian also rushed out of the darkness and landed on the ground. He quickly turned around and saw a figure 100 meters away. It was Wang Chuanshan. This Wang Chuanshan was thinking the same thing as Yi Xian. He wanted to take the celestial blue rock for himself. Thus, the two of them started a chase. How is this possible? With my speed, why can't I catch up with him? Yi Xian was shocked. He thought that Yi Xian must be using a mid-earth rank martial skill, 1 rank higher than the exploding aperture skill. He was very vexed because there were very few martial arts like the exploding aperture technique. The exploding aperture technique was currently the best one that Yi Xian could use. The celestial blue stone was more important to him than anyone else. He could not let Wang Chuanshan leave. F***CKU, Yi Xian, will fight it out with you. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. There were 4 muffled sounds. Poo. 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 The remaining 4 chakras had all been destroyed by him. Now, all 7 of his chakras had been destroyed. As long as this continued, he would lose all of his cultivation and would have to start cultivating from the first grade of the martial path. However, the 7 apertures explosion had increased his speed by at least 30%. Wang Chuanshan, I will kill you. Yi Xian glared and chased after him with all his might. If looks could kill, Wang Chuanshan would have died countless times. However, the heavens did not want Yi Xian to get the celestial blue stone. Just as his chakras were about to explode, a basin-sized green bird suddenly appeared not far away. The green bird approached at lightning speed, then extended its claws and pierced Wang Chuanshan's head. What? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. The scene in front of him was so sudden that even he could not react. When he saw it clearly, the green bird had already grabbed the celestial blue stone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian rushed to within 100 meters of Wang Chuanshan. He immediately took out an earth-grade bow and arrow, then raised his hand and shot an arrow. Mid-earth rank martial skill, Fire Dragon Arrow. A huge fire snake shot out, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise by 5 degrees. However, this martial skill was not good at penetrating, so its speed was not fast. The green bird easily dodged it. Beep. It let out a cry, glanced at Yi Xian with its dark green eyes, then turned around and left. Wang Chuanshan's body fell limply to the ground. His head had been pierced through by the green bird's sharp claws. Plop. After seeing Wang Chuanshan's body, Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An Earth Core warrior was killed by that bird. This meant that this bird was at least an Earth Core Xian beast. It might even be an initial Earth Core Xian beast or a profound Earth Core Xian beast. Danger, Yi Xian smelled the scent of danger. However, could he just watch as the celestial blue stone was taken away by that green bird? Impossible. Fight. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and chased after it, not even bothering to look at Wang Chuanshan's body. In the next moment, he realized that the green bird was extremely fast. It was fast, at least much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it escaped from his attack range. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed again. However, it wasn't because of the green bird's speed, it was because there was a canyon in front of him that was at least 200 to 300 meters wide. That green bird had already flown to the sky above the canyon. It's only 300 meters. Watch me jump over it. Yi Xian was also muddle-headed. He swore that he would chase after that hateful green bird even if it cost him his life. Wasn't it just a canyon? With Yi Xian's speed, his 10,000 beasts bloodline, and the jumping ability of the thunderclap leopard, he would definitely be able to jump over it. Go. When Yi Xian was about to reach the edge of the cliff, he had already reached his maximum speed. He accurately rushed to the edge of the cliff and stepped on the edge. However, just as he was about to jump, the green bird in front of him suddenly opened its beak, followed by a sharp sound that made people tremble. Beep. This sound was like a demonic sound. When it entered Yi Xian's ears, it instantly crushed his will. At? This was the last thought in Yi Xian's mind. Then, he fainted and fell into the canyon that was several hundred meters high. Looking at Yi Xian in the middle of the canyon, the green bird shrieked in disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Stupid human, how dare you chase after me?" In its eyes, Yi Xian was definitely going to die after falling into this abyss. If Yi Xian hadn't fused with the 10,000 beasts bloodline, he would probably have fallen into pieces. However, that was not the case now. This canyon was about 300 meters high. Yi Xian had the thunderclap leopard bloodline. When he fell from a high place, regardless of whether he landed on his feet or not, he had the ability to cushion the fall. Plop. A muffled sound echoed in the canyon. Yi Xian fell to the bottom of the canyon, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Just now, Yi Xian had fainted after being stung by the green bird. Now that he had fallen to the bottom of the canyon, he felt that half of his bones were broken. At this moment, he actually still had some consciousness. It was like being woken up by his mother in the morning when he was still a student. He lay there quietly and slowly regained consciousness. However, he felt that he couldn't move. End of chapter. damn it, don't tell me my neck is broken or something? Yi Xian was lying on the ground as he muttered in his mind. It didn't matter if he was injured, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover. What he was worried about the most was the fist-sized celestial blue stone, and he had lost it. He hated it so much that he wished he could grab that green bird and *ck it. Celestial blue stone, if he could devour that stone that could be used to forge 100 heavenly weapons, he should be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Too bad, but, since it had come to this, there was no point for him to be sad. He could only pray and hope that no spirit beasts or Xian beasts would appear while he was crippled. Right at this moment. My core energy is quickly draining? Is it time? Yi Xian could sense the situation in his body. As his core energy was draining away, his cultivation level was dropping as well. Initial mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm. Half-step origin core realm. Peak of true profound realm. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had suffered a double loss. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken away Wang Chuanshan's storage ring. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian's cultivation level had dropped below the martial Dao realm. In the end, he lost all his cultivation and became a cripple once again. Forget it, I'll heal my injuries first. After thinking about this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and started healing. But, he didn't dare fall asleep, as he was worried that some spirit beasts, Xian beasts, or even humans would approach him. He didn't know if his fellow disciples could find him. But, he was disappointed. He had been quietly waiting in the valley for 2 hours, but no one came. That Wang Chuanshan was killed by that green bird, I didn't kill him. But, those disciples from the Heavenly Yuan sect might still fight with my fellow disciples. This is so troublesome, I hope it won't be a fight to the death. Yi Xian was troubled. What he couldn't understand was that Wang Chuanshan's body was right next to the valley, but no one came to investigate. He was so sad. But right at this moment. Suddenly, a series of footsteps entered Yi Xian's ears. He was shocked, and he quickly closed his eyes to feel for the sound. People, and there were 3 of them. Oh no, it's a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself. After 2 hours of recovery, his external injuries had healed, but his internal injuries were still recovering, so he was still unable to move. Normally, when people saw him in this state, they would definitely give him another stab and take away his universe ring. This was going to be terrible. Damn it, I still can't move my hands. I'm not going to die here, am I? Yi Xian was very distressed. He regretted chasing after the green bird. He had really suffered a double loss. Now, he might even die here. At this moment, the 3 of them were already within 300 meters of him and could almost see him. In such a situation, he only had one choice, which was to play dead. Immediately, he closed his eyes, hoping that the other party would only take the interspatial ring and not give him another stab. Hey, senior brothers and sisters, there's someone over there. Not long after Yi Xian closed his eyes, a clear voice entered his ears. However, he did not dare to open his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. After the 3 of them discovered him, they quickly approached him. Did you fall from the canyon? You're quite lucky to have picked up an interspatial ring for free. A man's voice sounded. Then, Yi Xian felt the interspatial ring on his right hand being taken away. Yi Xian held his breath and forcefully concealed his physical features, so that the other party would think that he was dead. However, his body temperature could not be fooled. You still have body temperature. You're not dead? The man was a little surprised. At this moment, a flirtatious voice sounded, even if you're not dead, you're probably crippled. Kill him. *ck, this woman is really ruthless. *cku. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He closed his eyes to sense and found that the man had already taken out his longsword and was ready to give him a fatal blow. Yi Xian was also ready to come back to life. Although he couldn't move and had no cultivation, he still had one last trump card. 8 Desolate Wind Formation, the Bahuang sword had fallen down with him, just to the side. If these 3 people really dared to make a move against him, he would devour everything in the swallowing space, and then use the Bahuang wind-killing formation to kill these 3 people. He estimated that he would be able to kill at least one of them. It would be enough to activate the 8 Desolate Wind formation, and it would be more than enough to kill a late mortal core warrior. Just as the man was about to attack, the clear voice sounded again, "Senior disciple, I'm already injured to this extent. Just let it go, I beg you, junior disciple sister, you're too kind. If you go out and train in the future, this might get you killed." The man frowned. The young girl didn't refute. She took out a pill and stuffed it into Xian's mouth. Then, she channeled her Xian energy into his body, helping him absorb the pill. "Junior disciple sister, are you crazy? This is the pill master gave you to save your life, and you're giving it to him?" The charming woman was shocked. She pulled out her sword and said, "It's not too late, watch me kill him and take out the pill." "Senior disciple sister, don't." The young girl blocked in front of the charming woman with her body. "Junior disciple sister, move away. That heavenly revitalizing pill is priceless, and you gave it to him. Hurry up and take it out before it's absorbed." The charming woman's cold voice was filled with killing intent. "Senior disciple sister, that heavenly revitalizing pill was given to me by master, so it belongs to me. If junior disciple sister wants to use it to save someone, senior disciple sister, are you going to stop me?" The young girl suddenly asked. This question also stunned the charming woman. Indeed, this heavenly fantasy pill belonged to the young girl, she didn't have the right to decide who should use it. But, the charming woman's eyes were still filled with killing intent, because she really wanted that heavenly revitalizing pill. Humph, stubborn girl. Although the charming woman was jealous, it didn't belong to her, so she could only snort and say, "Senior disciple brother, let's go." The man didn't say anything, but in the next moment, he suddenly dashed out and picked up a quaint long sword that had fallen on the ground. Then, his eyes lit up, and he quickly kept it in his interspatial ring. "Senior disciple brother, what's in that interspatial ring?" The charming woman chased after him and asked. "I guess it's a disciple from a small family, he's so poor." The man threw Yixian's interspatial ring to her. But what he said was true. There weren't many things in Yixian's interspatial ring, because most of them were stored in the devouring space. But, a strange look flashed across the man's eyes. The charming woman took the interspatial ring and took a look. Sure enough, she threw the interspatial ring back. But in the next moment, a strange look flashed across her eyes, just like the man's. End of chapter 1, Junior sister, let's go. We haven't found the blue heart grass yet. As the man spoke, he turned his head to look. But then, he said in astonishment, "Junior sister, are you crazy? You gave the heavenly returning pill to this brat, and now you're carrying him. Are you trying to be a good person until the end?" The charming woman turned her head in astonishment and found that the young girl had already carried Yixian on her back. That thin and delicate figure carrying a 1.8-meter tall man on her back was too unnatural. "Senior brother, senior sister, you guys go first," the young girl shouted. "She's really crazy." The man shouted in a low voice and turned to leave, but he didn't dare to actually leave. If something happened to the young girl, he would be punished by his master. The charming woman also frowned. Her junior sister was too kind, and she hated it. The 3 of them walked for about 2 hours before they finally found their quest, the blue heart grass, on the cliff. Alright, after running through so many canyons, we finally found the blue heart grass. We can return to the sect and report back. The man heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the sky was already dark. It seemed that they would have to spend the night in the canyon. "Senior brother, there seems to be a cave up ahead." The charming woman pointed in a direction. "Okay, let's rest over there." The man nodded slightly and walked over with the charming woman. The young girl also followed with Yixian on her back. Fortunately, she wasn't an ordinary person, but a cultivator. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to walk for so long with Yixian on her back. The 3 of them walked in front of a cave. Then, the man said to the young girl, "Junior sister, you stand guard outside. Junior sister Meng and I will go in and take a look, okay?" Hearing this, the young girl's face turned red and she softly replied. The charming woman's lips curled up slightly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. she followed the man in. Not long after, her coquettish and panting came out of the cave. Although she deliberately suppressed it, the young girl at the entrance could still hear it. I knew it. Senior brother and senior sister are doing that kind of shameful thing again. The young girl sat at the entrance of the cave with a red face and muttered softly. She wasn't a child, so she naturally understood some things. After all, this wasn't the first time. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, once. She looked at Yixian lying on the bed and whispered, I wonder when he'll wake up. 5 minutes later, a man's low shout came from the cave. Then, it stopped. But not long after, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from inside, as if there was a battle going on. When the young girl heard this, she hurriedly shouted inside, Senior brother, what happened inside? It's just a spirit beast. Don't come in. The man's voice drifted out. Not long after, he appeared as well. Senior brothers, are you all right? The young girl hurriedly stood up and asked, where's senior sister? The man slowly walked out, holding a simple and unadorned sword that was stained with blood. He grinned and said, it's fine. Meng and I is cleaning up inside. The young girl didn't doubt him and said, then I'll go help senior sister. Just as she was about to enter the cave, the man suddenly grabbed her wrist. Wait. The man said, Junior sister, I have something to say to you. The young girl looked at him with a surprised expression. Although the sky was dark, she could still see the man suddenly smile. Junior sister, actually, I've never liked her. Ever since the day you entered my sect, I was captivated by you. Junior sister, from now on, you can follow me. The man said. Senior brother, you. The young girl was shocked. She tried to break free, but the man's grip on her wrist was too strong, she couldn't break free. Don't be like this, junior sister. If you follow me, I'll treat you well in the future. Master said that he'll help me kill a profound beast soon, and I'll be a divine core warrior soon. At that time. Before the man could finish his words, the young girl interrupted him, Senior brother, don't say any more, no, listen to me carefully. The man shouted with a deep voice. The young girl realized that something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted into the cave, Senior sister, come out quickly. However, no matter how much she shouted, there was no reply from inside. Hee, junior sister, stop shouting. Meng and I is actually dead. The man suddenly revealed a strange smile. Dead? The young girl was startled for a moment, then she suddenly understood something. Senior brother, you killed senior sister? When the man heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter, ha ha ha, that's right, I killed her, and that's why she found out that the sword in my hand is an earth weapon. Earth weapon? The young girl was shocked once again. An earth weapon was extremely precious, and it was impossible for anyone below the divine core realm to own one. This man was only a half-step origin core warrior, how did he get his hands on an earth weapon? You don't know, right? This earth weapon was dropped near this young man. The man waved the 8 desolate sword in his hand. Senior brother, you were worried that senior sister would steal it from you, so you killed her? The young girl immediately reacted. That's right, she noticed it, and wanted to share it with me. That's why I killed her. A sinister smile emerged on the man's face as he looked at Yixian. This young man didn't have anything in his storage ring, but he did have an earth weapon. This is out of my expectations. Junior sister, with this earth weapon, I can definitely enter the top 100 of the heavenly origin ranking. As long as I break through, I can at least enter the top 30, and at that time. Senior brother, you're crazy. How could you kill a fellow disciple for an earth weapon? The young girl subconsciously took a step back, and stepped on Yixian's finger. But, her right hand was still grabbed by the man, there was no way she could escape. Junior sister, since things have come to this, I have no other choice. Just obey me, I'll treat you well. The man pulled the young girl into his arms with his left hand, but the young girl struggled free. Junior sister, don't be so shameless. If you don't obey me, I'll kill this pretty boy you saved first. The man glanced at Yixian who was standing next to him. Senior brother, the young girl's heart trembled. She knew that if she didn't agree, the man would definitely kill Yixian. After all, even her senior sister was dead. I'll ask you one more time, do you agree? The man glared at her. I. The young girl hesitated. She was only at the peak of the true darkness realm, she couldn't stop the man at all. If she resisted, she would definitely be in a miserable state, and Yi Xian would definitely be killed. So, she could only nod. Haha, good, I'll treat you well. The man laughed maniacally, in a good mood. He put away the 8 desolate sword, and suddenly revealed a wretched expression, saying, "You must have had a great time eavesdropping these past few days. I know you haven't tried, but come, today I'll give you a treat." End of chapter. The young girl was shocked and hurriedly struck out with her palm, but it was blocked by the man. The man continued to laugh lecherously. "Junior sister, don't show your strength in front of me. Don't resist, or I'll kill that gigolo." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the young girl's shoulder and pulled it hard. In the next moment, the young girl's clothes were torn apart, and her smooth shoulder was exposed to the air. If it wasn't for the night, the man's saliva would have flowed out. "Stop, senior brother, stop, or haha, you'll what?" The man didn't care at all. He was a level higher than the young girl, and the latter wasn't a threat to him at all. However, he liked this kind of feeling. The louder the young girl screamed, the better he felt. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Don't touch her, or die." This voice came so suddenly that the man and the young girl trembled in fear. The man immediately let go of the young girl's hands and took out the Bahuang sword. Unfortunately, just as the Bahuang sword was taken out, he heard a cracking sound. The Bahuang sword directly fell out of his hand, and his wrist directly shrunk by a size. The bones in his hand were actually crushed by someone. Ah! The man couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Who is it?" "The person you called gigolo." The cold voice sounded again. Then, the man was sent flying. His chest was shattered, and his heart was directly penetrated by a punch. He died without knowing how. The person who punched through his chest was the one he called a gigolo, Yi Xian. After a few hours of rest, he had recovered a lot. At least, he could move now. Fortunately, he had that heavenly recovery pill. Although the effect was much worse than the healing medicine he used before, it still sped up his recovery. "Senior brother." When the young girl saw the man flying away, she quickly ran over, only to find that he was already dead. She immediately looked at the figure not far away and said in shock, You. She was so frightened that she could not speak. "Don't worry, you saved my life. I won't hurt you," Yi Xian slowly said as he looked at the young girl whose clothes had been taken off and her shoulders were bare. This young girl looked to be about 15 years old, about the same age as Xianxia. She was very pretty and cute. However, she was too kind. That man almost raped her, and she still ran over. That was already beyond stupid. "You. Weren't you heavily injured?" the young girl asked in shock. Yi Xian saw that the young girl's body was trembling, so he didn't move. He stood in place and replied, "It's all thanks of your pill, or I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And, thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have been killed by your senior brothers and sisters." "But, you killed senior brother." The young girl's eyes were already misty, and she was about to cry. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the cave and said, "Is this kind of person worth your sadness? He killed his own junior sister for this earth artifact, then threatened you to obey him. In the end, he wanted to rape you. My eyes hurt just looking at him, so I killed him." The young girl didn't say anything. She carefully thought about it, but in the end, she still cried. She didn't expect such a thing to happen when she came out for a training mission. Yi Xian felt his heart ache and quietly walked over. The young girl was shocked and quickly retreated. "Don't be afraid, I said I won't hurt you. Put on your clothes first," Yi Xian said as he squatted down and took off the man's interspatial ring to check it. Damn, poor bastard. Hearing this, the young girl took out a robe from her interspatial ring. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's sudden appearance, her entire body would have been. "You're right. Thank you." The young girl thanked him softly. You saved me and even gave me a life-saving pill. I should be the one thanking you. Xian said as he put away the man's corpse. He also put away the seductive woman's corpse in the cave. Then he said, I'll keep the corpses so I don't feel annoyed. Those are my senior brother and sister's corpses. Why, did you keep them? The young girl asked curiously. Don't tell me you want to bring them back to the sect and tell them the truth? Xian asked. The young girl hesitated. If she returned to the sect, she would tell her master that her senior brother and senior sister had killed each other over an earth tool. In the end, her senior brother had killed her senior sister and even had designs on her. He had wanted to rape her. Then, how did she escape? When you go back, just say that you were separated from them because you ran into a beast tide. That way, whether they live or die has nothing to do with you. Xian directly suggested. The young girl fell silent. Alright, it's all in the past now. Don't think about it anymore. You're a disciple of the Heavenly Yuan sect, right? What's your name? Xian asked again. The young girl hesitated again, then she slowly said, My name is Xianxia. Oh, alright, I understand. Xian nodded and sat down, then he said, My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I still need some time to recover. After he finished speaking, he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. The young girl quietly walked to the side and sat down. She had suffered a huge blow just now, so she needed some time to calm down. But what she didn't realize was that Xian's cultivation was actually much lower than hers. He was only at the mid-true profound realm, and this was with the hidden effect of the myriad flower bloodline. This time, Xian was also in a dangerous situation. He was scared half to death, but luckily it was just a false alarm. He managed to survive. Right now, there weren't many things left in his devouring space. He only had some forging materials left in the cave. These materials weren't enough for him to break through to the mortal core realm, so he decided to just keep them. At the same time, in order to chase after Wang Chuanshan and the emerald bird, he had used up all of his devouring points. Later on, he devoured a little more during the chase, so he still had around 30 billion points left. He was very troubled, because this place was very far away from the Soaring Heaven mansion. It took him half a month to get there using the Soaring Heaven rock. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to run back, it would take him at least 2 months. He didn't know how to fly, so he had to take a lot of detours. Furthermore, he didn't even know if he could make it back alive. There's no other way. I can only rest for a night and recover from my injuries. After that, I'll go and look for senior brothers. But, I don't know if they're still here, Xian thought to himself. He started absorbing the pills calmly. He estimated that he would be able to recover to his peak condition by the second half of the night. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt Xianxia standing up. End of chapter. Can I leave? Xianxia asked softly. When Xian heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, Where are you going? I want to return to the sect, Xianxia said timidly. She was a little afraid of Xian. It's too dangerous in the middle of the night. Let's wait until tomorrow. I'll send you back, Xian said. Since he had not recovered his strength, he could only borrow a Sky Thunder Eagle from the Sky Branch to fly back to the Soaring Sky Mansion. He could travel with Xianxia. No, thank you. Xianxia hurriedly shook her head and got up to leave. This time, Xian did not stop her and allowed her to leave. However, not long after Xianxia left, he got up and followed her. He could feel that Xianxia was a little afraid of him, so he could only follow her secretly. This girl, isn't she afraid of encountering a mystical beast? Xian was helpless, but his injuries had healed a lot. Although he was moving, he was actually refining the medicinal energy. It was fine as long as he was not in a battle. Xianxia was also moving carefully, but she did not notice Xian who was following her 100 meters behind. She ran for about half an hour before stopping to rest. Just as she sat down, she heard a voice. It was not from Xian, but from above her. This frightened her so much that she hurriedly stood up and threw a palm at the sky to illuminate her surroundings. Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty spider? She could not help but exclaim. Bloodthirsty spiders were spiritual beasts comparable to a half-step origin core cultivator. If there was only one, she could still handle it. However, she saw that there were more than 10 bloodthirsty spiders on the stone wall above her. This was definitely not something she could handle alone. Immediately, she broke into a run. Those bloodthirsty spiders also began to chase after her. Fortunately, she was quite fast and managed to open up a distance between them. However, in the next moment, she stopped in her tracks again because there was a strange sound in front of her. Whoosh, a palm strike pierced through the sky and illuminated her surroundings. Xiaofian's face was pale, and her entire body went limp on the ground. She saw that there was an even larger bloodthirsty spider in front of her. This was clearly the bloodthirsty spider king, a dark beast. She had probably entered the bloodthirsty spider's lair. It's over. Yi Zichen muttered under his breath. Xiaofian was already prepared to die. She watched as the bloodthirsty spider, which was bigger than a cow, approached her and raised its two scythe-like front claws. Swish! The bloodthirsty spider king's two claws suddenly swung down. Its speed was so fast that it actually produced a sonic boom. Xiaofian closed her eyes, unwilling to give up. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the bloodthirsty spider king's two sharp claws. Tisk, TSK, Xian beasts? You're pretty lucky. Yi Xian laughed loudly. He took out the Bahuang sword and stabbed forward. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Starfall. Heavenly Star Sword Art, Meteor Strike. Bang! A bright light shone, and Xiaofian suddenly opened her eyes. What she saw was the bloodthirsty spider king, which could easily cut her in half, suddenly fell to the ground with its claws facing the sky. It was actually dead. Not only that, she also saw a familiar figure in front of her. Wasn't this the man who killed her senior brother just now? After that, she saw Yi Xian take a big step forward and put away the bloodthirsty spider king's body. Ding! The host has devoured a dark beast's body. The reward is 300 million points. Ding! The host has broken through to the peak of the true profound realm. Although the value of this bloodthirsty spider king's body wasn't high, it still allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the true profound realm. This was a huge breakthrough, because it meant that Yi Xian would soon break through to the half-step origin core realm, or even the mortal core realm. Concoct the 6 yuan pill. Immediately, Yi Xian used the materials in his devouring space to concoct a 6 yuan pill, then he directly put it into his mouth. When the pill entered his mouth, a notification immediately sounded out in his mind. Ding! The host has broken through to the half-step origin core realm. The half-step origin core realm was just one step away from the divine core realm. But, don't forget, Yi Xian still had a dark beast's inner core. When he swallowed the Xian beast inner core, all the Xian qi in his body was converted into core essence. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Previously, when he used the exploding aperture skill, the mortal core in his body had exploded. But now, he had formed a new mortal core. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Yi Xian thought to himself. He laughed out loud 3 times. He never thought that he would actually be able to encounter a Xian beast. It was truly a great feeling. But, this wasn't the end of their troubles. Because of this, he and Xiaofian entered a nest of bloodthirsty spiders. Right now, he could sense that there were more than 100 bloodthirsty spiders gathering around them. Fine, I'll take both of you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, then he said, Fian, stay where you are and don't move. He did not wait for Xiaofian to react. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. After that, a series of explosions sounded out in the surroundings. The bright light from the explosions was like fireworks, and Xiaofian was stunned by what she saw. Who is he? Xiaofian thought to herself. Killing the bloodthirsty spider king, who was a mortal core warrior, in an instant, wasn't something an ordinary man could do. Perhaps there were only a dozen people in the entire Heavenly Yuan sect who could do this. In less than a minute, all the bloodthirsty spiders were chopped in half by Yi Xian, and even their corpses and inner cores were devoured. More than 10 billion devour points, not bad. Yi Xian was satisfied with the result. Although the corpses and inner cores of half-step origin core warriors weren't worth much, there were more than 100 of them here. Alright, all the spiders are gone, don't worry. Yi Xian moved next to Zhao Fian and gently helped her up. Thank you. Zhao Fian said gratefully. She had been saved by Yi Xian before, and now, she was saved again. Therefore, the fear in her heart had disappeared, and was replaced with gratitude. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to walk out of this valley. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, come with me to a place, then I'll send you back to the Heavenly Yuan sect. Yi Xian said slowly. This time, Zhao Fian didn't resist. They left this bloody place and found a place to rest. After that, Yi Xian took out a pill and threw it over to Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian was surprised and asked, "What is this?" "You'll know after you eat it. Just consider it as returning the pill to you." Yi Xian replied casually. "No need, thank you. You saved me just now." Zhao Fian shook her head. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time talking nonsense, so he directly threatened her, "Don't give it back to me, or else I'll throw you into the Shan beast's nest." His tone was firm, as if he was scaring a child. End of chapter. The Longevity Spring Tower was brightly lit. Night fell, and the world fell into silence. However, this place was indeed a place of luxury, with bells ringing and cauldrons eating. Knock, knock, knock. Following a series of knocks on the door, Xianxia stood up and opened the door of the private room. He smiled at the two people outside the door and said, "You two are finally here." Yi Hao looked apologetic and said, "The day after tomorrow is the immortal abode. Master Chu Heng gave us some instructions, so we were delayed." "Xiaofan, I apologize." It's okay. Come on in." Jiang Xiaofan said, and the two people went in. At this moment, Yi Yi followed behind Yi Hao. He held a wine jar in his hand and raised it to his face. "This is the good wine from our inner tribe's wine cellar. It's incomparably sweet. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." "Oh." Yi Hao and Yi Yi walked into the room and bowed to Bai Yichen and Long Shi. After greeting the three brothers, Jiang Xiaofan led them to sit down. Everyone was here, and the waiter immediately began to serve the dishes. The dishes in the Sky private room were worlds apart from those in the hall downstairs. Everything here was absolutely delicacies. There was precious 1,000-year-old ginseng stewed with fire chicken, rare spirit herb stir-fried snow venison, deep-sea ice crab, underground goo rats. There were things that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, swam in the water, and burrowed in the soil. The meat of these demonic beasts was full of spiritual energy. Cooked with various spirit herbs, it was naturally a great supplement. Paired with a cup of mellow old wine, there was probably nothing more beautiful in this world. Bai Yichen and Long Shi sat at the side and ate the dishes. Compared to the delicacies, they seemed to be more interested in the six people's bragging after drinking. "Ah, Brother Jiang, I heard that although you're in the Earth martial arts realm, you can even fight against a cultivator in the Sky martial arts realm. We're so envious of you for being so young and promising," Yi Yi said with a smile as he stood up and held his wine cup. "No, it's all nonsense. If I'm really that awesome, then I'm in the sky." Jiang Xiaofan waved his hands. Yi Hao patted Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder and said, "After working with you in the Forest of Fasting, I knew that you would come to the imperial capital sooner or later. There's no place for you in the Howling Sky City. Isn't that so? Boss is good at alchemy and crafting, and he's also very strong." Iron Hammer laughed foolishly and ate a pig's leg. Yi Yi nodded. "It's really fortunate for the Imperial Guards to have you, Xiaofan. If you were snatched away by the Imperial Medicine Department or the Imperial Weapon Department, it would definitely be a loss for the Imperial Guards." Hearing everyone's extravagant praise, Jiang Xiaofan's face was red and slightly tipsy. He felt like he was about to float. Although he said no, the thoughts in his heart were written all over his face. After finishing a jar of wine, the six of them were also dizzy. The strong wine in the Yi family was very strong, and they were all defeated by the power of the wine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone leaned back on their chairs and chatted about all sorts of things. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Bang, a loud sound came from outside the house. Jiang Xiaofan frowned slightly. He had already sensed an obvious change in the martial energy in the hall downstairs. Bai Yichen and Long Shi stopped whispering and looked towards the door. Jiang Xiaofan stood up shakily, pushed open the wooden door, and walked to the railing. He lowered his head and looked into the hall. As expected, there was a fight in the hall. Who do you think you are? You're just a secondary Class 8 halberd leader in the East City. How dare you be so arrogant? A sarcastic voice echoed in the hall. Jiang Xiaofan looked over and realized that it was a man in his 30s. He was dressed in a navy blue robe with a token hanging on his waist. He could vaguely tell that he was from the Ministry of Rights. Zhou Wu is just a child. Don't you people from the Ministry of Rights have any humanity? A young man on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth glared angrily at the few people in front of him. I must seek justice for this matter. I'm not afraid even if I have to enter the capital to meet the emperor. You're just a small fry in the East City. Meet the emperor? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what you're capable of. Beat him up. With the man's roar, the people around him surrounded the man on the ground and started punching and kicking him. Feeling the martial chi wrapped around the man's arms, Jiang Xiaofan knew that these were the attacks of an expert in the earth martial arts realm. If this went on, he would be crippled even if he didn't die. In the imperial capital, not to mention the fact that officials protected each other, there were countless officials who had no respect for the law. Only the imperial guards and the minister of war in the inner city, Chu Heng and Bai Moxing, had strict laws. This rarely happened, but in other departments, this kind of situation basically existed. As long as no one was killed, this was also a kind of experience. Good preparation could be used to turn anger into strength and constantly strengthen oneself. Jiang Xiaofan didn't want to intervene in this matter, but in the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. There were two reasons. First, these people were too ruthless. He could see that the shopkeeper didn't dare to stop them and was about to be beaten to death. Second, he knew the man on the ground. It was Lin Song. If he hadn't seen him today, Jiang Xiaofan would have almost forgotten his existence. He was Lin Song, who made everyone tremble with fear at the mention of his name during the martial arts competition in the barracks of the East and West City. After Jiang Xiaofan defeated him, he left the barracks and was transferred to the outer city. It turned out that he was going to be a halberd leader. Jiang Xiaofan had a good impression of Lin Song. At least he had a clear distinction between love and hate. Jiang Xiaofan defeated him and didn't hesitate to give up his weapon to cure him of the poison. Jiang Xiaofan only told him to stop relying on his strength in the barracks and not leave a way out for the West City barracks. The next day, he resolutely left the East City barracks. Just this alone made Jiang Xiaofan admire him. Looks like you've eaten a weight and made up your mind. How dare you look at me with such disrespectful eyes? Dig out my eyes and throw them out. The man pointed at Lin Song and scolded. His subordinate was also ruthless. He actually responded and pulled out a dagger to stab Lin Song's eyes. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan had already come downstairs. He shouted, "Stop!" His shout made them stop. After all, the high-ranking officials were too lazy to care about this matter, and the low-ranking officials did not dare to interfere. They did not expect someone to interfere. Lin Song turned his head slightly and looked at Jiang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. There was shame and unwillingness. The man looked up and down. This teenager in a long robe was quite unfamiliar. In his impression, there was no such person in the imperial city. I am a fifth-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights. No matter who you are, you'd better not interfere in my business. The man scolded angrily. Fifth-rank advisor of the Ministry of Rights? If I remember correctly, you should be Zhao Zhou on a diplomatic mission to East Continent. Why? Did you just come back today? Jiang Xiaofan's tone was calm. As he spoke, he walked to Lin Song's side and tried to help him up. Zhao Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect the person in front of him to know him. Could it be a bureaucrat from the inner city? Fearing that he might have missed something, he thought about the bureaucrat in his mind and confirmed that he had never seen this person before. However, it didn't matter whether he knew him or not. Jiang Xiaofan actually helped Lin Song up in front of him without his permission. He simply didn't take him, the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, seriously. He had been on a diplomatic mission to East Continent by the Emperor's order and had been away for about 3 months. Today, when he returned to the city, he was caught red-handed by a random soldier. Therefore, he flew into a rage and left resentfully after crippling the soldier's legs. He didn't expect that when he arrived at the Longevity Spring Tower to enjoy dinner, Lin Song would come in a hurry to seek justice. In the imperial capital, high officials were justice, and power was the law. Then the previous scene happened. The 5 people around him were all experts in the earth martial arts realm, and Lin Song was nothing to be afraid of. You know that I'm the advisor of the Ministry of Rights, and you still dare to help him in front of me? Do you not want to live anymore? Zhao Zhou shouted. Xianxia didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he brought a bench and helped Lin Song sit down. He asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" "It's okay. It's just a flesh wound," Lin Song said softly in a weak voice. Upstairs, Bai Yichen and Long Shi stood by the railing and watched what was happening in the hall. Long Shi clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. He dared to be so fierce to my master. I'll kill him. She was about to go downstairs when Bai Yichen grabbed her and said, "Sister Shi'er, don't go. Xiaofan can handle this." Thinking back to the Fulian in Lei Tian City, this scene was so familiar. Jiang Xiaofan was this kind of person. He hated evil as if it was his enemy. The more arrogant and despotic someone was, the more willing Jiang Xiaofan was to intervene and uphold justice. This was his nature. "How dare you be so disrespectful to me? I'll teach you a lesson today." Zhao Zhou was enraged. His eyes were red. Even when he was on a diplomatic mission to the East Continent, the ministers treated him with respect. Few people in the city dared to offend him, let alone Jiang Xiaofan. Buzz, as Zhao Zhou clenched his fists, his martial chi soared instantly. The pressure of the peak of the earth martial arts realm directly pressed down on Jiang Xiaofan. At this time, Jiang Xiaofan was taking out an elixir from a porcelain bottle and handing it to Lin Song. Lin Song's eyes widened when he felt the pressure. He was about to tell Jiang Xiaofan, but Jiang Xiaofan gave him a look to calm him down. Yes, he was defeated by Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofan was an imperial guard of the imperial city. Whether it was the pressure or the official pressure, Jiang Xiaofan was not worried at all. Why should he be anxious? The powerful pressure fell on Jiang Xiaofan, but the diners and waiters around him were not worried about Jiang Xiaofan at all. Zhao Zhou had been away for 3 months, so he did not know what was happening in the city. More than a month ago, Jiang Xiaofan became an imperial guard. Moreover, he was personally promoted by His Majesty. No one dared to say anything, but Zhao Zhou and the others were kept in the dark. The pressure fell, but Jiang Xiaofan was not affected at all. Lin Song took the elixir and swallowed it. Immediately, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly. When Zhao Zhou saw the miraculous effects of the elixir, he frowned and asked, "Are you from the Imperial Drug Bureau?" Seeing that Lin Song was recovering, Jiang Xiaofan turned to look at Zhao Zhou. He smiled and said, "Imperial Drug Bureau? I'm not interested. However, you are just a rank 5 official. How dare you attack an Imperial Guard? Perhaps we have to settle this matter." Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he came up with a plan. "Fian, wait a moment, I need to change my appearance." After saying that, he ran into the forest, changed his clothes, changed his face, and even changed his voice. When he reappeared in front of Zhao Fian, she couldn't recognize him at all. In the devouring system, other than the voice-changing orb, there was also the face-changing mask that could last for 24 hours. The face-changing mask was actually a formation, similar to the Xinglu of the sea market. Of course, if he encountered an expert, he would be instantly recognized. "You are?" Zhao Fian looked at the strange yet familiar young man in front of her and couldn't help but ask. "It's me, I used a special method to change my appearance. Now, I'm called Zhao Pan. You just need to say that I'm your friend, and that I saved you on the way back. I want to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to fly back to the central province." Yi Xian said in his own voice. Zhao Fian was shocked. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was frightened. "This is urgent, let's go. Don't reveal my identity." Yi Xian reminded her again. N. Zhao Fian nodded, then she brought Yi Xian up the mountain. Heavenly Yuan sect, the overlord sect of the southern region. Their overall strength was stronger than Soaring Heaven Mansion. Originally, Yi Xian only needed Zhao Fian to bring a heavenly thunder eagle, but he suddenly remembered that his fiancée, Lin Shui-er, was also in heavenly Yuan sect, so he wanted to see what cultivation level Lin Shui-er had reached. He suddenly remembered that the heavenly Yuan sect's guardian, Eugene, had said that as long as he came to heavenly Yuan sect, he would accept him as his disciple. The guardians of Soaring Heaven Mansion were all at the half-step origin core realm, so Yi Xian guessed that the guardians of heavenly Yuan sect were at most at the early mortal core realm. Early mortal core realm, so what? Yi Xian was also at the mortal core realm. Zhao Fian brought Yi Xian into the inner circle of heavenly Yuan sect. Along the way, many disciples stared at Yi Xian with strange expressions, as if they knew who Zhao Fian was. Then, they arrived in front of a house. Yi. Big brother Zhao, this is my residence. Please wait here for a while. I'll go find my master, Zhao Fian said. Okay, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded. As for Lin Shui-er, wouldn't it be fine to ask Zhao Fian later? After that, Zhao Fian left to report to her master and borrow a Sky Thunder Eagle. The Soaring Firmament Mansion had many soaring firmament great rocks, so many disciples could use them. However, the heavenly Thunder Eagles were few in number, so not many people could use them. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian go through so much trouble? However, not long after Zhao Fian left, someone came looking for her. It was a youth in his 20s. He wore the uniform of a heavenly Yuan sect's true disciple. In the heavenly Yuan sect, as long as one was a guardian or above, they were qualified to accept disciples. The disciples they accepted had a higher status than the inner disciples. They were all true disciples. The heavenly Yuan sect's disciples they met in the cave were all true disciples. They wore the same uniform as the youth in front of them, so Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. The youth entered the house rudely. His eyes fell on Yi Xian as he questioned, "Who are you? Don't you know that you should tell your name first when asking for someone's identity?" Yi Xian sat in front of the stone table and said coldly. "True disciple of the heavenly Yuan sect, Yang Yifan." The youth said, then asked again, "You're not a disciple of the heavenly Yuan sect. How did you get in?" "Fian brought me in." "I'm her friend," Yi Xian answered casually. At this moment, he understood why Yang Yifan came. He was here for Zhao Fian. Hearing this answer, Yang Yifan narrowed his eyes and said, "Junior sister Fian is always in the sect. Why haven't I heard that she has any friends?" "Oh? It seems that I'm very familiar with Fian?" Yi Xian asked. Yang Yifan paused, then continued, "Okay, you're Fian's friend. Then why are you in the heavenly Yuan sect?" It was fine if it was just once or twice, but this Yang Yifan always used a questioning tone to ask questions. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. "Why should I tell you?" Yi Xian's lips curled up. Although he was in the heavenly Yuan sect's territory, it didn't mean that he had to lower his voice and admit defeat. How dare you talk to me like that?" Yang Yifan was furious. In the heavenly Yuan sect's inner sect, not many people dared to answer him with such a tone. "If you have nothing else, please leave." Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. If it weren't for the fact that he had something to do today, he would have beaten Yang Yifan to the ground. Since when could a half-step origin core realm be so arrogant? What a joke. You dare to ask me to leave? Is the heavenly Yuan sect your home? Do you think you're the young sect master? Yang Yifan said with disdain. His voice was very loud. At this moment, many people had already gathered outside the courtyard, all of them here to watch the show. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. He really didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble would always find him. However, in order to not cause trouble for Zhao Fian, he decided to endure it. He would just treat it as a fly flying around. "Oh, you don't dare to speak anymore? I want to see what ability you have to ask me to leave." As Yang Yifan spoke, he took a big step forward and slapped Yi Xian's shoulder, preparing to throw Yi Xian out of the courtyard. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xian was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all. "Are you massaging my shoulder?" Yi Xian yawned. "Damn it." Yang Yifan's expression changed. He immediately tried to slap Yi Xian's face, but in the next second, his hand stopped in midair. This was because a hand had grabbed onto his wrist like an iron clamp. At the same time, he also sensed an aura that was several times stronger than his own. What a powerful core origin. Are you a divine core warrior? Yang Yifan hurriedly took a few steps back. Yi Xian didn't bother to answer his question. He wanted Yang Yifan to back off and stop pushing his luck. There was a huge gap between a half-step origin core warrior and a divine core warrior. Yang Yifan knew it was impossible for him to defeat Yi Xian. But, he remembered that he was in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and there was someone who could support him. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. A divine core warrior? Good, very good. There is a rule in the Heavenly Yuan sect: those who aren't sect enforcers or above aren't allowed to bring any divine core warriors into the sect. Junior disciple Fian is just a core disciple, how dare she bring a divine core warrior into the sect, Yang Yifan said coldly. What? Yi Xian knew that if he continued to stay here, he would only bring more trouble to Zhao Fian. Besides, he also knew that Yang Yifan was obviously interested in Zhao Fian, and was treating him as a rival in love. Haha, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Yifan stepped forward and blocked the entrance. He laughed out loud and said, if you leave now, junior sister Fian will be the one who will be punished. You're a man, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Yi Xian's expression darkened when he heard this. Don't you think you're being a little too extreme? Yang Yifan was only pursuing Zhao Fian, but was rejected by her. Therefore, he had no choice but to take this extreme route, which was to make Zhao Fian hate him. Yi Xian suddenly recalled that when he was still a student, there was once a student who bullied a girl every single day. It wasn't because he was a slut, it was because he liked that girl. At first, that girl hated that guy, but he kept pestering her. After confessing his feelings, both of them became a loving couple. At that time, Yi Xian was almost blinded by what he saw. In order to get a girl, this guy was willing to do anything. Without a doubt, this Yang Yifan was the same. Fine, I won't leave. Yi Xian said in a cold manner. Since his true strength had been exposed, if he just left, he would only bring harm to Zhao Fian. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded out from outside the courtyard. Why aren't you guys cultivating? Why are you all standing around here? Yang Yifan turned around and looked at the source of the voice. With a joyful expression, he said, Elder Lu, you're just in time, a divine core warrior has trespassed into the Heavenly Yuan sect. What? Where? The old voice was getting closer and closer, causing Yi Xian's expression to become extremely gloomy. An elder had arrived, this was going to be troublesome. Elder Lu, that man is here. Yang Yifan hastily stepped aside. Shortly after, Yi Xian saw an old man walk in. He looked at Yi Xian and said in shock, you are indeed not a disciple of my Sky Yuan sect. Kid, how dare you trespass into my Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian paused for a moment. He recalled that Yang Yifan had said that he was the one who trespassed, and that Zhao Fian had not brought him in. From the looks of it, Yang Yifan was trying to help Zhao Fian get away with it. At the same time, he was trying to set a trap for Yi Xian. This Yang Yifan isn't a fool. He guessed that I wouldn't dare to reveal Fian. Hee, that's fine too. Yi Xian grinned and said, I only came in to look for someone. I have no other intentions. Please forgive me. I will leave now. Yang Yifan would not let Yi Xian leave just like that. He said in a mocking tone, is the Sky Yuan sector home? You injured me just now, and now you want to leave? Elder Lu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Trespassing into the Sky Yuan sect is a serious crime. How dare you injure people here? Kid, where did you come from? I don't belong to any sect. I'm just an independent cultivator, Yi Xian replied. He was not Yi Xian now, but Zhao Pan. Naturally, he could not reveal his identity. Since that's the case, just surrender yourself. I'll escort you to the law enforcement elder and let him decide. Elder Lu opened his hands. His withered palms were like the claws of an eagle, giving people a chill down their spines. He could also feel the Jindan essence in Yi Xian's body, which was not much weaker than his own. Hence, he could not let his guard down. At this moment, he was waiting for Yi Xian's next move. Should he resist, or should he surrender? It was impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. Thus, they could only resist. Boom, a thick Jingdan essence suddenly surged out of Yixian's body. However, he did not use this Jingdan essence to attack. Instead, he channeled it into the ground. In an instant, a circle with a diameter of 1 meter appeared under his feet. "Senior, if you can let me leave this circle, I will surrender," Yixian said slowly. "Humph, what arrogance." Elder Lu was displeased. He took a step forward and slapped Yixian's shoulder with his claw. The sharp tip of his Jingdan essence pierced into Yixian's shoulder, causing blood to gush out instantly. Following that, Elder Lu pulled, preparing to pull Yixian to the ground and eat the mud like a dog. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yixian was as steady as a mountain. His feet did not move at all. You do have some ability." A strange look flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. He was an elder of the Skyuan sect. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he could not even handle a junior? Smack, a second palm landed on Yixian's shoulder. Elder Lu struck with both hands. However, Yixian still stood in the same spot, not moving at all. Elder Lu's face was ashen. Flustered and exasperated, he slapped Yixian's shoulder. He tried to send him flying. However, Yixian still stood there unscathed. "Kid, you're courting death." Elder Lu was enraged. Jingdan essence surged out of his body. He was about to flip out. Yixian sensed that his opponent had already gathered his Jingdan essence on his right hand. It seemed that he was about to use an earth-level martial arts. "Die!" Elder Lu roared. He aimed a palm strike at Yixian's chest. However, before he could do so, a palm met his attack. Bam, a shockwave rolled out. Elder Lu's body flew backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard. What a joke! Going against Yixian's palm was courting death. Elder Lu? This scene caused all the others to be dumbfounded. This was a sect elder, a divine core sect elder, and he was sent flying by a young man? Where did this young man come from? How dare you injure a sect elder in the Heavenly Yuan sect? Kid, don't leave if you have the guts. After saying that, Yang Yifan turned around and left. But, after taking a few steps, he turned around and returned. Greetings, Sect Elder Yu. Yang Yifan cupped his fist respectfully. After that, Yixian saw a familiar figure. No, two familiar figures walking into the courtyard. Of course, one of them was Zhao Fian who had just left, and the other one shocked Yixian. This man was the Heavenly Yuan sect's sect elder, Eugene, who had gone to Lianyun City 2 years ago to help the Lin family break off the engagement. I never thought that he would become a sect elder 2 years later. Initial mortal core realm. Although Yixian was surprised, he wasn't afraid. After all, with his disguise and mask, as long as he wasn't seen by those Earth Core warriors or those who were good at formations, it wouldn't be a problem. Big brother Zhao, are you injured? When Zhao Fian entered the courtyard, she immediately saw the bloodstains on Yixian's shoulders. She immediately ran over to him. I'm fine, it's just a small injury. Yixian replied with a smile. He could heal a small injury like this in just a few breaths of time. After Eugene entered the room, he looked at Elder Lu and asked, Elder Lu, what is going on? Elder Yu, this young man trespassed into the Heavenly Yuan sect, and he even injured someone. I wanted to capture him and hand him over to the sect elder, but... Elder Lu felt ashamed, and he didn't continue speaking. End of chapter. Eugene turned around and rested his eyes on Yixian. He was pondering in his mind. He felt like he had seen Yixian before, but he couldn't remember anything related to him. However, this couldn't be blamed on him. After all, compared to 2 years ago, not only had Yixian grown a lot taller, but his face had also matured a lot. Even if he didn't wear a disguise and stood here with a mask, Eugene probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, the Yixian from 2 years ago was just a nobody, an ant. Compared to this divine core young man, he was just an ant. How could Eugene remember him? I asked Fian to bring this young man here, how can you say he's trespassing? Elder Lu, did you make a mistake? Eugene asked with a frown on his face. Elder Lu turned around and looked at Yang Yifan. The one who said Yixian was trespassing in the Heavenly Yuan sect was him. Yang Yifan hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Elder Yu, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. When I saw him in junior sister Fian's courtyard, I thought he was a thief, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Eugene. That's enough, all of you can leave now. Eugene knew Yang Yifan very well. Yang Yifan was a man who did whatever he wanted in the Heavenly Yuan sect just because his father was a sect elder. He was a man who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Furthermore, he had some ulterior motives towards Zhao Fian. Understood. Yang Yifan nodded his head respectfully, then he quickly left. Elder Lu's face was extremely embarrassed as well, and he quickly left as well. The group of disciples outside also dispersed one by one, and some even closed the door behind them. Right now, only Yixian, and Eugene were left in the courtyard. Little brother, I've heard from Fian, thank you. Eugene cupped his fist towards Yixian and said. Haha, senior is overpraising me. Yixian let out a laugh. Because he was wearing a mask, his smile was a little stiff. Eugene nodded his head satisfyingly. A genius like Yixian who had both strength and etiquette was his first choice for a disciple. I've heard from Fian that little brother wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle, right? Eugene asked again. That's right, Junior wants to borrow a heavenly thunder eagle to return to the central province. Yixian nodded his head. Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sects, Heavenly Yuan sect, we don't yes. Yixian zzzz. Yixian paused for a moment. How could he be from the central continent? He was a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion and had never been to the central continent before. How could he know what kind of family there was in the central continent? Therefore, he could only smile and say, my family is small and not worth mentioning. Even though he said so, Eugene knew Yixian's name. Zhao Pan was from the Zhao clan. Him. You too. Is a return. But this old man wants to ask. Is little brother only cultivating in your family and not joining any other sect? Eugene asked again. No, I don't belong to any sect. Yixian shook his head. He suddenly remembered that he told Zhao Fian that he was a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As expected, Zhao Fian's expression changed. She was standing behind Eugene, so Eugene didn't notice. If that's the case, are you interested in joining my Heavenly Yuan sect? With your talent, my Heavenly Yuan sect will definitely nurture you into an Earthcore expert. Eugene went straight to the point. He saw that Yixian was very young, at most 25 years old. His talent was not bad. Yixian paused. He wasn't called Yixian now, but Zhao Pan. He could join the Soaring Heaven Mansion and change his identity after reaching his goal. However, this was truly too lacking in moral integrity. He shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, senior. This junior is used to freedom and doesn't like to join sections. However, I do have a deal here. I wonder if you would be interested? Actually, his purpose in coming to the Heavenly Yuan sect wasn't that simple. Deal? Let's hear it. Eugene was obviously interested. He felt that Yixian wasn't an ordinary person. How about this? This junior has 100 earth weapons and a type of elixir that can allow a peak true profound realm expert to directly condense Jingdan. However, there are only 100 of them. I wonder if senior has the ability to eat them. Yixian smiled. This was his purpose in joining the Heavenly Yuan sect. These things were all materials that he had obtained from Huiyang's cave. He could probably forge 100 earth artifacts. If he were to directly devour them, although it was also very popular, but it was definitely much less than the finished product. What? 100 earth weapons? Eugene was shocked. Furthermore, Zhao Fian had told him just now that she had directly condensed Jingdan after consuming one of Yixian's elixirs. Not everyone could condense Jingdan before the age of 25. With this elixir, the Heavenly Yuan sect could have at least 100 divine core warriors, as long as those disciples with poor aptitudes consumed it before their meridians were fixed. Little brother, are you sure you're not joking? Eugene was doubtful. Yixian smiled. He waved his hand, then 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Within the boxes were exactly 100 earth weapons, nebula swords. To be honest, I was born in a family that refined weapons, and the reason I came to the Heavenly Yuan sect is to open up a trade route. I wonder if your sect is interested? If possible, I'll send you more earth weapons and Luyuan pills in the future. Yi Xian made up a story. Eugene swallowed a mouthful of saliva. More in the future, earth weapons were not ordinary items, even the Heavenly Yuan sect didn't have many of them. If they wanted them, they would have to go to the central province to buy them. But, the central province was a complicated place, and there were many superpowers that were stronger than the Heavenly Yuan sect. The Heavenly Yuan sect could only buy one or two at most, and they had to risk offending those superpowers. He didn't expect Yi Xian to come from a family that refined weapons, and come to the Heavenly Yuan sect with sincerity. This was a good thing. Little brother, how much do these earth weapons and Luyuan pills cost? Eugene tried asking. 100 earth weapons was not a small amount. An earth weapon costs 300,000 mid-rank crystals, a Luyuan pill costs 20,000 mid-rank crystals, and in the future, there will be mid-rank earth weapons and better pills. What do you think, Sect Elder Yu? Yi Xian raised his brows. Mid-rank earth weapons, hearing this name, Yu Jin's eyes lit up. In the entire Heavenly Yuan sect, there was only one mid-rank earth weapon. This is a serious matter, I have to report this to the sect chief. Eugene didn't dare to make a decision on his own. However, 300,000 for an earth tool was considered cheap. The ones they had bought in the middle state were all around 400,000. Sure, but I don't trust other people. If your sect wants to make a deal, just let Sect Elder Yu be the representative. Please don't send an Earth Core warrior, or else I'll leave. Also, Sect Elder Yu, you can buy some earth weapons first. This way, you'll have more confidence. Yi Xian said with a smile. End of chapter. Oh, it smells so good. Taper had a mace in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. He was grinning happily. After waiting for so long, he could finally have a proper meal. After waiting for so long, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. Walla. Walla. Xianxia rubbed the monstrous toad lion head in his hand, making a series of soft sounds. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched the weapons in front of him let out a sigh of relief. Taper, don't forget what I told you. The taper nodded repeatedly. No problem. Leave this to me and the old man. Henju rolled his eyes. It's your food, it's none of my business. You say it like you didn't eat a lot of dawn. Taper laughed coldly and retorted. Xianxia watched the two of them hurt each other with a smile, then he raised his arms, stretched, and walked out of the room. Outside the room, it was still in the silence of the night. The sky was turning bright. Xianxia walked out of the room. The three brothers also woke up early. The four of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. They had a tacit understanding. Today was a very important day for the royal city. The opening of the palace dwellers' underground dragon vein meant a group of powerful warriors would return in half a year. The spiritual power of the dragon vein was abundant, but it was also very unstable. It was fine for one or two people to cultivate near it, but a large group of hundreds of people would absorb a large amount of spiritual power from the dragon vein. It would cause the dragon vein to be very unstable. The dragon vein was the foundation of a country, the root of spiritual power. How could it be taken lightly? Usually, there were only 2 elders of the Long clan and 3 elders of the Bai clan who cultivated in the dragon vein. The rest of the people in the palace dwellers' pavilion were people without any foundation. To put it bluntly, they were useless people who could not cultivate. Only these people would not share the spiritual power with the 3 old men. Xianxia brought the 3 brothers to wait outside the palace. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the palace. Looking over, it was none other than the current emperor, Long Tian. A few small palanquins followed behind the dragon sedan. Inside were Long Shi, Bai Chen, and the rest. Xianxia was a little surprised by this lineup. Was Long Tian also going to the immortal abode to cultivate? Filled with doubts, everyone stopped in front of Xianxia. As Long Tian's attendant shouted, "Alight the palanquin." The dragon sedan was lowered, the footstool was placed, and the curtains were lifted. That guy was really not particular. If Xianxia was served like this, he would probably only feel fresh for 2 days at most. If he was asked to do this again, he would probably go crazy. Long Tian walked out of the palanquin. Long Shi and Bai Chen also walked down. Today, they were dressed in luxurious brocade robes and had light makeup on. The two little girls actually made their already handsome faces even more beautiful. A fat middle-aged man in a black robe accompanied Long Tian and walked towards Xianxia. Just as he stood still, the man saw that Xianxia actually did not bow and immediately reprimanded him angrily. "The emperor is benevolent. Why aren't you kneeling?" Xianxia stood upright without a trace of fear on his face. This caused Long Shi and Bai Chen, who were not far away, to be flustered. There is gold under a man's knees. In this life, apart from the mother who gave birth to me, the father who raised me, the person who saved my life, and the person who taught me wisdom, I will kneel. I will never kneel to anyone else. Xianxia replied firmly. The middle-aged man was about to teach Xianxia a lesson when Long Tian raised his hand to stop him. As long as Shier's illness can be cured, I don't care about anything else. The moment he said that, Bai Chen and Long Shi behind him heaved a long sigh of relief. However, there was one person present who was extremely displeased, the middle-aged man in black. Xianxia had never added him, but his name was like thunder to the ears. There was a token on his waist that was engraved with golden inscriptions. The token shone with a golden glow and contained a high amount of dragon gold. It was even comparable to the city king sword. There was only one person in the imperial capital who had such a token, Mi Yan, the current prime minister of the imperial capital. It was also this man who was notorious in Xianxia's eyes. It was because of him that the northern borderline had become so rotten. Long Tian took a small step forward and looked at Xianxia with a smile. I know that you are very capable. I also know that the Imperial Equipment Department and the Imperial Medicine Department have achieved great results during the day and evening yesterday. They have changed the military strength of my northern borderline. However, I don't care about that. You just need to tell me, can you cure Shier's illness? Xianxia grinned. I'm not sure, but I think I should be able to cure her. Xianxia shrugged and continued to spin the walnut in his hand. His tone was light, as if he didn't see this matter as important. This reaction made Long Tian frown. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "You must cure Xier. Otherwise, I will make you fall as hard as I can make you climb." I have my reasons for taking the initiative to suggest going to the Immortal Mansion. If you don't believe me, why did you agree to open the Immortal Mansion in advance? Xianxia said calmly. Today, he was originally waiting for Bai Chen and Long Shi to go to the Immortal Mansion. However, Long Tian had come and brought along Mi Yan, who made him jealous and disgusted. His words were so harsh, and he still wanted to be nice. Pfft. Half a year later, I want to see Xier walk out of the Immortal Mansion alive and well and come to the palace. If she is missing even a single hair on her head, I will use your head to punish you. Long Tian flicked his sleeves and glared at Xianxia. These members of the royal family were so stupid. In their eyes, anyone could be as lowly as an ant. This made Xianxia very angry. Xianxia would feel disgusted as long as there was such discrimination. Bai Chen did not put on any airs as a princess. Although Long Shi was arrogant and eccentric, she had a good upbringing. Xianxia did not know how Long Tian was a father. He was simply an incapable ruler. He allowed eunuchs to strengthen themselves in the court and treated the lives of others as nothing. This kind of ruler would sooner or later die in his own extravagance and indulgence. Long Tian stood for a while, but Xianxia did not pay attention to him. At this time, he slowly said, "If you can cure Xier, it will be a great merit. I can promote you to the Golden Armor Imperial Guard. There are hundreds of families in the northern borderline. The Jiang family moved out of the imperial capital a few hundred years ago and has probably always wanted to come back. If you can cure Xier, I can give you all these." Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Deal." Golden Armor Imperial Guard? Moved out of the imperial capital? Xianxia was not interested in any of these. He was a person who liked to cure princesses. Well, no one could escape the law of fragrance. After watching Long Tian leave, Bai Chen quickly walked up to him. She said angrily, "Big bastard, you are crazy. You dare to contradict the emperor. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't died before." He was someone who had died once. He was not afraid of death. Did these powerful people want to threaten him? Sorry, he did not fall for it. He was a person who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you were strong, you could be strong. If you gave him half a point, he would lose. But if you were to act coquettishly with a cute girl, the rich would give money, and the powerful would give officials, then everyone would still be good friends. This was the principle. Master, you are so amazing. She likes you more and more. She had never seen anyone who dared to contradict her father like this. If not for Xianxia, she would never have seen this scene in her life. Where else could she find such a manly man? At this moment, Wei Qing also walked forward. This time, he followed by Yichen to the immortal abode to cultivate. He glanced at Xianxia and did not say anything. He only sighed in his heart. Xianxia was a sharp blade. If used well, he could make the imperial capital prosperous and peaceful. If not, he could cause chaos in the northern border. Xianxia opened his hands. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a medicine bag from his chest and handed it to Bai Yichen. Yichen, these are the elixirs I refined for you. There is an entire year's supply inside. You and Senior Wei Qing will cultivate in the immortal abode. Eat one every day. If you are lucky, it is not impossible for you to break through the shackles. Bai Yichen caught the elixir. If someone else said this, she would not believe it. How could there be such a miraculous elixir in this world? However, since Xianxia said it, she believed it without a doubt. Master, have you forgotten about me? She stood beside Xianxia and pouted. Xianxia reached out and patted her head gently. Forget about you? In the next 6 months, we will be together. I can forget anyone but you. Then, the 7 of them walked towards the East City Gate. At this moment, Yi and Yi Hao were waiting with over 100 imperial guards. The cultivators heading to the immortal mansion arrived in 2s and 3s. There was no need to mention the selectors. The 20 bureaucrats were basically some high-ranking officials. Everyone knew that. As for the relatives of the emperor, they were basically people from the Long family and the Bai family. These people from the Long family had cold expressions. They probably thought that they were of high status and were used to being arrogant. On the other hand, the Bai family was very different. It could be seen that King Pingwei, the head of the Bai family, definitely had good management. Seeing Xianxia, Yi Hao walked over and said, "You're quite early." Of course. If I was late, my intestines would be green with regret. Xianxia replied with a smile. Yi Hao patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Brother, when you come out in half a year, you will probably be very different. I have to wish you good luck in advancing to the peak of the martial king realm." Ha ha ha, thank you for your auspicious words. Everyone is here. Yi was holding a list in his hand. After checking everyone's identity, he called out. Then, everyone set foot on the road to the immortal mansion. All the stories were about to unfold again. No one knew what was waiting for Xianxia ahead. This was fate. P.S. Well, the second volume of the Super Devouring system has finally come to an end. Next is the third volume. I still have to think about what to write. Everyone will know tomorrow. Also, there are people urging me to update. I have been really busy during this period. Since I promised to update at the end of the month, I will definitely update at the end of the month. Let's set the last 7 days at the end of the month and add one more update per day. What do you think? If I can stabilize my new job next month, I will keep up with double or even 10,000 updates. Let's wait and see. Love you guys, mwah. I'll buy as much as you have. Don't worry, I'll buy them at the market price. Yi Xian replied. He had used up all the materials from the Soaring Heaven Mansion, and the Supreme Elder had personally gone to the central province to purchase them. This was a great opportunity for him, of course he wouldn't miss it. Hearing this, Eugene immediately turned around and looked at Lin Shuer. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Elder Yu, go to the weapon refining hall and bring me all the materials. Lin Shuer immediately said. All right, I'll go now. Eugene nodded, then he disappeared in a flash. After he left, Lin Shuer once again said, Young Master Zhao, this might take some time, why don't I show you around? Oh? sure. Yi Xian said with a smile, then he turned around and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded her head seriously. After that, Yi Xian followed behind Lin Shuer and left. All the surrounding disciples were stunned by what they saw. Who was Lin Shuer? She was the disciple of the Sky Yuan sect chief. She was only 17 years old, but she had already broken through to the mortal core realm. She was a super genius who had the potential to surpass the sect chief and break through to the heavenly core realm. Immediately, all the disciples looked at Yi Xian with envy, including Yang Yifan. Lin Shuer ignored the stares from the other disciples. She brought Yi Xian around the Sky Yuan sect. Yi Xian followed along with a carefree mood. As a disciple of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, he was treated as a VIP by the Sky Yuan sect, and he even had a peerless beauty as his tour guide. TSK, I wonder what kind of expression the Sky Yuan sect chief will have when he finds out who I am. Yi Xian was enjoying himself because his disguise was perfect. Even Lin Shuer and Eugene couldn't see through his disguise. They would never have thought that the trash from all those years ago would really come to the Sky Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, what's wrong? Lin Shuer, who was standing beside him, asked when she saw the smile on Yi Xian's face. Nothing. Oh right, Miss Lin, when did you join the Sky Yuan sect? Yi Xian's face changed the topic. Lin Shuer was taken aback. She smiled and explained, Shuer grew up in the Heavenly Yuan sect. When Yi Xian heard this, he frowned slightly. But in the next moment, he remembered that people like them could not casually reveal their families. In the future, if any of their enemies found out about this, they would kill their way back to the profound Sun Empire's Lianyan city. Then, the Yi family and the Lin family would become hostages. I see. Yi Xian nodded his head and said, Miss Shuer is so outstanding, and you've already broken through to the mortal core realm at such a young age. I'm sure Miss Shuer's husband is also very outstanding, right? Lin Shuer was shocked again. She blushed and shook her head, I'm not married. You don't have anyone in mind either? Yi Xian asked. No, Master told me to focus on my cultivation. Shuer continued to shake her head. That's right. Miss Shuer's future achievements will definitely not be low. Ordinary people definitely won't be a match for her. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Lin Shuer gently smiled and said, but what about you, young Master Zhao? Yi Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled and said, I'm the same as you, I don't have anyone in mind. But what? Lin Shuer asked curiously. Miss Shuer, do you believe in love at first sight? Yi Xian turned his head with a faint smile on his face. This question had stumped Lin Shuer. Love at first sight, when Lin Shuer heard this word, her entire body trembled. Yi Xian must have some other meaning when he mentioned this word. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to junior sister Fei Yan, or someone else on the road, or even me? Lin Shuer muttered in her mind. But when she saw Yi Xian's eyes, she immediately understood. When Yi Xian said love at first sight, he was probably referring to her. Young Master Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Shuer pretended to shake her head. Pretend, you're still pretending. Yi Xian muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled and said, actually, when I first saw you, I already fell in love with you. Miss Shuer, I wonder if you can give me a chance. Don't worry. Although my realm is lower than yours, the wheel of fortune changes. I'll definitely catch up in the future. As expected. When Lin Shuer heard this, her heart immediately trembled. This Zhao Pan really did take a fancy to her. She originally thought that Zhao Pan would be different from the others. However, she didn't expect that she had also misjudged him. Young Master Zhao, you must be joking. Young Master Zhao's family's strength in the central province is definitely not inferior to the Heaven Yuan sect. Shuer is not worthy of you. Lin Shuer immediately shook her head. Who said that? If I can marry Miss Shuer, those old men in my family will definitely be overjoyed. I actually came to the Heaven Yuan sect this time for you. Miss Shuer, please give me a chance. Yi Xian said shamelessly. Lin Shuer was in a dilemma. She wasn't a little girl and wouldn't believe such lies. She thought that Yi Xian was just fooling around. However, Yi Xian's identity was mysterious. Not many families in the central province could take out 100 earth weapons at once. She was afraid that if she rejected Yi Xian would be angry and give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Young Master Zhao, this is the first time you've met Shuai. Shuai doesn't know young Master Zhao very well, so I'm afraid Shuai can't agree. However, young Master Zhao can stay in the Heaven Yuan sect and make a decision after we get to know each other better. As Lin Shuai spoke, she secretly sized up Yi Xian. Sure enough, when she finished speaking, Yi Xian's face had already darkened. What a delaying tactic. Do you take me for a fool? Using me as a spare tire, Yi Xian thought to himself. He immediately shouted coldly, Miss Shuai, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? I know. Young Master Zhao may give up on the cooperation with the Heaven Yuan sect. Lin Shuai nodded. Then why did you reject me in front of my face? I, Zhao Pan, don't have much patience. Yi Xian pretended to be very angry as he spoke. Lin Shuai hesitated for a moment, then said, since young Master Zhao is so determined, then Shuai can only return the earth weapons and Lu Yuan pills. This answer was out of Yi Xian's expectations. He didn't expect Lin Shuai to have such a temper and dare to reject him. However, he was only joking just now. She wanted him to return the earth crystals? No way. Ha ha ha, Miss Shuai is indeed not an ordinary person. I was only joking just now. I hope Miss Shuai won't take it to heart. Yi Xian immediately laughed. Hearing this, Lin Shuai put away her serious expression and smiled sweetly. Shuai was only joking with young Master Zhao. However, young Master Zhao does look like someone I know. Yi Xian frowned slightly, then said, are you sure it's me who looks like him and not the other way around? Shuai misspoke. Lin Shuai hurriedly apologized. End of chapter, forget it. Who is that person? How does he look like me? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Shuai suddenly realized that she had said something wrong and quickly explained, he's just a friend of mine. But I can't say who he is, so please forget about it. This time, Yi Xian did not ask further. He guessed that the person Lin Shuai was talking about was probably him. Damn, this woman's sixth sense was too strong. However, Yi Xian was very curious. If Lin Shuai knew his true identity, would she cut him with her sword? Lin Shuai then led him around for a while before they returned to Zhao Fian's courtyard. At this time, Eugene was already waiting there. Little brother, there are a total of 50 sets of forging materials here. Eugene saw Yi Xian and quickly said. Thank you, Elder Yu. As Yi Xian said, he took out a bag of crystals from the Devour space. The forging materials of Earth-grade weapons were much cheaper than the finished products. One set was only about 40,000 mid-grade crystals. 50 sets were equivalent to 2 million mid-grade crystals and 200 top-grade crystals. However, Yi Xian only needed to spend 1 Devour point to forge 50 Earth-grade weapons. If he gave them to the Sky Yuan sect, they would be worth 1,500 top-grade crystals. It was a huge profit. If that's the case, then I won't stay any longer. Elder Yu, Miss Shuai, farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them. Young Master Zhao, don't you want to stay for a few more days? Lin Shuai frowned and asked softly. No, I still have important matters to attend to. As Yi Xian said, he turned to Zhao Fian and said, Fian, remember to cultivate well. Don't slack off. Big brother Zhao, I will. Zhao Fian nodded obediently. Little brother, the Sky Thunder Eagle is ready. Please follow me. Then, Eugene led Yi Xian away. Yi Xian was secretly laughing on this trip. This infiltration operation was too perfect. Not only did he earn a lot of crystals, but he also met Lin Shuai and was even more excited. Most importantly, these people did not discover his disguise and were completely kept in the dark by him. The three of them personally sent off Yi Xian. Yi Xian greeted them and left on his heavenly Thunder Eagle. After he left, a figure landed beside Lin Shuai. Shuai, what about that brat? A middle-aged man asked. He was the sect leader of the Sky Yuan sect, Mo Ziyun. Although he has just broken through to the mortal core realm, his strength is unfathomable. I don't think he is any weaker than me. Lin Shuer commented. That can't be. You are ranked second on the Heavenly Yuan list. Even Wang Chuanshan lost to you. How could that brat be 3 ranks higher than him? Mo Ziyun asked in disbelief. Master, maybe I was mistaken. Lin Shuer shook her head and took out the 2 boxes of earthly weapons. Mo Ziyun opened the box and took out an Earthgrade treasure sword to test it out. It's really excellent. The creator is Xian? Mo Ziyun murmured when he saw the name on the hilt of the nebula sword. However, when Lin Shuer heard the name, the other 3 couldn't help but tremble. Yi Xian, it was actually Yi Xian. Shuer, what's wrong? Mo Ziyun looked at Lin Shuer in surprise. It should be someone with the same name. Lin Shuer looked at Eugene and shook her head. There were too many people with the name Yi Xian. There were 2 in the Sky Yuan sect, so he didn't think too much about it. Behind them, when Zhao Fian heard the name, she suddenly took out the nebula sword and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a name on the hilt. Yi Xian, however, she didn't dare say anything and quickly put away the weapon. Mo Ziyun checked the 100 Earthgrade treasures and Luyuan pills and laughed wildly. He looked at Zhao Fian and said, Little girl, you've done a great job. Tell me, how did you know him? Zhao Fian was shocked. After thinking for a while, she replied, Sect Master, I went down the mountain with my senior brothers and sisters to do a training mission. Suddenly, we encountered a beast wave, so I was separated from them. When I was in danger, it was Big Brother Zhao who saved me, so that's how it is. Not bad, not bad. I heard that there will be more mid-grade Earthgrade treasures in the future. This kid's identity is not ordinary. Mo Ziyun didn't suspect anything and smiled. However, at this time, suddenly, a few black figures flew over from the horizon. Mo Ziyun looked and said, Thunder Eagles, they've returned. How's the harvest? The 4 of them stood in place and watched the Thunder Eagles quickly approach. Half a minute later, 3 Thunder Eagles landed on the ground. Sect Master. A disciple quickly ran in front of Mo Ziyun. What's wrong? You look so serious. Where's Wang Chuanshan and Shiheng? Mo Ziyun asked curiously. More than 30 Divine Core warriors were sent out this time, and Wang Chuanshan was the leader of the group, an Earth Core warrior. Therefore, there shouldn't be any accidents. Hearing this question, all the disciples looked at each other. After that, one of them took out something. It was a coffin. Sect Master, Senior Disciple Wang is dead, and Senior Disciple Shi is missing. The disciple reported. What? Mo Ziyun cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he just heard. What did you just say? Wang Chuanshan is dead? The disciple immediately opened the coffin. Inside the coffin was Wang Chuanshan's dead body. Mo Ziyun quickly checked the body, and he found out that Wang Chuanshan died because his head was pierced through. This is the aura of the green nether bird. What happened? Tell me everything. Mo Ziyun shouted. There were only 2 Earth Core warriors in the Heavenly Yuan sect, and one of them was Wang Chuanshan. Both of them had the potential to break through to the Heavenly Core realm in the future, but no one expected that they would die here. The disciple hurriedly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Huiyang Cave, Soaring Heaven Mansion, Yi Xian, a fist-sized celestial bluestone? Mo Ziyun was shocked. A fist-sized celestial bluestone. Not only that, Lin Shuer, Eugene, and Zhao Fian were also shocked. Yi Xian, why was it Yi Xian again? Sect Master, I'm not hiding anything from you. Yi Xian chased after Senior Disciple Wang, and when we caught up with them, we found Senior Disciple Wang's dead body, but Yi Xian was nowhere to be found. The disciple said in a serious manner. Yi Xian, why is he also called Yi Xian? Mo Ziyun murmured to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, then he quickly turned around and asked, Fian, where did you see that Zhao Pan? Zhao Fian was worried just now, but after being stared at by Mo Ziyun, she immediately cried out in fear and answered in a timid manner, it was under a canyon. Mo Ziyun turned around again and asked, is there a canyon nearby? Yes, there is one, but we just glanced at it from the top of the Heavenly Thunderbird, we didn't go down. The disciple nodded. Many readers are saying that Yu Luo is even slower, and Yu Luo says that she's not slow anymore. But, Yu Luo will try her best. I haven't left the house for half a month, and I'm prepared to not leave the house for 3 months. Thank you everyone. End of chapter. Could it be that this Zhao Pan is Yixian? Those earth tools were all made by this Yixian? Mo Ziyun thought to himself, then he asked again, where did the heavenly blue stone go? Is it in Yixian's hands? This disciple is not sure. After we found senior brother Wang's body, we rode the heavenly thunder eagle and returned. The disciple shook his head. Mo Ziyun gritted his teeth. A fist-sized heavenly blue stone was priceless. If the heavenly Yuan sect could get it, their strength would definitely increase by 2 levels, and they might even become the overlord of the heavenly water continent. He thought for a moment, then he ordered everyone to ride a heavenly thunder eagle and chase after Yixian. Lin Shui'er and Eugene looked at each other, then they followed. After a while, more than 30 heavenly thunder eagles flew out of the heavenly Yuan sect. This was almost all of the heavenly thunder eagles in the sect. No matter what, they had to get the heavenly blue stone. Yixian was their only clue. Chase. Just as the heavenly Yuan sect was making a big fuss, Yixian had already flown in another direction. Soaring Heaven Mansion was in the eastern region, while the heavenly Yuan sect was in the southern region. Therefore, after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he was flying northeast. However, not long after he left the heavenly Yuan sect, he saw 3 heavenly thunder eagles flying back to the sect. Besides, he had seen all the people on these 3 heavenly thunder eagles before. This almost scared him to death. He quickly commanded the heavenly thunder eagle to fly away at full speed, and he even changed directions. If those people guessed his identity, they would definitely chase after him in the direction of Soaring Heaven Mansion. Therefore, he couldn't just fly towards Soaring Heaven Mansion, he had to take a detour. Right at this moment, on the back of the heavenly thunder eagle. Luckily I ran fast enough, or else I would have been caught. Let's not worry about that for now, I need to return to the initial mortal core realm first. Yixian thought for a moment, then he immediately devoured all the crystals. Ding, the host has broken through to the initial mortal core realm. His strength had been restored, the 3,000 high-ranked crystals had given him more than 300 billion devouring points, helping him return to the initial mortal core realm. But too bad, the heavenly thunder eagle was only at the early true profound realm, and its speed wasn't fast. For safety's sake, he decided to travel by himself. He ordered the heavenly thunder eagle to land, then he said eagle, fly to the west, fly for a day, fly back to the heavenly Yuan sect. Yuan zone, do you understand? The heavenly thunder eagle nodded as if it understood. Then, it flew towards the central region. As for Yixian himself, he headed in the direction of the soaring sky mansion. At this time, he was also going all out, directly using the middle-grade earth-level martial arts to hurry on with his journey. Because the heavenly Yuan sect was not a was heavenly Yuan Xian. There was. But there were many obstacles along the way. For example, there were cliffs, valleys, and many other things. There were also many spirit beasts and Xian beasts along the way. He estimated that if he were to travel at full speed, it would take him at least a week. The sky was getting dark, but Yixian didn't stop his footsteps. For others, it was night time, and there were many spirit beasts and Xian beasts roaming around. But, for Yixian, this was the perfect time to travel. Therefore, Yixian wanted to use this night to completely escape from the heavenly Yuan sect. Of course, he didn't know if the heavenly Yuan sect was chasing after him, it was just a precaution. But, right at this moment. Aoo! 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 A series of roars could be heard from the forest. Yixian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He found a few creatures a few hundred meters away. More spirit beasts? Don't come looking for me, or I'll kill you all. Yixian thought to himself. He continued to travel in a straight line, but in the next moment, his eyebrows furrowed, and his feet stopped moving. He could feel that these 3 creatures were running towards him, and their speed shocked him. Xian beasts? Yixian stopped moving, then he took out the 8 desolate sword and popped a pill into his mouth. In just 2 breaths of time, they had closed the distance of a few hundred meters. These 3 Xian beasts weren't ordinary Xian beasts. If they weren't fast Xian beasts, then they must be high-level Xian beasts. Roar! When these 3 Xian beasts got close to Yi Xian, they slowed down. They let out deep roars and slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Wolves, Yi Xian guessed the species of these 3 Xian beasts. At the same time, according to their speed just now, he had a rough estimate. These 3 profound beasts were at least as strong as profound beasts at the late mortal core realm. They were all very strong. He never thought that he would be able to meet such high-level Xian beasts. It was a pleasant surprise. You 3, come at me together. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and said slowly. A wolf's senses were very sensitive. Although Yi Xian was only at the initial mortal core realm, these 3 Xian beasts could clearly sense that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary Xian beasts. But they could understand Yi Xian's words. They immediately let out deep roars and pounced towards him. Humph, free experience points. Yi Xian sneered, then he unleashed the 8 desolate sword. 8 desolate sword, wind slaughter formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 8 sharp blades spun at high speed and chopped off the heads of these 3 demon wolves. After that, they reformed into the 8 desolate sword. Just 3 demon wolves at the late mortal core realm, how dare they cause trouble for me? Yi Xian coldly harumphed in his mind, then he devoured the 3 corpses. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's corpse, the reward is 30 billion devouring points. Ding, the host has devoured a Xian beast's inner core, the reward is 100 billion devouring points. A late mortal core demon wolf had 130 billion devouring points. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. 3 corpses, that was nearly 40 million devouring points, and it had already surpassed the profit he made when he was selling earth tools in the Heavenly Yuan sect. After devouring the corpses, Yi Xian's inner core had become much stronger. But, there was still a huge gap between him and the late mortal core realm. This time, he had made a huge profit. 3 late mortal core demon beasts would never appear in this place. After all, this was the Heavenly Yuan sect's territory. After a sect was established, they would go out and hunt these high-ranked Xian beasts every once in a while, in order to prevent their disciples from being killed. It was pure luck that he was able to encounter them. But, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Right after the 3 corpses were devoured, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Thunderhawk? It caught up with us? Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly hid himself with the Shadow Leopard's innate ability. However, this was of no use. Young Master Zhao, I know you're here, come out. A gentle voice sounded out from the sky. End of chapter 257. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.